Chapter 471. After Thor and Julie returned, they immediately reported to the Academy about the strange roots that appeared underground. The people in the Academy seemed to take it very seriously, and immediately sent someone to report to the Dean. Thor, who had just received his reward, checked the list in the mission hall. Thor handled most of the evil spirits and vengeful spirits this time, so Julie took the initiative to assign most of the points to Thor. The mission hall of Bidong Academy has similar functions to the registration room of the Wizard Tower, and also has the functions of calculating points and exchanging items. There are many kinds of tasks here, including cleaning tasks like souls to deal with evil spirits, tasks to study a certain experimental topic, and even tasks to go out for publicity. He was not interested in these extra tasks, but just focused on scanning the exchange list to see what items could be exchanged. Because he refused Dean Pound's recruitment and was not an insider of the Academy, the things he could exchange were limited. Soul started by looking through the catalog of the meditation method. But after reading for a long time, he found that these meditation methods were either what he had seen before, but not suitable for him, or meditation methods that could be learned by level 1 and 2 apprentices, which were too low level, and could not replace the erosion map. After flipping through the book for a while, Thor found a figure approaching him. He immediately closed the book and looked up. It turned out to be Char, who had withdrawn from the mission at the beginning. Didn't this person always feel that someone was trying to harm him? He actually took the initiative to approach a stranger like him. But it's not accurate to say that he was close. Char stopped 5 meters away from Thor. "You're still alive. Julie is also alive," Charlie said, thoughtfully. "It seems that you are a good newcomer. But I advise you to be honest, and don't try to plot against me." There were some electric sparks on Char's body, but it didn't burn his skin like Monica did. Thor put down the list in his hand, and tilted his head and said, "Being overly cautious and overthinking can actually be dangerous." Wizard Xiao wanted to leave after he finished speaking, but he couldn't help but stop when he heard Thor's words. "What do you mean? What danger will I have? Your current situation is a bit similar to a disease I have read about in a book called paranoia. In mild cases, you will have excessive thoughts and poor sleep, and in severe cases, you will have hallucinations and cannot distinguish between reality and dreams." Thor smiled. He actually didn't understand paranoia, nor did he know the symptoms, but when facing such a paranoid and stubborn person, sometimes it would be more effective to follow his words. You. Char was a little panicked. He had some of the symptoms that Thor mentioned. A person who cherishes his life, like him, is naturally afraid of having a disease appear on his body. Just as Char took a step forward to ask a few more questions, a black figure rushed into the mission hall like the wind, looked around and directly stood in front of Char and came to Thor. "I heard that you caught an evil spirit. Will you sell it?" The person standing in front of Thor was Jonah, a dark wizard from Bidong Academy. "No," Soul answered very straightforwardly. He earned magic crystals for experiments. Evil spirits and ghosts were the main materials for his experiments, so they could not be exchanged for magic crystals. Soul would not do such a thing as throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Yona wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by another person. Wizard Thor also majored in dark attributes. How could he sell evil spirits to you? The man was a tall man with brown-red skin. When he spoke, flames would come out from between his teeth. At first glance, he was a wizard who specialized in fire magic, and he had a strong aura. He turned to Thor and said, "Hello, I'm Kent, a first-level wizard who specialized in fire magic. I've heard Julie mention you, and what happened to you today. Don't worry, the Academy will investigate and handle it as soon as possible. I hope we can go on missions together in the future." Kent nodded to Thor, then turned into a ball of fire and left gracefully. After the others left, Jonah, who was interrupted, asked Thor again, "Are you really not selling it?" "Not for sale." Thor still answered firmly. "Humph. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it." Jonah snorted coldly and ran away like a gust of wind. When Jonah left, Thor was about to continue looking at the list, only to find that the wizard Char, who was interrupted by Jonah, had not left yet. Char looked at Thor and hesitated to speak, and finally mustered up the courage to shorten the distance between the 2 to 3 meters. "How do you cure the disease you just mentioned? Do you need any special witchcraft materials?" Char narrowed his eyes and stared at Thor, thinking that if the other party took out a potion and said, "I just happen to have an antidote for only 999. He turned around and left immediately. But Thor said without raising his head, "I'm not a doctor who knows how to treat it." After Thor said this, Char lowered his guard a little. "Then which book did you read about this disease?" Thor turned a page. "I can't remember." Char rubbed his hands, Then do you have any suggestions? Maybe you can go to Julie to try. She seems to be good at witchcraft related to emotions. You can ask her to help you relieve your tension. What do you mean by letting Julie cast a spell on me? How is that possible? What if she takes the opportunity to harm me? Char immediately rejected the proposal. Then you can go talk to a wise and experienced person. Sol responded casually. He closed the list in his hand, waved his hand, and called an apprentice in uniform. Is this all the things that can be exchanged in your mission hall? Is there no other trading channel? The apprentice bowed his head respectfully and said, Sorry, sir, here are all the items you can exchange. But if you really want to find something, you can also post a task through us. If someone happens to have it, they may be interested in exchanging it with you. Thank you, I consider it. Sol handed the list in his hand to the apprentice, and then stood up. Xiaoya was still thinking there. He noticed that Thor stood up in his peripheral vision, and immediately stepped back 3 steps unconsciously to distance himself. When Thor took 2 steps, he suddenly heard the communication spell of Xiaoya behind him. Kid Wizard is one of the most powerful first-level wizards in the academy. He is the captain of most large-scale missions. But he is not a good person. Wizard Jonah always stays in the laboratory, and does not like fighting. He uses the money he earns from attending classes, and completing research tasks to exchange for evil spirits. He is definitely not a good person. Wizard Julie likes to mobilize other people's feelings by influencing their emotions. She will make you feel that you have fallen in love with her. Not a good person. Char spoke very quickly and introduced several people he had met recently to Thor. Thor did not stop and asked back through the communication technique, What about you? Me? I will kill anyone who wants to harm me. After a while, Char sent another message. There are no good people here. There are only living people and dead people. Chapter 472. After a while, Thor participated in several more sweeper missions. Each mission requires at least 3 wizards. Although the Bidon Academy covers a large area and has a large population, there are still only a few wizards who have super combat power and like to face evil spirits directly. Most people here are more accustomed to doing research in the laboratory, so after completing several missions, Thor began to see repeated faces around him. During this period, Julie came to Thor several times, but he refused to let her in. It's not that Thor really resists developing a deeper relationship with other female wizards. It's just that facing this kind of wizard, who can mobilize people's emotions, he decided to stay away from it. When Thor is not participating in the mission, he hides in the top floor of his new rental to do experiments. Because the frequency of evil spirits appearing in the ancient city of St. Paul is obviously abnormal, Thor believes that it is affected by some factors. So, he began to try to find the opportunity for the soul to become an evil spirit. He studied this not to help the city solve the fundamental problem, but to use it to conduct an experiment he had planned for a long time soul arming. The 2 abnormal spirits captured by Thor, John and his girlfriend, are both experimental materials and experimental subjects. Especially John, between the vengeful spirits and the evil spirits, is the most suitable to observe the process of their transformation into evil spirits, which is a very rare experimental opportunity. When he understands the reasons for the formation of evil spirits, or at least what factors are most likely to cause spirit pollution and confusion of consciousness, he can start to transform the 4 consciousnesses in the diary. Now even the strongest Morton is lacking in combat power. They could not perform large-scale witchcraft, and the little magic power in the container could not support them for a long battle. It would be enough if it was normal, but Thor was about to go to the borderless land. He had to do everything he could to improve his combat power. At the same time, Thor was also studying the knowledge that the second-level wizard Jasm left him before his death. The black bug hiding deep in his spiritual body had been suppressed by the diary and consciousness platform. It was not until Thor took the initiative to explore that he discovered the secret inside. After several days of research, it was found that this kind of insect is a very special soul fragment. By splitting one's own soul, it can carry a piece of consciousness into the spiritual body of others. In this way, the inheritor can directly learn certain knowledge or know some things. But when Thor figured out the principle, he just sneered and did not appreciate Jasm's idea. There is no other reason. This kind of witchcraft has great hidden dangers, and the harm is also deeply hidden. When Jasm passed this knowledge to Thor, he himself lost the impression of this knowledge. Although he can regain this knowledge through acquired understanding and learning. But if he is not reminded in time, he will forget this experience forever. Jasm had already decided to die at that time, so he naturally had no concerns in this regard. But this witchcraft also poses a great hidden danger to Thor. Although Thor can directly understand the knowledge taught by Jasm through this soul fragment, he must also absorb other ideas taught by Jasm. In other words, once Jasm mixes some of his own values, beliefs, and obsessions into this consciousness, Thor is likely to become the same person as him. This is a subtle influence, which may not be strong at first, and may not even really affect the decision of the inheritor. But over time, it will take root like a seed, and change the inheritor's mind little by little. If it is not discovered and eliminated in time, the inheritor may change his personality. A bully who kills and burns may become a kind person, who can't help but help beggars when he sees them. When Jasm died calmly, Saul knew that this person must be a person with strong beliefs. When such a person is passing on knowledge, can he not pass on some of his own ideas? Thinking of this, Thor did not intend to directly accept this knowledge. But this does not mean that he will give up Jasm's inheritance. With the diary, he chose another way to filter this soul fragment. He directly integrated this inheritance into Gudo's black page. After integrating this soul fragment, Gudo, who was originally a little weak, suddenly became 3 times stronger. Afterwards, under Thor's orders and the constraints of the diary, Gudo directly repeated the knowledge he had obtained to Thor in full. As Thor expected, the inheritance left by Jasm was his black blade, the dark spirit blade, which was quite powerful in frontal combat. This is a powerful sorcery that can attack both the spirit and the body at the same time. It can also be split into hundreds of fragments to attack multiple enemies at the same time. Of course, the attack power of the fragments after splitting is not as strong as the complete dark spirit blade. But as a top-level second-level wizard, one fragment can kill a third-level apprentice, and several fragments can kill an ordinary first-level wizard. This is a very powerful dark attribute witchcraft, very suitable for Thor, who has no destructive attack witchcraft. However, just as Thor happily began to copy the witchcraft rune structure of the dark spirit blade, Gudo, who absorbed Jasm's inheritance, suddenly began to talk to himself naturally, completely ignoring the consumption of soul energy. Ah, so that's how it is. I finally understand why the tribunal sent people to hunt us down. They spent so much manpower and resources just to hunt down a few first-level wizards like us. Alas, if I had known earlier, I would have gone back earlier. No, I might have been so scared that I started to go crazy. I really admire Jasm. He knew all this, and was still able to hunt us down calmly. Maybe this is why he could become a top-level second-level wizard. Without such a persistent belief, how could it be possible to break through the barrier between the first and second levels? Seeing this, Thor also completed the transcription of the entire complex witchcraft rune structure. More than 20 pages of parchment were written. If the subsequent disassembly analysis and personal insights are added, it would be enough to form a complete witchcraft book. But Thor did not continue. He looked at Gudo's mutterings with some surprise. What else is hidden in Jasm's knowledge? He sent the secret about the establishment of the tribunal. What is it? I see that you seem to have a deep understanding. It is the secret of the establishment of the tribunal. Thor raised his eyebrows. For the first time, the consciousness in the diary avoided his question in this way. Is it because the soul fragments injected by Jasm really affect the consciousness itself? Or is it the self-awareness of the consciousness that resists the control of the diary? In any case, Thor must figure this out. I order you to directly tell the content of the secret you have obtained. Aye. Gudo's white handwriting began to become messy. It is obvious that he is trying hard to resist Thor's orders. Cracks began to appear on the black pages. This is also a phenomenon that has never happened before, but in the end, the diary was successful. Gudo's handwriting was like a person writing with his hand controlled. In the struggle, many characters would suddenly have a long tail. The tribunal was established because the Eye of the Abyss was expanding. In order to stop the expansion, however, Gudo's handwriting came to an abrupt end here, because the entire page, bang, shattered. Soul was stunned to see the fragments of the page turned into black powder, which was absorbed bit by the strange starry sky inside the consciousness. But he failed to obtain the secret of the tribunal after all. This was the first time that the diary failed to control the consciousness sealed in the black pages. It also made Thor understand the power of the tribunal. Eye of the Abyss, Thor whispered silently. He remembered the huge depression on the back of the planet. This depression seemed to have penetrated deep into the center of the earth. Apart from it, Thor didn't know what else could match the adjective Eye of the Abyss, which sounded complicated. Eye of the Abyss is expanding? Chapter 473. Gudo's consciousness just disappeared. Thor felt a little regretful that he had not yet fully unearthed Gudo's secret. The information about the tribunal and the Eye of the Abyss cast a shadow over Thor's heart, but then he put it aside. The diary did not give any hints, and it was obvious that even if the Eye of the Abyss was dangerous, it could not threaten him now. The tribunal was an organization led by high-level wizards, so it was better to let the high-level wizards worry about the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth. He just needs to improve himself and continue to explore the functions of the diary. Now there are 2 more black pages in the diary, and I don't know which lucky person will be there in the future. Half a month later, Thor once again participated in the task of hunting down evil spirits. This time the guards were notified a little late, and when they rushed over, the evil spirits had killed 3 people. And the souls of these 3 people have been contaminated and taken away by the evil spirits. Because the number of evil spirits may reach 4, Wizard can't join the team halfway. But even though the number of official wizards reached 4, they still lost the first evil spirit. When the 4 stood at the intersection where the cordon had been set up, Char still stood farthest away from the other 3 and looked at Kent coldly. Kent, you were so confident that you would chase the most powerful evil spirit, but you still haven't caught up. Did you do it on purpose? You wanted to let the evil spirit go and let it harm me later? After several contacts with Thor, Char was finally willing to hunt the evil spirit with Thor. Although for Thor, it doesn't matter who his teammates are. The accused Kent had just fought, and his upper body clothes were burned to ashes. But his pants seemed to be specially made, and they were only slightly deformed under the high temperature, and did not make him run completely naked. He looked unhappy and glared at Char. That's enough. If I want to kill you, I can just do it directly. Why do I need to secretly let an ordinary evil spirit run away? Char sneered. Humph, you didn't dare to do it openly because you took the dean into consideration. Kent rolled his eyes. I don't want to bother with you. He took the guards not far away with him. Another wizard had just caught a ghost, his face full of excitement, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he also left secretly. It seemed that he was afraid that someone would want to steal his spoils. Sol turned around and was about to leave. He didn't think that Char would say anything good to him. Who knew that Char suddenly stopped Sol at this time? I heard that you are looking for a meditation map of dark attribute. Sol paused and looked at Char. Do you have it? Xia tilted his head. Let's go to the academy. Half an hour later, the 2 of them maintained a 3-meter social distance and came to the mission hall of Baidong Academy. There were always people on duty here. The hall was brightly lit, and several wizard apprentices were wandering under the mission board. Thor and Xia directly chose a semi-open private room. I have a meditation picture, which is especially suitable for you dark attribute wizards. What do you want in exchange? Thor asked directly about the price. Even when Xia was sitting, he looked ready to fight at any time. I know you have captured a lot of evil spirits and vengeful spirits in the past month. But I noticed that you only captured them, but never gave them to the academy in exchange for materials. Is it not possible? Sol lowered his eyes. His evil spirits were naturally used to supplement the daily consumption of the 4 consciousnesses, and the remaining ones were also used for experiments. There was no extra to exchange for resources from the Baidong Academy. But he could also get a sum of magic crystals for completing the evil spirit hunting mission. This reward alone is enough to support his daily expenses. Even if they are just formal wizards, not everyone is good at fighting. Most wizards still stay in the laboratory all year round, studying their own interesting topics while trying to find ways to continue to advance. The evil spirits you catch are naturally yours. I don't care about that. But you have caught so many evil spirits, but you have never sold them to others, which means that you have the ability to suppress these evil spirits from causing trouble, and the ability to store evil spirits. Char leaned forward slightly. I want your method to suppress evil spirits. Sol leaned back, feeling the comfort of the chair. I want to see your meditation method first. Seeing that Thor was so strong, he didn't reveal any information before seeing the meditation method. Char thought for a moment, and a scroll appeared in his palm, and he pushed it in front of Thor along the table. This is the mission hall. If you dare to rob, I can find 10 or 8 official wizards at any time. Thor was unmoved and dragged the roll in front of him. How do I open it? Stand the roll upright, and unscrew the fixing ring on it clockwise. Sol followed Char's instructions, and stood the roll upright. The roll had the same color and shape on the outside and no markings. He opened it casually. As soon as he took off the fixing ring, the upright roll suddenly spread out in all directions and became a circle. And on this circular carrier, a picture was carved with extremely fine and lifelike strokes. This picture is actually very similar to the erosion picture. It's just that it's not just people and monsters that are changing. There are people, hideous black shadows, octopus monsters walking upright, and twisted light. The 4 clearest patterns connect the scattered circles to 4 symmetrical points. Near the circumference, these 4 figures are also moving clockwise, and while moving, they gradually change into the appearance of the next figure. This time, Thor can clearly see how they slowly evolve from one figure to the next. The point closest to Thor was the most clear and hideous black shadow, with its hands raised high, like a ghost about to pounce. The ghost turned into a human clockwise, the human turned into a monster, the monster evolved into light, and the light finally turned back into a ghost. At this time, Xiaoya suddenly pressed his hand on the edge of the table and pressed down. The tabletop tilted, and the scattered rolls spread on it also slid into Xiaoya's hands. This meditation picture is called the evolution picture, and you should have seen it clearly now. So are you willing to exchange? Char reached out to restore the scroll, and looked at Thor quietly. Thor's fingers kept tapping on the table. The quiet and tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Finally, Thor raised his head. You may have misunderstood my ability. Although I got some spirits, I don't want to keep them for a long time. I have dealt with the previous evil spirits. Char frowned, and the next second he stood up and wanted to leave. Although he showed Thor the meditation method, such a short time was not enough to completely draw the meditation map in the spirit body, so he was not worried that the meditation map would be leaked. The wizard's meditation diagram cannot be memorized by rote. It must be fully depicted over and over again through the spirit body to be truly remembered. Although I don't have any means to suppress evil spirits, you can tell me what you really want. Sneaking and hiding will not solve the problem. Xiaoya paused as he was about to take a step, and then took it back after a moment. I am interested in the evolution diagram, but there are more than one meditation diagram suitable for dark attribute wizards. Even if it is not on the exchange list of the mission hall, I can go to trade with Wizard Jonah. I think as long as the number of evil spirits is sufficient, he is willing to provide me with a variety of dark attribute meditation maps. Seeing that Char was thinking, Thor continued with a smile, but I have to admit that I am indeed very interested in the evolution map. So please don't waste your time unnecessarily, let's talk frankly. Wizard Char, who specializes in thunder attribute witchcraft, obviously has a property of suppressing evil spirits with his own witchcraft, so why does he need other means to fight against evil spirits? Where is that evil spirit? After saying this, Thor crossed his hands and rested his chin, quietly waiting for Wizard Char's answer. At this time, his inner monologue was, agree quickly, or I will grab it, the evolution map, I must get it. Chapter 474. Thor was determined to get the evolution diagram. The moment he saw the meditation diagram, he was sure that it was in the same vein as the erosion diagram, and was extremely suitable for his current major. Unlike other dark attribute wizards, Thor focused on the soul. This is a more difficult path than studying corpses and flesh and blood. People without plugins dare not choose it at all. Even if Thor could exchange a suitable dark attribute meditation diagram from Yona Wizard, it would hardly be as compatible with him as the evolution diagram. Char was still hesitating, but Thor could see that he was already tempted, but his long-standing cautious style prevented him from taking that step. I know that Wizard Char is afraid of death, but sometimes the more you fear something, the more it will come. Simply avoiding it will not solve the fundamental problem. Thor continued to fool him. Just as he was thinking about what other inspirational words he could use, Char had already returned to his seat. Before he spoke, he raised his hand to open a protective barrier, and at the same time used the communication technique to communicate with Thor. I'm haunted by a very scary evil spirit. When saying this, Char's face turned pale, and beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. Evil spirits are actually just like wizards. Some are strong and some are weak. Newly born, weak evil spirits are generally only as strong as third-level wizard apprentices, and formal wizards can easily deal with them. But some special evil spirits, or evil spirits that have been born for a long time and are more polluted, may kill formal wizards. When Thor heard the other party say this, he immediately narrowed his eyes and scanned Char. He didn't find any traces of evil spirits on Char, but Char's expression didn't seem to be deceiving. He could only sigh that the semi-immersive meditation method of the erosion map was becoming less and less useful. Are you trying to observe the evil spirit on me? It's useless, you can't see it. Even I, who majored in thunder attributes, can't see this evil spirit outside of a certain time. An evil spirit that can only be seen during a certain time period? Then when did you find yourself being entangled by the evil spirit? Xiaoya pursed his lips. When I was dreaming? According to Xiaoya, he had been haunted by the evil spirit in his dream for more than 2 years. Whenever he dreamed, he would enter a cold and narrow room, which was full of people, but everyone's face was extremely blurry. Xiaoya walked side by side with them, squeezed and pushed by these people, and couldn't stop even if he wanted to. There was a rustling sound in his ears, and the road ahead was long, and he didn't know the end. In the dream, I couldn't move according to my own will, and could only mechanically follow the people around me to move forward, but the fear in my heart told me that if I continued to move forward, I would be doomed to destruction. It seemed that this was the first time that Char had told someone about his experience. He looked a little dazed. Every time I struggled to wake myself up. That's why I don't dare to sleep at all now. Soul understood that although wizards could replace sleep with deep meditation, real sleep was also indispensable. If Char had not slept well in the past 2 years, then the reason for his nervousness and weight loss would be found. Did anything special happen before you started having this dream? I know you may not believe it, but there is really nothing special. Xiaoya said with a wry smile, I have been in Baidong Academy for more than 10 years, and I have participated in many operations to hunt down evil spirits. When I first started to have this dream, I had not participated in the hunt for 2 consecutive months. Then how do you know that the nightmare is caused by evil spirits, not because of your own mental tension? Because not long after I started to have that dream, I once did not hand in the evil spirit I had hunted down in order to do an experiment. As a result, I fell asleep suddenly that day even though I didn't want to sleep. And the captured evil spirit also appeared in my dream. Char's cheek twitched. The people around me suddenly went crazy and rushed up to eat the evil spirit. When I woke up, I immediately rushed to the laboratory next door and found that the evil spirit that was originally placed in the storage bottle was really gone. It's just that dreaming shouldn't cause the evil spirit to disappear. Thor was a little suspicious that Char might be sleepwalking. Char looked at Thor's expression and seemed to guess what he was thinking. After that, I did several experiments, put the evil spirit in the laboratory next to me, and set up a witchcraft array that could not be removed. Once someone entered the array, it would leave a trace, but every time I woke up from a dream, the evil spirit would disappear, and there was no trace on the array. Seeing Thor frowning across from him, Char was also feeling uneasy. This was the first time he had confided his experiences to an outsider, and this feeling of self-analysis made him feel insecure. After waiting for a moment, Thor suddenly asked another question. In your dream, when the people around you rushed up to devour the evil spirits, what were you doing? Char's expression froze, and gradually became distorted. He stood up, and was about to remove the wizard barrier around him, and walk out. However, as soon as he raised his hand, he saw a black shadow attacking him. It turned out to be a huge black tentacle. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, there was already a flash of lightning in his hand, and then his back suddenly hit something soft. He looked back and found another tentacle pressing on him, but it did not attack. Relax. At this time, Thor, who was still sitting across the table, said softly, I am just doing a preliminary examination of you. Since you want to solve the problem of evil spirits, don't always hide the key points. Char's face was gloomy, and he raised his hand to press the tentacles behind him. However, the tentacles immediately retracted, and did not resist Char at all. You should have my consent for the examination, right? Sorry, but you always avoid it, and I don't like to procrastinate when doing things. Thor retracted both tentacles. Just now, he hid the soul fishing in the torture touch, but did not find any trace of the evil spirit on Char. Could it be that the evil spirit really only exists in Char's dream? Looking at the angry Char, Thor suddenly suggested, Char, can you dream again in front of me? Char was so angry that he almost jumped up. Thor had just attacked him, and he dared to ask him to dream in front of him. This is the real dream. However, half an hour later, when Char led Thor into his villa, he felt dazed. Am I crazy? I actually brought a person who might kill me back to the villa just to let him see me sleep? Perhaps the torture of nightmares in the past 2 years made him physically and mentally exhausted. After Thor agreed to a series of conditions, Char agreed inexplicably. Then he led Thor into the laboratory, and set up a series of witchcraft circles inside to trap him and Thor respectively. One was used to protect Char, and the other was used to restrain Thor's actions. Once Thor tried to break free from the circle, it would definitely produce a very strong movement, which could quickly wake Char up. At the same time, Char, who was at the key point of the circle, could also use the circle to attack Thor. Seeing Thor walk into his subordinate's magic circle leisurely, Char's facial features were all wrinkled. As Char was always on guard against others harming him, he really couldn't understand how Thor dared to walk into this binding magic circle. You know, as long as Char thought about it, he could immediately close the magic circle and then attack him from outside with enough to kill him. Char couldn't help but have a thought. Is Thor not afraid of his attacking him at all? As a first-level wizard, should he be so confident? This made him feel uneasy again. Could this be another trap set by Thor to trick him back home and kill him? After struggling for a long time, the idea of getting rid of the nightmare finally prevailed, and Xia finally activated the 2 magic circles according to the prior agreement. Today, he was so excited that he confided his troubles to outsiders, which led to Thor's initiative to treat him. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know how long it would take for him to muster up the courage to explain his situation to the second person. With a nervous mood, Char walked into the magic circle that protected him and lay on the ground. He turned his head to say to Thor, "It's time to start," and then he saw a huge pink sofa appear out of thin air behind Thor. The sofa looked very soft and comfortable. Char looked at Thor, who was lying on the sofa with his hands folded in front of his lower abdomen, and then looked at the cold floor tiles under him. "Char, who needs to sleep? That pink color, whose aesthetic is that?" Chapter 475. The reason why Thor lay so comfortably was because he wanted to fall asleep too. As for what Char across from him would think, Thor didn't care at all. When Char, who had not slept naturally for a long time, closed his eyes, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Thor then closed his eyes as well. Penny landed lightly on Thor's head, and then a pair of silver hollow wings with a metallic sheen suddenly spread out behind him. With a slight tremor of the wings, Thor's consciousness seemed to have traveled through thousands of worlds. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that it was pitch black in front of him. He had been to many people's dreams, even the dreams of monsters. Most of them were bizarre, and were the aggregation of human hearts and desires. But this dream was extremely dark. There were no other objects around, and there was no boundary of the environment. It was as if the owner of the dream had no desires. Not here. Thor retracted his gaze, and did not deliberately explore the dream. The silver metal wings behind him shook violently, and the surrounding scene changed completely. This time, Thor came to a dark and narrow room, with a bustling crowd in front and behind him. They squeezed into the room, pushing and shoving each other forward. The end of the room was very far away, and there was a small light at the end, which seemed to be an exit to the light. Dreams are often illogical, but everyone's dreams will not appear out of thin air without reason. Thor found Char, who was terrified, in the long flow of people. His face was full of resistance, but he was squeezed by the people around him, and couldn't stretch his limbs. He could only move forward step by step with the crowd. All the humanoids wanted to run towards the light in the distance. Only Char seemed to have sensed something, and wanted to stay where he was, or even go against the current. The whole room was empty, with no decorations except the walls, and no place to hide. Only the crowd under Thor's feet could hide the evil spirits. Thor carefully observed the people around Char whose faces he could not see clearly. In the dark room, the outlines of the humanoids were also blurred. They seemed to have no consciousness of their own, just walking towards the light in the far distance of the room. Char was like a leaf in a flood, which would not sink, but could only be carried away by the current helplessly. However, Thor searched the entire crowd, but did not find anything threatening. Where was the evil spirit in this dream? Or was there no evil spirit, but only the imagination of Char, a paranoid patient? Although Thor did not feel anything, Char seemed to be getting more and more scared. Thor heard his breathing become heavy, which must be because he was trying to break free from this dream. The space in the dream also became unstable, and the originally straight walls turned into wavy lines. The humanoid figures that pushed and shoved Char around no longer looked like humans, but more like monsters that were hard to describe. There was nothing special about the room. It should be a space constructed according to Char's own cognition. Those humanoid figures were strange, but apart from being scary, they did not harm Char's spirit. Could it be that a first-level wizard had not slept for 2 years because of a nightmare? The space in the dream was shaking more and more violently, and it was obvious that Char would wake up soon. If I wake up like this, then this time I will return in vain. Char was frightened again in his dream, and he may not agree to fall asleep again after waking up. Why not just kill him as Char wishes, and take the evolution map? Soul thought with a smile. Heh. Perhaps the emotions in dreams will be amplified. Thor heard himself laugh out loud. Heh. Perhaps the emotions in dreams will be amplified. Thor heard himself laugh out loud. Heh. Perhaps. Soul suddenly jumped forward, and he suddenly realized that he had almost done the same action and the same idea 3 times. This dream is really wrong. Even if there is no evil spirit, there is something special hiding in it. Although the whole dream is about to collapse, Thor is still moving here. In addition to trying to find the terrifying existence, he also wants to avoid being trapped in a loop without knowing it. Thor came to Char and tried to call him, Char. But the latter was still struggling and ignored Thor in front of him. It's not that he ignores me, but that he can't see me or sense me at all. Thor was sure of this. He realized that Char couldn't see him right next to him. Then he might not be able to see other things right next to him. Thor closed his eyes, opened them again, and his whole body suddenly changed dramatically. His muscles were like plasticine, pressed and deformed by invisible hands, and in a few breaths he changed from a 15-year-old boy to a man in his early 30s. In this state, Thor's spirit body vibrated at a very high frequency. His body and mind changed drastically at the same time, as if he had become another person in an instant. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of arms on both sides of his neck. The arms were thin and pale, hanging down weakly like a patient. At the same time, he suddenly felt a cold breath hitting his ears, as if entering his brain through the cochlea. Thor slowly moved his eyes to the right. A pale man was leaning his head on his right shoulder. The corners of the man's mouth were raised, almost to the corners of his eyes. It was not until this moment that Thor realized that there was a person on his back. And this person looked exactly like the 15-year-old wizard Thor. Thor felt a little cold in his heart, and a little funny. When he was in midair watching Char struggling in the human form, he had actually been entangled by another human form. And the reason why he didn't notice the person on his back just now was because this Thor was in sync with his frequency. He regarded Thor as a part of himself. Thor's hand suddenly reached out to the familiar face, pinched the other's cheek, and tried to pull the person from behind to the front. But just as he was about to use force, the face exploded with a bang, and red blood and white pulp splashed half of Thor's body and face. But it was not over yet. Thor suddenly lowered his head with a feeling, and saw another face between his arms, between his fingers, on the side of his waist, between his thighs, behind his ankles. It was his own face. They smiled, and the corners of their mouths almost stretched to the corners of their eyes. Thor lowered his head, motionless, as if frightened by these selves that suddenly appeared. Those faces stared at all the hearts and mouths, their skin trembling slightly, and as time went by, they became more and more like Thor's current appearance. They are imitating me. Thor suddenly laughed, and he laughed so happily that the corners of his mouth almost broke to the corners of his eyes. Then come and learn to be like me. His body suddenly softened, just like steel melting into molten steel in an instant. After losing the solid properties, his body began to reshape, and tentacles with terrifying suckers grew out of the liquid body without a fixed shape. And the faces attached to Thor's body became panicked in an instant. They lost their target, and hesitated whether to become Thor's current appearance. But Thor didn't give them a chance at all. He controlled the tentacles to roll up the human face attached to him, and let the mouth with sharp teeth under the suckers eat as much as he wanted. The sound of chewing rubber rang in my ears. The next second, the entire dream world collapsed. Thor opened his eyes, and saw Char on the other side climbing up as fast as he could. He stared at Thor closely, with surprise and joy in his eyes. You succeeded in one try? I felt that the evil spirit hidden in my dream suddenly disappeared. Chapter 476. Thor touched his chin. Are you sure the evil spirit has disappeared? I was dealing with it, and you suddenly woke up. Char paused, his face wrinkled. You didn't mean to hold back? Char was on guard out of habit, but he didn't know what he thought of halfway through, so he shut his mouth again, and then obediently took out the meditation method of drawing pictures from his bag. Thor took the evolutionary map, and put it into the storage device. In fact, if he wanted to get the evolutionary map from Char, there were many ways. When he left the wizard tower, he deliberately brought some thunder-attributed witchcraft materials. The materials in the wizard tower were all very valuable, and they were more than enough to exchange for a meditation method that Char couldn't use. But Thor still wanted to see what the evil spirit in Char was. Okay, I've given you the things, so you can leave now. Char started to drive him away. Thor didn't care that this guy was thrown away after use. Even if Thor cured his nightmares, he couldn't cure his paranoia. Thor also wanted to go back quickly, but when he was about to turn around and leave, Char suddenly turned black in his peripheral vision. But when Thor turned around again, with full of vigilance, Char behind him returned to his original appearance. And from the look on his face, he seemed to be unaware of what had just happened to him. What's wrong? Are you going to raise the price? Seeing Thor's serious face, Char immediately took a half step back. Thor narrowed his eyes, and saw a thin line bending upward above Char's head. The end of the thin line sank into the air, and disappeared. Thor walked out with a heavy heart. Char was the third person he had seen who changed into a different appearance in his eyes. The wizard apprentice whose head turned into a surveillance bird, the ordinary shopping guide who turned into a charred corpse, and Char who turned into a black shadow. What happened to these people? Or did something happen to his eyes? Walking on the road, Thor pressed his eyelids. At this moment, he saw two third-level apprentices walking towards him. Master Wizard Thor, Dean Pound invites you to the Clock Tower. The Clock Tower of Bidon College is a tall and slender tower located in the center of the college. Unlike the hourglass lamps that are everywhere in the Wizard Tower, the college relies on more mechanized clocks to keep time. Even the archaeological city outside is the same. Thor followed the two apprentices into the clock tower and found that there was something else here. There was a huge space hidden on the top floor of the clock tower. He remembered that Baidong College sold a kind of mobile house, which looked small on the surface, but actually had a wide space inside. It seems that this kind of witchcraft is also applied here. The top floor of the bell tower, which looks only a few square meters from the outside, actually has a space of hundreds of square meters. There is no wall decoration to block the space here. As soon as Sol entered, he saw Dean Pound sitting behind a long table. And on the sofa opposite him, there was a woman sitting upright. The woman had black shoulder-length hair and was thin. She was not very beautiful, but her eyes were extremely bright. When Sol approached, the woman suddenly raised her eyes and looked at him. Her eyes were burning, and the oppression was even stronger than Dean Pound's. But judging from the mental fluctuations emanating from the other party, he should only be a first-level wizard. Dean Pound smiled and greeted Thor. Seeing that he was staring at the woman, he introduced the two of them first. This is Beth, a first-level wizard like you, but she is about to be promoted, so she doesn't stay in the academy very often. When Pound looked at Beth, his face was full of relief. When she is successfully promoted, she will succeed me as the next dean. Beth stood up and nodded slightly to Thor. She looked like a taciturn person. The most common and ordinary black wizard robe among wizards looked empty on her. It was summer, and Beth's collar was buttoned to the top button. This person only showed her face, and a pair of white, but equally thin hands. Sol also noticed that when Dean Pound introduced Beth, he did not mention what attribute of witchcraft she majored in. After introducing each other, the three of them sat down, and Dean Pound mentioned the real purpose of inviting Sol here this time. The root monster you and Julie encountered before has appeared again recently. This time, the third-level wizard apprentice, who encountered it, did not come back alive. Dean Pound put away the smile on his face. When Julie reported this to me, I had already sent people to explore the underground waterway, but apart from finding that the soil there had become soft, there were no other abnormalities, and the root monster disappeared. This time, after the root monster appeared again, another official wizard present brought back a piece of rhizome. Dean Pound raised his hand, and a transparent sealed test tube appeared above his palm. There was a finger-long white rhizome in the test tube. The white rhizome quietly sank up and down in the test tube, looking like an ordinary white radish beard, without showing any strange characteristics. It was indeed the root that Thor had encountered before, but he was very careful to avoid having part of his body taken away, and did not bring back the root sample. After Beth's research, it was found that this kind of rhizome would chase creatures with magical radiation. But at the same time, it showed a certain reaction to the spirit. However, after several experiments, the activity of this root is rapidly declining. Now it is basically the same as a dead object. Thor, did you bring back some of its tissues when you encountered this kind of root monster last time? Thor shook his head. Once the number of this kind of roots increases, it will be very difficult to deal with. It was the first time that Wizard Julie and I encountered this kind of monster. For safety reasons, our first reaction was to leave the scene. Okay. Dean Pound's expression didn't reveal anything. Well, if you encounter this kind of root monster again in the future, and are able to bring back its tissue samples, the Academy is willing to use magic crystals or witchcraft materials to recycle it. Thor's heart moved. It seems that Baidong Academy really cares about this root. The other party may have found something on it, but just didn't tell Thor. If so, Thor plans to keep a part of it for his own research next time he encounters it, and then hand in the rest to the Academy. But on the surface, he just nodded happily okay. Then Dean Pound asked Thor about the battle with the root monster, then thanked Thor for his cooperation and let him go back. During this conversation, the witch named Beth didn't say a word. She just sat with her head down, looking uninterested in any monsters or battles. Before leaving, Thor glanced at the woman again, always feeling that she was not that simple. After Sol left, Pound stood by the window to make sure that Sol had left far away, and then came to Beth. How do you feel? Beth raised her head slowly, as if in slow motion. Her voice was also slow, with a sense of laziness as if she was still asleep. He was very alert and didn't notice. If I want to keep him in Baidong. No way. Chapter 477. Hearing Beth's rare answer, Bond sighed, with a complicated expression. The situation in the western region has become more and more complicated recently. Beth stood up silently and walked out. The long wizard robe dragged on the ground without any sound. Beth asked behind her unwillingly, Don't you have any other plans? Even the people of Nephrite entered the west a while ago. Beth's footsteps did not stop at all, She just whispered a word to Bond. The efficiency is not enough. Archaster needs more people. Pound opened his mouth, but didn't utter the last word. After Thor got the evolution map, he went home and started to study it. The evolution map has two more elements than the erosion map. One is the distorted light, and the other is the hideous black shadow. The hideous black shadow is easy to understand. It should be the evil spirit. But the distorted light is not so clear. Fortunately, Thor doesn't have to study alone. The four consciousnesses around him can give him advice. Finally, it was Agu, who had been guarding the library for many years, who took Thor to find a book with a corresponding description. The shadow can be understood as an evil spirit, but it can also be understood as alienation. Thor held the book and read it word by word. Penny and Shioza were around. Agu and Anne sat on the left and right, and Morton and Herman watched the diary with the help of Thor's vision. The distorted light is a kind of induction, but there are also wizards who say that they have found an intelligent creature with autonomous consciousness behind the light, but there is no way to collect the light at present. This book only analyzes some uncommon life forms, but what is rare is that there are illustrations on it, which are almost the same as those depicted on the evolutionary diagram. It's just that the details of the evolutionary diagram are more complete, which also meets the extreme requirements of the meditation diagram for details. After several people took turns to test, it was confirmed that there was no problem with the evolutionary diagram. With a smile in his eyes, Thor took out the cylindrical evolutionary diagram and spread it into a circle in the way of char. After the wood chips were spread out, the pattern closest to Thor was still the black shadow. Soul's meditation, which was about to begin, suddenly stopped. Under the puzzled gazes of several people, he rolled the cylinder and put it away, unconsciously tossed it a few times in his hands, and then opened it on the table. The shadow was still closest to Soul. Soul put away the cylinder again, rolled it on the table a few times before opening it. It was still a shadow. Now others also saw the problem. Is the pattern fixed when the evolution diagram is opened? Soul put the cylinder away again and handed it to Anne. After Anne opened it, the shadow was also closest to her. Thor thought about it and gave it to Shioza again. Although Xiaozhao didn't quite understand, he still followed Thor's instructions and pulled off the small circle above the fixed cylinder with his mouth. The cylinder spread out, and this time, the one closest to Xiaozhao was a monster. Herman sighed in his diary. So that's how it is. So whoever opened the evolutionary map, the pattern closest to that person is the corresponding race. Morton, ahem. The whole audience was silent. The only one who still didn't understand anything, Xiaozhao, silently pushed the evolutionary map in front of Thor with his head. Thor also looked at the picture in front of him silently. When Xiaozhao pushed it over, it hit the wood chip above, causing the pattern to rotate. When it moved in front of Thor, the black shadow was closest to him again. It was even quieter, and even Penny stopped chattering. Thor patted his knees and smiled to ease the atmosphere. It's okay to be identified as an evil spirit. It won't interfere with my meditation anyway. Seeing that Thor didn't care, the others relaxed. Thor lowered his head and didn't tell others that when he got the erosion map, the pattern closest to him was the octopus monster. In short, the main character is not a human. Despite some strange performances, after Thor's brave attempt, he still thinks that the evolutionary diagram is very suitable for him. The efficiency of meditation has been greatly improved, and when Thor is in semi-immersive meditation, in addition to seeing soul fragments, he also sees some inexplicable things. But maybe it is the first time to use this new meditation method. Thor does not see it clearly, but feels that in the interweaving of light and shadow, this world full of soul fragments has become more vivid and three-dimensional. If the erosion map is a small crack that opens the door to a new world for Thor, then the evolution map is to push the door open a little more. It can even allow Thor to reach in and grab a few handfuls. This is only the case when Thor has not fully mastered the evolution map. When he is more familiar with it, and the depiction in his spirit body is more complete, he may be able to push the door a little wider. After the depiction of the evolution map is on track, Thor began his second research. Soul armor. Now he has 5 evil spirits in his hands. The city of Archaster is indeed rich in evil spirits, but they are different from those powerful evil spirits that have been around for many years. The evil spirits here are often new and weak. The slightly stronger ones will be accidentally destroyed by Thor when fighting with him. But weak evil spirits are also suitable for Thor to experiment with. He tried to decompose the evil spirits, like dissecting a corpse. The most polluted parts were discarded, and those parts that were not so polluted but had mutated were picked out separately. For example, the long and thin arms, like centipedes growing out from under John's head. There were only 7 pieces of the 5 weak evil spirits that could be used in the end. Thor picked and chose again, and pieced together several pieces of spirit fragments of different shapes to form a scorpion tail needle. Thor used a witchcraft array to keep the energy of this artificial spirit from dissipating, and then began to select the first experimenter from the 4 consciousnesses. Although Thor had read many books and done some exercises before, it was his first time to do spirit transformation after all. Even if he just installed a spirit on a spirit, there was a certain risk. It's like giving a healthy person an arm, and this arm can't just be a decoration. It's better to be able to clench a fist and punch someone. In short, if it's not done well, it may also paralyze the healthy person. Under such circumstances, to Thor's surprise, the first person to recommend himself was Morten. But no matter who it is, it's the same to Thor. So he prepared to let Morten go first. However, the first experiment did not go smoothly. Morten's spirit body was strongly repelled by the scorpion tail needle. Before the experiment officially started, the two almost fought. After 2 experiments, Thor replaced it with the second one who stood up. And the amazing thing is that the scorpion tail needle that showed strong repulsion on Morten can get along well with him. After it adapted to this new spirit fragment, Thor began the formal fixed experiment. 3 days later, and repeatedly directed the new tail to attack Penny in the air in the room. Penny looked like she was just flying slowly, but in fact she was very agile. Although Anne's new tail was in spirit state, and moved very quickly, it still couldn't hit Penny flying at low altitude. At first, the two of them were just practicing back and forth, but somehow, they suddenly became competitive. The large living room had become a battlefield for the two of them, while Egu and Shioza huddled in a corner to watch. Egu, TSK, 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 these 2 women. Shioza, TSK, 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 TSK. Chapter 478. Soon after, Thor, who was meditating in another room, came out and saw Anne clinging to the corner like a big spider, while Penny was approaching and moving away provocatively. On the other side, Egu and Shioza were watching the fun. Sol walked to the door and put on his outer robe, and, I will take you out of the city to check the stability. Yes, master. And jumped down from the corner, and the translucent, about 3-meter-long tail was close to her body, and then disappeared. The room that Thor rented was in the city, not too close to Baidong College, but still very convenient to get out of the city. This time, in order to test Anne's stability, he planned to stay in the suburbs for 7 days. It was daytime, and there were still few people on the street. Most of the people who could move freely during the day had some relationship with wizards. Thor asked Marsh to take them to the suburbs, and they would basically eat and live in the forest for the next few days. Marsh seemed very happy. Living in a high-rise building in the city always made him feel uncomfortable. After entering the forest, the air suddenly became cool and humid. Thor asked Marsh to park the car on the side of the road, and he took it into the woods, and left the city and felt at ease. As she went deeper into the forest, she kept sweeping the leaves on both sides with her new tail. The leaves that were hit fell one after another, and when they fell to the ground, they were dry and black. This was the scorpion tail needle that Thor made specially, mainly for attack, so he did not completely remove the remaining pollution on it. And he did not have to worry about it being affected over time, because Thor could take Anne's consciousness back to the diary every few days. The diary will be responsible for cleaning her in all aspects. But the scorpion tail must be removed every time, otherwise it will be absorbed by the diary as a pollutant. Master, you haven't taken many tasks to clean up evil spirits recently? And put his hands behind his back and talked to Thor backwards. I went out frequently some time ago to get some evil spirits and find new meditation methods. Now that both have been found, there is naturally no need to go out frequently. When your scorpion tail needle adapts well, and there are no other problems, I will consider making new soul weapons. In fact, Thor had another concern, that is, he could see some changes in some people from time to time. These changes always made Thor feel that this place was not simple. And he did not plan to live here permanently, so he did not want to delve into the secrets behind it. The two stood in an open space. I will release a few 0-level attacking witchcrafts on you, and you should try to block them with your scorpion tail. After all, the scorpion tail needle is made of soul fragments and has no entity. It is naturally easy to deal with ordinary people, but if it is against the witchcraft of a wizard, you have to see if it will be directly dispersed by the witchcraft. Strengths, weaknesses, and weaknesses all need to be understood clearly. They have never been to the borderlands. They only know that it is very dangerous there, and it would be best if they could have more means of self-defense. However, just as the two of them began their battle experiment, something suddenly happened under their feet, and was retreating, preparing to use her scorpion tail to strangle the shadows that Thor had casually cast, but she suddenly felt her ankle tighten. She is a conscious being, and her perception of the container is not as sensitive as that of a normal person, so Thor, who was standing opposite her, was the first to discover the abnormality. A thumb-thick, light-colored branch suddenly emerged from the soil, wrapped around Anne's calf, and suddenly pulled it down. The branch immediately tightened around Anne's ankle, and then the nearby soil suddenly became soft, pulling Anne's calf directly into the soil. At this time, Thor had already hit the soil with a fireball in his hand. With a bang, the originally compacted soil suddenly burst open, and there were many plant roots and stones mixed in it, and was also covered in dust. But he also took this opportunity to break free from the restraints on his feet. But before he could take a few steps back, several similar branches suddenly emerged in another direction. They seemed to have identified Anne, and they all wrapped around her limbs and then pulled her underground. This time, Soul saw clearly that what was sticking out from the ground was not branches, but the roots he saw in the underground waterway last time. But why did the other party target Anne? Could it be to make a feint to the east and attack in the west? Soul immediately became alert and released the spirit armor technique. However, this time he was wrong, because those roots didn't care about him, who was a few meters away, and all rushed towards him, and immediately used his scorpion tail, which was very handy, to stab the roots, but found that these roots were not afraid of the pollution attached to the scorpion tail. The needle-shaped scorpion tail did not cause much damage to the roots, and the real threat was the evil spirit pollution attached to it. But somehow, this pollution had no effect on the roots. Seeing that the roots had no intention of attacking him, Thor prepared witchcraft with confusion. The roots were very strong. Given the previous diary reminder, Thor could not get close to them, so he decided to cast a level 3 spell to destroy them. Fire Arrow. The root monsters were very resistant to dark elements, and Thor was worried that his shadow binding could not really bind the roots, and would instead become a food delivery to the opponent. However, Fire Arrow was not Thor's main element, so it was lacking in casting speed and power, but it was still a powerful spell. Especially for creatures of wood attribute, fire is extremely restraining. When Thor's Fire Arrow was ready, half of Anne's body had sunk into the ground. Thor recalled the direction of the roots that attacked him before, and suddenly released a fire arrow towards another open space. The huge arrow burning with explosive flames drilled into the ground in the blink of an eye. Unlike the previous fireball spell, the arrow did not explode immediately after entering the ground, but released almost all kinetic energy and heat energy on the target. More powerful energy and less energy dissipation are the main differences between level 3 witchcraft and lower level witchcraft. A few seconds after the flaming arrow penetrated into the ground suddenly shook, and the open space where Thor was located, along with the surrounding trees, all shook. Several cracks appeared in the ground, and a stream of black smoke came out through the cracks. Then, Thor flew to Anne, who was half buried in the ground, and Foresaw came out from behind to hold Anne's arms and pull him out of the cracked ground. But Anne didn't know what had attacked her, and her eyes were tightly closed, motionless. Soul called her through the diary, but got no response. Just as Foresaw was about to hand the unconscious into Soul, Anne's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Her eyes were as black as ink, and her mouth suddenly opened wide. Her teeth also became huge in an instant, sticking out from the face of a cute and lovely girl, forming an extremely strong contrast. Soul's outstretched hands immediately changed from supporting to strangling, holding Anne's neck and shoulders to prevent her deformed mouth from getting close. However, a translucent scorpion tail stabbed Thor's back from behind. Thor glanced sideways, and sensed the strong fluctuations behind him, but he did not dodge or avoid them. The scorpion tail did not get close to Thor. In fact, it suddenly disappeared at the moment of action. Anne, who was just trying to bite Thor's arm like crazy, also collapsed at the same time. Thor carried it on his shoulders and looked down at the ground. After he released the fire arrow, the monster underground became quiet and did not react until he subdued Anne. Thor couldn't calibrate the strength of this root monster. He observed it for a while, and made sure there were no ambushes elsewhere. Then he carried Anne and left the woods. Originally, he planned to stay out for a few days to test the stability of Anne's scorpion tail. But just now, he noticed that Anne's condition was abnormal, and it seemed that he was polluted and alienated. Without any hesitation, he took Anne back to the diary in an instant. The scorpion tail connected to Anne was naturally recovered at the same time. In the end, Thor could only carry a corpse back to the roadside. Marsh had just laid down on the frame, and was ready to sleep, when he saw Thor carrying Anne out of the woods, with a gloomy face. He jumped out of the car quickly. "Master, what happened?" Thor didn't say anything in detail, but just got into the carriage road. Go back first. Chapter 479. On the way back to the temporary residence, Thor had confirmed that the scorpion tail that was stored in the diary had been destroyed and absorbed, and he was very depressed. Before, Thor always removed the scorpion tail needle before storing it in the diary. But today the situation was urgent, and then suddenly lost control, which made Thor wonder if the pollution attached to the scorpion tail affected An's mind during the battle. In addition, there was a root monster under his feet that might continue to attack, so Thor could only deal with An's problem as soon as possible and take him away. However, compared to the loss of the scorpion tail needle, the sudden attack on An by the root monster was more serious. Those roots looked thin and soft, but they were actually very tough and could not be cut by ordinary weapons. When he saw that An's scorpion tail needle had no effect on the roots, his brows furrowed even more. The roots were not afraid of being contaminated by evil spirits. The most important thing was, they were just roots. What was connected to the roots? Did Kismet want to send the big tree for him? After hurriedly returning to the temporary residence, Aga came up to him. Master, why did you come back so suddenly? Sol told Aga what happened in the woods today. At this time, An also recovered. And why did you suddenly lose control just now? Sol asked her. An was still a little dazed in the diary. I am not very clear. I just feel that there are suddenly many more thoughts in my consciousness. There seems to be something disgusting in those tree roots. Tree roots? Are you sure it is tree roots? Well, when I was unconscious, I could vaguely feel that the plant behind the roots was a big tree. Can you find out where the tree is exactly? No, the tree is far away from me, and I was not very clear at the time. Herman, who was watching from the side, said with some fear. These roots are so powerful. If it is the big tree, wouldn't they all reach the strength of the second level? Agu, who was sitting next to Thor, shook his head. Master encountered the root monster in the city, and also in the suburbs outside the city. If the monster can move, it's fine, but if it can't move... Morton added to Aga's unfinished words in his diary. If the tree can't move, the range of its roots is too large. Sol understood what they meant. According to the strength of the roots, plus the range of the roots, the tree might be able to match the combat power of a city. If it can destroy a city in one fell swoop, doesn't it mean that the tree has the strength of the third level? Thinking of this, Thor immediately had the urge to leave here. But after thinking about it, he didn't really run away. It's not been 1 or 2 years since the construction of Archaeoster, and there are no rumors that wizards have been in trouble because of tree monsters. Besides, it's normal for a monster to appear in the wizard world. Can he choose a safe place to stay? There are not enough witchcraft materials for Thor to study in such a place. Thor took a deep breath. It's not clear why the tree monster attacked him, and should not go out casually during this period, and you Agu too. I go to Bidon College to get some information. Sol did what he said, and went straight to Char. People like Char who always think others will hurt him don't like to go out. Sol went straight to the door to find him. As expected, Char was at home, but this time he didn't let Thor in. Tree roots? Char was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, I heard that there was a big tree in Archaeoster, but that tree was burned down many years ago. Burned? Thor suspected that the tree might not have been burned. Hasn't there been any cases of plant roots attacking people before? Char spread his hands. Anything can attack people in ancient St. Paul, plants, animals, monsters. Even if there were roots attacking people before, we can't be sure if it was the roots of the same plant. Thor thought for a moment and asked again, why are there so many evil spirits in ancient St. Paul? Is there no other way to prevent it except to capture them? When asked this question, Char's expression was a little wrong. He licked the corner of his mouth and said in a low voice, if you really want to know, just ask Dean Pound. It was Dean Pound who took the initiative to promote the prosperity of Archaeost. He stood in the shadow under the eaves, his expression gloomy. You always have to pay a price to get something, don't you? Char should know some truth, but he was obviously unwilling to tell Thor. After Thor left, he followed Char's advice, and went to see Dean Pound. But he did not ask about the cause of the strangeness in Archster City. Even if he asked, Dean Pound would not tell him. Thor took advantage of the incident in the suburbs to ask Dean if there was any new progress in the research on the root monster. He noticed that Dean Pound was panicked for a moment when he heard that the root monster appeared in the suburbs. However, the other party quickly covered up the panic as surprise and expressed his suspicion that the monster that appeared in the underground sewer last time had left the city. He told Thor that he could tell Kent the whole story. Kent was responsible for the evil spirit incidents that were difficult for the sweepers to handle. He would gather people, share intelligence, and organized people to focus on conquering the evil spirits that a small number of wizards could not resist. After Thor learned about it, he asked casually, "Has Kit always been responsible for the evil spirit incidents?" The dean told Thor that it was another wizard before, but after that wizard died unexpectedly in a battle with evil spirits, it was Kent who took over. After Kent took over, very few wizards died in battles with evil spirits. Dean Pound told Thor that if he found any threat, he could tell Kent, and he was still very enthusiastic. A wizard? Enthusiastic? Thor thanked the dean on the surface, but actually left Bidong College with a complicated mind. Now he was basically sure that the dean knew about the root monster. Dean Pound might even be the one who cultivated the root monster. Last time, he specially called Thor to the bell tower and showed him the rhizome trapped in the test tube, which might be to test how much he knew about the root monster. Test whether he has obtained part of the root system. The witch Beth, who appeared in the bell tower at that time, should also be related to this hidden monster. There are many wizards in Archaster, and there are more than one outsider. They are so vigilant against Thor, probably because they are worried about Gorza behind Thor. This also shows in disguise that the hidden troubles of Bidong Academy cannot be solved by a formal wizard. After this incident, Thor did not show any abnormality afterwards. He even participated in the sweeper's mission more frequently, just to collect new evil spirits. Although the scorpion tail needle was accidentally consumed without any success, it also proved that Thor's idea of soul arming was correct. He wanted to collect as many evil spirit fragments as possible during his time in Archaster, and it would be best if he could arm all 4 consciousnesses. During this period, I don't know if his several complaints alarmed the people in the dark, and he never encountered root monsters again. At the same time, after several actions, Thor also found that when an evil spirit is just born, it can be subdued in the easiest way. Since new evil spirits are always born in Archaster, Thor can completely leave the guard team and find new evil spirits by himself. So, Penny, the nightmare butterfly, was sent out by Thor to look for abnormal spirits growing in dark corners every night. But what Thor didn't expect was that the first person to bring him the news of the new evil spirits was not Penny, but Shizuo. Chapter 480. Izzy followed the crowd and squeezed into her apartment. There were too many people who needed to use the elevator. Izzy looked at the dense crowd in front of her and decided to take the stairs with the other group of people. After the diversion of each floor, when Izzy climbed to the 17th floor where she lived, there was no one around her. Entering the 17th floor, Izzy just saw the door of the elevator open and 2 people squeezed out. She recognized them at a glance. They were the couple living next door. "Good evening." Izzy smiled and greeted the other person. The person on the other side just nodded lightly, his face full of fatigue. Izzy knew this couple before, and once lived in the town next to them. The people were very warm. However, soon after entering the city, he was bound by the iron cage, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Izzy returned to his rented room, and just after closing the door, the smile on his face could no longer be maintained. So tired. Izzy's hand pressed somewhere on the wall skillfully, and the room immediately lit up. The mysterious witchcraft facilities that had once surprised Izzy a year ago were no longer impressive. Izzy shrugged, lowered her head, kicked off her shoes, and walked towards her bedroom. This small suite was shared by her and another girl. The two met through the agency, and each had a lock on the bedroom. But after a year of getting along, Izzy rarely locked the door now. The light in the center of the room shone on Izzy, and her shadow was cast on the wall. The shadow was very strange, much thinner than Izzy. It was like a skeleton without flesh and wearing clothes. She didn't pay attention to the shadow on the wall, but immediately threw herself on her bed and buried her head in the pillow until she felt suffocated and turned over. "I still miss the days on the farm." She sighed softly. Life in the city is tiring and boring, and there is no possibility of promotion. How can people in the book be so smart and come up with so many ideas? Although life in Gloucester is very convenient, work almost fills the girl's whole day, leaving her with less and less time to do other things. Moreover, her work is very monotonous and boring, which is to make a part of a certain witchcraft prop. She has no idea what magical prop facility her work will become in the end. The core information is completely confidential to ordinary employees like them. In fact, I have made a lot of money. Izzy took out the deposit receipt from under the pillow. 1, 2, 3. I never dared to think of such a large amount of money before, or I can take this money home. Izzy calculated the total of these receipts, and the amount she would lose if she withdrew her money early. 10 minutes later, she lay back on the bed, holding the receipts in her hands. How about another 3 years? At this time, she heard the sound of the door opening next door. In order to calculate how much money she had earned, Izzy had secretly locked the door to avoid being seen by her roommate, who came back. So when she heard the sound of the door opening, she turned her head to confirm it. It was indeed the door of the bedroom next door that was opened. It was strange. Her roommate always came back later than she did. When Izzy came back today, she saw that the lights in the living room were not on, and the door of the bedroom next door was closed. She thought her roommate had not come back today either. She stuffed the documents back under her pillow and prepared to put on her shoes and go over to say hello to her roommate. Just as she lowered her head to put on her shoes, she suddenly heard the handle of her door move twice. Izzy paused and looked up at the door. Then she clearly saw that the copper handle of the door slowly turned half a circle. Click, click. The handle was stuck in the middle and couldn't turn anymore because Iz had just locked it secretly when she was counting the money. The copper handle turned back and then slowly twisted again. Iz should have shouted, I'm coming, and then went to open the door. But today, for some reason, she looked at the slowly turning handle and felt a little scared. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. She suddenly felt that the person opening the door might not be her roommate. But if it wasn't her roommate, who would be the person coming out from next door? Could it be a thief? The door handle turned again, but it was still stuck in the middle. Then, the person behind the door gave up. Iz heard the footsteps gradually moving away, heading towards the door. Listening carefully, the footsteps were also very strange, as if they were stepping on a shoe full of sand. Iz was a little nervous, wondering if it was really a thief. But the high-rise buildings made by the wizards require a pass to enter each floor. The door outside the room also requires a pass to open, and only the door in the bedroom has an original lock core. Izzy had put on her shoes and tiptoed to the bedroom door. At this time, the footsteps in the living room had gone away. Izzy carefully unlocked the door, opened it a crack, and looked out. Her door was diagonally opposite the main door, and she saw someone opening the door and going out. That person was Izzy's roommate. The other person was walking out with his head down, and the expression on his face seemed a little blurred at the junction of light and darkness. Ah, it's really her. Izzy breathed a sigh of relief, and his shoulders slumped. Really, she didn't say anything all the time, which scared me. Just as Izzy was about to say hello to her roommate, she saw that she didn't notice her and closed the door and left. The door closed with a heavy bang, which scared Izzy. She pushed the bedroom door open completely and looked at the door in confusion. What's wrong with her? Did she have trouble leaving the job? The roommate came a few years earlier than Izzy. Recently, she has been complaining about being too tired at work and too constrained in life. She has already planned to leave and return to the small village where she originally lived. It is said that she has even written a resignation report. So the roommate has been very excited during this period. But she looked a little strange today. Iz was a little worried and wondered whether to catch up with her and ask her. She just came over to turn the handle of her bedroom. Maybe she just wanted to talk to her. But as soon as she walked out, she found that the ground was full of black footprints. Oh my God, what did her shoes step on to make it so dirty? Looking back again, Iz found that there was a black handprint on the handle of her bedroom door. How come her hand? Halfway through, Izzy suddenly became very scared. She quickly retreated to her bedroom and locked the door. She didn't even dare to stay in front of the door, but took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and wrapped herself tightly with the quilt. For a moment, several strange stories circulating in the city appeared one by one in Izzy's mind, causing the girl's muscles to tremble uncontrollably. In the corridor, the girl who had just left the room lowered her head and walked slowly. But it took her more than 10 seconds to walk the distance of 3 or 4 meters. Then she stopped in front of a closed door. She turned the door handle first, but without a pass, the door could not be opened at all. The girl stopped moving, as if she was hesitating, as if she was thinking. Then she raised her hand. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the door several times. A voice came from the room. Who is it? The girl looked dazed and did not speak. Instead, after hearing the voice responding, she knocked on the door several times with more force. Here, here. This time, clear human voices, and the sound of rapid footsteps rang out from behind the door. The girl with a dazed expression raised her lips slightly. However, at this moment, a black tentacle suddenly stretched out from the stairwell and swept the girl away in an instant. Then, the knocked door opened and a man walked out. He looked at the empty corridor in confusion, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Who is it? The wife shouted in the room. No one. Is Xiaobao knocking on the wall again? Beat him. The man shook his head and smiled. Just as he was about to go back, he saw a few more black spots on the door. He reached out and touched it, and fine black flakes began to fall from it. Chapter 481. Soul stood in the stairwell, watching the girl with her hands, feet, and mouth tied up struggling convulsively. As the girl struggled, her skin cracked a little, revealing the black stains inside. Some tiny black particles fell from the cracks in her skin, and soon formed a small pool of pointed dust on the ground. Thor saw through the crack in the stairwell door that the man inside had returned to the room, so he asked Foresaw to continue helping the girl to go up. Occasionally, someone would pass by Thor and the girl on the road, but neither of them noticed that there was someone walking beside them. Thor walked up the stairs to the top floor, his temporary residence. When he got here, the girl's skin had cracked and deformed severely due to her struggle, and the whole person had almost turned into a ball of black charcoal, like a charred corpse. Master? Aegu and Morton came up. They took the girl from Foresaw, easily subdued her, and trapped her in a witchcraft circle. There are 5 more magic circles next to this one, trapping the evil spirits that Thor brought back when he was on a sweeper mission. The charcoal girl is the 6th one. I didn't expect that Penny didn't find any evil spirits every day when she went out, but one just appeared downstairs. Foresaw shook off the dust on her body, and then approached Thor with her mouth open. Thor stretched out his hand and scratched Foresaw's chin. Well, this time it's your credit. Foresaw twisted her body happily, like a dancing snake. Thor looked at the motionless black charred corpse in the magic circle. He had encountered this kind of charred corpse once before, but the evil spirit was finally taken away by Kent, who was in charge of the dispatching task at that time. Thor did not stand out when others were present, so he did not gain anything at that time, only some magic crystals. But Thor also paid attention to the characteristics of the evil spirits. If there was a suitable one, he would use magic crystals or other witchcraft materials to exchange the evil spirits obtained by the other party. Therefore, he has accumulated a lot of evil spirits these days. This time he discovered that the evil spirit he had just obtained was the same as the one Kent had taken away last time. Thor took the evil spirit away. This evil spirit was not very useful. He went to Bidong College. These were things he discovered openly, and other people might have noticed it too. It was not surprising that Thor told the dean. As a result, when he was heading to the college, he met Julie on the way. Julie looked solemn, and was also walking towards the college. Wizard Thor. Julie's face immediately became more smiling when she saw Thor. What a coincidence, I met you today too. Do you still need to exchange for evil spirits? It is no longer a secret that Thor is on a mission to collect new evil spirits and exchange them with others. Some wizards know that Thor has rare witchcraft materials, and even want to take the initiative to exchange with Thor. Thor looked at Julie, and directly stated the purpose of his trip. I recently discovered a new evil spirit. They have the same characteristics, but the locations where they appear are far apart, so I guess there is a new source of pollution. The evil spirits of Archaster often appear alone. Generally, some ordinary people or spirits are alienated by the magic or mental radiation that exceeds their tolerance limit. But in rare cases, there will be several similar evil spirits appearing together. This situation is generally caused by a pollution source that is very dangerous to ordinary people. If this pollution source cannot be removed, similar evil spirits will continue to appear. Although these evil spirits are not powerful, they are also fatal to ordinary people. Many manufacturing industries in Archaeoster City require ordinary people to complete basic work and require a lot of manpower. Therefore, every time a pollution source that will cause a large number of casualties is encountered, it will be removed as soon as possible. More rewards will be given to those who report the source of pollution. Who knew that after hearing what Saul said, Julie's face also showed solemnity. You also encountered similar evil spirits. The two compared their own situations, and found that the new evil spirits they encountered were actually the same. They were all charred, shriveled and thin, as if they were charred corpses that died in the fire. But they looked like ordinary people. When they were attacked, their skin cracked and the black powder inside was exposed. However, what worried Saul even more was that the evil spirits that Julie and he found all appeared in different corners of the city. This means that the pollution source will not be fixed in one place, which makes it more difficult to clean up. The two people have always believed that there is a dangerous pollution source, but when they go to find Dean Pound, the latter is busy with something and just asks them to tell Ken about it. Julie agreed with a smile on the surface, but after leaving the academy, she whispered to Soul, if you leave this matter to Kent, it will probably be left unresolved. Soul's eyes flashed, pretending not to understand. Do you think there is something wrong with Kent? Julie rolled her long white hair with her fingers, and said casually, who knows? Anyway, he has been collecting evil spirits recently. If we go on a mission together, He will take away all the evil spirits in the end, and he hasn't gone to the academy to exchange them. What Kent Wizard did is somewhat similar to Thor. Julie probably meant that Kent Wizard wanted to collect evil spirits, so he would not deal with a pollution source that could mass-produce evil spirits. If Kent was informed of this matter, he might find a way to use the pollution source. After Sol reported the incident to the academy, he asked Xiaozhou and Penny to explore the temporary residence to see if there were any other new evil spirits. Xiaozhou did not find any other evil spirits, but Penny noticed a girl. Her name is Izzy. She is the roommate of the evil spirit that Brother Sol caught last time. I found that her condition was a little bit wrong. Penny danced in the room while telling what she found. I found that she always smelled burnt, and her shadow had problems from time to time. Sol, who was helping and adapt to the new soul weapon, stopped what he was doing. What's wrong? Penny flew over, looked at him with 4 spider legs behind her, and flew to a higher place. Her shadow doesn't match her body, hee. There must be pollution hidden in her body, but it hasn't erupted completely yet. Sol thought for a moment and said to him, "You and Aga continue to adapt to the new soul weapon. I take Morton out to sea." Originally, after the scorpion tail needle was absorbed by the diary, Sol wanted to let it undergo a new transformation, but for some reason, and strongly requested to continue using her for experiments. And it also adapted well to the new soul weapon made by Thor, the poisonous spider. Thor didn't know the reason, but he could only think that it was originally a mixture of multiple souls, so he could adapt well to other spirits. So now, only Herman was still lying alone in the diary. Thor arranged the tasks of others and prepared to take Morton, who had the strongest combat power, out to see the girl named Iz. But just when he arrived at the door, the communicator in the room suddenly rang. Thor picked up the transmitter, but he didn't expect that the person on the other side was actually Shea, who had never actively approached him. "Shea, I found a new evil spirit, but it is very dangerous, and I can't deal with it alone." "Shea, wouldn't you have given up the mission immediately in this situation before? Life safety is above all else. This is Shea's belief." Shea was silent for a few seconds after being told by Thor, and finally whispered, "I only called you and Shea Julie. If you want to participate, come to my residence within an hour." After that, he turned off the communicator. Morton said on the side, "This person may have hidden something and didn't say it in the transmitter." Shea nodded. "If this is not a trap, then things that can make people who cherish their lives take risks. Naturally they will not take risks. And they are more likely to die." Chapter 482. In fact, according to Thor's original intention of coming to Archaster, he didn't want to cause any more trouble, but now he has tasted the sweetness of collecting evil spirits to assemble soul weapons, so the current collection efficiency is not good enough. In fact, Thor still wants to go to the Borderlands now. He knows that the evil spirits there are much stronger than Archaster City in both quantity and quality. When he thought about being able to use such powerful evil spirits for experiments, Thor was so excited that he couldn't calm down. As for the danger, Sol felt that with the diary in his possession, he couldn't find a safe place to hide. It would be better to take the initiative. 30 minutes later, Sol appeared in front of Char's villa. Before he could knock on the door, Char pulled him in like a thief. Inside the room, Julie was already waiting in the living room in a cool outfit. However, Char didn't provide tea or even a seat. Julie didn't know how long she had been waiting, and she was angry with her arms around her chest. Seeing Thor, Julie turned around and said, "Fortunately you didn't come at the last minute, otherwise I don't know how long I would have to stand here." Char refused to say anything before you came. Char poked his head out of the window near the door and looked around, then pulled the curtains and kept a distance from the two people and said, "This matter is very important. Every repetition may alert that person. Of course, I have to wait until everyone is here before I say it." "Then you can say it now?" Julie said unhappily. "No, I actually secretly notified Wizard Jonah, but I don't know if he will come." "Didn't you say that you only notified Wizard Julie and me?" Sol said with a smile. "Sorry, that's also for the sake of caution. Before you agree to come, I naturally can't tell you all the members' information." Xia said sorry, but there was no apology on his face. So Thor had to wait for another half an hour with Julie. But this time Julie was not as bored as before. She was not interested in the suspicious Char, but was much more enthusiastic about Thor, who seemed cold but polite. But Thor sometimes acted like a child who knew nothing, and even ignored her warm invitation several times. So in the next half an hour, Julie started chatting with Thor again to enhance their relationship. Thor did not deliberately avoid her like last time. At that time, he had no target in Archaster, but now he became interested in the frequent appearance of the charred corpse evil spirits. While dealing with Julie's vague seduction, he dug out more information about the evil spirits from her. After waiting for half an hour, Char finally left the gate. "Let's go!" Wizard Jonah did not show up at the last second, and Char's face was not very good. "Hey, this is the first time you let us enter a room other than the living room." Julie glanced at Char and said teasingly. "No." Char still kept a distance of 3 meters from the two of them, and said it a little stiffly. Under his leadership, Thor and Julie came to the basement. After passing through several tightly closed doors, they finally saw Char's destination. "What is this?" Julie opened her mouth wide. "Teleportation array?" Sol was also very surprised. He didn't expect to see a teleportation array here in a first-level wizard. All witchcraft related to space is not simple witchcraft. For example, the space compression technology in the space bag that Sol bought is the secret of Bidon Academy. Although there are wizards in other places who can master this kind of technology, no one has spread it widely. In addition to some old factors that are cherished by themselves, the more important thing is that the knowledge of witchcraft will bring unimaginable dangers to those who cannot master it. Just like a child holding a sharp blade, the first person he cuts might be himself. So when Thor learned that Bidong had a magic item, like a compressed bag, he had to buy one even if it cost a lot of money. Because it was unknown when he would see a space item that could be exchanged next time. And the space crossing technology in the teleportation array is even more difficult than the space compression technology. Therefore, many second-level wizards may not have this array. For example, Thor's mentor Gorza did not have it. However, Gorza is more likely not to need it. He is a homebody wizard who can move in space, but doesn't like to go out. When they saw the teleportation array, Thor and Julie's first reaction was to memorize the runes on it, but they found that there was a layer of cover runes on the array halfway through, and what they saw now was not the real array. Well, there is really no free lunch in the world. Thor retracted his gaze, and was already thinking about how to get the teleportation array. "Char, when did you set up a teleportation array in your home? You didn't use all the magic crystals you earned to build this array, did you?" Julie and Char are more familiar with each other, so she is more straightforward. "Humph." Char curled her lips. "This world is so dangerous, and there are enemies everywhere, so I must prepare a retreat. You don't have to think about this teleportation array. I will naturally move to another place after I send you back." Julie curled her lips, not surprised that Char would say that. Thor didn't say anything, and glanced at the magic circle again before following the two people in. When the three stood still, Char whispered a spell, and the magic crystals around the magic circle began to shine, and the light immediately obscured the surrounding scenery. Thor felt dizzy, and his head and feet seemed to have changed positions, and then changed back. The distance of this space teleportation magic circle is probably much farther than the distance of the instructor's teleportation. At least the teleportation of Instructor Gorza would not confuse Thor's sense of space. Thor couldn't see the outside world clearly at this time, and he was subconsciously a little nervous. He couldn't help but want to use the new meditation method to observe his surroundings, but was stopped by Penny. "Brother Thor, you can't look around when teleporting, otherwise you may look at the unknown existence in the space crack." Thor stopped observing immediately. "I don't know much about space witchcraft. Are you saying that when teleporting, there will be space cracks around me?" "Space cracks, it sounds like a very scary thing." "Yes, the space teleportation array is actually to find a safe space crack to allow matter and spirit to be teleported together. But if something unexpected happens along the way, then matter and spirit may not reach the end." After a few seconds, or maybe a few minutes, the white light dissipated. Sol and Julie looked around at the same time, and found themselves in a cave. The cave was very humid, and the air was salty and fishy. They seemed to have come to the seaside. Sol asked Penny to go out and see where this place was, while he talked to Char. "You deliberately used the space teleportation array to take us away from the academy. Is it because what you found is related to the people in the academy?" As Char closed the array, he answered Thor, "Yes. You know, I have always been afraid of death, so I will pay attention to everyone's possible conspiracy against me." Julie rolled her eyes helplessly. If Char hadn't spent a lot of magic crystals to use the space teleportation array, she really didn't want to hear the other party's conjectures. But Thor was very supportive. "So, what conspiracy have you discovered?" Although there were only 3 of them here, Char lowered his voice. "I found a group of similar evil spirits. They looked normal on the outside, but were like burnt corpses on the inside. Before they exploded, they could pretend to be normal for more than a day." In the darkness, Char's eyes were burning. "And after my tracking and investigation, I found that these evil spirits had one similarity in their lives. Don't keep us in suspense. Julie knew that Char was finally going to get to the point, so she hurriedly urged him. Char ignored it, and waited for a few seconds until the atmosphere around him became heavier before continuing. Someone is secretly contacting those who want to leave the city, saying that they will help them go through the procedures for leaving. But those who are taken away by those people will eventually become evil spirits and return to their jobs. They will work until their bodies can no longer support them, and then infect the next person before their human skin is completely torn apart. Hearing this, Julie seemed to have thought of something and raised her hand to her lips. Thor sighed in a low voice. This is really working to death. Chapter 483. Through Xia's description, Thor believed that someone was deliberately preventing ordinary people from leaving the city. However, the way of preventing them was too overbearing. If you want to leave, you must die. At first, Thor couldn't figure out why they did this. It's actually very simple to prevent ordinary people from leaving. No matter how many ordinary people there are, they have no ability to resist wizards. As long as the Archaeologist City or the Bidon Academy puts out the wizard's shelf, they can prevent people in the city from leaving. But the person who secretly created the evil spirit did not use the power of the wizard, but used the most hidden and fierce method. His real purpose may not only prevent people from leaving. Someone is preventing ordinary people from leaving the city. Char finally concluded, now it is only targeting ordinary people, but I suspect that they may prevent wizards from leaving the city in the end. Just in case, we must discuss countermeasures in advance. Sol and Julie looked at each other. They all thought of the previous point, but they didn't expect that Char had extended it to the point where wizards would also be targeted. Isn't this possible? Julie didn't agree with Char's idea. Ordinary people have no means of resistance against evil spirits, but we are official wizards, who can trap us in this way. Thor did not immediately deny Char's guess but asked him, who do you think is preventing ordinary people from leaving? Char looked at Thor seriously, his face full of solemnity. I don't know. Julie's upper body trembled. You don't know why you are so serious? Char didn't think there was anything wrong with his words at all. He turned to Julie. It is precisely because we don't know that it is more terrifying. Julie was thoughtful after hearing this. Thor asked Char, although you said you didn't know, you must have some doubts in your heart, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't just look for us. Char's shoulder muscles were tense, looking very unnatural. Anyway, I will suspect all possible enemies. Then why don't you suspect us? Julie asked, biting her lip. She didn't have much contact with Char. She could think of the reason why Char invited Thor and Jonah, but not her own. So she had some doubts. Does Char like her? Jonah never goes out to catch evil spirits, he only focuses on doing experiments. He doesn't understand the evil spirits now. So, everyone knows that he just left the Wizard Tower and came to Archaeoster, and it is impossible for him to have any relationship with the forces here. As for you? Char looked at Julie with a complicated look. You major in light attributes, and you are very weak. It is too difficult for you to control evil spirits. As soon as Char said this, Thor immediately felt that Julie beside him suddenly burst into anger. Thor coughed twice, not wanting to waste time listening to other people quarreling. So Wizard Xia, the purpose of calling us here should be to find a way to secretly destroy the pollution source, right? Do you have any clues? Xia said directly. I have someone here who should have been targeted by the pollution source. I will mark him, and find the location of the pollution source. Then we will work together to find a way to eliminate the pollution source. At the very least, we must find out whether they will target us wizards. Thor crossed his hands, and tapped the back of his hand with his index finger. He just found a clue like this. Julie was not optimistic about such a rough plan. You just said that there are many candidates hiding behind this pollution source. What if we can't afford to offend them? If we can't afford to offend them, then we should run away immediately before they set their sights on the official wizards. Xia said firmly, and it was obvious that he thought so. When making a plan, the first step is to think of a way out. No wonder he is still alive with his character. Julie was just told by Char that she was weak, so she said unhappily, I am afraid that you will be discovered when you are tracking me, and you will not be able to run away if you want to. I do have this concern, so I waited until we got 3 people together before proposing this plan. Char's eyes swept over the 3 people. This way, when I run, there will be others to share the pursuit with me. Julie rolled her eyes fiercely. What if I don't participate in your plan? Then I kill you here. Julie was shocked. She had been with Char more often, so she knew that although his tone was calm, he was probably telling the truth. If Char really wanted to kill her here, Julie had no confidence that she could escape. This Char had a foul mouth and a problem with his brain, but his attack power and control ability were quite terrifying. What if we promised you here, but later regretted and withdrew? or even publicize this plan, what would you do? At this time, Thor asked. He asked this question not because he would do this, but because he was worried that others would leak the secret. He didn't like being betrayed by his companions. Xiao understood what Thor was talking about, and he took out 2 scrolls from his sleeves. This is a secret contract, a product of the contracted fairy. We agreed on the content, wrote it on it, and signed our names, so that we don't have to worry about someone leaking our plan. Contracted fairy? Thor took the scroll and unfolded it to examine it carefully. Xiao did not stop him. If a wizard wants to sign a contract, he must first understand the content and carrier of the contract. If Thor did not check carefully, Xiao would suspect that Thor had some conspiracy. How did you do it? There is not only a space teleportation array, but also a secret contract for contracting fairies. After Thor checked it, Julie also took it and looked at it carefully, with an unbelievable look on her face. Fairies are much rarer than the elves and dwarves in the past. The birth and living places of fairies have never been recorded in low-level wizard books. Maybe high-level wizards know more, while low-level wizards often only hear the name of this race. Only companion fairies, which need to live with wizards, are relatively common. And contract fairies are even rarer than companion fairies. You don't need to know the source. Char retorted Julie's question. Contract fairies are also called curse fairies. Once you violate the contract they witnessed, you will be harassed endlessly. Perhaps because he was afraid that Thor didn't understand contract fairies, Char took the initiative to explain. They may not be able to kill you, but they will wait until you are doing a critical experiment, and suddenly come out to mess up, making your years and decades of hard work go down the drain. Or when you are in danger, it will push you and make you lose the chance to escape. And you will not know when its revenge will end, and you will live in anxiety forever. Thor clicked his tongue. The consequences of violating the contract are really troublesome. At this time, Penny whispered in Thor's ear, Brother Thor, if you can kill the cursed fairy that appears, you don't have to worry about paying the price of violating the contract. Thor immediately asked Penny in his heart, how strong is the cursed fairy? That? Not necessarily, they always attack by surprise. My former master said that a 3rd-level wizard was also fooled by the cursed goblin. He didn't die, but his body mutated uncontrollably during a key experiment. Anyway, he hadn't appeared for a long time before my master died. Okay, I see. To put it simply, I can't afford to offend him now. Thor admitted his defeat. Chapter 484. The cost of violating the secret contract is terrible, so if you want to sign this contract, you must avoid language traps. After referring to the diary's no opinion, Thor decided to participate in Char's action. And when Julie saw that Thor agreed to sign the contract, she hesitated for a while, and expressed her willingness to participate. In general, the interests between the 3 of them and Baidong Academy are not close. Although Julie and Xia are both honorary tutors of Baidong Academy, they do not have any research projects or promotion needs that require support from Baidong Academy, so they can put more energy on the task of being sweepers. This is actually the fundamental reason why Char only summoned them. This is what Thor figured out when he and Char began to discuss the content of the contract. As for Jonah, who didn't come today. Although he taught students in the academy, it can be seen from the fact that he didn't care where he would do experiments, that his research mostly depends on himself and the magic crystal. So Char also wanted to call Jonah today. It's a pity that the latter didn't come for some unknown reason. The few people spent some time to determine the content of the contract. You can't not constrain, but you can't constrain too much, which will lead to the violation of the contract if you are not careful. When the content of the contract was decided and Thor and the other 2 signed their names on it, they really discussed the detailed plan to find the source of pollution. After the preliminary plan was made, Char sent the 2 back to his villa. Then he watched them leave. Thor walked out of the academy, but did not go home immediately. After wandering on the street for a while, he returned to Char's villa. When Char opened the door and found Thor, he was not very surprised, but a little helpless. Julie just left, and you came right after. I knew you were interested in that thing, but I really won't sell it. Soul smiled and said, I came here just because I thought Julie should have left. Char was stunned and curled his lips, so I said Julie was too stupid. Her actions were easily calculated by a newcomer. You can listen to my offer. Even if you are not satisfied, I can check your dream again for free. No need. I have my own way to make sure the evil spirit is left. Although he said this, Char still opened the door and let Thor in. The 2 stood in the living room. Although Julie's strength is average, she became a formal wizard 20 years earlier than you, so she still has some good things in her hands. But I became a formal wizard 10 years earlier than her, so I don't like any of Julie's conditions. But Thor, you are from the Wizard Tower, and your mentor is now a 3rd level. So I want to hear what you have to exchange. Sure enough, the background of the Wizard Tower is still feared and envied. Although Thor was very interested in the space teleportation array, he would not lose his mind. Before I quote, I need to know whether you have completely mastered the formula for constructing the space teleportation array, or whether you just use some kind of witchcraft props to directly set up the array at the designated location. Char was so surprised when he heard this. Sometimes, I really doubt whether you have set up a monitoring spell here. Char took 2 steps back and looked at the blind spots in the room, or did you deliberately leave something in my house? Of course not. Thor secretly hooked his fingers and asked Penny, who was flying around the room, to return to his spiritual body. This is just a reasonable guess. Char didn't quite believe it, and still looked up and searched around him. But of course, he couldn't find anything. Well, it's actually the second one. I got a set of witchcraft scrolls, which drew this magic circle, which can arrange the space teleportation magic circle at the required location. It was indeed the case. The reason why Thor had the above guess was that when he observed the witchcraft magic circle that Char the wizard had arranged, he found that the other party's magic circle talent was not particularly outstanding. When Thor was dreaming, Char controlled his magic circle, and Thor was confident that he could easily break it. It would be difficult for Char to build a space teleportation magic circle by himself. So Thor guessed that someone else or something else might have helped Char build the magic circle. And given Char's character, he probably wouldn't let others know his escape route. Okay, you know what you want to know. Then what do you want to use to exchange the magic circle with me? Unless necessary, Char will always act alone, right? Thor suddenly said something that seemed irrelevant. Char was stunned, frowned and said impatiently, Of course, I can't be sure whether my companions will betray me. But there are actually many inconveniences in acting alone, and there are also some simple but risky actions that you need to do by yourself. In this case, you may just give up, resulting in a direct loss of possible benefits. Char said indifferently, Compared with life, a little benefit is nothing. But if there is a way for you to completely control a person to do things for you, control his life and death, and don't have to worry about betrayal, wouldn't that be better? He can even help you resist danger. Char's eyes lit up a little bit. Do you know any kind of mind control technique? The magic of controlling people's hearts is at least something that can be done by a 2nd level wizard. But there are parasitic magic similar to mine, which can make the parasitized person completely obey your command, and life and death are also in your hands. Char's heart was obviously moved, his hand on his chin, thinking seriously. I know that Char always avoided danger before, but you can really try to actively test the danger, and then consider whether to avoid or solve the problem. Char, we are wizards. If wizards only think about avoiding, they will sooner or later be attacked by the backlash of knowledge. Soul said in a low voice. In the wizard world, danger is always hidden in the unknown. If you stand still, you will be dragged into the abyss of danger by an invisible hand. If you only think about safety, don't become a wizard. This sentence applies to wizard apprentices as well as formal wizards. After Thor persuaded him a few more times, Char finally agreed to the exchange. However, his exchange condition was, You give me the parasitic magic, and I will set up a space teleportation array at the place you specify. The smile on Thor's face disappeared. Do you think that if I tell you where to set up the array, this array can still play a concealing role? But I can't give you the scroll directly. Compared to taking the initiative to attack, I would rather master the ability to escape. Char held his chest high, not intending to give in at all. Then it seems there is no room for negotiation. Soul turned around and made a move to walk out. Wait a minute. But Char stopped him. He hesitated for a moment and came up with a new idea. In addition to setting up a teleportation array for you, I can lend you the scroll for 3 hours to copy. Soul asked directly, Is there a concealing array on the scroll? Yes, but if you have a strong talent for arrays, you can calculate the original array by peeling off the concealing array yourself. Thor sneered, It's easy to say, but it's hard to even accurately transcribe in 3 hours. You have to lend it to me for at least 3 days. That won't work. Char raised his voice, but immediately lowered it, at most, 1 day at most, and you can only transcribe it here. You don't need to talk about conditions, just say whether you agree or not. Thor thought about it for 3 minutes this time. If the array is drawn incorrectly, if I go in and teleport, will I die? Char nodded, of course. There is a high probability that I will be torn apart by the space rift, and a small probability that I will fall into an unknown place, and it is almost impossible to reach the other end. It's really dangerous. Soul lowered his head. Okay, I agree. Start transcribing now. Char's muscles twitched, suppressing the corners of his mouth that were about to rise. Well, let's go to the room we were in last time. I stand in the defense array and open the scroll. You can only observe from the outside, and you can't come in, otherwise I kick you out of the room. Humph. Soul was a little dissatisfied and snorted. But his attention was on the diary in his spirit body. Diary, brother, I haven't bothered you for a long time. But you see, the space teleportation array is really too dangerous. You don't want me to be torn apart when I teleport, right? Chapter 485. Before copying, Thor directly handed the parasite witchcraft he got from Luo Kai to Char. Char did not hesitate to unfold the scroll with the space teleportation array in front of Thor, and then lowered his head to check the new witchcraft. Thor took out the chair paper and pen from the storage device and quickly calculated and copied. Not only did he have to copy, but he also had to take this opportunity to completely analyze the original space teleportation array. On the other side, Char also took the time to look at the parasite witchcraft that Thor gave him. As for what Thor could copy, he didn't care. Anyway, Char didn't think Thor could unlock the structure of the space teleportation array, and he even doubted that Thor couldn't copy the entire array completely. But anyway, he and Thor had completed the exchange, so he didn't need to worry about whether the other party could copy it completely. So Thor stayed in Char's villa for a day and a night. During this period, he also sent the Nightmare Butterfly to secretly explore Char's room. Except for some places with strict protection, Penny basically explored Char's residence. This Char is really afraid of death. Traps and hidden magic arrays are set up in almost every room. Just to maintain the daily operation of these magic arrays, a large amount of magic crystals is needed. The next day, when the time for Char to copy Thor was about to end, Thor suddenly stood up from his chair. He carefully put away a piece of paper, then raised his hand to burn the pile of waste paper at his feet. Char, who was also absorbed in reading the notes opposite, was awakened by Thor's movement. He looked at the ashes around Thor with some doubt, and then looked at the clock above his head, confirming that there was more than an hour left before the time they agreed. Have you finished copying? Char also stood up. He had been sitting on the ground before. I've finished copying. Soul put away his desk and chair again, glanced at the notes in Char's hand. I won't delay Char's wizard research. Soul said goodbye to Char, who looked puzzled, and then left his villa. Halfway, he sat in the carriage and looked at the magic circle he had just copied. Although he tried his best to purse his lips, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise high. During this day and night, with the full cooperation of him and the diary, he actually analyzed the space teleportation array on the scroll. Of course, it is usually a second-level wizard who sets up this kind of magic array, but Thor's mental power is extremely strong, so he can also give it a try. It will take a few materials to set up this array. Well, it's better not to bother two masters, so you can just ask the wizard Xia to buy them. Although Thor taught Luo Kai's parasite magic to Xia, if Xia wants to conduct experiments as soon as possible, he must cultivate suitable parasites. Although Bidon Academy has recruited many wizards and apprentices, according to Thor's observation, no one cultivates parasites. In this way, Xia the wizard does not know how much time and energy he needs to spend to find suitable insects. But Thor has ready-made parasites in his hands. When Thor collected Luo Kai's consciousness, he asked Luo Kai who else he had planted parasites on. After confirming the personnel, Thor took away the remaining materials that Luo Kai left in the wizard tower. Among them were unfertilized parasites. He could take some of them out and exchange them with Char for materials to set up the space teleportation array. In this way, except for the wizard Char, no one else would guess through the materials that Thor had the ability to set up such an array. As for the wizard Char, he had hidden the array so well before, so naturally, he would not spread the news that Thor also had the array. Otherwise, even if they had agreed not to spread the news that he had the space teleportation array, others might have guessed that Thor got the array from Char. For the wizard Char, who fears danger and death, telling Thor's secret is definitely not worth the loss. Thor returned to his temporary residence with joy, and immediately sent people to guard the girl who lived downstairs as agreed. The girl had some abnormalities, and following her might find the evil spirit that turned ordinary people into charred corpses. However, what Thor did not expect was that before the girl he was watching got into trouble, he himself was found by an unknown thing. That night, Thor was exhausted from copying the magic circle, so he decided to have a good sleep to recover. But just as he lay down on the comfortable big bed, he heard some strange noises under the bed. Crack, crack, crack. Swish, swish. Thor sat up from the bed. He put his hand on the mattress, but suddenly found that the mattress, which was originally soft and hard, suddenly became uneven. He looked down and saw that the originally white bed sheet was covered with blurred faces. These human faces seemed to grow out of the mattress, covered by the sheets, revealing only a little outline. Thor immediately jumped off the bed. A ball of fire rose in one hand, and with the other hand, he violently tore off the sheets. However, when Thor was about to throw the fireball in his hand, he found that the mattress underneath was clean and flat. Where were the human faces? But the strange sound continued. And the sound was near him. Thor lowered his head, and saw that the sheets he was holding were piled weakly on the ground. But the shape of the pile was a little strange. It was as if there was a person under the bed sheet. Thor's heart skipped a beat, and a black tentacle emerged from his palm, immediately wrapping the bed sheet tightly. But after the bed sheet was torn, there was only a ball of air underneath. Swish, swish, swish. A strange friction sound began to come from under the big bed in front of Thor. Thor frowned and took a step forward. However, just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt that he had fallen into a deep pool of water. His lungs were so stuffy that he felt like he hadn't breathed for a long time. In the cold water, something was caressing his limbs, preventing him from spreading his arms and paddling. There was a faint white light above his head, and the water surface seemed not far away from him. Thor struggled to kick his legs and tried to float to the surface. Something was wrapped around his legs, as if it didn't want him to leave the bottom of the water. Thor wanted to look down, but he had to float to the surface to breathe because he was suffocating. His arms and legs were restrained, so he could only stretch his neck to breathe. Finally, his head broke through the water. When Thor opened his mouth to breathe, he found that the feeling of suffocation suddenly disappeared, but something covered his face. It was a white bed sheet. At the same time, in Thor's peripheral vision, it seemed that hundreds of people were crowded around him. All of these people were like him, stretching their necks and opening their mouths, trying to breathe in a breath of fresh air, but their mouths and noses were covered by the bed sheet. At this time, Thor suddenly saw a ball of red shaking gently on one side through the bed sheet. He suddenly realized what it was, and was shocked. "Penny!" Thor called out in his heart. "Thor, brother." Penny's response was like an echo in the mountains, faintly drilling into Thor's ears. The next second, the red ball on the bed sheet began to approach him. The heat evaporated the air, and the bed sheet began to turn yellow and twist. "No, I obviously didn't." Thor was squeezed by the people around him, and couldn't stretch out his hand at all. His eyes turned to the corners of his eyes, and stared at the red ball. "Penny!" Just when he called out Penny's name for the second time, he suddenly disappeared under the charred bed sheet. Then, Thor opened his eyes, and found himself curled up in a small place. The whole body was white, and under his feet was a familiar floor. He raised his head slightly, and his body, and the white made a strange friction sound. Then Thor saw the white above his head gathered in one place, and piled up. The wrinkles there looked like someone was holding his hands outside. Chapter 486. Thor finally understood where he was imprisoned. When he pulled off the bed sheet, and found nothing on the bed, he thought there was a person hidden in the bed sheet on the floor. But he didn't expect that he was the one hiding there. Then what's next? Thor had seen through the white bed sheet, and saw a black shadow wrapped around him, about to tighten. "Penny!" Thor called again. "Thor, brother." Penny's voice still seemed as far away as the horizon, but when Thor heard her voice, it disappeared at the moment when the black hideous tentacles tore the sheets. He opened his eyes again, and saw that he was still lying on the bed. Under him was a flat sheet, and a mattress of moderate hardness. He jumped off the bed immediately, but the whole bed did not move. Thor could still recall the feeling of his heart beating faster just now. Was I dreaming just now? He covered his chest. At first, I still remembered that I was a wizard, but when I was transferred under the sheets, I seemed to have forgotten this. Whether struggling underwater, covering his face with the sheets, or curling up in the sheets, he never thought of using witchcraft to solve the problem. Apart from calling Penny, I actually forgot all the means of self-protection. Soul's face darkened slightly. He didn't know what his dream meant, or whether someone had tampered with it. Then he suddenly felt that the surroundings were too quiet. He raised his head, and saw that the room was empty, with only him. And he also felt a little uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell where he was uncomfortable. No, this is still a dream. Thor immediately activated his mental power, and tried to wake himself up. But he immediately found that his mental power and magic power could be activated freely, but he couldn't wake up from the dream. Thor tried a few more times, and still stayed where he was. It seems that this dream is not simple. Was I attacked by others? The diary in his mind was still there. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. Even if his dream was controlled by others, the other party would definitely not be able to forge a diary. Thor opened the diary in front of him and turned to the page with Hermann, the only one still in it. Master, what happened? Through the diary, Hermann saw the outside world, but he immediately found something wrong. Master, you. What did you find wrong? Sol knew that Hermann in the diary might have seen something, and immediately asked. Master, why are you standing upside down? Hiss. Thor took a breath of cold air, and goosebumps instantly appeared all over his body. The moment Hermann reminded him, Thor finally understood why he felt uncomfortable. Because he was upside down. No, Thor looked around. Not only him, but his house was also upside down. It was because he saw that there was nothing wrong with the surrounding scenery that he didn't realize that he was upside down. Thor took 2 steps, and immediately felt that the gravity was not right. The friction of the clothes was also problematic. It seemed that something was helping him maintain his inverted state. Penny! Thor continued to call Penny. He suspected that Penny's voice was so far away before because she had not entered this strange dream. Brother Thor. Penny's voice was still far away, but it was not as vague as before. He seemed to have broken through a barrier just now. Thor did not see anyone else in the room, and was also curious about why his room had become inverted. He slowly walked to the window and looked outside. It was pitch black below the building. When Thor looked down, something seemed to be growing and moving in the darkness and silence. Thor leaned his upper body out of the window, holding the window frame with one hand, and looked up carefully. Above his head, where the sky should have been, it was now a land burning with pale flames. The gravity above the land seemed normal. The flames rose upwards. The land was dry and cracked, with no grass growing, and only the pale flames burning with unknown fuel. At the junction of the white flames and the earth, some charred residues can occasionally be seen. That should be the burnt wreckage. It is no longer possible to tell what the wreckage originally looked like. Sure enough, my feeling is right. I am now upside down, or hanging upside down. Realizing this, Thor used the flying technique to make himself airborne, and then held a window and flew out of the tall building. When he left the original room, he saw the world more clearly. The whole city was upside down, and under the buildings that he could see, Thor vaguely saw some branches and vines of plants clinging to the bottom of the buildings. The original streets disappeared, and all the buildings were built. No, it should be said that they were tied up by branches and hung upside down in the air. Thor narrowed his eyes and looked at the soles of his feet. Sure enough, he saw some small, curled new buds on the uppers of his shoes. Compared with the huge and rough branches on the buildings, the branches under Thor's feet looked fresh and lovely, with a pale green glow. Thor freed one hand, and the secondary flame bead appeared in his palm, and then shot to the soles of Thor's feet in the blink of an eye. When the flames brushed the soles of his shoes, the newly grown buds instantly became dry and twisted, and then gradually charred and shattered. When the branches entangled at his feet were scorched, the strange upward pulling feeling instantly disappeared, and gravity became the main theme again. The sudden restoration of gravity made Thor, who was performing the flying technique, fall to the ground in an instant. If one of his hands had not been holding the window, Thor would probably have experienced a free fall. At this moment, Thor only felt that his body was hit by something, and then his eyes blurred, and the inverted city, the burning earth above his head, and the huge plants all disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he actually saw several faces. A silver butterfly, as if made of metal, struggled to get out from the gap between the faces. Great, Brother Thor, you finally woke up. Penny was about to land on Thor's face, but was beaten by another person. Master, Woo-Woo, are you okay? And, with a pale dead face, pounced on Thor's chest. Outside the diary, the consciousness body has been walking with the corpse of the wizard tower as a container. Because the container is a dead object, they are not as free as ordinary people when controlling the body. Especially, there are rarely any expressions on her face. But this time, Anne was tearful. Ignoring her abnormal skin color, she looked just like an ordinary girl. Sol helped him sit up by the shoulder she leaned on, and found that he was still lying on the bed. He turned his mental power around and found that the surrounding things were clear, and the fluctuations emitted by several consciousness bodies were stable. This time he finally came out of the dream. With the nightmare butterfly, how could someone do something to his dream? If someone had tampered with his dream, then the person behind the scenes might not be simple. Thor looked serious, stood up and carefully checked his body. There was no scar. He looked up at the 3 people in the room. In your opinion, what just happened? It was Egu who spoke. Although he was not the strongest in his lifetime, his extensive knowledge and the most stable soul made him the boss of the 4. Master, after you fell asleep just now, the fluctuation of magic power on your body suddenly became smaller and almost undetectable. The nightmare butterfly immediately realized that you might have been attacked in your dream. But when it tried to enter your dream, it couldn't. The silver butterfly landed on the tip of Thor's hair and supplemented Agu's words. To be precise, I didn't find you in your dream. But thanks to the great diary, there is still a vague connection between you and me, so I can hear your voice and call you over and over again. After that, I have been trying to pull you out of the dream, and I finally succeeded just now. But hearing this, Thor shook his head, but based on my experience just now, I should have been kicked out of the dream. Chapter 487. Ah, is he kicked out instead of being pulled out by me? The little butterfly flapped its wings. No wonder I was thrown so far away just now. Soul stroked his chin and roughly described the dream he had just had. My dream just now seemed to be divided into two layers. One layer was a dream where I would be attacked, and the other layer was an inverted city with no one else but me. And when I burned the branches on my feet, I was kicked out of the second dream by some force. That is to say, the first dream is aggressive, but the second one is not sure. If you kick yourself out of the dream when you find something unusual, the second dream is relatively peaceful. Agu also helped Soul analyze. Woo woo woo. And was a little abnormal. She just hugged Soul's arm and cried. It is not certain at the moment whether the strange dream I just encountered was contaminated by me or someone was attacking me. Soul tried to pull his arm out of Anne's arms, but failed. He had to pause his analysis and look at Anne. Because she was using the body of a dead person and cried without tears, but from the other person's eyes, she could see that she was really sad. And why are you so emotional? Thor probed into Anne's consciousness with his spirit to see if she was also contaminated. But no, Anne's consciousness was still clean, but it seemed a little unstable because of emotional fluctuations. I just feel that I didn't protect you well. Now, Agu and Morton both realized that it was abnormal, and is different from other consciousnesses. She is actually a piece of soul fragments and has a new self. But because of this, her condition may not be as stable as other consciousnesses, and the probability of accidents is also greater. Although the initial examination was fine, Thor decided to let Anne return to the diary first. Regardless of whether Anne's soul has problems or is contaminated, as long as she returns to the diary, everything can be restored to factory values. Anne pouted, somewhat reluctantly, Master, you are in danger just now. I'd better stay outside to protect you. Who knows what the dream just now means? Soul thought that going back to the diary and finding time to pull people out would be a little more troublesome and consume magic power and mental energy, but it would be safer to do so. It could protect Anne and check if there were any abnormal factors on her body. But Anne didn't want to. At this time, Agu said, then let her stay outside. If we go back to the diary, we have to remove the spider's legs and put them back, which is cumbersome and time-consuming. Soul looked at Agu and saw that the latter looked back firmly, so he agreed to his suggestion. At the same time, a black vine-like tentacle came in from the gate, came to Thor, opened its mouth, picked up a pen, and wrote a word on the paper, I. Is there any response from Iz? This was the agreement between Thor and Shiozao, to let Shiozao send a clone to follow Iz, and if there were traces of evil spirits in Iz again, Shiozao would immediately come back to report. Although Thor and Char Wizard agreed to follow the clues found by Char Wizard, Thor also wanted to take action at the same time to avoid the conclusion being too one-sided. I just had a strange dream, and something went wrong with Iz. Are the two related? Thor thought, if I was attacked in the dream, who was the attacker? I was attacked just after I came back from Char. Could it be that the content of our agreement was leaked? If they had just planned to secretly track down the scorched evil spirit and Kent Wizard, and this matter was known to others, then Thor would have to consider whether to continue the action. The others were still discussing what Thor saw in his dream, when the communicator in the corner of the room suddenly rang. Thor picked up the communicator, and heard the voice of Shea the wizard. My clue has moved. You rush to the clinic on 5th Avenue as soon as possible. Thor held the communicator, tightened his fingers, and made a decision in an instant. I'm doing a key experiment here. I need to go there later. Huh? You don't want to run away? Or come and watch me experiment? Thor said deliberately in a bad mood. That's not necessary. Okay, how long will it take you to finish? If you don't have time, I start with Baimao first. Soul knew that Char didn't want to mention Julie's name directly in the communicator. But you said Baimao? Who wouldn't know it was her? Half an hour. The other party breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour should be fine. We go first. If the location changes, we leave a mark at the entrance of the clinic. Char turned off the communicator first. Thor turned around and said to the people in the room, Agu, you continue to try to assemble the second soul weapon. Morton, You come with me to Izzy's place." He finally looked at him, and "You stay in the room and cooperate with Agu, and pay attention to the alert for any abnormalities." Xiao Zhao and Penny naturally followed Thor. Penny especially flew directly into the diary. Soul's dream just now made her a little uneasy, so she had to hide in Thor's spirit body to avoid losing contact again. Several people acted separately, and Thor and Morton also separated halfway, preparing to observe the evil spirits around her from different angles. Izzy, who was targeted by Saul, didn't know what happened to her. Her roommate had recently disappeared, and the security team just came to check the room and took away all the roommate's belongings. As the roommate of the missing person and the last person to see her, Izzy was only questioned for half an hour before being released. After that, Izzy's life seemed to be back on track, and the security team never came again. Even the landlord posted the rental information of the next door to the agency again. No one around was talking about the missing persons, and everyone seemed to have quickly forgotten a strange neighbor. Everything went smoothly, but it made Izzy, who was at the center of the incident, feel frightened. Why is everyone's reaction so calm, even indifferent? This reminded Izzy of some rumors he heard before joining archaeologists. Some people say that if you get too close to wizards, you will easily encounter dangerous and strange things. Ordinary people should live in ordinary cities or villages. Don't dream that you can become a wizard if you are close enough to them. You will only attract the attention of the devil. But those who said these words were basically the old people in the village. Other young people, on the other hand, yearned for the city life described in storybooks. In addition, occasionally people who came back from Guster exaggeratedly talked about how convenient their life was in the city, and how much money they made. Most people were eager to enter Guster. After entering the city, it found that everyone's description of Guster was not wrong, but it was very one-sided. They all hid the unsatisfactory things in their lives. Working long hours of boring and monotonous work and a regular and rigid schedule were so depressing that people could not breathe. Coupled with the recent disappearance of her roommate, Izzy was determined to return to her hometown for the first time. This morning, Izzy used her once-a-month leave opportunity to apply for resignation and leaving the city to return home at the city hall. But she did not expect that resignation was easy and could be approved in 3 days, but leaving the city to return home would take 3 months. The staff said that, in order to investigate Izzy's information records in the city, if Izzy has debts or other matters to be repaid, the information cannot be sealed and she cannot leave the city. In other words, it is to prevent Izzy from fleeing the city because she has left some trouble for archaeologists. Chapter 488. After receiving this result, Yit was frustrated and rescinded her resignation. She had to continue working for 3 months to maintain her life in the city. "I can only resign after the approval is given." Yitz returned to the rental house, entered the bedroom, and locked the door. Since her roommate disappeared, Yitz would lock the door every time she returned to the bedroom. She threw the application receipt and other information on the cabinet beside the bed, and then laid down on the 1.2-meter wide single bed. But just after lying down, she sat up again. It's so hot. Why do I always feel so anxious recently?" Iz sat up and pulled her collar. It was already the end of September, and the weather had turned from the previous hot weather to cool, but she became more afraid of heat. It seemed as if there was a fire burning in her body at any time, making her feel upset. Just when Iz was thinking about whether to take a shower in the public bathroom, she suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the next room. It was like someone was dragging their feet next door, and the soles of their shoes made a long and harsh friction sound against the ground. Izzy's hand that was shaking her collar stopped instantly. She didn't dare to move her body, and her eyes turned to the wall next to her. What's going on? Why is there a sudden movement next door? The walls inside the room here are relatively thin, and in the past, if the movement was a little louder, it might be heard by the roommate. But it was the first time that Izzy heard footsteps that seemed to be someone walking next door. Could it be that a new person has moved in, and the landlady hasn't had time to tell me yet? Thinking of this, Izzy's stiff body gradually softened. Really? Shouldn't you tell me before someone else moves in? Izzy's hands continued to pull at her collar, relieving the heat radiating from inside to outside. Although she was a little impatient and unhappy, she still stood up and prepared to meet her new roommate, even though they might only spend 3 months together. However, as soon as Izzy stood up, the communicator in the corner of the wall rang. This communicator is usually placed in the living room, but because Izzy is the only one living here, for convenience, she took the communicator to the table in the bedroom. When the pleasant ringtone of the communicator sounded, the footsteps next door suddenly stopped. Izzy didn't notice this, but picked up the communicator. "Hello." Izzy, the room next to you was rented out today. It turned out to be the landlady. She was called the landlady, but in fact she was only responsible for renting out the room, and the real owner was unknown. Well, I know. Ah, you know, well, he should move in tonight, but he doesn't have the key. Since you are at home, help him open the door. The footsteps next door sounded again. Izzy's hand holding the communicator was shaking a little. You mean, he hasn't moved in yet? Of course, if someone else moves in, I will definitely tell you first. Izzy didn't say anything else. Hello? Hello? The landlady's doubtful voice came, and after several times without getting a response from Izzy, the other party mumbled and turned off the communicator. Izzy still kept holding the communicator, stiff in place. If the tenant next door wasn't a new tenant, then who could it be? Her ears stood up like a rabbit, listening intently to the footsteps next door. The kind of footsteps that dragged so long that it seemed as if they couldn't lift their feet. The sound came from behind the wall beside Izzy, and moved towards the door little by little, and then... squeak. The door was well maintained, and there was only a little sound when it opened. Izzy couldn't hear this sound normally, but for some reason today, she heard it very clearly. Then, she heard the footsteps approaching her bedroom door. Under Izzy's stiff gaze, the door handle slowly turned. Just like the day her roommate disappeared. Exactly the same. Izzy didn't dare to move. She was afraid that her movement would trigger something even more terrible. My door is locked, and the people outside can't open it. If they can't open it, they will leave, right? However, the door handle that was only twisted a few times last time turned faster and faster this time, and it turned more and more violently. Several fixing screws were obviously shaking, and then the door handle turned faster. The door lock and door frame made a high-frequency collision sound, which seemed to hit Izzy's heart. Suddenly, the sound disappeared. The door handle stopped turning, and just hung loosely on the door. Has the person outside left? Izzy still held the communicator tightly in her hand, almost crushing the shell. But the footsteps she expected to go away never sounded. Is that person still standing behind the door? At this time, the communicator in Izzy's hand suddenly rang again. Izzy's hands trembled, and she almost threw the communicator away. In panic, she wanted to press the close button, but accidentally pressed the answer button. The landlady's voice sounded again. Izzy, your new roommate is here now. He can't open the door. So, I asked him to knock on the door, and you open the door, okay? As the landlady spoke, the knocking sound of dang 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 sounded. Izzy suddenly turned off the communicator. She heard that the door that was knocked was obviously her bedroom door. Moreover, the same knocking sound was heard from the communicator, which had a delay of a few seconds in information transmission. This must be a dream, right? Izzy was numb with fear. If it is a dream, please let me wake up quickly. The knocking sound only rang once, and then quieted down, as if the person outside was politely waiting for the girl to open the door. Yes, I locked the door, and the outsiders can't come in. Izzy felt that her throat was dry, as if it was burning. She wanted to drink a sip of water, but she still didn't dare to move. Just as she couldn't help but turn her head to look for the water cup on the table, she saw a dark shadow approaching her left face little by little. Someone outside. Came in? Ah! Izzy couldn't hold it in any longer and screamed, her voice almost piercing through the doors and windows. Ah! Just as Thor was about to lower his head to check the evil spirit in his hand, he was startled by a scream from the other side of the door. What's going on? Is there another evil spirit inside? Thor immediately reached out and twisted the lock of the door in front of him lightly, breaking it, and pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the room, Izzy leaned back limply, and Xiaozao was wrapped around her waist to prevent her from falling. When Sol entered the room, Xiaozao raised her head and looked at Sol helplessly. Well, it's not your fault, she was just too nervous. Sol recalled the situation when he just came to this room, and comforted Xiaozao, who was inexplicably aggrieved. At that time, Sol came to the outside of Izzy's rental house, and used the silent portal to open the door directly. When he looked up, he saw a black shadow kneeling outside one of the doors. A closer look revealed that the shadow was not kneeling, but a charred corpse. Because both legs had melted away, it could only move slowly by relying on its knees. The other party had no hands either, and was using its uneven, charred skull to press against the door handle. It was a newborn evil spirit. Thor said nothing, and swung out his tentacles from his palm, almost breaking the other party in half as soon as he met them. Then he took out the round-bottomed bottle that sealed the evil spirit, and put the already immobile evil spirit into it. Just after doing all this, he was startled by the screams in the room, and almost broke the bottle he had just filled. After comforting Xiaozao, Sol walked over and prepared to put the unconscious girl on the bed. As a result, when he held the girl's wrist and wanted to pull her up first, the resistance in his palm suddenly disappeared, and the arm that was exerting force was pulled back. Sol lowered his head and spread his palm, and saw that he was holding a wrinkled flesh-colored glove. On the opposite side, the skin of the girl's left hand, who was rolled up by Foresaw, began to break from the wrist. And the flesh exposed after she lost her skin was like a carbonized corpse, shriveled and charred. Chapter 489. Damn it! Sol threw away the human skin in his hand, and went forward to check on Izzy's condition. The girl's skin became wrinkled almost instantly. This was not because her skin aged and lost moisture, but because her body under the skin was no longer plump. The shriveled body could not support the tender skin. Crack. The girl's charred left hand, which had lost its support, broke and fell to the ground, instantly breaking into 4 pieces. Perhaps the fall of the arm caused a shock, and the skin on other parts of Izzy's body cracked to varying degrees. Under the wrinkled skin, all that was exposed was black texture. If you wipe it with your hand, black powder will fall down. Such a person is obviously not going to survive. But Thor had Foresaw pay attention to Iz for such a long time, and he didn't notice when her insides turned into charcoal. Even before her skin cracked, Thor only found traces of being entangled by evil spirits on her body, and didn't find that the pollution had invaded the subcutaneous tissue. Rip. Foresaw had originally wrapped around Izzy's waist. The skin was hidden by the clothes, so it was not visible. But now, Izzy's body was slowly sliding down, and the part that Foresaw had wrapped around began to pile up layer by layer. Thor could imagine that if he left it alone, in a few seconds, Izzy's upper body skin would be taken off like a shirt. Put her down. Thor sighed softly. Foresaw quickly put the person on the ground. At the moment when the body and the ground collided slightly, a large amount of black powder fell out from the cracks in the skin, forming a human-shaped black dust circle. Master? At this time, Morton walked in from outside. I found some remnants of evil spirits in the pipe, but there are also some strange friction marks on it. He walked in and saw Izzy was shocked. What is this? I subdued an evil spirit outside. But the girl in this room is still dead. Maybe my previous thoughts were wrong. This girl, and the others who turned into charred corpses, did not die because of the pollution of evil spirits. On the contrary, they died first, and then turned into evil spirits. In that case, other factors caused their death. Morton analyzed. Well, and the transition from life to death was very fast. When I rushed into the room, she still had the breath of a living person. It took only a few breaths until she shed her skin and died. Moreover, she died from the inside. The outer skin was still intact, emitting residual vitality, so I couldn't accurately judge when she started to carbonize. As she spoke, Izzy, who was lying on the ground, suddenly moved. As she moved, more skin began to tear due to friction, and more black powder fell. The girl was like alive, stiffly, struggling to get up from the ground. When she opened her eyes, her eyeballs were still intact, but her eyes were dull, looking like 2 fake eyes. Water. A faint voice came out of Izzy's mouth. She didn't notice Sol and Morton in front of her, and turned around and slowly walked towards the table. Thor did not stop the girl's action. She is now turning into a demon. The first thing she did was to look for water. Morton nodded. It can be seen that although she has turned into a demon, she still retains a trace of her consciousness and memory before her death. Sol raised his hand, looked at the black powder on his fingertips, and gently twisted it. The last time we subdued the demon in this building, we saw it trying to open the door. Maybe the demon didn't want to open the door to kill people at that time. Morton hit his fist. It's looking for water. Thor suddenly thought of the dead agent a few months ago. The evil spirit that took him away also had black powder on the ground. And the evil spirit took people away through a water pipe. At the same time, the agent who was taken away did not appear to be charred, but there were insect legs growing under his head. It is basically certain that carbonized evil spirits cannot create new carbonized evil spirits. So the appearance of each carbonized evil spirit is due to other reasons. And this reason is spread all over the city. Thor and Morton looked at each other, both looking unhappy. Because they both thought of something that was also distributed throughout the city, or even more extensive. The big tree underground. Thor cleaned off the black powder on his palm and rubbed his forehead. Kismet, this guy, actually wanted to give me the big tree as a gift. Judging from the current capabilities of the big tree, even if Thor could deal with some of its branches and roots, he would definitely not be a match for its main body. The good thing for me right now is that this kind of pollution that will cause the inside to burn and carbonize will not be transmitted to wizards. However, the tree itself will actively attack wizards. I was attacked last time in the underground sewer and in the suburbs. That is to say, it will attack secretly when no one is around. This big tree hidden under the ancient city of Gloucester is not harmless. How could Bidon Academy, which has developed the city of Gloucester into a wizard academy of its current size, be completely unaware of the existence of the underground tree? Thor now even suspected that the person who planted and nurtured this tree was Bidon College. And Dean Pound, and the witch named Beth obviously did not tell the truth last time. They took out a tree root and asked Thor if he had collected other tree roots. This might just be to observe how much Thor knew about this tree, and to recover the roots left in other people's hands. Just as Thor and Morton were trying to figure out the source of the pollution of the black charred corpse, in a corner of the city, Sia had already met with the witch Julie. After the two of them communicated secretly, Char led Julie to the basement of the building next to them. "Where are your clues?" Julie asked Char silently using the communication technique. "I arranged for him to stay upstairs in this building." "Then why did you go to the basement?" Char turned back and looked at Julie deeply. "Because the pollution comes from underground." Julie pulled her long hair on her chest. "Are you sure? How did you find it?" "I have been observing these evil spirits of the charred corpse for a long time." "Found a feature." "What?" Julie approached curiously. As a result, Char raised his hand and used a wooden stick in his hand to push Julie's shoulder to push her away. "Don't get so close to me. Be careful to trigger my automatic attack reaction arc." Julie rolled her eyes, took a step back, and kept a distance of 3 meters from Char. "Is this distance enough? Hurry up and tell me." "I found that these charred corpses will not create new charred corpses after they appear." "You mean the pollution on the charred corpses will not spread a second time? That's a good thing. But it also shows that the source of the pollution that turned people into charred corpses is not evil spirits. At least not this kind of evil spirit. I think it should be something else, even a wizard." Julie was shocked. "You mean there are monsters or wizards attacking ordinary people? And it has been going on for a long time?" Although Julie is not that smart, as a wizard she is not that stupid. After Xia's reminder, she immediately knew that a monster or wizard that can attack ordinary people for a long time must be very powerful. But Bidon Academy did not respond to this. Could it be that Bidon Academy did not find out? Unlikely. As the issuer of the sweeper mission, they must have more information in their hands. They could not have failed to notice the data that Char could compile. Thinking of this, Julie became nervous. Her fingers holding her hair tightened unconsciously, and a few long white hairs broke and fell on her arms. Then she thought of something else. Fortunately, this pollution source currently only targets ordinary people. As soon as she finished speaking, Julie saw Xia turning back and rolling her eyes at her. "How can you think so comfortably? Now they can attack ordinary people, and in the future they can attack apprentices, and in the future they can attack us." Seeing Julie staring back at him angrily, Xia was too lazy to say anything else. "Let's go. According to the rules I summarized, my clue has been marked and will be completely contaminated, and according to previous experience, this contamination comes from underground." Chapter 490. In order to track down the source of the black charred corpse evil spirit, Char and Julie went deep underground. At the same time, they also left a secret sign agreed upon in advance on the surface so that Thor, who arrived later, could catch up. But they didn't expect that Thor would not be able to catch up this time. As a residential building, there were almost no people in the building during the day. Those who worked went to work, those who went to school, and the younger children were sent to the place where the adults worked to be taken care of. Thor planned to see what the girl who turned into an evil spirit would do next, so he did not subdue her immediately, but followed behind to observe. Morton went to another room to investigate the reason for the first evil spirit to appear. Thor crossed his arms and watched the girl raise her head and swallow all the water on the table. When the girl drank the water, her throat did not swallow at all, as if it went directly from her mouth into her stomach without any obstruction in between. After the water entered the girl's mouth, the skin on her body began to stretch. The originally shriveled body began to swell again and return to the shape of a normal person. But her skin did not recover. The girl's left hand was still charred and a little shorter. The cracks on her face and body only shrank and became less obvious, but did not heal. So drinking water can temporarily delay the cracking of the epidermis. Thor followed Iz's evil spirit and came to the corridor. It seemed to know where to find water. After leaving the rental house, he walked to the water room at the end of the corridor. However, before the two entered the water room, they saw Morton walking out of it with a serious face. "Master, something is wrong here. My earth exploration magic was blocked inside the wall." "What kind of power blocked it?" Sol asked immediately, Is it contaminating? Morton shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like contamination, but it looks like a closed effect caused by magic." Sol heard this, and ignored Izzy, who was still walking slowly, and went directly to the place near the outer wall. He pressed his hand on the wall, and the translucent tentacles of the soul fishing immediately drilled into the wall from his palm. After a moment, Sol withdrew his hand. "Someone has sealed the entire building," Thor immediately said to Morton. "Let's go back to the top floor." However, as soon as the two of them walked to the stairwell, they saw a branch thicker than an ordinary person's waist sticking out from behind the door. "Be careful." Morton immediately stepped forward and raised his hand to cast a spell. The floor tiles in front of the two were lifted by the rising earth spikes. The oncoming thick branch hit the earth spikes, and both broke at the same time. "Is this a branch?" Morton felt the powerful magic spreading on the broken branch. He glanced at Thor nervously. Thor shook his head. The diary did not mention the branch in front of him, and there were tender green buds on this branch, unlike the strange plant he saw in the underground sewer. The magic fluctuation is very stable. This is not a monster, but a wizard's witchcraft. Thor's palm immediately began to gather fire arrows. Such a large branch is at least a level 3 witchcraft. Morton's magic power is not enough, and the earth attribute witchcraft he is good at is not good at dealing with plant witchcraft. But level 3 witchcraft requires time to prepare, and Morton naturally blocked in front of Thor. At the same time, Xiao Zhao also came out to buy time for Thor. The branch that had broken off a branch on the Morton spikes rose up again, ready to attack again. However, at this time, someone suddenly interrupted the two sides who were ready to attack. Wizard Thor. The door of the elevator suddenly opened, and the first-level wizard Kent walked out. "Don't attack your own people." Seeing Kent, Thor immediately remembered Xiao's suspicion of Kent. Although the flaming arrow in his hand became smaller, it did not dissipate. But the thick branches that Thor and the others were facing immediately crawled on the ground like a puppy after Kent appeared. Kent was followed by 4 wizards. As soon as they came in, they scattered. One of them went straight to the water room and directly took the spirit of Iz, who had just moved to the door of the water room into the soul bottle. Morton was about to say something, but he saw Thor shook his head imperceptibly and closed his mouth. In addition to these wizards, Thor also heard the sound of neat footsteps in the stairwell. It seems that many wizards and wizard apprentices have entered this high-rise building. "Wizard Kent, can you tell me what happened?" Kent just walked in front of Thor. His face was very serious. "Wizard Thor, I wonder if you have noticed that we have captured many evil spirits that look like charred corpses recently." "Yes, and the evil spirit just now was also in this form. I was just trying to track down what caused her change." Kent's expression did not change when he heard Thor's words, and he nodded in agreement, and then he sighed again. "In fact, we have found the source of this charred evil spirit." Thor's eyes narrowed slowly. Kent continued, "It was Wizard Char." The air froze for a moment. "Why do you say that?" "It took us a long time to confirm it. Wizard Char is actually a man who will do anything to achieve his goal." Kent took out some information from his pocket and handed it to Thor. "In fact, I should have kept the case information confidential before arresting Wizard Char. But Thor, you are Wizard Gorza's apprentice, and I think your position is beyond doubt." Thor took the information and saw the names and information of several people clearly written on it. "These people, are they all wizards?" "Yes, Char will specifically target wizards who walk alone and don't like to interact with others. He usually pretends to be nervous and doesn't let anyone get close to him, which is also to cover up his abnormal magic and mental fluctuations. But after all, Char is only a first-level wizard," Thor said puzzledly, showing some confusion, although he is very good at escaping, but in a head-on battle. Thor didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Yes, but he also used his poor combat skills to confuse other wizards. We summarized the list of wizards who disappeared recently, and found that many of them had secret contact with Shea before they disappeared. He would take advantage of other people's sense of crisis, exaggerate certain crisis, trick others into his preset traps, and then seize the inheritance of these wizards. Thor raised his head and pinched his chin. "Shea also invited me out just now, but I happened to meet this evil spirit and was delayed." Kid immediately frowned and gritted his teeth and said, "He really did attack you. I thought he would be more considerate of your mentor. But that's right. Since you have such a great mentor, you must have a lot of good things. Since Char has killed so many wizards, his vision has become higher, and he will definitely covet the materials you brought." Thor had taken out some rare witchcraft materials in exchange for evil spirits and magic crystals before. But he was also careful not to take out too precious materials. "I was also afraid of being targeted in the ancient city of Koster. Then why did you surround this building? Thor suddenly asked. We have been tracking the source of the pollution that gave birth to the charred corpses, and then we found a similar smell in this building. Kent said seriously. Thor, you said that Char just invited you out, right? Yes. I think the reason why the pollution source appeared here is because Char invited you. Kent looked into Thor's eyes. He is sure that you can't come back. Chapter 491. Kent's words made Thor look a little uneasy. He put down his hand, turned around, and walked towards the stairwell. If Char is sure that I can't come back, then his attack will definitely target my residence. I want to go back and take a look. Kent followed Thor closely from the side. I go with you. Morton deliberately lagged behind Kent. The 4 wizards who came in with Kent did not keep up, as they seemed to have their own tasks. After entering the stairwell, Thor did not start running. He glanced at the thick branches that occupied the left passage and walked up steadily. As he moved, the branches next to him grew synchronously. Is this plant a 4th level witchcraft? Dean Pound is here too? No. The Dean will not leave the academy easily. This is a witchcraft scroll made by the Dean himself, giant tree growth. Although the power is not as strong as when the Dean casts it himself, it is enough to block the entire building. What do you think the source of the pollution is? I don't know. There are all kinds of things in this world. You may have to see the real source of pollution to understand it. Thor was silent. They walked 6 floors in the stairwell, but there were still 10 floors to Thor's room. The spiral staircase seemed to have no end, and the consistent picture up and down gave a sense of illusion of overlapping time and space. Wizard Thor, I wonder how Wizard Char deceived you to go out and find him. Kent suddenly spoke. He said, you are secretly cultivating evil spirits, specifically killing those who want to leave the city. Kent laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. Ha ha, so it's not me. If I want to cultivate evil spirits, I don't need to do this. Aren't the evil spirits born naturally in this city enough for me? Thor was silent. Kent glanced at Morton, who was watching him cautiously behind him, and asked Thor, well, Char must have woven a terrible scene for you, tricking you into cooperating with him to investigate me for your own protection, right? Almost. Thor's attention didn't seem to be on Kent. His pace gradually slowed down, and even the branches growing around him had surpassed him. I'm a little curious about how Char lies. Will he tell us some scary, strange scenes? For example, people standing upside down? At the same time, Char and Julie were running wildly in an underground garbage disposal plant. Julie was in a mess, and her skin was no longer as smooth as before. She complained, I really shouldn't have believed you. Char was alert around him, and retorted to Julie, come on, you are different from Thor. You have lived here for 7 or 8 years. You must have agreed to come here because you also found something. Julie bit her lip, I don't know anything. After running for a few minutes, the two came to a dead end. There was no way to leave upwards, and the rustling sound behind them was getting closer and closer. Julie shook her white hair and finally got a little anxious. Aren't you the best at running away? Hurry up and find a way. Strange, there was a small exit here. Char ignored Julie and just stared at the wall in front of him in a daze. How did you step on the spot in advance? Julie complained, staring nervously behind her. I didn't expect. Kent's methods were so powerful. Char's eyes rolled, as if he was thinking about how to get out. He suddenly looked at Julie beside him and murmured, could it be that Thor didn't come this time because he noticed something? That shouldn't be the case. He has only been here for a few months. How could he know more than me? How much do you think Thor knows? I think. Char was about to answer, but suddenly realized that it was not Julie who had just spoken. At this moment, Julie was looking at the road they came from with a look of horror. An old man with white hair and holding a wooden stick as tall as a person walked out of the passage slowly and stood in front of Xiaoya and Julie. Dean Pound? Julie opened her mouth in disbelief. However, Xiaoya did not look that surprised. Well, hello, Wizard Julie. Wizard Xiaoya did not look too surprised. Did you know that I was behind Kent? Xiaoya licked his dry lips, took 2 steps back, and leaned his back against the wall that had lost its escape route for unknown reasons. I don't know. At first, I just thought that even if Kent wanted a large number of evil spirits, he wouldn't need to cultivate evil spirits in secret, as he was the organizer of the sweepers. Evil spirits can't be absorbed directly, so he doesn't need so many evil spirits. Xiao looked at Dean Pound and smiled bitterly. Now I understand. If it is Baidong College that needs evil spirits, then no matter how many evil spirits there are, it may not be enough. Julie was so scared that her hair was shaking. She dared to join Xiao and secretly investigate Kent Wizard, but she didn't dare to confront the second-level Wizard Pound. She is not one of those crazy mentors in the wizard tower who actually wanted to assassinate a second-level wizard. You don't have to be so nervous. Pound raised his hand, and a white rose suddenly bloomed on the top of the wooden stick he held. You are all honorary mentors of the Academy, and I am not a murderer. Since you have discovered this secret, you can officially join Bidong Academy as a mentor. Julie's heart suddenly relaxed. She secretly released the colorful halo, but there was no black representing murderous intent or gray representing deception on Dean Pound. In other words, if she agrees to formally join Bidong College as a mentor, then she can survive. To become a formal mentor, a contract must be signed. Other mentors kept the contents of the contract confidential, but the conditions in it were obviously not too loose. However, compared with death, temporarily losing freedom is still acceptable. Julie immediately raised the corners of her stiff mouth. That's great, Dean, I'm willing to join. But Xiao was not so obedient. Dean Pound, in fact, we only found the place where Kent cultivated evil spirits, and we didn't notice what happened in the college. Pound didn't give Char a chance to finish his words. Become a formal instructor of the Academy, or try to escape. Char's begging expression immediately subsided. I know that the development of Archaster City to its current scale is all your conspiracy. Let me join? Do you think I haven't noticed that the formal instructors? Anyway, I don't care how you want to play, and I won't accompany you. As Char spoke, one hand was tightly grasping his collar. And when he said he didn't accompany him, his chest suddenly flashed a few times. Dean Pound's expression darkened. He just raised his staff a little bit, and saw Xia in front of him suddenly glowing all over. Then, the whole person seemed to be burned to ashes by the light emitted from his body, and disappeared on the spot. Space teleportation array? Pound said silently. Julie was also stunned. He actually hid the teleportation array on his body? Isn't he afraid of attracting monsters in the space gap? For a high probability of death, it is worth taking a low probability of death risk. Sometimes, I still admire Char. Dean Pound looked at the place where Char disappeared without showing any surprise or disappointment, but he forgot one thing. What? Julie hugged her chest. She felt that the Dean paused deliberately to wait for her to ask questions. In the face of absolute strength, running away is useless. Dean Pound smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 492. Deep Forest. An inconspicuous rabbit hole. The soil on the ground suddenly expanded and cracked, and then bright red blood gushed out. After a suppressed and painful roar, a dusty man suddenly emerged from the ground. Xiaoya crawled out from the ground with difficulty, looking painful. The reason for his pain was not the dizziness of space transmission. When he crawled out from the ground completely, he could see that all his limbs below the knees had disappeared. The fracture was a smooth surface, and even the sharpest knife could not cut it so completely. A large amount of blood spurted out of Char's wound. When he crawled out, he quickly turned around and cast a moderate treatment on his wound. However, although witchcraft can stop the bleeding of wounds, it cannot regenerate broken limbs. If you want to restore a broken limb to its original state with just one witchcraft without relying on various treatment experiments, then only some healing witchcraft cast by third-level wizards can do it. But Char was not panicked. When he prepared this escape route for himself, he had various first aid items nearby. But he had just climbed half a meter when a long black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. The bottom of the black robe was close to the ground, making people wonder if there was really a foot supporting it. Xia slowly raised his head and saw an unusual face. Beth. The thin black-haired woman with deep cheeks lowered her head. I'm here to invite you to become a formal instructor of the Academy. Beth only said this. Xia gritted his teeth. The space teleportation array on his chest can only be used once in a short period of time. If he uses it again, he will be torn into pieces by the space cracks. Xia looked like he was surrendering, but he was already thinking about how to use other wizard props on his body to escape. But before he could pretend to surrender to buy time, he suddenly felt his body burning and smoking. What? Xia, who valued his life very much, screamed immediately. But he had just said half a sentence when he saw black smoke coming out of his mouth. Like a burning bonfire. All the plans, preparations, and backup plans in his mind disappeared, and his last thought was just to look up at the thin black-haired woman opposite him, who had not shown her face for many years. You are the third. The voice was completely trapped in his throat, and then his body suddenly expanded and shrank rapidly. After this expansion and contraction, his body suddenly became smaller. Only the outer layer of skin was still wrinkled and attached to the body. After this, Xiaoya was silent. Beth calmly watched Char complete his transformation. Then she hooked her finger at Char. Get up and answer my invitation. Under Beth's command, Char, who had already lost his life, actually crawled up little by little. But his movements were strange, as if it was not the muscle fascia that made him move, but his bones themselves. When the new Char stood up, his mandible turned downward and made a hoarse sound. I am willing to become a formal instructor at Bidong College. Beth reached into her robe expressionlessly and pulled her hand out. In her hand, there was a small showerhead for watering flowers. Kneel down. Char knelt on one knee, like a knight waiting to be crowned. Beth lifted the small showerhead to Char's head and poured it slowly. Fine water flowed down the hole and poured on the center of Char's head. A white transparent thread slowly grew and twisted towards the showerhead, wanting to get more water. As more and more water flowed through Char's body, Char's shriveled body recovered little by little and turned back into a normal person. And his skin was also put on his body obediently. Beth took back the showerhead. You should go back to register. Xia turned stiffly and walked towards the direction of the ancient city of St. Paul. He was staggering at first, but after walking 100 meters, his movements became much more natural. Inverted evil spirit? Thor repeated Kent's question and asked in confusion, "What is that?" Kent kept staring at Thor's eyes, but did not find any flaws in his eyes. At this time, the two of them had been staying in the middle of the stairs for a while. He smiled and shook his head and said, "Nothing. It's just that the buildings in Archaster are very high, so sometimes there will be some upside-down evil spirits." Thor savored Kent's words and suddenly understood. You mean jumping off the building? He suddenly remembered a very scary short story he had heard before. Thor smiled. This is the first time I've heard of it. He turned around and continued walking. If that's the case, it's not bad. Anyway, my important materials are all on the table. This time, it was Kent who was confused by Thor's words. He didn't understand what it meant to put it on the table. But before he could ask in detail, he saw Thor suddenly quicken his pace and hurriedly followed him. Just as they were about to reach the top floor where Thor lived, a huge explosion suddenly almost pierced their eardrums. Then the ground began to shake, and the radiation alarms on each floor immediately screamed shrilly. "Did your residence explode?" Kent immediately shouted with concern. But Thor just looked at him strangely. "No, it was downstairs from where I live. There was an explosion." Kent paused, turned his neck, and looked at Thor. Thor smiled a little. "How about we go to the explosion site?" Kent looked away. "No, I ask others to go over and take a look. Your belongings are more important now." "That's fine." Thor said no more, turned around and sped up again. If the stairwell wasn't narrow, and he had to twist left and right while flying, Thor really wanted to use a flying spell to go up directly. Half a minute later, Thor finally ran to his residence. Using the pass to open the door, Thor went directly into the most critical experimental area. In front of him, and Aegu were actually fighting with figures gathered from several groups of black powder. However, they were concerned about the witchcraft materials that Thor left here, and they did not dare to release highly destructive witchcraft. In the middle of the ceiling above the two people's heads, a huge flower appeared at some point, hanging upside down on the ceiling. The flower looked like a lily of the valley, with a small mouth and a big belly. Black smoke was gushing out from the petals. When the black smoke hit the figures fighting with Aegu and the others, the figures became more solid. If this continued, unless some killer moves were used, there would be no way to eliminate those figures. Seeing this, Thor immediately stepped forward and used his most effective attack on the undead. However, those humanoid powders were only impacted by the magic power, and did not show any signs of being restrained. Not evil spirits. Thor immediately changed to the secondary flame bead. This time, the fire attribute magic was obviously more effective against the enemy than the dark attribute magic. When Thor was about to release a more powerful fire arrow, a burning fist suddenly flew out from behind him and directly shattered a human-shaped powder. "It seems that I am more effective against these monsters." "Leave it to me," Kent said, and rushed over immediately. The opponent was indeed a powerful first-level wizard. He defeated the human-shaped powder that Aegu and it had been unable to defeat in just a few moves. It was just that the high temperature ignited some furniture in the room, and also made the flowers on the roof wilt. The flower seemed to feel threatened, and it closed its petals, trying to get out through the hole in the roof. "Humph, it's too late to run now." Kent suddenly raised his hand and waved it, and a brown afterimage rushed in from the stairwell, chasing the fleeing flower and getting out from the roof. Although Kent easily destroyed several human-shaped powders, he seemed to be a little afraid of the flower. Plants made by giant trees are not very good at tracking. I go over and see. "Thor, check if there are any valuables lost." Just as Kent was about to catch up, Thor suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. Kent was held down by Thor, and could not move for a moment. He turned around and looked at Thor in confusion. What's wrong? I have to catch up and see. After turning around, Kent found that Thor was standing very close to him. Before Kent could subconsciously distance himself, countless black and gray tentacles suddenly appeared behind Thor, like a huge mouth, and suddenly enveloped Thor and Kent into the cage woven by the tentacles. At the same time, the black powder that was originally scattered on the ground suddenly jumped up and shot towards Thor, but in the end it was only deeply embedded in the shell woven by the gray and black tentacles. You want to kill me in the chaos? Kent thought that Thor wanted to take advantage of the chaos to attack him, and at this time, he was not surprised but happy, and a layer of red flames began to rise around him. But Thor looked at Kent and did not make any other attacking moves, just grinning. Don't be nervous, Wizard Kent, I just want you to see. Do I look like a pollution source? Chapter 493. Kent's body was ablaze with red flames, bringing with it a stream of hot breath. The tentacles behind him were ignited by the flames and burned to ashes in just a few breaths. When the cage that trapped the two disappeared, Kent's first reaction was not to retreat, but to move forward. The flames on his body broke away from his body like a tiger, turning into a giant net to cover Thor in front of him. The flames directly covered Thor, who was close at hand, but the latter had no intention of dodging at all. Kent was not happy to see this. He found something wrong almost immediately. He took 3 steps back, looked sideways, and the people in the room were gone, and the hole above his head that had just been pierced by the huge flower was gone. No, it's all an illusion. Kent immediately mobilized his mental power and radiated it in all directions, trying to use his meditation method to break through the barrier in front of him. And Thor, who had turned into a fireman, was still standing opposite Kent as if nothing had happened. You reacted very quickly. Humph, it seems that you didn't believe me at all, and you have joined forces with Char. You asked me to follow you up to trap me here? Kent didn't break through the illusion for the first time, but he was not in a hurry. But have you forgotten that there is a giant tree growth given to me by the Dean? Kent suddenly chanted a spell, and the sound seemed to turn into waves that could be seen with the naked eye and spread around. And the same vibration feedback came from the top of his head. Kill Thor! As Kent gave the order, the space began to tremble, and the fireman Thor disappeared. Kent knew that although the giant tree growth was a 4th level magic, it was out of the control of the 2nd level wizard, and its power and sensitivity would be reduced, and it might not be able to kill Thor. But Kent actually just wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of the illusion. As long as he broke free, it would be easy for a senior 1st level wizard to kill a wizard who had just entered the 1st level for less than a year, right? In terms of the number of witchcrafts he has mastered and the depth of his witchcraft knowledge, he, a formal instructor who has studied at Baidong College for more than 10 years, is definitely better than Thor. However, Kent tried to inject mental synchronization, energy imbalance, and other methods to try to break the illusion in front of him. But all ended in failure. He has just entered the 1st level for less than a year, and he has such a strong mental power? Or did he set up an illusion array here in advance? Although he failed to break through the illusion for a while, Kent was not in a hurry. There are still giant trees growing outside that he can control, and they will not be controlled by illusions. Thor is now missing, and he should be dealing with the attack of the giant tree. When I came here, the Dean told me not to attack Thor, so I probably won't be able to use the backup plan I prepared. But this is better. This time Thor took the initiative to attack me, so it is natural for me to fight back. Thinking of Thor's identity and the financial resources he had shown, Kent's eyes were red with excitement. That Thor was the apprentice of the master of the Wizard Tower. It is said that he has been living in the Wizard Tower since he became an apprentice and rarely goes out. In addition, with Gorza's strong training, he has no idea that wizards outside can fight openly and secretly for a little resource. Although Baidong Academy occupies a city and nearby villages and towns, but it is a force that broke out of the no man's land after all. In order to leave the no man's land, I don't know how many resources were consumed. Even the original 3rd level wizard of the academy died not long after he came out in order to break through. Thor had exchanged witchcraft materials twice in order to exchange evil spirits. Although those materials were not rare in Thor's eyes, they were already very attractive to ordinary wizards in the academy. When he thought of the other party's ordinary appearance, when he took them out for exchange, I don't know how many people were secretly ready to move. However, due to concerns about the Wizard Tower Master and Dean Pound's orders, few people dared to take action. But Kent was one of those few people. As soon as Kent found that there were evil spirits in the building where Thor lived, he immediately set his sights on this place. He used the giant tree growth to block the entire building under the pretext of discovering the source of pollution. But he didn't expect that Thor, a seemingly young boy, was also harboring evil intentions and had been prepared. As soon as Thor came in, he suddenly trapped Kent in the illusion, so that Kent's many backup plans had no room to play. The giant tree should have entangled Thor and his men by now. But the uncontrolled giant tree is dead after all. It's a pity that Thor attacked me just now, and I hurriedly used the smoke servants, otherwise I would not be able to order them to attack now. Kent had a stern face, just like he used to be, looking like a serious and rigid captain. But it was just an appearance. He stopped trying to break through the illusion by himself, and took out a witchcraft prop from the compressed bag. There is no other way, I can only use it, although I originally wanted to use it on that person after I entered the second level, but it's not a loss to use it on Thor. When I get out of the illusion, that bastard boy will die. Let him understand the difference between a senior first-level wizard and an ordinary first-level wizard. The thing Kent took out had densely packed micro gears and chains on it, and a handle that could be turned at the bottom. He held the instrument with one hand and the handle with the other, suddenly took a deep breath, suddenly gathered his mental power, and then relied on his strong arm strength to quickly turn the handle. The gears on the instrument turned into a phantom in an instant. As Kent expected, the surrounding scene suddenly melted like ice and snow. Kent smiled. Sure enough, the dwarf's things are the most resistant to mental fluctuations. However, when the surrounding scene was reshuffled, Kent frowned. This is still not Thor's room. He seemed to have come to a huge stone platform suspended in the sky. There were stars flickering at an abnormal frequency all around, and there was a huge dark red hardcover book above his head. What is this place? No, this is still an illusion created by Thor, a double illusion. Kent continued to rotate the instrument in his hand faster, but the scene around him did not change. Kent felt a little uneasy. He slowly stopped his arm, and carefully sent out his mental power. His mental power was unimpeded in this space, but the waves he sent out did not have any feedback. The books above his head, and the stone platform under his feet looked very real, but under the mental power detection, everything seemed to be non-existent. This is definitely not a method that a first-level wizard can arrange. Kent finally felt scared. How dare Gorza hand over such a dangerous thing to a first-level wizard? Isn't he afraid that the powerful radiation in it will directly alienate Thor? Kent's heart was pounding. He hadn't been so nervous for a long time. At the same time, a strong and twisted jealousy grew and spread in his heart. Why didn't he get such a good teacher? This can't go on. Thor may have means to protect against radiation, but I am exposed to his attack. Kent gritted his teeth, his expression finally twisted. He performed several self-suggestions in succession, and then took out a small bottle. The bottle contained a milky white liquid like milk. Kent pulled out the cork from the bottle mouth and poured it directly on his head. Finally, a white translucent thin line grew out from the top of his head, like a newly sprouted grapevine, winding and spreading towards the sky. At the same time, Kent scolded loudly, and saliva sprayed out without knowing it. Thor, we at Bidong Academy warmly welcome you. When we see you encounter a pollution source, we come to protect you immediately. You actually want to take advantage of the chaos to murder the Academy instructor. Do you really think that we at Bidong are easy to bully? After Kent cursed, he immediately added 3 layers of defensive magic to himself and prepared to withstand the attack. But at the same time he felt regretful in his heart. He regained his confidence. He didn't say what he said just now to Thor, but to the owner behind the tree. However, as soon as Kent finished speaking, Thor's figure appeared in front of Kent as if passing through a water curtain. So the line on your head really comes from Bidong College. Faced with Kent's request for help, Thor had no intention of stopping him. He just crossed his arms and stared at the top of Kent's head. So all the pollution and evil spirits in the ancient city of Gustar are actually under your control, and they are also the colonies you deliberately cultivated, including the upside-down tree. Kent's face changed completely this time. He didn't understand at all how Thor thought of all this. The key is that he guessed it right. Chapter 494. Does Thor trust Char? Or did he almost trust Kent? Or the kind-hearted, hospitable Dean Pound? No. Thor trusts no one. They had never grown up together, nor had they sacrificed themselves to save each other, nor were they motivated by interests. How could Thor trust a few people he had just met for less than half a year? What's more, on the first day he entered Archaeoster, he found that there was something wrong with this city. On the surface, the population was large and prosperous, and witchcraft props broke through the shackles of tradition, and were used in daily life, which was very close to a modern society. But take a closer look at the shadows under the prosperous curtain, the rigid working hours, the high-intensity work pressure, the monotonous and repetitive work content, and the frequent evil spirit incidents. This seemingly modern city with tall buildings is like a machine rotating overloaded under high pressure, and from time to time, a few screws and iron pieces of unknown use burst out, making Thor feel that everything in front of him will suddenly explode and turn into ruins at any time. Although there are a large number of wizards and apprentices who are constantly improving and repairing it, Thor does not think this is a place to live. Now it seems that the surface repair is just to cover up the internal rust. Thor opened the engine cover and saw the engine case that was leaking oil. It's a pity that he can't stay here to make money. Why did Dean Pound build this city? How many people here are human? How many people are just human skin? Kent gradually regained his composure amid Thor's questioning. This is not something you should know. Even if you are Gorza's student, you will sink into the swamp because of this. Seeing that Kent was determined not to tell the truth, Thor stopped wasting time. The other party definitely had bad intentions when he came in, trying to find out if Thor knew the inside story. The so-called pollution source was probably arranged by the other party. The huge flower buds and human-shaped smoke that suddenly appeared in the room were obviously also controlled by Kent. The other party brought people, powerful witchcraft, and the identity of a local snake. Thor couldn't fight him. Therefore, when Thor entered the room and confirmed that there were no other wizards around, he immediately launched his most powerful witchcraft on Kent. Conscious battlefield. Kent was caught off guard, or rather, he had never expected that Thor would attack him first. Without any preparation, he was easily pulled into the battlefield of consciousness by Thor. Therefore, even though his mental power was actually quite strong, he was captured before he could put up any resistance. However, just as Thor's body gradually softened and completed the transformation from a human to a monster, he felt a burning pain coming from under him. Looking down, the platform under Thor's feet turned red, as if there was a raging fire burning underneath. Thor's lower body, which had already turned into a tentacle, soon made a sizzling burning sound under such scorching. As expected of a wizard close to the second level, you are the first person who can actively change the surrounding environment after entering here. It seems that when I pull the second level wizard in the future, I must be prepared to fight on the platform, Thor said calmly. And Ken on the opposite side was already shocked. His third level magic earth core Doomsday was another one he used in another fire explosion. Based on the principle of volcanic eruption, this unique witchcraft was transformed. Both the magic power and destructiveness were several times stronger than normal third level witchcraft. But the flaming slurry that was supposed to erupt directly only heated the ground here. Kent didn't believe it, and he didn't care that Thor had discovered his sneak attack. He mobilized his mental power again, chanted spells, and output magic power crazily. But the stone slab under Thor's feet only became a little redder, and still did not achieve the effect he wanted. Yes, let's stop here today. Although I major in dark attributes, I have also mastered some fire attribute witchcraft. Since you offer it to me, I will accept it with pleasure. Kent still doesn't understand what happened. But he has figured out that his current location is definitely not caused by an illusion. He even suspected that he had entered a world side. But the world side cannot move at will. Kent's throat moved up and down, and finally gave up. The support that should have arrived in seconds has not appeared yet, and he no longer intends to continue fighting with Thor. He believed that he would not lose to Thor in a head-on confrontation, and he had a great chance of winning, but who would have thought that this place was so weird? A wall of fire suddenly rose in front of Kent. This was just the most common firewall spell, and he did not expect this witchcraft to hurt Thor, so as soon as the huge fire wall blocked him and Thor, Kent turned and ran. The platform was not big, and he only ran a dozen meters to the edge. Looking down, there was actually a starry sky under his feet. And behind Kent, several tentacles had passed through the barrier of the firewall, like a giant palm with more than a dozen fingers, fiercely slapping at the position where Kent was. My witchcraft won't work if I stay here. I can only wait for death. Kent's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Why not try this strange space? Thinking of this, the burning tentacles were behind him. Kent no longer hesitated and jumped. As soon as Kent left the platform, all the flames and heat disappeared instantly. But the burns left on Thor's body did not recover. Thor, who had regained his human form and had a large area of burns on his body, came to the edge of the platform and looked down at Kent's figure getting farther and farther away in the starry sky. Master. At this time, Herman emerged from the diary. Just now, Thor did not let him out, because this was no longer a battle he could participate in. Unless he underwent a powerful soul weapon transformation, Herman would have to sit on the bench in the future, and then make room for a newcomer when Thor ran out of black pages one day. When Herman thought of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Even though he didn't even have sweat glands. I have never done an experiment to let a spirit jump off a platform. Thor's voice was very calm. Every time he entered the battlefield of consciousness, his emotions would be shielded by the nightmare butterfly to the maximum extent, thereby extending his stay on the platform. Therefore, Thor was also in the most danger at this time. Herman slowly moved to Thor's side and stood on the edge of the platform. The platform was obviously stable and there was no howling wind, but Herman still felt frightened. It was as if several hearts had grown in his consciousness, and then they were beating wildly at different frequencies and amplitudes. He didn't understand how the wizard named Kent had the courage to jump down. When Herman lowered his head, he found that although Kent had jumped down for several seconds and his figure was almost invisible, he could inexplicably see Kent's face. Especially, he had been facing away from the platform and suddenly turned back. That face was full of fear, as if he had seen a terrifying existence that he had never imagined in his life. What did he see? Herman, who was highly nervous, trembled all over and almost fell off the platform stupidly. Finally calming down a bit, he turned his head to look at Thor, who was just talking. Thor obviously saw Kent's expression, but compared to Herman's nervous fear, Thor's face was full of curiosity. Thor even raised one foot and hung it in the air. The stars twinkling around suddenly sped up, as if a group of people, thousands of people, were blinking desperately. Master, I think you should not use yourself as an experiment. Herman suddenly wanted to slap himself when he said this. Persuading Thor not to experiment on himself, was he going to experiment on him? But what Herman was worried about did not happen. Thor retracted his foot. What are you worried about? Didn't you react even if you didn't read the diary? After a while, a black light suddenly flew up from the endless starry sky, and then sank directly into the huge hardcover book above Thor's head. The diary shrank to the size of a palm, and then lazily flew to Thor's palm, clattering. Opened, revealing a new black page. Chapter 495. Thor. Snap. Shuar closed the diary. It's not peaceful outside yet. We interrogate Kent after we leave Koster. After saying that, Thor disappeared from the platform without waiting for Herman to nod. When he opened his eyes, Morton rushed over. At this moment, countless eyes suddenly burst out from Kent's face standing opposite him. It was burst, not grown. Like a cake that suddenly expanded in the oven, Kent's head almost tripled in size in an instant, and countless thumb-long cracks appeared from his cheeks to his hair. And eyeballs with abnormally turbid crystals emerged from those cracks. These eyeballs have pupils of different colors such as amber gold, deep sea blue, and blazing red. These colorful pupils moved around at first, but finally locked onto Thor's position. What does a head with only eyeballs left look like? Anyway, Thor couldn't help but take a half step back. If he wasn't afraid of startling the other party, he would have wanted to put on a layer of protection for himself. Snap! Suddenly, a crisp explosion sounded from Thor's side. Thor looked back in shock and found that Morton, who was standing beside him, had his eyes exploded, as if he had just grown new eyeballs and exploded in a short period of time. Thor looked back again, and the eyeballs on Kent's body in front of him were still staring at him, but before he could make any move, he saw those eyeballs suddenly shrink and disappear. Kent's body fell straight down, without eyes, and his whole head was like a honeycomb, looking very creepy. What are those eyes? Thor murmured. Morton, you go back first. Although Morton's eyes were still bleeding, his body was actually made of corpses, and had a small amount of active containers, so the damage on the surface of his body was not serious. But the eyes that grew out of nowhere, and exploded on his body were the same as many contaminated people. In order to prevent Morton from having any contamination left, Thor decided to let him go back to the diary, and clean it up thoroughly. So Morton fell to the ground and became dead in seconds. It seemed that because of Kent's death, the giant tree that was originally chasing the strange flowers suddenly shrank, and the magic power dissipated in all directions, and soon turned into starlight and disappeared. Just now, Kent was in Thor's battlefield of consciousness, thinking that he had manipulated the giant tree to grow and fight against Thor, but he didn't know that the giant tree didn't receive his signal at all, and was just chasing the enemy outside from beginning to end. If Kent didn't mistakenly think that Thor could only last so long under the attack of the giant tree, he might not have overestimated Thor's fighting ability, and would not have jumped off the platform directly. That way he could hold on for a while longer. Thor looked up, and a few rays of sunlight sprinkled through the big hole above his head, and a few withered leaves fell down from the hole. Then a figure jumped down. It turned out to be Aegu. When Aegu came in, he saw the bodies of Morton and Kent on the ground, and was shocked, and hurried to Thor. Master, are you okay? I'm fine. Although Thor was also surprised that he was fine under those eyes, while Morton beside him had his eyes exploded. Where did you go just now? and I were on the roof, guarding against those two plants coming in and disturbing the master. Now that the witchcraft of the giant tree has failed, how is the flower outside? The flower was probably arranged by Kent. Now that Kent is dead, the flower might follow the footsteps of the giant tree. Originally, the two plants were fighting happily. The giant tree suddenly disappeared. I thought the flower would attack us, but for some reason, the flower suddenly got scared and ran away along the outer wall. Egu paused for a second, approached Thor, and lowered his voice, and followed the plant into the underground. Thor raised his eyes. Underground? Egu nodded. I set a tracking spell on him. When the consciousness is close to Thor, he can clearly sense their location, but when the distance is far, or Thor's attention is distracted by other things, this perception becomes blurred. After the previous underground waterway incident, I warned you not to go underground easily. This time, and took the initiative to chase the enemy underground. Did you find out what happened to her? I found that she has been a little silent since the last time the master and then came back from the suburbs. Thor immediately thought of the attack in the suburbs. The underground roots ignored him and attacked him specifically, which was very abnormal. Now it seems that it was not a coincidence. Just as Thor was thinking, another group of wizards rushed into Thor's room. Lord Thor. Sir Thor. There were several formal wizards and several senior apprentices. Lord, the giant tree growth magic suddenly collapsed. God, could that be Lord Kent? Several wizards were horrified and rushed to Kent's body. Don't go over there. Sol shouted. Wizard Kent has been contaminated by an unknown substance. Don't get close to him. Several wizard apprentices stopped, but one wizard didn't listen to Sol and pounced directly on Kent's body. He was also concerned about the contamination on Kent's body, so he didn't touch his head, but cast a spell to check Kent's body. I don't know if he was exploring the cause of Kent's death. At this time, another wizard had a heavy face and said to Sol respectfully, Sir Sol, Wizard Kent died unexpectedly. We need to check the cause of his death. Thor sneered, and did not really stop others from approaching Kent. Do you think I killed Kent? The other party quickly denied, that's not the case, but Lord Kent has been in charge of the sweeper. If we don't find out the cause of his death, I'm afraid we won't be able to communicate with the Dean. Wow! A scream suddenly interrupted the wizard's words. Everyone looked over, and was shocked to find that the wizard, who was checking Kent's body, suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Then his eyes also, pop, exploded with a bang. But the other party was more serious than Morton, because after his eyes exploded, the upper half of his head also became bloody. A third-level apprentice seemed to be closer to the injured wizard, and subconsciously went to treat him. When the magic light for treating minor injuries enveloped the wizard's face, the latter finally stopped crying out in pain. However, when the light dissipated, the others gasped. The wizard who was cured had more than a dozen eyes on his face. It was as if when his wounds were healed, muscle memory thought he should have more than a dozen eyes on his face. The apprentice, who was treating the wizard, was startled and took 3 steps back, as if he was afraid that he would grow so many eyes on his face. Seeing this, Thor said helplessly, the contamination on Wizard Kent is terrible and contagious. One of my subordinates also died, so I won't let you go. The official wizard standing opposite Thor was embarrassed. They just insisted on checking Kent's body, which was also to prevent Thor. Suddenly, the whole room shook violently, and the bottles and jars originally placed on the shelf instantly broke all over the floor. Earthquake? A wizard immediately took out a dashboard and checked the parameters on it. No, it shouldn't be an earthquake. Thor didn't know what happened either, and immediately released his mental power, but there was no abnormal magic fluctuation around the room. At this time, the room shook again, and the amplitude was more violent than before. It's not an earthquake. Thor looked through the window, and saw the tall buildings outside. Only our house is shaking. There is something underground. Thor and Egu looked at each other. Underground. Chapter 496. The evil flower quickly retreated along the outer wall of the tall building. 8 spider legs stretched out from behind him. The tips of the legs were as sharp as knives, fiercely inserted into the branches, and then were brought down to the ground. There were still some guards on the ground. When they saw the flower bigger than a human crawling down with branches as limbs, they immediately raised their hands and aimed the iron pipe-like witchcraft props in their hands at the giant flower. But before they could release the secondary flame beads in the props, they saw a woman clinging to the back of the flower stem. When the two got closer, they were even more shocked to find that the woman's lower body had 8 more spider legs. For a moment, the guards didn't know whether to aim the iron pipe at the strange giant flower or the woman behind it. The giant flower didn't take the guards seriously at all. It suddenly jumped from the height of the 4th floor, and its branches pierced a few unlucky people at random. Amid screams, it drilled into the entrance of a nearby underground sewer with blood all over the ground. The entrance was very small, and there was a railing partition. After the slender flower stem passed through, the huge flower but couldn't get in at all. The monster immediately gave up the flower part. It was blocked outside the underground sewer by the railing, leaving a huge blood-stained petal like a door panel on the ground. And then also saw the railing partition. Although she could cut the railing with witchcraft, it was obviously just a pipe entrance in front of her, and the inside was also narrow. Even if it could unfold the railing, it would be impossible to expand the passage. A fierce look flashed in her eyes, and she actually gave up her body directly, changed into a soul form, and followed in. Doing so is actually very dangerous. After all, she is not a complete soul form, and all her energy comes from Thor's supplement. But now and couldn't care less. Some time ago, she and Soul were attacked by unknown roots when they were out. She was almost pulled into the soil. When she was halfway into the soil, and suddenly felt a familiar smell on the plant that attacked her. This smell was like mint and salted fish, which made her suddenly sober, and also made her old memories that were muddled due to the fusion of souls suddenly sober. Do M.O. And gritted her teeth and said the name. She chased the escaping flower stem, going down all the way, and then left the underground waterway halfway and entered a crack. After chasing for an unknown distance, and, who was walking in the soil, suddenly felt that she had passed through a barrier and the front suddenly became open. Open, but dark. And could sense that a few dozen meters in front of her, there was an extremely wide, invisible huge object blocking her way forward. The flower stem she had been chasing jumped onto the huge barrier in a few steps, and then drooped weakly, as if it had turned from a living thing into a dead thing in an instant. The familiar breath that it had been following also disappeared, and floated in front of the giant, but still couldn't tell what was in front of her. She was currently in the middle of the giant, and the top and bottom were hidden in darkness, so she couldn't see clearly, and there was no edge to the left or right. And reached out to hit the giant, but found that the thing in front of her was smooth like jade, but it could block her from entering. Is there any witchcraft on it to resist spirits? And looked up and down, but didn't feel any magic on the giant in front of her. Dumo, why are you in this place? The tracking breath disappeared, and was a little anxious, and knocked the giant again in panic. Suddenly, dozens of light-colored roots grew out of the surface of the giant, directly wrapped around Anne's arm, and then pulled him inward. With the appearance of those roots, and felt the familiar breath again. Dumo, do you only dare to hide in the dark like this? Where did the courage to compete with me for the position of family heir go? The spider leg behind and turned into a residual shadow, and cut it down fiercely. However, the sharp spider legs only cut through a layer of the thin root system, and could not help but break free. Seeing this, and launched another attack, accompanied by pollution erosion. After a few attacks, she finally cut off 2 roots around her, and slightly broke free from the bondage. But before she could completely get away, several roots suddenly gathered together, forming an arm shape, grabbing her face, and pulling her into the giant. Anne's upper body disappeared immediately, leaving only the lower part of her body still struggling. Her 8 spider legs kept hitting the giant, trying to pull her upper body out, but to no avail. At this time, a dull and suppressed voice sounded in this dark and chaotic space. You are still so stupid. I just laid a little bait, but you chased me like a mouse. The smooth surface of the giant was like the ripples on the water, revealing a male face. As soon as this man's voice appeared, and struggled more violently, her spider legs finally pressed against the surface of the giant, and she exerted force on her waist, and suddenly pulled her head out of the inside of the giant. Dumo! Anne's face was like a melted wax figure, but her facial features were still there. She grinned and said, Ha ha ha, look at how disgusting you are. You joined Baidong and buried your entire family in Chueshu Valley for a vague legend. It turned out that you wanted to become the half-human, half-ghost you are now. The face twisted slightly. You always easily anger me. It's obviously your stupidity that angers you. Although Anne was in a spirit state, her soul was obviously severely damaged, and her upper body began to melt. As he spoke, his facial features slid down. But even in such a bad state, and still mocked Dumo. The Baidong family really values you. Are they training you as a monster? Did you hand over the treasure to Baidong? Dumo's sculptured face trembled slightly, and after a few seconds, it slowly returned to calm. Do you want to know my experience? Then merge with me. You will naturally understand everything about me, and you will also understand that my original choice was not wrong, my dear sister. Several light-colored roots appeared on the smooth surface of the giant object, avoiding the spider legs, wrapping around Anne's upper body, deeply penetrating into her spirit body and continuing to pull her into the giant object. Anne's face flashed with pain, but she was unforgiving. I'm not your sister. After you betrayed the Blood Rose family, you have been expelled from the family. Expelled? All the direct descendants of the Blood Rose have died. The human face said nonchalantly, but you are still my sister, the other half of my soul. I need you to merge with me. Only in this way can we complete the most powerful flesh and blood witchcraft in the history of the Blood Rose, the fusion of soul and flesh. As Andy struggled, her facial features melted and flowed down her skin to her neck. A voice came from her chest. Fusion? You just want to devour me. Don't think so. The essence is to merge into one. Watching Anne's body being pulled into the giant little by little, the human face showed a happy smile. Sister, if you really like Blood Rose so much, I can rebuild the Blood Rose family. Just come in obediently. Anne's face was pressed against the giant again and gradually merged into it. Her voice came out from her abdomen again. You betrayed Blood Rose for that empty legend, and Blood Rose doesn't need you to rebuild it. Just hold on to your hardcover book and live. Hearing the word hardcover book, Dumo's face twisted again, and his voice became more dull. Unfortunately, that legend is false. It was the family's flesh and blood witchcraft that allowed me to enter the 4th level. No. What? The human face was startled by the sudden voice. He looked down. At this time, most of Anne's body had been pulled into the giant, and the rest of the body melted beyond recognition, unable to struggle anymore. Where did the voice come from? I thought you were this huge barrier, but you are just a broken spirit that is kept here. The human face was shocked to find that the voice came from his own mouth. How could you be possible? Do you think my intelligence was eroded by pollution, or that I was blinded by hatred? Neither. I was swallowed by you on purpose. My poor and stupid brother, how could you be so naive to think that after we merged into one, it must be my consciousness that was swallowed? Chapter 497. Impossible. Dumo couldn't believe it, and shouted with a twisted face. But as soon as he shouted, the expression on his face turned into a happy smile. Obviously, Anne's consciousness has begun to affect his actions. Impossible. Dumo once again took back the initiative of his spirit, but he could feel that it was eroding his consciousness bit by bit. Why? My spirit is obviously much stronger than yours. I obviously have Andesonia's help. The next second, Dumo made a different sound. So this is the inside of the upside-down tree. It's really a big tree. Is it Andesonia? What a strange name. Dumo was completely panicked. He found that his sister had begun to receive the memories in his consciousness. This is impossible. It should be me who devours you. So, you can't be distracted when studying. And was still in the mood to joke at this time, you forgot an important piece of knowledge. Whether a consciousness can devour another consciousness does not depend on whether its spirit is strong, but on whether its consciousness is stable. But this made Dumo even more puzzled. Of course my consciousness is more stable. I died later than you, and you are now just a spirit driven by a little wizard, while my master is a... Dumo didn't dare to say it halfway. Obviously his master's identity needed to be kept secret. But Dumo didn't say it, but had already read this from his consciousness. So he is a 3rd-level wizard. But Dumo, you are wrong again. The stability of consciousness is not completely related to the strength of its owner. What is really important is the method of preserving consciousness. Obviously, the inverted tree Andesonia you are in is not as good as my master's preservation tool. Dumo didn't want to believe it, but he had to believe it. Because as time passed, his sister had read more information from his consciousness, but he could not read any information from her sister's consciousness. If this continues, he will really be devoured. Master, please save me! Dumo called out to the unknown existence. But no one responded after calling several times. It's Dumo's fault. Dumo shouldn't act on his own. But Dumo just wanted to capture his sister's consciousness and spirit, and didn't attack the wizard. Please save me for the sake of Dumo's service for hundreds of years. This time the tree finally responded, and dozens of light-colored roots quickly grew on the smooth jade-like trunk, and then turned around and pierced the facial features of the human face. When these roots pierced into the face, a man and a woman cried out in pain. The man begged for mercy and fear. No, master, no. The woman laughed wildly in pain. Ha ha ha, it seems that your master has given up on you. It doesn't matter. Before you disappear, I will eat you up bit by bit. Those roots are not here to save people. They are like sharp knives, shredding the 2 entangled spirits into pieces. What is more terrible than pain is watching yourself disappear bit by bit. But Anne didn't regret it. When she followed Dumo's bait into the underground, she knew that she might not be able to return alive. But she had to do it, because this might be her last chance to avenge her entire tribe. If she let Dumo go this time in order to escape, she would hardly have another chance to kill an evil spirit with a third-level wizard as its master. Although Anne was sure that Thor, who had the diary, would become a third-level wizard in the future, she couldn't be sure whether she could survive until then. A wizard's journey of exploration is never safe. She might disappear in one of her adventures, just like the other black pages that disappeared. So, the bait Dumo had laid before seemed to her to be too tempting an opportunity, a real bait that she couldn't spit out. So, even though Anne had already felt the power of the inverted tree and Asonia's body eroding her consciousness bit by bit, she didn't give up on devouring Dumo. Even if she died, she would chew this guy up first. "I'm sorry, Master." After swallowing the last piece of Dumo's consciousness, Anne let go of her protection. Just as Dumo's voice gradually disappeared and Anne's consciousness was almost collapsing under the stirring of powerful magic, a black knife shadow suddenly condensed from the void, turned into a black shadow, and chopped at the roots outside the tree at an extremely fast speed. The knife shadow fell, and the originally extremely tough roots were actually cut off by a knife. Then, a transparent tentacle stretched into the tree and directly pulled out the nearly collapsed spirit from inside. More roots stretched out from the branches of the tree, which were so wide that their original appearance could not be seen, and stabbed at the people who caught their prey halfway like sharp arrows. Thor turned his wrist and retracted his hand, and the broken spirit rolled up by the tentacles disappeared instantly. He did not entangle with these roots. Thor still remembered the reminder in his diary last time, that he could not let these roots take away any part of himself. He turned around and ran. He was also in the spirit state now, flying freely in this empty space. The severed roots quickly grew new ends, extending infinitely and chasing after him. Thor quickly kicked through the layers of the mysterious space formed by the huge witchcraft array and re-entered the underground. The roots behind him followed without any hindrance. But as soon as they emerged from the soil, another black knife shadow fell and neatly cut off the front section of the roots. Then another knife, 2 knives. The aggressive roots were cut into several sections, like cutting vegetables. The chasing roots finally got scared and stopped where they were, not following. Thor turned around and retracted the knife shadow. This black knife shadow was the dark spirit blade that Thor inherited from Jasm. This witchcraft was very magical, and it was impossible to classify the levels based on the magic power contained inside. Because the attack power of the dark spirit blade was determined by the magic power and mental power of the caster. Moreover, this witchcraft was more powerful than Thor expected, with great offensive advantages. The light-colored roots that were difficult to get rid of with witchcraft at the beginning were cut as easily as leaks in front of the dark spirit blade. Because the knowledge about the dark spirit blade was directly projected into Thor's consciousness by Jasm, Thor mastered it very smoothly. It took much less time than learning ordinary level 3 witchcraft. So Thor mastered it as soon as he got this knowledge and confirmed that there was no problem. If it weren't for this witchcraft, Thor might not have risked saving him. When Thor returned to the ground, Egu immediately protected Thor and entered his body, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Before going to save him, Thor returned to his bedroom and pretended to meditate. When he opened his eyes again, he first looked at the diary in his mind. Before he went underground, the diary reminded him that if he ran slowly, he would be caught and eaten. Therefore, after saving him, Thor kept rushing back. Now, when he returned to his body, the diary no longer had any new reminders and closed again. This meant that the crisis was over. "Master? I brought him back," Thor said coldly. Although he saved him, it did not mean that he forgave Anne's unauthorized actions. If it weren't for the fact that Anne was a black page, and had provided a lot of help to Sol when he was studying witchcraft, and had been loyal in several previous battles, Sol would never have taken risks for her even if the diary existed. Now the person has been rescued, but punishment is necessary. Otherwise, other consciousnesses will think that the price of betrayal is too low and make the same mistake. "Master, I was wrong." At this time, Anne, who had returned to the diary, had just woken up. She did not make any excuses, and honestly admitted her mistakes. But Sol ignored her. "Is Morton still outside?" "Yes, Master. Just now several official wizards from Baidong College came to take over the corpse outside, and are now discussing how to transport it out. Morton is guarding the door to prevent anyone from coming in to disturb you." Chapter 498. Thor pushed the door open, and saw that all the wizards outside the room were people he knew. The leader was still the white-haired Julie. Thor raised his eyebrows. Shouldn't the other party secretly go with Char to track down the source of the pollution? Is it over with them? Julie was a little embarrassed when she saw Thor. She didn't stick to him like before, but just raised her hand to say hello. Thor walked around the corpse that had been isolated by witchcraft defense, are you leading the team today? I just had nothing to do, so I was called here to work overtime. Julie winked at Thor secretly. Another wizard who had also worked with Thor to hunt down evil spirits came over. Wizard Thor, can you describe to us how Wizard Kent was contaminated? Sol acted very cooperatively. Of course, after Kent and I found that the source of the pollution might be on the roof, we immediately returned here and saw a strange huge flower that had broken through the roof's defense array and was fighting with my two subordinates. There are also some humanoid figures made of black powder. Thor pointed to a pool of black ash that was also no longer moving because of the death of its owner. After killing these humanoids, Kent was about to chase the fleeing giant flower, but he had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly froze in place, and then his head swelled several times and was covered with inexplicable eyes. But those eyes did not exist for long before they all exploded and became what they are now. What were you doing during this time? When Wizard Kent suddenly stiffened, I was fighting with other black humanoid smoke, and everything happened so fast that I didn't see what happened to Kent. Maybe the Academy can study it clearly. The inquiring wizard looked at Thor with suspicion. He always felt that Thor in front of him was the one who killed Kent. But he had no evidence. And Kent did come to Thor suddenly without notifying him in advance, so Thor didn't set a trap to lure Kent here. Moreover, as a formal tutor of the Academy, he also knew some of the Academy's secrets, and knew that the huge strange flower was probably created by Kent himself, putting a monster in someone else's house, and then enthusiastically going to that house to help solve the monster. No matter how you think about it, this matter has an impure purpose. Kent's popularity in Baidong was not good enough for anyone to be willing to confront Thor for revenge for him, so the wizard simply asked questions, and Thor cooperated very well, recorded the incident, and went back. Julie curled her lips at Thor and lip-synced. He deserves it. I don't know how Kent offended Julie again. Judging from her expression, she was not very happy, as if she had just experienced something unfortunate. Could it be that she and Char encountered something when they were tracking down the source of pollution? Thor thought about it, and didn't investigate further. Originally, he wanted to track down the source of pollution, but in fact, he also wanted to learn some secrets of Archaster and Baidong College to see if this city was worth staying in for a long time. But now there is no need to investigate. He is sure that there is a big problem here. The ordinary people living here are not here to work, they are simply the nutrients of this city. The purpose of forming a cleaning team in Baidong College is not to protect the safety of the residents here. They have turned the entire city into a huge petri dish. Although it is not clear what Baidong wants to cultivate, with the prompt of the diary, Thor believes that he is likely to be an extremely high-quality nutrient. That's why the diary reminded him that nothing could be taken away. If the diary hadn't issued any more crisis warnings, Thor would have definitely run away immediately. By the way, with such a big scene today, didn't the wizard Char come? Thor asked casually. As a result, when Char was mentioned, Julie's face became even more ugly. Don't worry about that guy, he can't do anything except running away. Thor raised his eyebrows, looking at Julie's reaction. Didn't Char leave Julie alone and run away during the investigation? Although given his personality, he is likely to do so. While Sol and Julie were talking, another person walked into Sol's room. It was the wizard Jonah, who rarely left the academy. Jonah's major was in dark attributes, and he was called to deal with Kent's contaminated body. He came in without saying hello to anyone. He squatted outside the isolation array and looked down at the unrecognizable Kent. These eyes are very strange. I have never seen such pollution before. Did anyone see what Kent looked like when he changed? Only Thor saw the whole process. Julie crossed her arms and said. Yona turned around and saw Thor standing next to Julie. He moved his lips, mumbling something, looking a little reluctant. But after thinking for a moment, Jonah came to Thor and said, You saw the whole process of his change. Thor nodded and repeated what he saw again. Yona asked a few more details, but he only asked about the details of the eyes. He didn't care why Kent appeared here with Thor, nor did he ask what Thor did during the period. This situation is really strange. I have never seen it before. Yona was obviously a little excited, tapping the ground with both feet. But your servants are dead, why are you not hurt at all? The room was a little quiet for a while. Obviously, other people also thought of this question, but out of some concerns, they did not ask Thor on the spot. I don't know about this, maybe it's because of my high mental power? Thor explained casually, but he actually suspected that it was because of the stars around his consciousness platform. Then let me see if there is any residual pollution on you, Jonah said, raising his hands to cover his eyes and rubbing them. After rubbing for a few seconds, when he put his hands down again, his eyes had actually moved to the palms of his hands. Jonah swung his hands forward and stopped less than 3 centimeters in front of Thor. Thor did not hide, allowing the other party to observe. After a few seconds, Jonah covered his face with his hands again and put his eyes back. But when he put them back, the two eyes were a little crooked, one vertical and the other slanted. I can't see the reason. Maybe it's because your mental power is relatively high that you are not infected by Kent's contamination. Jonah staggered back to Kent's body and waved his hand. Tell 2 guards to blindfold themselves and come and carry the body away. The apprentice next to him was stunned. Teacher Jonah, ordinary people will be contaminated even if they are blindfolded, right? At most, they can hold on for a longer time. Jonah waved his hand. Losing 2 ordinary people is always more cost-effective than losing 2 wizard apprentices, don't you think? The apprentice on the opposite side turned pale and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, you are right. After calling someone to take away the body, Jonah led all the wizards out of Thor's room and suggested that Thor should move to another place to live. Thor nodded in agreement. On the way back to the academy, Jonah was silent all the time. Julie looked at Jonah a little strangely and wanted to ask him, but Jonah refused her 3 meters away. Without looking at Julie, who kept rolling her eyes, Jonah carefully put his hand into his clothes and pressed his heart that was about to jump out of his chest. Damn it! He thought to himself, why do I see more eyes on Thor? No, I must suggest that the dean send Thor away quickly. If he continues to stay in Archaeost, this kind of eye pollution may break out on a large scale. Chapter 499. Just when Jonah was thinking about how to persuade the dean to get Thor away quickly and politely, Thor had already packed up and was ready to leave Archaeoster. He snatched and back from the inside of the inverted tree. Although the other party did not chase him to the ground, he must have set his sights on Thor. In addition, Thor had already dealt with Kent. Even if the people of Bidong College did not find out anything now, they would definitely suspect him after a long time. After all, the contamination on Kent was too strange. In less than an hour, with the help of Agu and Morton, Thor had sorted out the bottles and jars in the room and put all the materials into storage. When leaving the temporary residence, Thor found someone staring at him, but he ignored it and told Mash to drive away at a normal speed. When the carriage passed through the city gate, no one came out to stop Thor from leaving. Thor also saw Dumar, the second-level apprentice he met when he entered the city. Under Thor's observation of the new semi-immersive meditation method, Dumar's head still looked like a surveillance disc. When Thor turned around and scanned the others, he found that several of them had the same problem as Dumar. At the entrance not far away, there were still people queuing up to enter the city. They didn't know what kind of world they were about to enter. Under the temptation of high salary and convenient life, maybe they wouldn't care even if they knew. Thor looked behind him and saw that there were very few people leaving the city. Even the wizard who had been monitoring his whereabouts stopped after Thor left Archaster and didn't catch up. It seems that they haven't found the problem with the upside-down tree yet. Thor lowered the car window and turned around to take out a compressed bag. Penny didn't help much in the previous battle, and now she finally had a chance to speak. Brother Thor, you actually stole the compressed bag of Wizard Kent? Hee, you are getting worse and worse. Only Penny dared to talk to Thor like this. Thor calmly began to crack the password formula on the compressed bag. This is not called stealing. Kent deliberately set an ambush in my room and made a big hole in my roof. I call this asking for compensation. Yes, that Kent is not a good person. He must have come to ambush to steal the master's things. I think he is the leader of the thieves. Penny giggled and fell on Thor's shoulder, wanting to see how much wealth the leader of the thieves in Bidong College has. Don't hold your hopes too high. Kent has a long-term residence in Bidong College. He may not bring much with him when he goes out. It should be some witchcraft props or materials that may be used in battle. The anti-cracking property of the compressed bag is not very strong. It uses space magic to compress a large space into a small volume. The biggest feature of this magic is that it is easy to destroy the balance, causing the compressed space to return to its original state. As long as the cracker uses some tricks, he can destroy the balance of the compressed bag and cause the objects inside to fall out. Therefore, it is much more useful to find a way to keep your compressed bag safe than to add a few locks on it. It didn't take Thor long to break Kent's compressed bag, and the carriage was already far away from Archaeoster. The gray and white city walls and the towering buildings have become the background behind the woods. Ah, isn't this Kent wizard too poor? Penny came up, took a look and sighed in disappointment. Although it was expected that Kent would not carry all his belongings with him when he went out, it did not expect that it would be so little. Thor looked calm, took out the magic crystals inside first, and scanned them with his mental power. Less than 100. Thor took out a few more parchments from inside, but they did not contain the witchcraft he wanted, but a disassembly diagram of a witchcraft array. Because there was no annotation on it, Thor had no idea what the magic circle was for. He handed the parchment to Aegu, who was sitting opposite him. Aegu flipped through it twice and said hesitantly, "It might be a summoning magic circle." "Summon what?" Thor asked curiously. "This. I can't tell for now, but you can try to activate the magic circle when you have time. You don't have to go to the last step to know what will be summoned." "Will it be a giant tree growing?" Thor was looking forward to it. Dean Pound's giant tree grew very fast, and Thor could feel the strong pressure even when he stood next to the branches. If he hadn't launched the attack before Kent, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. It doesn't look as complicated as the 4th level witchcraft, but it may also be hiding the real runes. Thor smiled and heard the comfort in Aegu's words. He looked at the remaining things in Kent's compressed bag, which only had some not very rare witchcraft materials. "Although I know he won't bring too many things when he goes out, this is too little." Penny was obviously not satisfied. "This also shows that the materials I took out to exchange for evil spirits are still very attractive. Kent may have attacked me for those materials. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future." "Alas, Brother Thor, I can't blame you. Who would have thought that people outside are so poor?" Penny was already bored. She flew through the car wall and wanted to fly outside to have a look. But it had just gone out for 2 seconds before it suddenly jumped back into the carriage. "Brother Thor." "Shoo." Thor put his index finger on his lips. He also felt it when Penny came back. Something had secretly fallen behind the carriage. That thing was emitting a weak mental power, hiding underground, and was gradually approaching them at a speed no slower than the carriage. "Little algae." Thor gave an order, and the black tentacle-like vines, whoosh, drilled out of the carriage through the window, and quickly sank into the soil and disappeared. The carriage did not stop. Just after it moved forward 3 or 5 meters, it heard several sounds of metal hitting stone from behind. Thor was about to transform into an octopus monster and go out to help Shuzhou, but suddenly felt the spiritual power chasing after him. He paused, restored his human form, and jumped off the carriage. "Wizard Xia?" Thor felt the familiar spiritual power fluctuations. But to his surprise, the one who fought with Shuzhou was the light-colored root that had attacked them several times and had just been severely provoked by Thor. However, the number of roots in front of him far exceeded what Thor had encountered before. They were densely packed, like seedlings in the field. The algae was fighting fiercely with the roots in the front. The roots mainly relied on entanglement to attack, while the algae mainly relied on biting. Although the algae could split, it could not resist the increasing number of roots. "Char, is that you?" Thor raised his hand, and a black knife shadow quickly formed above his head. The dozen roots in the front stopped attacking, gathered together, and the end stood up to the sky, like a person standing there. The other roots seemed a little confused, hovering in the air, and did not attack immediately. The roots that stopped attacking first tangled together, and finally took on a human shape. Thor kept the black blade suspended in the air, and took 2 steps towards Char. "You were swallowed by the upside-down tree." The human figure made up of roots grew new branches and formed a mouth. "Damn it, run! It's too late." The wizard Char never said a swear word. At this moment, this word came out of his mouth, which was really full of sadness and unwillingness. Chapter 500. "What are you doing here? You want to fight me?" Thor was in no mood to sympathize with others at this moment. He was a little afraid of the roots that made up Char, but Char did not hesitate to tell the purpose of his trip. "The order I received was just to pretend to chase you, and after fighting with you, I took the opportunity to take away some of your spirit." "Are you interested in my spirit?" Thor remembered something, but he didn't show it on his face, and just said casually, "What is your purpose in directly telling me what you were going to do secretly?" The roots behind him suddenly spread out a little, and one of them approached, and the end suddenly expanded, vaguely turning into a human shape, with a head and facial features visible, and the 2 forked roots also turned into arms. It looked more like the original appearance of the wizard Char. "I prepared a lot of ways to escape before, but I also thought about what to do if I was resurrected one day and became a ghost enslaved by others. You guy." Thor didn't expect that this Char actually prepared so many ways out for himself. "If you die immediately, then nothing will work. However, the current situation proves that I am well prepared. I have my own way to keep my soul consciousness independent and not be easily controlled by others. Even if I am confused, I can find a way to recover." Char raised 2 arms made of roots, "But I am trapped in the roots of this plant now. If you don't come out to chase, you may not be able to leave the confinement." Char put down his hand and looked at Thor. Muumuu's eyes were faintly eager. I've noticed the servants around you a long time ago. The static electricity fields on them are all wrong. In fact, they are all souls entering the bodies of the dead, right? I want your way of entering other corpses. Sol was a little surprised at Char's sharpness. With his cautious character and endless means, if the inverted tree was not too powerful, Char would probably not have fallen into the current situation. What do you want in exchange? I will let you leave intact. Thor pouted. You don't think that without your concession, I can't leave, right? Char paused. Looking at Thor's calm expression, he was a little unsure. Although he and Thor had performed several sweeper missions together, the other party always seemed to be restrained and calm, as if he had never been forced to show his true strength. Although Char felt in his heart that with the strength of a first-level wizard, it would be impossible for him to escape from the numerous roots intact. But if the two really fight, they may not be able to exchange calmly afterwards. I have nothing to exchange with you in my current state. Do you want to know the secret of Bidon Academy? Sol was really curious about the secret of Bidon Academy. Just when he was hesitating whether to ask Xiaoya about it, the diary suddenly turned to Anne's page. Master. Because he knew he had done something wrong, Anne's handwriting looked cautious. I know some things about the inverted tree and Arsonia, and I should know more than the wizard Xiaoya. And actually knows? It seems that she did not gain nothing from the big tree. Sol thought, and changed the subject when he spoke again. Are you talking about Arsonia? I know something about it. This time, Char was completely stunned. Sol knew the name of the inverted tree, which was not surprising. Some people who knew the surface information called it that. But Arsonia was the real name of the inverted tree in the field of witchcraft, and it also represented the essence of this magical creature. Most people had no idea. He also learned about it after being locked up deep inside the tree. How did Thor know about it? Did his mentor teach him about this? Char didn't dwell on it for too long. He didn't have much time. If the owner of the tree found something unusual, he would probably suck him back and send another spirit to carry out his mission. Then he would get nothing. Thinking of this, Char's tone softened, and his posture was not as upright as before. I have a spare residence by the sea, which is well concealed. It contains the evil spirits I have exchanged and captured over the years. I know you majored in dark attributes and are collecting evil spirits. If you teach me how to let the spirit enter the corpse and move freely, I will tell you where the evil spirits are stored. After saying that, Char, who obviously has no heart, also felt heartache. That was the inventory he had left over for many years. He shouldn't have stored all the evil spirits in a hole in the ground. Now it's good, all given away at once. Thor's eyes lit up when he heard it. Is this Char a hamster? There are too many stocks. Looking at the other party's wrinkled features, he knew that there must be a lot of evil spirits. Whether Thor is making soul weapons or rebuilding his own wizard tower, he needs a large number of spirits. Then let's make an agreement. Thor is not greedy. After hearing the satisfactory exchange, he reached an agreement with Char. Char was also relieved. In his current state, there are not many people who can trade with him. Fortunately, the agreement between him and Thor on the ferry contract has not expired, otherwise the two of them would have to think about how to ensure that the transaction is completed and not deceive each other. After making the oath, Thor generously dictated the formula of the soul rejection delay potion to Char. Char also memorized it by rote, and he did not dare to record it on any carrier, so as not to be noticed by the owner of the inverted tree. After painfully memorizing it several times and making sure that he would not forget it in a short time, Char raised his head and said to Thor, "Let's fight now." Thor smiled slightly, and the black blade that had been condensed above his head was swung down without hesitation, instantly eliminating one of Char's arms and a small amount of roots beside him. Although the two reached an agreement. At the intersection of the downward pressure position, they must pretend to have chased Thor with all their strength, but they were defeated and had to retreat. Unexpectedly, Thor had no martial ethics at all. He was smiling in the last second, and flipped the table in the next second. Even if he pretended to flip the table, it was too heavy, but at this point, Xiaoya couldn't say anything. He just commanded a large number of roots behind him with a gloomy face to attack Thor and his carriage from three sides. If I can't steal your spirit, I must let you leave something behind. Otherwise, how can I prove that I am trying my best to kill you? Thinking in this way, Xia commanded the roots to attack more fiercely. It seems that when En and I were attacked, those roots ignored me and only attacked En because someone was commanding them from behind. Since rescuing En, he has not spared time to ask why she sneaked into the underground and what happened in the inverted tree. Now it seems that En has almost recovered, and he can interrogate her properly later. Thor fought and retreated, and soon returned to the vicinity of the carriage. His carriage had already activated the defensive formation on it, but it could not hold out for long under the attack of many roots. The coachman Mash, who was sitting outside, huddled on the carriage frame with his head in his hands, and the mushrooms on his head trembled. Strangely, those roots did not attack him, as if they really regarded him as a mushroom. Thor controlled the dark spirit blade. Shwa shwa. And cut off the roots close to the carriage with a few strokes, and Agu also cooperated inside to perform a similar slippery technique. The power is not great, but it can be used to dodge attacks with cleverness. The algae was fighting with the roots at the beginning, and now it is biting into a ball, just looking like a weed ball, without much momentum. When the roots were almost cut off, Char still couldn't hurt Thor's side, and he was a little annoyed, and finally understood why Thor was not afraid of his threat. Thor, with the dark spirit blade, is simply the nemesis of the plant system. In the end, Char could only watch Thor leave, very angry. It was as if there was no deal between them at all. Chapter 501. It has been more than a month since we left Archaster. During this period, no one else came to chase Thor. In the end, Morton, who was more familiar with Baidong, guessed something from Anne's narration. Morton, and Sonia, the inverted tree. Although I have never heard of this name, seeing that it is tracking us and driving the first-level formal wizard, it should be the strength of the third level. And such a terrifying existence as a master, is it its master? Agu shook his head. It can't be the fourth level. I think the so-called master is more likely to be the inverted tree itself, or a third-level wizard who controls the inverted tree. Why? Sol asked. Because of magic radiation. If there is a fourth-level wizard in a place, he can't hide his whereabouts. Although I haven't seen a fourth-level wizard, I heard that the existence of a fourth-level wizard is as dazzling as a bright light in a dark room. Morton, yes, there are only a few fourth-level wizards in this world, and it is impossible for one to suddenly appear. In fact, I suspect that the owner of the upside-down tree is the old dean of Baidong College. Sol still knows some of this history. I saw in the book that when the Baidong family came out of the no man's land, there were only more than 100 people left. But because there was a third-level wizard, they asked the then Kima Empire to give up half of the land. Morton has the most say in this matter. It's just that after his death, half of his spirit disappeared, and the other half turned into an evil spirit, which was severely polluted, so the events and emotions of the year have become vague. Morton, I don't remember why I dared to go to war with Baidong at that time. I only remember that the enemy's third-level wizard violated the agreement not to massacre low-level wizards and ordinary people in large numbers, and directly moved a mountain to crush my army of tens of thousands of people. Words have no expression, but Thor can sense the sadness and fear in Morton's heart through the diary. A third-level wizard can destroy a city with one blow, and coupled with the unique terrain of Chuishu Valley, the Kerma Empire finally lost the battle at the cost of hundreds of wizards and wizard apprentices, and the lives of more ordinary people. The empire was thus divided. However, Baidong's third-level wizard died after releasing a powerful sorcery. Without a third-level wizard, even if Baidong won the war, it could only retreat to the base city under the mediation of other third-level wizards. After they occupied a corner of the territory of the Kame Empire, they did not expand outward, but recruited a large number of wizards and wizard apprentices to establish the Baidong Academy. The academy is committed to researching various novel witchcraft props, and finally turn the ancient city of Archaster, where the Baidong Academy is located, into a unique large modern city. And the one who suggested concentrating all forces to fight against Baidong was actually Dumo of the Blood Rose family. I once opposed it, but Dumo was a wizard who was more respected by the family than me, so I failed. Who would have thought that everything he did was just for an illusory legend, wanting to kill all the blood relatives around him? Well, this statement. Sol immediately thought of a big liar. It seems that a wizard family in the Kame Empire was indeed one of Kismet's victims. Dumo, so you are from Blood Rose. How did your soul appear in the laboratory of Ralph of the Bloodthorn family? And I was one of the few people who survived from the Valley of the Hands. At that time, I accidentally discovered that the destruction of my family was closely related to Dumo, so I stole his treasures and hid them in the Bloodthorn family team that had long since become a branch and left the capital. Later, I was discovered by the wizards of the Bloodthorn, and I was contaminated, so I died on the way. Later, I was in a daze until I was awakened by my master. So in the suburbs of Archaeost, after you discovered Dumo's mental power fluctuations on the roots that attacked you, you planned to find him again, so that you could take revenge by devouring him? When Sol said this, the atmosphere in the carriage became a little tense. Even if Anne had a reasonable reason, she acted on her own and concealed the truth, which could not be easily forgiven. Sol had already punished him with the diary. When the consciousness body turned into a black page, Sol's thought could make them suffer. After an honestly accepted the punishment for a few days, he handed in a piece of knowledge stolen from Dumo, the ultimate version of flesh and blood witchcraft, flesh and soul. In addition to some third-level fire attribute witchcraft owned by Kent on the 5th black page, the eruption of earth fire, Sol did not have to worry about not having high-level witchcraft to learn for the time being. Next, Thor carried several boxes of evil spirits obtained from Char, and with a nervous and complicated mood, he marched firmly towards the no man's land. And the Bidong Academy, which Thor had been vigilant for more than a month, was also undergoing new changes. Teacher Beth, I don't understand. Dean Pound was interrupted halfway through his words. Call me Beth. The thin woman wore a floor-length dark blue high-neck dress, which made her exposed skin look extremely white. But she was too thin, completely losing the slender beauty of a woman, and looked more like a skeleton holding up clothes. And this skinny woman was actually called a Mitter by Bond. Beth, didn't you say that Thor's spirit was very special? Why didn't you send someone to catch him back? Now he has obviously noticed something, and I'm afraid he won't come back again. Bond seemed a little anxious, and didn't show any enthusiasm and kindness to Thor. The way he snatched the spirit from the tree's heart was indeed special. And Sonya couldn't snatch it from him. Beth placed her hands in front of her lower abdomen, her expression peaceful, but he has a chaotic aura and another hidden aura. I don't want to contact these two types for the time being, so let him go. You can't contact them either? Pound was shocked. Is Thor really a first-level wizard? Why do you have so many secrets? It's still not suitable for me to show up now. One of Thor's auras comes from Gorza. Although the other party has gone to the northern seas to garrison, he obviously hasn't given up his apprentice. But I can't be sure of the other power either. I only guess that it is related to the eye pollution on Kent. Speaking of eyeball pollution, even the second-level wizard Pound changed his face. That pollution doesn't seem to have the intention to spread actively, otherwise everyone in that tall building would probably not be able to come back alive. Beth lowered her head, looked at her toes, and was silent. She didn't tell Pound that those eyeballs gave her a bad feeling, as if they were some kind of spying from another world. She didn't want to actively provoke such existence before completing her nutrient extraction plan. Forget it, now that the pollution has disappeared, we have to continue to develop the city. Beth raised her head, straightened her back, and walked forward silently. Goster, we need more ordinary people and more wizards. Chapter 502. The blue sky, clear after the rain. The sea breeze with its unique salty smell poured into Maria's nose. She was standing on the wall of size in the northernmost part of the state continent, looking at the gray-blue sea under her feet, listening to the wizard's robe rustling in the wind. The wall of size is a huge wall 200 meters high. Looking down from the sky, the endless high wall is at a right angle, tightly wrapping the northern end of the continent behind. The square bricks, mud, sand, and colloid used to cast this high wall are all rare witchcraft materials. Under the maintenance of the magic array of generations of high-level wizards for hundreds of years, it still stands tall despite experiencing many black tide tsunamis every year. Maria is a roving wizard on the wall of size, responsible for checking the status of the wall on time to cope with the black tide tsunami that breaks out every year. The black tide tsunami is inherently polluted, and evil spirits and monsters will be generated before and after each tsunami. Even some injured and mentally unstable wizards will be alienated due to pollution. So Maria also has a job to visit the wizards stationed in the wizard tower outside the wall of size in turn, check their status, and make sure that no one is alienated silently, causing the black tide to come, but become a helper of the black tide. Today Maria is going to visit a third-level wizard named Gorza. Although Maria herself is also a third-level wizard, she does not have a big family like Huiguang behind her, and it is heard that Gorza's strength is also top-notch in Huiguang. But his personality is a bit strange. He can teleport over a short distance, but he is too lazy to even visit the wizard tower next door. Not only did he choose one of the wizard towers farthest from the wall of size as soon as he arrived, but he has not been seen leaving the sea of size for the past few months. Every time I check the status of each wizard tower inside the high wall, the wizard tower belonging to Gorza always shows white light, and someone is there. Today is no exception. Maria, another roving wizard, saw it, came over, sorry for the long wait. The other party is a wizard from a big family on the Nephrite continent. Maria will not offend him easily. She smiled and said, "It's okay. I just stopped to look at the sea." Solid also turned his head to look at the sea. As long as the sea doesn't turn black, I like to look at it, haha. He looked at the towering wizard tower standing on the sea in the distance, and said, as if to encourage himself, "Today we will visit the 2 farthest wizard towers. After today, the subsequent tasks will be much easier." Although Maria did not think that the distance was proportional to the degree of danger, she still nodded. "Then let's go." The 2 flew up together, and a layer of defense barrier appeared around their bodies. Outside the barrier, there were 2 ring runes, crossing and slowly rotating around their bodies. This is a necessary protective measure to leave the wall of size. Even if it is not the outbreak period of the black tide, there is still a possibility of encountering residual pollution and monsters in the sea. The 2 flew together for several thousand meters, and then separated to different wizard towers. The glowing family, to which Gorza belongs, is biased towards the escaper lineage, and has been somewhat at odds with Solid from the Nephrite continent since ancient times. Therefore, Solid would not easily visit wizards belonging to the escaper lineage. After separating from Solid, Maria flew more carefully. Even though it would reduce the flying speed, she activated a layer of defensive amulet again. After a while, she finally arrived at the 7th wizard tower where Gorza was. Maria tidied up her windblown robes a little, and then landed on the top of the wizard tower. "Gorza Wizard, I am Maria, the itinerant wizard of the Wall of Size, and I am here for a routine visit today." Maria used a communication spell to send her voice in. "Please wait." Within 2 seconds, a gentle voice came out. Maria had not seen Gorza yet, but she heard that he was a handsome man. Even though she had become a 3rd-level wizard, she could not help but have some expectations. After another minute, the black door on the top of the tower was finally pushed open. A bone arm poked out from inside. Then the bone sank into the wide wizard robe, but judging from the shape of the clothes, the arm inside was probably not a normal arm. The door was completely opened, and a human face without skin, red as if it was about to smoke, appeared in front of Maria. Maria almost used the unique concentration of a 3rd-level wizard to not change her face in front of the other party. "Hello, Wizard Gorza." Although she had never seen the other party, the skinless man in front of her did exude the magic fluctuations of a 3rd-level wizard. "Hello. Excuse me, have you been attacked?" Maria took out a golden stone. She would use this audiovisual stone to record the process of this visit. After she returned to the Wall of Size, another wizard would check the scene in the audiovisual stone again to make sure that both Maria and the wizard being visited were fine. "No, I did an experiment." Gorza raised his hand and poked the muscles on his face with his own white bones. A streak of bright red flowed down his white fingertips. The red and white contrasted with each other, which was quite beautiful. There was a problem. Now we are waiting for the pollution to be eliminated. Pollution? Maria's face changed immediately. She came to visit just to check whether the wizard stationed in the tower was polluted. "Can I check your body?" "No," Gorza said calmly and firmly. Maria took a breath. She knew that most wizards would not allow others to check their physical condition, especially when the other party was at the same level as her. Both of them were level 3 wizards. Level 3 wizards were definitely rare and powerful in other places, but here at the Wall of Size, whether it was a Turing wizard or a tower wizard, the minimum requirement was a level 2 wizard. And the wizards stationed here, by the Glow family, were all level 3 wizards. Only such a big family would dare to assign level 3 wizards to the most dangerous places. "Then what caused you to be contaminated? I need to know the reason and make sure the contamination is under control." This time Gorza did not refuse. He even invited Maria to enter the wizard tower and check it in person. Maria looked at Gorza warily, but unfortunately, she could not see any emotion from the face without skin. But the wizards who came here would sign the covenant, so I think the other party would not dare to really attack her. Maria suppressed her inner anxiety and followed Gorza into the wizard tower. The interior of the wizard tower was very dark, with only one oil lamp flickering far away. The 2 3rd-level wizards naturally didn't care about the darkness, and came to Gorza's laboratory smoothly. As soon as she entered the door, Maria saw a bucket of black water on the ground. Her eyes immediately focused on the bucket of water, and she didn't notice other objects at all. "Is that the black tide?" "Yes. I intercepted a part of the black tide last time for research." Maria couldn't help but look back at the bloody wizard. Gorza is not the only wizard who intercepted the black tide, but he has only been here for a few months, and he dared to attack the black tide. How bold and crazy, Maria thought secretly. Gorza raised his hands at this time, showing the white bones like a pair of works of art. "I tried to touch the black tide, and the flesh of my hands festered. Although I received timely treatment, the pollution still corroded my skin." Looking at Gorza, who didn't care about telling about his injuries, Maria tightened the audiovisual stone in her hand. I suggest you apply for rest. No need. But the next black tide may be this month. Gorza pulled the muscles on his face, revealing a row of white teeth. It's okay, I be fine tomorrow. Chapter 503. Maria did not stay in Gorza's wizard tower for 5 minutes. She left quickly, using the excuse that she had to visit the next wizard. Gorza returned to the laboratory and walked around the bucket on the ground. He casually threw the black tide that the two had just discussed behind him. As he approached the wooden rack against the wall, his skin began to recover layer by layer, as if the wound just now was just an illusion to cover up the truth. As Gorza walked, he reached out to the chest where pale skin had just grown. Then the rope opened a small hole automatically. His fingertips passed through the skin behind the rope, sank into the chest, and then hooked outward, dragging out a black shadow. The black shadow was thrown under his feet, slowly squirming, taking shape and color, and gradually turning into the appearance of Eula. But Eula looked a little confused at this time, no longer as crazy as when she intended to overthrow the wizard tower. Gorza looked down at Eula, who was sitting sideways on the ground. Do you like the skin of that woman just now? A trace of disgust flashed across Eula's confused eyes. I don't like it. Gorza smiled faintly and shook his head and said, what a pity. He continued to walk forward and came to the wooden rack that Maria had not noticed. The wooden rack was fixed to the wall. Some commonly used witchcraft materials were placed on the bottom layer, and the top 4 layers were all spherical beakers with similar shapes. Each beaker was filled with transparent liquid, and in the center of the liquid was a thin gray shadow like a hair. These gray shadows were still shaking slightly up and down. Eula got up from the ground and followed Gorza curiously. What are these? Gorza said, these are some soul fragments I collected in the original wizard tower, and after coming to the Sea of Sighs. He pointed to a thin white shadow in the second row and said, this is a half-elf. It's very cheap. I exchanged it with a little magic power. He pointed to a trace of soul fragments in the third row and introduced, this is Prince Aruba of Nath. Kira was too fierce. I only had time to collect this little. When Yura heard Kira's name, his eyes fluctuated a little, but the fluctuation soon disappeared, and he just said calmly, boring. Gorza smiled and shook his head, no, not boring at all. He picked up the 4th bottle in the 4th row. The hair inside looked ordinary, but the moment it was lifted up, it twisted and tried to penetrate the container and enter Gorza's fingertips. But the spherical beaker suddenly lit up a light, stopping the gray shadow's attempt. Gorza smiled even more happily. Look how lively it is. Even if there is only a little bit, it still longs for a body. This is my favorite spirit fragment at the moment. It is a piece of spirit torn off by those mouths after Thor mistakenly entered the candle pipe. When I arrived, the mouth that swallowed this spirit had already changed, but this spirit was still intact in the mouth. Is this Thor's soul? Hearing Thor's name, Eula's wondering eyes had a touch of complexity. Yes. Do you know what the mouth has changed into? Without waiting for Eula to guess, Gorza continued. Eyes grew in every tiny slit of its lips. Growing eyes is not a terrible change. But when Eula thought about Gorza's words again, a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. You mean, after the mouth devoured Thor's soul, it turned into eyes? Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The human spirit can actually pollute the resentful spirit? Heh. Eula's face sank. Only evil spirits can pollute resentful spirits. Not necessarily. Thor's consciousness is pure, not like an evil spirit. Gorza shook the beaker in his hand, watching the inconspicuous gray shadow twisting and trying to enter his fingers, but was intercepted again. The black tide and the starry sky can also pollute the evil spirits. Eula couldn't understand. What do you mean? This time Gorza didn't explain. I haven't studied it clearly yet, so I can't tell you. The next black tide is coming, and I have to be promoted to the 3rd level again before that. He carefully put Thor's soul fragment back on the wooden frame. Unable to feel Gorza's fingers, the soul fragment calmed down again. Eula was surprised. Aren't you already at the 3rd level? Gorza shook his head, his platinum eyes narrowed. I was too hasty last time, and I'm not satisfied with the results of the promotion. I need to change direction and try again, so that I should be able to revive you. However, when Eula, who was originally calm, heard the word resurrection, her whole body trembled immediately. She quickly raised her hands to cover her ears, hunched over and screamed. Gorza just looked at the painful Eula calmly. It seems that the pollution last time was too serious, leaving you with a big psychological shadow. He put his hand on Eula's head, and Eula's body was immediately fixed in place. After a moment, Eula put down his arms and looked up at the handsome man in front of him in confusion. Who are you? Gorza smiled gently. I am your lover. A few days later, Thor and his party came to the entrance of Chueshu Valley. Seeing the steep slope in front of him again, Thor's expression was a little complicated. To enter the no man's land, you have to pass through the Valley of the Hands. At this time, Thor was the only one left by his side, and all other consciousnesses were collected in his diary. Even Penny turned back into a silver butterfly bookmark, and was honestly pinned between two black pages. This time, Thor needed to pass through the Valley of the Hands and enter the no man's land on the opposite side. The smaller the mental fluctuations emitted, the better. The mountain road was steep, and ordinary carriages could not pass normally. But Thor had Shuza. It came out from the back of Thor's neck, ran outside, tied up the carriage, and then shot out 8 branches, propped up the ground, and supported the entire carriage. From a distance, it looked like a big black spider. Then Xiaozhou flexibly moved his 8 spider legs, and sent Thor steadily into the valley below. The area near the entrance of Chueshu Valley was very clean. Thor saw 2 apprentice bodies lying in the middle of the road. The bodies were already highly decomposed, but the apprentice robes they wore were still brand new. It might take a longer time for them to start to fall apart. Despite the 2 ugly bodies, the entrance of Chueshu Valley was really clean. Thor narrowed his eyes, and the meditation method of the evolutionary diagram began to work. He did not see any spirits nearby. It seems that someone has cleaned it up specially. Let's go! Thor put away the algae and let Marsh continue driving. Marsh looked a little scared, but the mushroom on his head twisted more and more happily. Don't worry, although we will pass through the Chueshu Valley, we will bypass the most dangerous places. In the Chueshu Valley War, the most casualties were in the middle of the valley, and both ends of the passage were relatively safer. Morton had lived in Chueshu Valley for hundreds of years. Although he was confused during that time, he also knew which places were more dangerous, and which places gathered terrible evil spirits and pollution. With Thor's current strength, as long as he doesn't go to the place where the evil spirits are most concentrated, there shouldn't be much danger. If he encounters a small group of evil spirits, he can deal with it alone. The horse driving the carriage was blindfolded and blocked, and only followed the reins of Mesh. But when the carriage entered the depths of the canyon for a while, Thor found that no evil spirits ran out to get in the way. Everything was calm, as if they were walking on the official road of the Principality of Kerma. Just as the few people in the diary began to discuss the quietness of the Chueshu Valley, a body hanging on the cliff suddenly appeared in front of the carriage. The cliff was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, so the body hanging on it was swaying and had nothing to rely on. The body was not hanged. The rope tied to it directly penetrated the skull and hung the person in midair. The blood that had flowed had turned dark brown and sank into the torn clothes. Thor glanced over and immediately confirmed that there was an evil spirit in the body. This was the first evil spirit he saw after entering the Valley of the Hands. Chapter 504. Although the aura of the evil spirit in front of him was not strong, Thor was still alert and on guard. Although the Battle of Chueshu Valley took place 100 years ago, too many wizards died here. The chaotic spirits, coupled with long-term repression, have created many strange and terrible pollutions. However, just as Thor was still preparing to cast witchcraft to take the initiative, Morton advised him to try not to actively attack the evil spirits here. Some evil spirits may seem to be only one, but if one is moved, a series of them may be triggered. If you accidentally step on the trap, it will be even more troublesome. Morton is an old man in the Chueshu Valley. Although he has been hanging around the periphery for many years, he is strong and knows the most about this place. Thor listened to Morton's advice and re-observed the body hanging in front of him. The other party has not yet revealed the intention of attacking. There is no hint in the diary. Mash, let's go around the cliff. The driver nodded, looked at the body in the air again, swallowed his saliva, and drove the carriage carefully to the right. Fortunately, the corpse did not have any objection to the carriage's detour behavior, and was still hanging on the left side of the cliff. However, when the carriage passed the corpse and began to move away, Thor, who had been staring at the corpse the whole time, was distracted and found that the corpse was still staring at him. It turned out that the highly decomposed corpse suddenly turned a small circle at some point, and the face, which was already half a skull, was facing Thor, as if it was afraid that he would run away. The carriage continued to move, and the position of the corpse continued to change. It turned a little bit again, and kept staring at the direction where Thor was. Is it targeting me? Thor muttered. Even the powerful Morton felt uneasy about what he saw. Although he was a second-level spirit when he was alive, his soul was broken after his death, so he was not the strongest evil spirit here. The strongest ones were those evil spirits close to the no man's land, and they were also the most polluted. The other consciousnesses in the diary did not speak either. The other consciousnesses knew that they could not help much here, so they stayed quiet one by one to avoid disturbing the conversation between Morton and Thor. Morton, this? I'm not sure either. But we didn't take the initiative to provoke it, so we shouldn't be targeted, right? Although there was no warning in the diary, Thor did not relax his vigilance. He asked the driver to speed up a little, and he focused on the front while keeping a close eye on the body that had been thrown away. Unexpectedly, when the body was about to leave the sight of several people, it suddenly raised its hands and made a swinging motion like a puppet. Its feet also swung left and right. What is it doing? Thor asked the consciousnesses in the diary to look at the corpse in front of him, and guessed cautiously, is it dancing? The men who had no idea at first saw it, and it seemed to be true. Fortunately, the corpse had no other abnormal behavior except dancing. The carriage continued to move inward, and the cliffs on both sides were getting closer and closer, and even encountered human-headed monsters. Those human-headed monsters hid in the cracks of the rocks. If Thor had not maintained the meditation method, he would probably have missed the skin of the same color as the rocks and the paler eyes. These head monsters left a deep impression on Thor. They ate several senior apprentices silently, and even Billy and Wright, who were quite powerful, could not escape the encirclement of the head monsters. Herman, Morton, weren't you the leader of these head monsters? Can you directly order the head monsters to retreat now? Morton, if I can, I am willing to order those head monsters. But in fact, the power that really gave me to drive these monsters came from the pollution itself. Now that I have been freed from the pollution, I have naturally cut off contact with these human-headed monsters. Hearing Morton say this, Thor was naturally a little disappointed. But he quickly adjusted himself, and knew not to be led astray by inertial thinking. At this time, the human-headed monsters were getting closer and closer to the carriage. They walked with their legsless feet and heads on their heads, and surrounded them very quickly. Thor summoned the dark spirit blade and was about to fight these human-headed monsters head-on, but he saw the human head swaying and stopping a few meters away. It seemed to be dancing. They surrounded Thor, jumping and hopping, sometimes landing on their left foot, sometimes landing on their right foot, like balls being hit on the ground. But these head monsters surrounded Thor, but did not block the passage. In other words, Thor could still pass through the head monsters and continue to move forward. Mash. Hey. Marsh also responded carefully. Keep the carriage moving forward. Be careful not to fall into the pit on the ground, Thor warned. Marsh nodded, glanced at the head monsters on the ground with his peripheral vision, and quickly lowered his head. With his many years of driving experience, he calmed the horses, and then slowly moved forward. As we gradually went deeper into Foresaw Valley, the road had changed from being smooth to being barren. And there were more potholes on the ground. These potholes, like the ones outside Foresaw Valley, were left behind to find survivors or steal heritage and property, so we still had to be careful when walking here. The human-headed monsters were not affected by Thor's departure, and they still surrounded Thor's original position, jumping and stomping on the ground, gradually forming a melody. Egu, are they dancing with the corpse that was just hung up? Sol recalled the dance moves of the hung corpse, and looked at the jumping human-headed monsters on the ground. Yes, the human-headed monsters have no arms and legs, so their dance is very strange, and they only stomp their feet. But what are they dancing for? Until the carriage drove away, the human-headed monsters did not attack, and Sol and his consciousness bodies did not understand the purpose of the dance. But after Thor was 100 meters away from the human-headed monster, he could hear from the sound that the human-headed monster's dance began to become messy, and it became crazy jumping and stomping on the ground, and there was no longer the sense of melody and beauty just now. And seemed to have thought of something, but he was even more confused. Why do they seem to be welcoming us? Herman, and you are so bold. And stop talking. The carriage continued to move slowly, and the caves on the ground began to become sparse again. But at this time, the sound of water flow came from under a few caves. It seems that there is a hidden river underground. This hidden river is obviously not simple. The horse driving the carriage was blindfolded. At first, it was walking steadily, but for some reason, it began to shake its head and head. After a while, it even flicked its tongue, stamped its limbs, and began to dance. The frequency of the stamping was very similar to that of the human-headed monster just now. Thor released a tranquilizer spell, and the horse calmed down a little, but not long after, it suddenly ran fast as if frightened, and the wheels were about to sink into a hole in front. Thor raised his hand and prepared to cast a spell. But he saw a huge human face suddenly appear. The huge face was as big as the entrance of the cave. As the huge face emerged, the cave was filled into a flat ground, directly supporting the wheels, allowing the carriage to pass smoothly. The wheels passed by, leaving 2 ruts on its face. Not only was it not angry, but it laughed. With this creepy laughter, more and more faces appeared from the darkness below, blocking the cave on the ground in front, as if paving the way for Thor's carriage. Aga murmured, "Are they really welcoming us?" Chapter 505. Mash tried to control the horse. The horses used by wizards are different from ordinary horses. They are specially made to have a stronger tolerance to radiation during breeding. But such horses cannot last long under the erosion of evil spirits and pollution. Marsh himself was getting more and more uncomfortable with his laughter, and the mushrooms on his head began to wilt. He could only try his best to speed up, not even caring whether he would crush the face that appeared on the ground. Thor sat in the car, and the algae on his body had already covered the inner wall of the car. He listened to the laughter around him getting louder and louder, and then he was left behind by the carriage. Thor leaned out of the window, and saw that the cave had disappeared from the road ahead, and the road behind him was full of laughter. When the laughter was also left behind, the nervous Shioza and Mash gradually returned to normal. Not long after, a huge crack appeared on the mountain wall in front of them on the right, as if someone had used an axe to chop down the middle of the mountain and into the ground. The crack went deep into the mountain, and the inside was so deep that no shape could be seen. But when the carriage passed by, Thor felt a strong mental fluctuation from inside. There might be a lot of evil spirits entangled in it, and they are not at the same level as those seen on the road just now. "Morton, Master, you can't go in." Thor nodded slightly, and told Mash to pass by here quickly. But when passing by the crack, Thor still looked inside the crack. He did not use meditation rashly this time, but observed the scene near the crack with his naked eyes. He took out a piece of paper, and wrote down his observations. There were obviously a lot of evil spirits in this rift, but these evil spirits huddled in the deepest part. I don't know what bound them. The carriage left the rift behind again. Along the way, Thor passed by several obviously abnormal places. But with Morton's reminder, they always managed to avoid the most dangerous places. We are almost at the exit of the Borderlands. Thor came out of the carriage and stood on the carriage next to Marsh. Marsh was so nervous that he couldn't make any sound even when he opened his mouth. He could only nod his head heavily. Agu, Borderless Land is a place without a unified order. The rules of survival here are very complicated. Here, formal wizards may encounter fatal dangers, but some special, ordinary people may live well. Morton, in short, after entering the Borderless Land, no matter what you see, don't rush to approach it. It's best to observe and understand the rules before making plans. Observe, and then find the rules? Thor remembered the two's reminder. Then, the mountains on both sides of the canyon suddenly disappeared, like a piece of tofu being cut in half. Thor's carriage finally drove out of Chuesho Valley, and entered a new world. Thor originally stood on the carriage frame to prevent danger. But he didn't expect that this was actually an open grassland. Green grass and gentle breeze. The sunlight that was originally blocked by the mountain walls on both sides of Chuesho Valley also sprinkled down unscrupulously. Is this the unowned land? Thor always felt that something was wrong. He squinted his eyes and looked closer. The grass and trees on the ground were shaking gently, and there was nothing unusual. But when Thor looked into the distance, he saw that the border between the grassland and the blue sky was a little blurry. He carefully released his spiritual body and spread it along the ground little by little. But the feedback he got was not abnormal. There is no problem in the nearby area, but it may not be the case in the distance. It is not clear where the border between normal and abnormal is. Sir? Mash left the strange Chuesho Valley, and felt relieved when he saw the beautiful scenery in front of him. He turned his head to look at Thor, not knowing where to go next. Wait for me here first, don't run around. If anything unusual happens, retreat to the inside of Chuesho Valley. Ah? Mash obviously felt that Chuesho Valley was much scarier than here, but he was obedient. Although he was still afraid of Chuesho Valley in his heart, he nodded, I know, sir. Thor jumped off the carriage, thought about it, took out a witchcraft prop he had never used from the storage device, and held it in his hand. Eye of Exile. This was given to him by Khonsha before she died, telling him that if he found that Gorza was going to attack his soul, he should swallow this Eye of Exile. Although he would die, he would not have to suffer after death. At first, Thor thought that the diary asked him to accept Khonsha's invitation just for this Eye of Exile. But when the Wizard Tower rebelled later, Thor did not use this Eye of Exile. So later, he figured out that the real purpose of the diary asking him to go to the Elf Valley was probably to let him see the true appearance of the planet he was on, and accept the final gift from the half-elf to be promoted to a formal wizard. If his strength had not reached the level of a first-level formal wizard, It would have been difficult for him to hold on during the rebellion in the Wizard Tower until Minter Gorza suppressed the pollution. However, after Thor checked the information later, he found that this Eye of Exile was not specifically used to pollute people's souls. In fact, it has many uses. Through it, one can see the true trend of power, and not be confused and disturbed by the disguise of the outside world. After Thor got off the carriage, he gently scratched the palm of his left hand with the tip of his right hand, and a crack appeared on his left hand. A few strands of blood with great flashes flowed down. He put the Eye of Exile on the wound, and the eye that looked ordinary, but a little hard, quickly melted into the wound. The bleeding stopped immediately, and the eyeball turned a circle in Thor's palm. When the black pupil turned out again, Thor felt as if he had lost control of his palm. It was as if someone had dug out his palm. But when Thor tried to move his fingers, he felt that his fingers were flexible and unrestricted. He raised his hand towards the distance, and then connected his spiritual power along his arm to the Eye of Exile. Suddenly, the scene in front of Thor's eyes shook slightly, and a third perspective appeared. Even when the black pupil moved uncontrollably, Thor himself could be seen. But he was not the only one. From the perspective of the Eye of Exile, Thor saw a circle of colorful halo around him. Even in the sunlight, the halo showed a sharp color contrast. These halos were still changing, like the hot, twisting air above a flame. Through the perspective of his left hand, Thor could clearly see these halos sticking to him, changing their positions from time to time, getting closer and farther away. He didn't know what these halos were, but he could feel that he was being watched. Thor narrowed his eyes, controlled his curiosity, and didn't turn his head to look. He opened the diary in his mind, and turned to the page where he got the Eye of Exile. The last sentence in the diary that day was, "Don't look them in the eye. The price of using the Eye of Exile is that you will see things that I can't see myself. Although I can see them through the Eye of Exile, I can't look them in the eye." As the time of using the Eye of Exile increases, Thor's own eyes can also vaguely see some colors that do not belong to this world. The Eye of Exile must observe the world, but also observe myself. Once the halo in front of my eyes floats in front of me, I must be careful not to look them in the eye. Thor summarized his experience of using it in his mind, reminding himself of what he should pay attention to, then spread out his left hand and walked towards the grassland. From the perspective of the Eye of Exile, he saw a village suddenly appearing about 500 meters away. Near the village, the grassland suddenly turned into brown land, and the two boundaries were like a puzzle that was misplaced, and the connection was very unnatural. Chapter 506. Although the No Man's Land is full of dangers, since he has chosen to settle here and build a wizard tower, Thor cannot just hide away. Moreover, he has the diary of the dead wizard. In a place where danger can come at any time, he is the one with the most advantages. Let's observe first. Thoughting, Thor walked forward. He did not intend to enter the village, but wanted to get closer and observe more carefully. The village was very small, and there was no wall built. It was vaguely visible that there was only one road in the village. Around that street, some one-story and two-story gray houses were built one after another. The closer the house was to the street, the more complete and taller it was. There seemed to be few people on the street, but people could be heard talking. A village that is usually invisible, but can be discovered by the Eye of Exile. It is impossible that there is no problem. The side effects of the Eye of Exile have become more and more serious, and the colorful halo around Thor has become more and more colorful. In the corner of his eye, he can even see some colors without the help of the Eye of Exile. Thor stretched out his hand, enduring the pain, and dug out the Eye of Exile from his palm. In such a short time, several white substances suspected to be roots or nerves had grown behind the Eye of Exile, piercing Thor's flesh and blood for 2 centimeters. Thor pinched his fingers and burned the white substance behind it, and then put the Eye of Exile back into the storage device. Although the Eye of Exile had been taken out, the village in front of Thor did not disappear. Obviously, when Thor discovered the village, it could no longer hide. The diary hasn't given any warning yet. It seems the danger is not. Soul thought as he took 2 more steps forward, but just when he realized that the diary had no warning, the diary in his spirit body suddenly opened, and then the pages clattered. Turned to a brand new white chapter. New Moon Calendar Year 317, October 17th, at the same time, you will wake up in the same bed, put on the same clothes, open the door, and greet the same person, make the same joke, get the same teasing, and when you go to bed at the same time at night, you will have the same doubts, this same life is the same dull, and you can't imagine that this is also your eternal resting place. Death warning. Thor's footsteps suddenly stopped in midair, and he retracted after a few seconds. This death warning has no hint of how to crack it. Thor held his chin up, and didn't think for too long. Herman, Master, what should we do next? Bypass here? This village is just a little scenery on his journey. Thor is not even a passerby in the village. There is no need for him to insist on entering after the diary issued a death warning. The borderless land is full of dangers, but I just need to find a relatively safe place and build a wizard tower first. Thor turned around and prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, a flatbed carriage almost brushed past his front. When did this car appear behind me? Thor was stunned and took 2 steps back in an instant. Egu, we didn't notice when it appeared. Oh young man, I'm so sorry, I was distracted just now, and didn't notice you standing in the middle of the road. The driver, dressed as an ordinary farmer, apologized to Thor with an apologetic face. Thor didn't say anything. He didn't feel anyone approaching just now. What's more, it was a large cart with a horse-drawn carriage, straw piled on the back, and an iron pitchfork stuck in it. The guy in front of him might not be a human. Thor's indifference did not scare the farmer away, and he was still talking. It's all my fault. I've been wondering where little Claude is gone. He's been missing for so many days. Have you seen little Claude? At this point, the farmer looked at Thor hopefully. But Thor still ignored him, and just turned back to look at his carriage. After seeing this, Thor's face turned ugly. The carriage was only a few hundred meters away from him, but it was nowhere to be seen. Thor also didn't hear the sound of Marsh driving away. Did I enter some kind of illusion? Morton, TSK, illusion, that's a bit troublesome. Hey, are you listening to me? Seeing that Thor had been ignoring him, the farmer got off the car and walked up to Thor. Have you seen little Claude? He is a 10-year-old boy with red hair, a big nose, and about this height. Judging from the farmer's attire, and the direction the carriage was heading, he must be related to the village ahead. Thor, who had already decided not to enter the village, ignored the farmer's question and turned around to go back to find Mash. Being ignored twice, the farmer's expression darkened. Why didn't you answer me? Why did you leave? Little Claude has been missing for so long, he must have been killed. Did you kill him? Did you? Thor looked back at him, and the farmer's expression was completely distorted. He was completely different from the farmer, who had just apologized politely. There is something wrong with this man. Thor had no intention of getting entangled with these visions, so he turned and left. Being ignored again, the farmer was completely angry. It was you who killed little Claude. It must be you who killed little Claude. The farmer turned around and pulled out the iron fork from the haystack, stabbing Thor's back fiercely. And master, he is attacking you, he. Thor turned his back to the farmer, raised his hand, and swung a ball of fire backwards. However, the ball of fire suddenly dissipated before it hit the farmer. Thor, sensing that his magic had failed, turned around in shock, and was immediately pierced through the chest and abdomen by an iron fork. The spiritual armor that automatically appeared on his body did not have any effect of blocking it. How? Is it possible? Thor spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the farmer in disbelief. Master! The 4 consciousnesses also roared in anger that completely destroyed their worldviews. Even at this time, the farmer in front of him still looked like an ordinary person, without any magical fluctuations on his body. The feeling of weakness quickly spread from the fatal wound on his chest to his whole body. The wizard's strong physical fitness was completely ineffective at this time. New words appeared in the diary. You are going to die. Oh my god! Thor couldn't believe that he would die at the hands of a farmer who looked completely insignificant, but he had no strength at this time, and his body began to limp. Great, I have avenged little Claude. The farmer laughed and his expression returned to normal. He was very strong. He half lifted Thor and threw him onto the cart, then covered Thor completely with the straw on the cart. Thor was like an ordinary person, completely unable to move, and the pain in his chest was real and terrible. He felt as if his left shoulder was pressed by something heavy, so he turned his last eyeball that could move to the left. Behind the dense straw, Thor saw a face. The face was full of childishness, with short red hair and a big nose. Little Claude. Soul let out a weak breath. Then, he could no longer hold up his heavy eyelids. Darkness fell. Before he lost consciousness, he could only see new words appearing on the diary. You are dead. Suddenly, a golden light replaced the darkness. After the light gradually faded, Soul saw the scene in front of him again. In front of him was a very small village, without a wall, and vaguely there was only one road in the village. No figures were visible, but faint conversations could be heard. Thor was horrified and stepped back. Master! The 4 consciousnesses spoke together again. Finally, Egu was the spokesperson. Egu, Master, are you okay? Just now, was it all an illusion? Thor lowered his head, and the diary flew out and opened. The 2 lines "You are going to die" and "You are dead" were still on the white page, but there was a horizontal line across them. It means deleted. What is this? Did I really die just now? The golden light just now? Could it be? Thor thought of something and quickly turned the diary forward to the golden page. He now has 2 golden pages. Now, a line drawing appeared on the first golden page. In the drawing, Thor was lying in a pile of straw, with 3 big holes in his chest, bleeding. His eyes were slightly closed, and he looked dead. In the corner of the picture, another face could be vaguely seen. Because it was a black line drawing, the color of the hair on this face could not be seen, and only a huge nose could be seen. Chapter 507. Thor looked down at the diary, not yet fully recovered from the death experience. What just happened? Could the function of the golden page be resurrection? The diary of a dead wizard be able to resurrect the wizard? Seems reasonable. Just as Thor was studying the diary, a carriage suddenly passed by his arm. Thor looked up, and when he saw the passing carriage clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted. A farmer in simple clothes was driving a flatbed carriage full of straw. There was an iron fork stuck on the pile of straw. Whoa! The farmer stopped the carriage and turned back to apologize to Thor. "I'm sorry, young man. I was distracted just now, and almost bumped into you." Thor looked at the farmer, without saying a word, raised his hand, and swung it down, and then the black knife shadow that silently gathered behind the farmer cut off the farmer's head. The farmer was sitting, and when his head rolled down his shoulders to the ground, blood was gushing out from above his neck like a fountain. The dot soon dyed the straw behind red. It's not resurrection, it should be a new beginning. Thor stepped forward cautiously, and took a look at the farmer's body and head. He was indeed dead. Why wasn't he afraid of my witchcraft attack just now? Or does the dark spirit blade also have an attack effect on this kind of illusion-like space? Thor just attacked the farmer by surprise. If the sneak attack was stopped by an unknown force, the farmer would probably not be able to detect that he had just been attacked. But Thor didn't expect the dark spirit blade to work normally, and directly cut off the farmer's neck. After Thor confirmed that the farmer was dead, he walked to the straw stack at the back, and pulled out the iron fork. "Who is it? How dare you kill people in front of us?" 2 strong men suddenly appeared at the entrance of the village. They were dressed better than the farmer, with short knives on their waists and short boots on their feet. They seemed to be the guards of the village. They had already drawn their knives against Thor, and were running towards him quickly. Thor swung his hand, and the dark spirit blade split into 2 and rushed towards the 2 guards. Thor took the opportunity to use a fork to lift up the straw stack, wanting to see the body of the brother who had once slept side by side with him. However, Thor searched the entire straw stack, but could not find the body, not even the head. "Herman, strange, where is the body of the red-haired boy?" And, "Master, look over there." Thor turned his head when he heard this, and found that neither of the 2 guards was dead. They seemed to have not been attacked by the dark spirit blade, and were only 50 meters away from Thor. Witchcraft. Failed again. Thor immediately turned around, holding the iron fork, ready for battle. A guard on the opposite side suddenly threw the dagger in his hand at Thor. This was actually a rather rash attack. He threw out the only iron object in his hand without any backup. But he threw it quite accurately. Seeing the dagger falling towards him, Thor immediately raised the iron fork to block the dagger. However, when the iron fork in his hand hit the blade of the dagger, it was easily cut into 2 pieces by the opponent like tofu. Thor was unable to block it. He immediately retreated, trying to avoid the next attack, but in the next second he found that the dagger suddenly accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, the dagger and the handle pierced his lower abdomen. "I can't block it, I can't avoid it." Thor felt the pain all over his body again. The moment he was injured, he lost control of his body. Thor fell to the ground limply, but he didn't die this time. 2 guards arrived later. "He actually killed Uncle John," one person said sadly. "Such a cruel man, maybe he is also related to the disappearance of little Claude." "I think he killed little Claude." "Yes, let's lock him in the cellar, and let the village chief deal with him." "But the village chief is so soft-hearted, he won't spare his life, right?" Another guard suddenly slashed Thor's neck with a knife. "Don't worry, even if the village chief is soft-hearted, he can't spare his life. This way we can find the murderer who killed little Claude, and everyone doesn't have to worry about it anymore." So cruel. Sol could not move, and could only silently endure the pain. In fact, with his perseverance, he could stand up even if he was stabbed 3 more times. But the strange environment here made him enter a state of near death as soon as he was injured, and he could only blink his eyes. Agus said worriedly, "Is this some kind of world where death will keep going back?" and disagreed. And then this world is really idle and wastes energy. The two guards dragged the driver's body and the dying soul back with a cart. This time, Thor sat on the flatbed with the driver again. But this time, the diary did not show a reminder until he was dragged into a cellar at the entrance of the village. You are about to bleed to death. Here it comes. Death warning reminder. Thor was thrown directly into the cellar by two guards without mercy, and then thrown heavily to the ground. Then the two guards locked the door of the cellar and disappeared. Thor guessed that they should go to find the village chief. But the other party will definitely delay some time to ensure that. Soft heart. He died before the village chief arrived. Thor was indeed about to die. The massive blood loss made his eyes black. He turned his head weakly to the side, and suddenly saw a pair of eyes wide open. The owner of the eyes seemed to be hiding in a large wooden box in the cellar, with his head on the ground, revealing only a pair of eyes and red hair under the eyes. Red? Thor opened his eyes wide, trying to see the person inside clearly, but the other person's nose was blocked by the board of the wooden box. But even though he could only see part of the face, Thor still thought it was the red-haired, big-nosed little Claude who had been missing for several days, as the driver had said. Could he have been hiding here all along? No. Soul's consciousness was already a little fuzzy, and he could only think slowly, if it's from this angle. Little Claude should be curled up in the box with his head on the ground. Or just his head. The world in front of Thor turned black again. You're dead. Thor opened his eyes, and confirmed that he was back outside the village. Herman, Master, the rules here are too difficult. Let's turn around and leave immediately. Soul looked back and, as expected, did not see Mash and the carriage behind him. No, when I step into a certain range, I can no longer leave. He was not panicked, but immediately called out the diary to look at the golden pages. Soul has confirmed that the diary will save him. But he is not sure how much each rescue will cost. If he died twice, wouldn't that mean he would have consumed 2 golden pages? Thor grimaced in pain. But fortunately, the price he had to pay was not that great. Only the first golden page had changed. The picture on it changed from Thor who died in the haystack to Thor who died in the cellar. In the painting, he stared at a large box in the corner of the cellar until his death. Thor put away the diary, and he had already confirmed it in his heart. It is not this strange village that goes back in time, but the diary. But this cannot explain why the body in the haystack ran into the cellar the second time. And there is another question. These people said that little Claude was missing at first, but then they speculated that little Claude was dead, and they believed this speculation firmly. Egu, who was about to speak but was blocked by An, finally showed up. Egu, yes, I want to say this too. In addition, the strength of the driver was different when he was killed twice. This may be caused by some kind of rule, so you should be careful about this. Thor nodded, yes, I am also thinking, what is it that prevents me from attacking them? Is it necessary to sneak attack? The second time Thor killed the driver, it was a sneak attack. But he felt that it was not that simple. At this moment, a flatbed carriage passed by his arm. Chapter 508. The third time he saw the farmer, he apologized enthusiastically, and asked Thor if he had seen a 10-year-old boy with red hair and a big nose. This time Thor looked at the farmer and smiled. Sorry, I haven't seen that boy. The farmer was a little disappointed, but he no longer suspected that Thor was the murderer. It's getting late. You're standing here. Do you want me to take you into the village to rest for a night? Soul readily agreed, okay, thank you. The farmer was very happy. We haven't had outsiders in our village for a long time. Get on the car and sit down. Just sit on the straw. It's soft, and you won't be afraid of pressure. Soul got on the car and took the opportunity to move the straw while arranging the cushion. This time, there was still no body in the straw. The carriage drove into the small village. When passing the outermost house, Soul saw 2 strong men standing under the eaves. They were holding short knives in their hands. They killed Soul's 2 guards for the second time. But this time, when they saw the farmer and Soul sitting in the car, they just glanced at him casually and retreated to the shadow of the eaves to chat. The farmer's house was not close to the main road in the middle of the village, but had to go through a dilapidated path between 2 houses. However, his house was a 2-story cottage, which was considered a luxurious house among the cottages on the periphery. The farmer parked the car in front of the door and invited Soul in. The door was locked from the inside, and the farmer could not push it open. It must be my wife who locked the door. Usually I would go to deliver straw at this time, but I thought you would be hungry, so I came back early. The farmer said with a smile, then raised his rough palm and knocked on the door. I'm coming. The sound from the house was a little panic, and then there was the sound of thump thump coming down the stairs. The bolt was taken down, the door opened, and a slightly plump middle-aged peasant woman with a headscarf on her head came out. "Why did you come back so early today? Why are you so slow?" After opening the door, the farmer and the farm wife spoke almost at the same time, with some impatience in their words. Finally, the farm wife made way first. "I was packing upstairs, and I ran down when I heard the noise. How could I be slow?" The farmer was not satisfied. "I finally brought a guest here, and you locked the door. Go and serve dinner to my guest." The farm wife glanced at Thor, still looking a little flustered. The farmer urged her again, and she went to the small room on the left side of the first floor to prepare the meal. Unexpectedly, as soon as the farmer left, the farmer suddenly looked at the second floor suspiciously. "I go to the second floor to get a bottle of wine." Thor actually wanted to say no, but he knew that the farmer's so-called getting wine was just an excuse. The farmer ran up the stairs in 2 steps, and the farmer just came out with a bowl and a fork and spoon. Seeing the farmer go up to the second floor, she was startled. "What are you doing up there?" The farmer ignored her at all, and the farmer chased after him for 2 steps, but still stopped in front of the stairs. "Don't mess up the warehouse again." The peasant woman put the tableware on the table in the living room. Her hands were shaking, and she was obviously very nervous. Suddenly, a scream came from the second floor, followed by chaos, and then Thor saw a dark shadow falling from the window beside him. Thor approached the window, and saw a strange young man lying on the ground with a familiar iron fork stuck in his neck. Before Thor could sigh that it was another ethical drama, the resentful voice of the peasant woman sounded behind him. "It's all your fault." Thor turned around and saw the peasant woman holding a sharp fork for eating and rushing towards him. "Can you blame me for this?" Thor, who already knew that the people here were not simple, immediately activated his magic. If you hadn't come to visit, he wouldn't have come back early. A black blade appeared behind the peasant woman. But when the blade fell, it was still blocked by an invisible barrier. It seems that it's not because of sneak attack or not. Thor already knew the outcome this time, but he still tried hard to jump out of the window and escape. However, at the moment he decided to run away, the peasant woman, who was still 2 or 3 meters away from him, came to him in the blink of an eye and stabbed the fork into Sol's eyes, piercing Sol's brain. "Sol, Herman, it hurts so much." Sol thought he would die immediately, but he still stayed awake for more than 10 seconds. During this time, he saw the peasant woman dragging her legs and dragging herself into the hut on the left. There was a kitchen there, and when Sol entered, he saw a stove. The peasant woman then turned and lifted up Thor's head, so Thor saw what was inside the stove. A pot of bubbling soup, the ingredients of which could not be seen, with a few red hairs floating on it. "It's just right, the original soup base should be changed." The peasant woman muttered, pulled out the knife from the chopping board, and swung it down fiercely. "You are cooked." "Thor, why is she still in the mood to cook? Shouldn't she wait for the farmer to come down, and then kill the farmer or be killed by the farmer?" "Egu, it's probably because the people in this village are not normal." Sol, who stood outside the village again, did not look at the picture on the golden page. This time, even he could not bear to look at the picture, and the other consciousnesses also skipped this topic. "Morton, Master, this is the 4th time I have come back. Do you feel that your mental strength or magic power has been consumed?" Sol knew what Morton was worried about. "Every time I start over, I will check my physical condition. But until now, there has been no loss." "Egu, I don't have to pay any price. How terrible." Herman was puzzled. Why is it terrible if there is no price to pay? Because free is the most expensive. But this matter is not the most important now, Sol said, and then he stood there waiting for the farmer to drive the carriage past him. The next development was the same as the 3rd time, and Sol accepted the farmer's invitation to enter the village. On the way, Sol thought about the 3 times he died before. "Every time I died, it was when someone wanted to kill me. Morton, I noticed that too. Maybe the rule of this place is that people with murderous intentions cannot be fought? It's possible. I only killed the farmer the 2nd time. At that time, I had just recovered from the 1st time I was killed and resurrected, so it was natural for me to have murderous intentions when facing the farmer. But after thinking about it, Thor shook his head again. But when I saw other people attacking me, they also had murderous intentions, but I still couldn't hurt them. And from the attempt just now, it can be seen that sneak attacks are useless. So just having the intention to kill may not work. But it is basically certain that once other people have the intention to kill me, I will not survive. Herman, it is too difficult to prevent everyone from having the intention to kill the master. The people here obviously have problems with their brain circuits. Sol crossed his fingers. I have a new idea. At this time, the farmer stopped the carriage at the door of his house. This is my home. Do you want to come in and rest for a night? Thor jumped off the carriage and patted the grass seeds and needles under him. Thank you, but I want to go to the street first and buy some things. The farmer frowned. Then you should be careful alone. Little Claude has just disappeared for a few days. Maybe the bad guys are still in the village. Thor nodded. This time, I will be careful. Thor left the farmer, and the latter did not go home immediately, but chose to deliver the goods first. Thor watched the farmer's carriage leave, looked back at the second floor of the farmer's house, said nothing and left. Can you give me a silver coin? Walking on the road, Sol was suddenly stopped by a cute little girl of 7 or 8 years old. Since people here kill people when they are unhappy, Sol did not ignore her because she was young. May I ask first, what do you want the silver coin for? My friend little Claude has been missing for many days. I need the silver coin to hire a car to go out and find him. The little girl puffed out her chest and said confidently. Chapter 509. Because a good friend has been missing for many days, so I just find a stranger on the street to borrow money to find him? This idea is also very strange. However, considering that the refusal may make the little girl unhappy, Thor still reached into his pocket. Just as Thor was about to take out the silver coins from the storage device under the pretense of reaching into his pocket, he suddenly noticed that a woman was walking towards him angrily not far away. Thor raised his eyebrows, immediately took out his pocket, which was cleaner than his face, and said to the little girl, I'm so sorry, I really want to lend you money, but I don't have a single silver coin. Seeing that Thor didn't take anything out, the angry woman softened her expression. The little girl puffed up her cheeks after her hope was shattered. You are so old. Why don't you have any money? You are such a useless adult. The woman behind came up and knocked the little girl on the head. Bang! The sound was very loud. Why do you borrow money from strangers casually? What if you borrow money and run away and disappear like little Claude? I was wrong, Mom. The little girl covered her head, not daring to contradict the woman, and could only cast a resentful look at Thor. Thor immediately leaned over and touched the little girl's head. How about this? You are young and it is not safe to go out. I will help you find little Claude. The little girl suddenly became happy. Little Claude is my best friend. You must help me find him. So, yeah. Nodded, but before that, I need to know some characteristics of little Claude and think about where to find him. The little girl immediately jumped up and said, Little Claude is the most naughty. He likes to play hide and seek with me and hide anywhere, asking me to find him. The girl's mother obviously has a bad impression of little Claude. He is a liar. He said he can make the big tree obey his command, and can also turn into the appearance of the village chief. I think he always pretends to be the village chief, and was finally locked up by the village chief. The woman's face darkened as she spoke. Maybe he was locked up and killed. Sol changed the subject again. Where is the village chief's house? The woman pointed to the most beautiful white house, at the end of the road. That's it. Sol immediately left the two, and walked towards the village chief's house. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door of the White House. Ring, ring, ring. A series of ethereal and pleasant bells rang. Soon the door was opened. However, when he saw the person who opened the door, Sol was startled. Hermann, this person? The person who opened the door had a head of messy red hair, and his big nose made his eyes and mouth look very small. But this man is different from little Claude in that he looks to be over 30 years old. He is not a little boy. Hello, I want to find the village chief. The man opposite smiled gently. I am the village chief, Big Claude. Although I know that some places will add a small letter before the name of people with the same name to distinguish their identities, but the features of these two people are too similar, right? Thor asked tentatively. I heard that little Claude is missing, so I came to look for him. May I ask how are you and him? Big Claude sighed. I'm his elder brother. The age gap between the two brothers is really big. Village leader, do you know how little Claude disappeared? Sol continued to ask. Come in and tell me. Big Claude invited Sol in. I don't know why he disappeared, but I should be the last person to see him. The village leader was dressed neatly and cleanly, and his manners and demeanor did not seem like someone from a small village. Today, a wizard passed by and saw little Claude's talent. He wanted to take him as an apprentice and take him away. Alas, but little Claude didn't want to. I was afraid that the wizard would be angry, so I scolded him, and he suddenly ran away. He hasn't come back yet. I looked for him in many places, but couldn't find him. Just after he finished speaking, Big Claude saw Thor staring at him. What's wrong? When did little Claude disappear? This morning. If you want to ask the exact time, it was around 10 a.m. The other party obviously didn't understand what Thor meant, and thought about it carefully. Egu, there is something wrong with this village chief. Others say that little Claude has been missing for many days, but he said he just disappeared today. And could it be that this big Claude is little Claude, so he doesn't know he is missing? Egu, but he is the village chief, and others know that the village chief is not missing. Maybe it's not that complicated. Sol murmured. What? The village chief Big Claude didn't hear clearly and asked. A black blade suddenly appeared behind the village chief, and then cut off the village chief's neck with one knife. Herman and the other four? Sol stood up, moved the village chief's body to a corner out of sight of the window, and then opened the door and walked out. The village chief and others have different perceptions of the time when little Claude disappeared. It may be that the village chief died earlier than others. Sol returned to the street, and not far away, he saw the peasant woman who had killed him walking out happily. At the same time, a young man climbed out of the window of the house, and went into the alley between the two houses. Sol recognized at a glance that the man was the one who was stabbed to death by the farmer with an iron fork and fell from the second floor. Sol followed the man into the gap between the two houses. The man in front vaguely felt that someone was following him, but before he could turn around, a black blade cut off his head. A moment later, Sol came out and knocked on the door next door. You're here? The farmer was very happy to see Sol come back. My wife just went out to buy soup base. You can drink delicious thick soup when she comes back. Sol smiled and thanked him, and followed the farmer into the room. A few minutes later, the farmer's wife came back and saw Sol sitting alone in the living room. She looked at the strange face and was a little wary, but soon remembered something. Hello, young man, you are the guest invited back by my old man, right? Where is my old man? Sol stood up. Yes, hello, ma'am. Mr. John went upstairs. Oh! The peasant woman covered her face and laughed. This time she was not panicked at all. How can I call you ma'am? You look like you are only in your teens. You can call me aunt. The peasant woman smiled and went to the kitchen to make soup for Sol. Sol followed behind. What kind of soup is auntie making? The peasant woman came to the stove and opened the lid of the soup pot. We farmers don't have any good ingredients. We just picked up the big bones that others don't want. Gudong. Voila. As soon as the peasant woman finished her words, her head fell into the soup pot. Thor left the kitchen and closed the door. He glanced at the staircase cabinet that had begun to ooze red liquid, and left the farmer's house again. When Thor suddenly killed the village chief Claude, the four consciousnesses were just surprised, but now they are silent. Next, Thor's black blade turned into the sickle of the god of death, and he killed a lone person without any communication. If he encounters 2 or 3 people acting together, he will split the black blade into many, and kill them at the same time. He does not give the other party a chance to kill. On this bloody road, Thor's control of the dark spirit blade became more handy. He can even split the dark spirit blade into dozens of pieces. Harvesting lives is completely different from simply practicing witchcraft. He can get feedback from the other party's spirit body being torn apart. This makes the dark spirit blade, which is a dark attribute witchcraft, progress rapidly. When Thor killed his way to the outermost part of the village, he saw 2 guards still chatting under the outermost hut. 2 shadows appeared silently behind the 2 guards' necks. The shadows flashed by, and 2 headless bodies fell down powerlessly. Thor walked out of the small village slowly. As long as I kill everyone here, no one will want to kill me anymore. He left the last house, stood at the end of the only street in the village, and looked back at the village that had completely quieted down. So, the rule here is that whoever strikes first will live. Chapter 510. Morden. Such an overbearing rule. Is this the borderless land? Egu knows more about the borderless land. Maybe he has been here before. Egu. No, even in the borderless land, there are few places like this. The village itself is not scary. What is scary is the ability to force the owner to abide by its rules. While the others were still discussing, a new voice came out from the village in front of Thor. In the haystack on the cart, in the big pot in the kitchen, in the wooden box in the cellar, in the tree hole of the big tree, boys with red hair and big noses crawled out one by one. Some of them were covered in blood, some were incomplete, some had their skin torn, and some could only hold their heads in their hands. They walked, crawled, or rolled to Thor. Although each of these boys was more horrible and embarrassed than the other, each of them had a clear look in their eyes, without any killing intent. These boys stopped 10 meters away from Thor, and then spoke together. My name is Little Claude, I'm missing, and every one of them killed me. As soon as the voice fell, Thor saw that the world around him was frozen, as if time was frozen. Everything in the world turned golden. Then, the golden color was extracted from the environment and condensed into a golden page. On the page, a small village was drawn, and it was clear that there were many people in the village. And everyone in the village was killing people. The golden page fell into Thor's hands. He held the page with one hand and looked at the content on the page. At this moment, he suddenly understood. The function of the golden page is not resurrection, nor is it to go back in time. The reason why it can let me start over again and again is because it can predict future developments just like the white page. In other words, the golden page has not deviated from the basic function of the dead wizard's diary, and it is still used to predict death and destiny. But it is much stronger than the white page. The white page can only give Thor some ambiguous words, and he relies on his own analysis and judgment to find a way to survive. But the golden page can directly build a miniature world in Thor's consciousness. And all the reactions in this world are the same as in the real world. Therefore, Thor can find a way to survive by trying it himself. This is why Thor was resurrected 3 times without paying any price. Because the price was paid by the golden page. And the ability of the golden page to pay the price comes from the process of its formation. The golden page was once just an origin seed, planted in a turbulent era when the fate of individuals and the whole changed dramatically. It collected the twists and turns of the fate of countless people, and drew them into visible but untouchable fate lines, and finally woven and fixed the fate lines with the power of the diary, which formed a golden page. A large number of fate lines are needed to weave pages of a diary. Only a very tortuous fate, an extremely painful life, and extremely complex changes in the situation can extract more fate lines. Otherwise, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years to form a complete page. That's why Kismet would stir things up in secret, and fan the flames everywhere to speed up the formation of diary pages, and only extremely special fate lines can form golden pages. For example, the one in Thor's hand came from Ralph Manor, but its seeds were planted in the era of the Blood Rose family. Hundreds of years of time, the fate of thousands of people intertwined, and finally formed the pages in Thor's hand. Finally, taking the opportunity to fully experience the golden pages, Thor sensed the principle of the composition of the pages, and let the golden pages enter his body. Then, the golden world around him melted like ice and snow, and turned into a colorful world again. Thor looked at the white pages of the diary again, and the words recording his several deaths disappeared. In the world of golden pages, can even the reaction of the diary be simulated? Thor smiled and turned around to see a flatbed truck carrying straw passing by. The farmer stopped the car and said to Thor, "Oh boy, I'm so sorry. I was distracted and didn't notice you standing in the middle of the road." Thor still kept smiling this time. He walked over slowly, but this time, he changed his strategy again. "I'm a wizard." He raised his hand, and a small fireball appeared in his palm. When Farmer John saw the fireball, his eyes widened, and he quickly climbed down from the carriage and knelt on the ground. "Oh, great wizard." Sol helped the man up with his magician's hand. "I want to choose a suitable person in your village to be my apprentice. Can you take me to see your village chief?" Even after revealing his identity as a wizard, Sol was still very polite to the farmer. Although from the words of the village chief, Sol heard that the people here had the same understanding as the outside world, and they all feared wizards, but it seemed that these villagers who killed people at every turn would still dare to attack Sol if they were angered or felt fear. The farmer was helped up, and was a little flattered. "I take you to see the village chief." Sol nodded, but did not get in the car. He flew directly, and let the farmer lead the way. The flying figure instantly shocked the 2 guards at the entrance of the village. Since Sol did not show any aggressiveness, although they were alert, they did not think of killing anyone. Finally, when Sol arrived at the village chief's house, and saw the big Claude, who looked like little Claude again, many villagers had already followed him. The farmer explained the situation to the village chief, and big Claude hurriedly asked cautiously, "Wizard Master, do you want to select apprentices? Then I will call all the children in the village here immediately." Sol said, "I am recruiting apprentices. There is no age limit. You let everyone gather here." "No age limit?" Big Klaus was a little unbelievable, but he saw Thor's firm eyes, and agreed to call everyone over. If it were a big city, it would be difficult to call everyone together, but this is just a small village with only a dozen households, and it is not normal. While waiting for the villagers to gather, Big Klaus came over nervously. "Master Wizard, I have a younger brother named Little Klaus. He ran out today, and never came back. He may not be in the crowd." Thor's expression remained unchanged. "It doesn't matter, I will find him." Big Klaus was startled, with a look of joy and confusion on his face. Soon, everyone was there. There were less than 100 people in this small village. Thor carefully looked at everyone's confused, nervous, and excited expressions, and then confirmed that no one was missing. He stood up and flew directly to the roof of the village chief's house. This action made the villagers below look amazed and awed, and they all exclaimed. But behind the amazement, there was a hint of fanaticism and greed. Thor could see that although these villagers were temporarily suppressed by their identity as wizards, their twisted psychology would soon turn this fear into another extreme mentality. Thor could hear their increasingly heavy breathing. But he just said slowly, "Mr. Claude, are you coming out now, or will you come out after I kill everyone?" Before anyone could answer, Thor narrowed his eyes, and bloodshot instantly filled his eyes. Suddenly, a black blade the size of a fingernail was inserted into the back of each villager's head. And if the blade was just a little bit forward, it would immediately pierce their brain stems. Thor spoke in Noah, the language used by wizards, with a faint smile on his face. The villagers below were still unaware, and stared at the roof fanatically. They didn't know that this time Thor had already killed all of them. Chapter 511. The peasants below didn't know what was going on. They looked up and waited for the verdict. "Herman, Master, is little Claude really alive? But why would he show up for those who kept killing him?" Sol was not in a hurry, because these people are not alive. Herman still didn't understand. But before Herman continued to ask questions, the village chief Big Claude, who was standing closest, sighed. The sigh fell to the ground, and the other villagers froze for a moment. It was as if time had stopped for everyone except Thor and the village chief. "You are the first wizard who saw the truth right away. But no matter how you look at it, you are only at level 1. Are you hiding your strength?" The man behind the scenes finally showed up. Thor squatted down and looked down at Claude. In his eyes, the tall red-haired middle-aged man was covered with scars. The skin on his face was bumpy, as if it had been rolled in boiling water. There was a circle of scars on his neck, as if it had been cut off by a knife. The fingertips of both hands were severely worn, and the nails were not visible, as if he had scratched something hard. There must be more terrible wounds on other parts of Claude's body covered by his clothes. This wizard Claude looks like he has been killed dozens or hundreds of times. "My strength is not important," Thor said slowly. "What's important is that if you continue like this, you will be alienated." Claude was not surprised, and it was obvious that he was also very clear about his physical condition. "Since you have solved the dilemma of this village, leave quickly. In a while, the rules here will be restarted. We already know the basic formula. No matter how the situation changes, we will not deviate from its principle," Thor said with a smile. "But are you willing to collapse in this chaotic cycle? I didn't expect that a great good man would come to the borderlands." "I'm not a good man," Thor denied. "I just like equal exchange." Claude smiled, and when he pulled the corners of his mouth not only split up and down, but also split left and right. "I roughly know what you want, but why do you think you can afford the price?" "Just this." A translucent tentacle swung out from Thor's palm, and suddenly rolled up the little girl, who was pinned. Claude glanced at it, and didn't move. "You can't destroy them." He thought Thor was going to threaten him with the villagers, but Thor let go of the little girl the next second. The little girl, who had originally revealed a weird smile, regained her calm demeanor, closed her eyes, and lay on the ground as if she was asleep. Claude changed his careless look and rushed directly to the little girl to check her condition. Then he looked up in shock. "You can remove the pollution from her body, keep her body, and not cause serious damage. It's like dropping a drop of ink into clean water, and then removing the ink without destroying the shape of the clean water. Claude has a way to remove the ink from the clean water, but there is no way to remove the pollution from the spirit." He put the little girl down and gently combed her bangs. "Morton, it seems that he doesn't act so indifferent to these villagers. Egu, on the contrary, he attaches great importance to these villagers, even though they are already a group of living dead. And Master is so amazing." He saw through Claude's true thoughts at a glance. Herman In fact, Thor was also a little surprised to see that Claude cared so much about the little girl. He used soul fishing on the villagers, but only sucked away a lot of pollution from them. In addition to testing Claude's attitude, the main purpose was to make him realize that he could remove the pollution from his spirit. But unexpectedly, Claude actually paid more attention to the pollution on the villagers, and did not even think of the first time that this method of removing pollution could be used on himself. After putting the little girl down and standing up again, Claude no longer had the cold expression he had just had. "What is the price for learning your method of removing pollution?" "You can't learn it." Sol jumped down from the roof. "But you can use the principle of the formation of the village rules as a price in exchange for my help." So this is what you want? Claude was slightly stunned. He obviously misjudged Sol's needs. He looked down at the little girl and then made a decision about the reason for the formation of the rules. I can only say, I don't know. Sol frowned, but he saw that Claude had something else to say, so he didn't interrupt. I can see that you have just entered the borderlands not long ago, otherwise you wouldn't ask this question. In the outside world, whether it is state or the other two continents, the formation of pollution always has its regularity. Only the borderlands is different. Here, pollution always comes inexplicably. Sometimes you are still studying as usual in the previous second, and the next second the potion in your hand suddenly pounces on your face and tries to get into your body. Even a part of your body may suddenly become diseased. When Claude said this, several villagers suddenly moved twice. He took out a milky white shell wind chime from his arms, picked it up, and shook it gently twice. Other villagers, who had already shown signs of waking up, were fixed in place again. This village also suddenly had a rule of killing must be killed one day. This phenomenon is not uncommon in the no man's land, but no one knows why, at least not yet. However, although I don't know the reason, I can tell you everything that happened here. Maybe one day, you can figure out the reason yourself. Tell me about it. Sol did not make a promise immediately. This is the village where I was born. Claude lowered his eyes. Originally it was a slightly larger village than this one. One day I was fetching water from the river, and suddenly a wizard appeared in front of me and said that I was qualified to be his apprentice. He can control the small fish in the river to jump onto the shore by themselves, and he can also let the birds in the sky help me carry buckets. I thought it was amazing and agreed. But when I took him back to see my brother, he refused to agree. He even took out all the coins in the house, hoping that the wizard would let me go. I was only 10 years old at the time, and didn't understand what my brother meant. I thought he was afraid that if I left, there would be one less person to work at home, and he was very unhappy. So when the wizard asked me in front of my brother for the second time if I wanted to be his apprentice, I still said yes. Then, the wizard killed my brother. Sol held his chin. It was expected. I didn't react at all at the time, and only remembered to cry after being taken away. The wizard wanted to teach me runes, but I couldn't learn it because I was sad and scared. He asked me if I thought he was a bad person. Although I didn't dare to admit it, I did think so in my heart. Then he took me back to the village. But he didn't want to send me back, but to let me know that there are no good people in this village. Hearing this, Thor looked at the villagers with strange expressions on the ground and suddenly guessed something. Claude continued, he told me that killing is actually a very common thing. I didn't believe it, so he took me to the sky. Then I saw with my own eyes that the kind farmer would hide a corpse in the haystack and bring it home every day when he went out. The originally honest farmer's wife would also take advantage of the farmer's absence to pull other men into the room. Some of these men left, and some went into the stove. My favorite little sister was stuffed into a tree hole by her mother, and her mother called her home for dinner every day as usual. Seeing all this, my fear turned into numbness, and I followed the wizard back to study obediently. It was not until I became a third-level apprentice that I suddenly understood. The village where I was born suddenly became so weird. In fact, it was because the wizard cast a curse. Chapter 512. A drop of crystal fell on Thor's face. He looked up and found that it was raining. It was not yet noon and the sun was still high, but a heavy cloud floated overhead. Below, Claude's story had come to an end. This incident became a nightmare that I will never forget. Later, I was promoted to a formal wizard with great difficulty, so I left the wizard and returned to my original village. In order to no longer be trapped in nightmares, I reshaped all the dead villagers and brought them here, and passed through the dream bell. Claude raised the shell wind chime in his hand. This is the witchcraft prop given to me by that wizard, who is also my current mentor. It can control the corpses of the villagers and pretend that they are still alive. But suddenly one day, the villagers here began to have independent consciousness. What's more terrifying is, Claude looked at Thor. They behaved exactly as I remembered. But their personalities have become extremely extreme. If they disagree with each other, they will kill people. Don't you know when the villagers are alive? Claude shook his head. I didn't investigate further, because anything strange could happen in the borderlands. But within 2 years, the situation changed again. The village suddenly added a rule that the person who strikes first can definitely kill the person who strikes later. How did you find this rule? Sol asked. Claude couldn't have the same golden pages that he had, which could allow him to conduct multiple virtual death drills, right? Because I have been killed countless times in this village. Claude looked up. The fracture on his neck was very obvious. Herman, is he unkillable in this village? And I think he just can't be killed by these weird villagers. Otherwise, why do you think he walked out by himself? Wasn't he still hit by the master's dark spirit blade on the back of his head? Morden, looking at his appearance, he is just an ordinary first level. If the master doesn't help him today, humph, he won't live for a few years. The master said it was an equal exchange, which was a bargain for him. It's better for him to beg the master. While listening to Claude's story, Thor read the discussion of the consciousness in the diary, that is to say, although you are still alive, you have become a member of the rules of this village. You, like other villagers, have been polluted. Claude did not deny it. Since he was killed and reborn by the villagers every time, he knew that he was actually not normal. But he didn't dare to try. If he was killed by others, could he still be resurrected? Thor felt confident after hearing this. He jumped down from the roof. Although you and the villagers can be resurrected after death, the pollution and energy consumed in the process cannot be replenished. So you set up the village here and kill passers-by at any time to replenish soul energy, right? Claude hesitated, but he felt the small blade inserted in the back of his head, and did not act rashly for the time being. Actually, this village was not in this place at the beginning. Although there are more passers-by here, for me, too many people is not a good thing. Claude mentioned something. Half a year ago, I suddenly received a letter. The writer told me that if I didn't want to be transformed into a monster, I should move here and wait for someone. Who? The letter didn't say, but now I think it might be asking me to wait for you. Thor suddenly had some bad memories. Who wrote the letter? Kismet. Thor's mouth twitched. Very good. He walked up to Claude. Now, I help you recover first. As for the other villagers, it depends on whether you have any other valuable information to provide. An hour later, the small village became lively again. The villagers seemed to have forgotten that a wizard was coming to select apprentices. They hadn't felt so relaxed for a long time. They stood on the street happily to share their feelings at the moment. Thor and Claude stood in front of the village chief's house, like two invisible people. Thank you. Claude thanked him very seriously. Thor looked at the milky white shell wind chime in his hand. This was one of the prices Claude exchanged, the dream bell. It is said that it can soothe the spirits and weave a new memory for them. Although the pollution made the villagers terrible, it also gave them the power to exist in the world. Now that most of the pollution has been cleared, these villagers will not exist for much longer. In this small village, except for Claude, no one else is alive, and the reason for their existence is also a mystery. When Thor sucked away the pollution, these villagers recovered their normal temperament, but their vitality was also rapidly dissipating. Maybe they can still exist for a month, or 10 days. I know, I discovered it when you first helped that girl absorb the pollution. But this is a relief for me and them. Maybe they can rest in peace after getting rid of this weird rule, and I can finally let go of the past. Well, I wish you good luck. Thor put away the wind chimes, turned around and left, and stopped halfway, turned back and asked him, I haven't asked yet, who is the wizard who accepted you as an apprentice? Claude was also a little dazed. He recalled carefully and said, my mentor is the 3rd level wizard, Dreammaker Clark. Level 3 wizard? Thor was a little surprised. The rules of this village were also made by your mentor? Could a level 3 wizard be so powerful? Impossible. I remember something. The reason why the rules here are so powerful is that they are recognized by this land. This is a no man's land. Just then, the little girl ran over and pulled the corner of Claude's clothes. Little Claude, I found a big tree hole. Claude no longer looked back at Thor, but smiled and bent down, letting the girl lead him away. Egu, he still didn't want to come out of this dream. Morden, I don't see why he is so special that a 3rd level wizard would take a fancy to him. And maybe the 3rd level wizard has other purposes. Herman. Sol was about 500 meters away from this nameless village, and the brown dirt road under his feet suddenly turned into grass. He looked back again, and the village was gone behind him. In front, Marsh was standing in front of the carriage and waving excitedly at him. Seeing Thor coming back, Marsh stammered, Sir, you just suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared again. That's the double superposition of witchcraft and rule effects. Thor, who had just collected a lot of intelligence about the Borderlands, was in a good mood. He jumped onto the carriage in 2 steps. Just as he was about to bend down to enter the carriage, his legs suddenly softened and he fell in. Marsh was originally holding the door, waiting for Thor to enter, but saw him fall into the carriage. Marsh's eyes widened immediately. But the next second, he closed his mouth that wanted to scream, closed the door, sat back in the carriage expressionlessly, shook the reins, and drove in another direction. At the same time, the little girl who was squatting next to a big tree and talking to Claude suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Claude asked her, bending over. The sound of water disappeared. The little girl shook her head. Claude didn't understand. But the little girl didn't answer him, just shook her head. Claude stood up and noticed that the others around him were also shaking their heads. Or, they were shaking their heads like shaking a bottle. Claude frowned and thought for a moment before he imitated them, and shook his head. "Splash, splash," he said in confusion. "The sound of water is always there?" Chapter 513. In a lush forest, there is an old tree with a large crown. On the crown of this tree is an exquisite tree house. Inside this tree house, strings of wind chimes are hung. The roof, window sills, and even under the seats are all hung with milky white shell wind chimes. The doors and windows of the room are tightly closed, as if they are afraid that the wind will blow and wake up the bells in this room. Ding snap! The thin silk thread suddenly broke, and a milky white shell wind chime suddenly fell from midair and shattered. The man lying on the hammock looked sideways, then used the magician's hand to pick up the broken wind chime in his palm. At this time, someone laughed gloatingly beside him. "Clark, your dream is broken." Clark, with brown hair, squinted his eyes as if he hadn't woken up yet. "Oh, Kismet, when did you come?" "When you were talking in your sleep." Kismet plucked the harp in his hand, but no sound came out. "Oh!" Clark lazily responded again, pouring the broken wind chimes in his palm into his mouth like snack crumbs. Yawn. Clark opened his mouth and yawned. When he opened his mouth, several colorful butterflies flew out of his throat. But when he closed his mouth, the butterflies were pulled back into his mouth by an invisible force. "It doesn't matter." He was answering Kismet's words just now. "The dream is broken, just make another one." Suddenly, Clark seemed to remember something, scratched his messy hair, and said to Kismet, "When my dream bells are hung all over the unknown land, you must fulfill your promise, and become the tongue of my bell." Kismet laughed contemptuously. "Herbert and Pearl are not dead yet, and now you are dreaming of becoming the master of the no man's land?" Clark lay back down again and said lazily, "It's almost time. I will drag Pearl into my dream completely. The next one is Herbert." Kismet stretched the harp in his hand, turned it into a silver bone, and inserted it along the collarbone. "Then I wish you to be immersed in a beautiful dream forever." Kismet made a few hand flowers in front of his chest, and made an elegant farewell gesture. After Kismet finished speaking, he disappeared in a dazzling white light. Clark looked at the chair where the other party had sat, flicked his index finger lightly, and the wooden chair turned into several colorful butterflies, and flew to another chair. No tricks were left. Why did he come here specially? Clark put the back of his hand on his eyes, thinking about the reason for Kismet's sudden appearance. As he was thinking, he fell asleep again. When Thor stepped into the carriage, he swayed for a moment, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the sea. Splash. Splash. Thor didn't react for a moment, and sank directly under the water. The underwater world was pitch black, with only a faint light shining above his head. Thor spit out a string of bubbles, then adjusted his posture, paddled with his hands and feet, and swam towards the surface of the sea. Huh? After a few breaths, Thor poked his head out of the water, and took a deep breath. Where is this place? How did I suddenly fall into the sea? Sol kept treading water, straightened his body and looked around. The sea was boundless, and there was no sign of land at all. The sea water was as black as ink, and the light transmittance was also very poor. This place was very similar to the once polluted Blue Water Bay, but the sea water was darker than there, and the wind and waves were bigger. Sol had only been floating for a short while, and he had been hit by the waves 3 times. He wanted to use the flying spell to make himself fly, but found that as soon as the magic power was condensed, it was dispersed by the huge waves. The sea water here can actually disperse the magic power? Sol tried to call Agu and others, as well as Xiaozao and Penny, but no one responded to him. What about the mental power? Sol did not give up and dispersed his mental power to the surroundings. This time he succeeded, but the next second, he was surprised to find that the sound of the waves seemed to have moved into his mind. Shaking his head, he felt as if there was liquid surging inside, commonly known as water in the brain. This water is a big problem. But now the more important thing is, how did I get here, and how do I go back? The sound of the waves in his mind was getting louder and louder, and it had begun to bother Thor with a slight headache. Thor withdrew his mental power, and began to focus on checking his body. No! Thor found the problem after this check. This is not my body, it should be my consciousness. Am I in the illusion again? Since he began to study the soul, Thor always encountered wizards and weirdness entangled in illusions, as if these guys were originally coming for him. The headache started to intensify, and it became extremely difficult to just float on the sea. Wow! Another big wave directly pushed Thor under the sea. But his limbs began to lose control because of the headache. Thor called for the diary again, but the diary did not appear this time. He began to get anxious and wanted to float to the surface first, but was swept to the bottom of the sea by the undercurrent again. This won't work. If this goes on, I will always be in a passive position. I must find my home ground. Home court? Thinking of this, Thor suddenly opened his eyes, opened his mouth wide under the sea, and stuck out his tongue regardless of the salty and fishy seawater that was desperately pouring into his throat. He raised his hand and touched his tongue, clearly feeling the witchcraft pattern on it. Consciousness platform. The next moment, a round stone platform suddenly appeared under Thor, and the same witchcraft pattern as the one on the tip of Thor's tongue was drawn on the stone platform. Then, the stone platform began to rise, taking Thor out of the sea. The black water rolled down the perimeter of the stone platform, and no matter how strong the wind and waves were, they were powerless to stop the platform from rising. But the Black Sea did not give up chasing Thor. Its angry will turned into a huge wave, rising high and falling heavily, as if it wanted to smash the entire circular platform directly. But the circular platform had no support in the huge waves, but it was still rising at a constant speed. But when the platform rose to a distance of about 10 meters from the sea surface, it stopped again and floated in the air. The high waves raised by the sea would occasionally pass the height of the platform and hit Thor heavily in the face. In order to avoid being thrown down by the huge waves, Thor had been lying on the round platform. Although he was in a mess, Thor was no longer as powerless as before. He wiped his face. Sure enough, this is my conscious world, so the platform can appear directly under me. But what does the Black Sea water that invaded my conscious world represent? Is it Claude's pollution, or a new enemy? The waves still did not give up pulling Thor into the water, but it will seem to understand that it could not drag people down by relying solely on the waves. Then, some tiny things began to appear on the seabed. These shadows were blurry, but they were floating upward at a very fast speed. In order to avoid being knocked off the platform by the waves, Thor clung to the center of the platform and did not notice the changes in the sea water. Even because the waves could not do anything to him, Thor was still thinking in the intervals of headache. The platform is there, but where is the diary? He tried to turn over, and suddenly found that the diary was floating quietly above his head. The page of the book has been opened, but Thor can't see the content now. Despite this, the embarrassed Thor still smiled. Yes, this is my consciousness space. He looked over the diary and looked up at the sky again. Then, there should be stars. Just when Thor realized this, the originally dark sky suddenly had countless stars. The stars twinkled, like countless eyes blinking. It was at this time that the shadow that was about to float on the sea suddenly braked, and then sank into the sea at a faster speed. It was like running away. Chapter 514. Huh? No more headache. After the shadow under the sea escaped, the headache that had been tormenting Thor disappeared. But he shook his head, and still felt water inside. The left ear was a little itchy. Thor tilted his head to the left, and then patted his right ear. Splash. There was a clear sound of water flowing in his left ear canal, and then he felt something flowing out of his ear. Thor immediately raised his left hand to catch it, and felt a drop of cold stuff falling into his palm. He looked down, and saw that it was a drop of black water. The water seemed to be very dense, and gathered like pearls in his palm. Thor shook his palm, and the pearls trembled slightly like jelly. Is this the water that entered my brain? Thor suddenly noticed that he had not been hit in the face by the waves for a long time. He stood up carefully, and walked to the edge of the round platform. Only then did he see that the boundless sea had calmed down for some reason, and even the sound of the waves was much quieter. The round platform seems to have risen a few meters. No, it should be that the sea level is falling. This is good news. Danger seems to be far away. Well, if you look down from this angle, it looks a bit like the sea I saw when I was unconscious when I first got the golden pages. It's just that it was the golden pages that rescued me from the sea instead of the consciousness platform. Why did the diary go on strike today? Sol looked up and stretched out his right hand towards the diary. The diary finally responded and fell from the sky. At the moment the diary fell into his palm, Sol suddenly had an idea. Could it be that this diary doesn't want to get wet? To ease the tension in his heart, a self-deprecating thought flashed through his mind, and Thor looked down at the white page of the diary. There were new words on it. New Moon Calendar Year 317, October 21st, sunny. After the brain was filled with water, you got a drop of pure black tide. Please use it with caution. Remember one sentence, the world of wizards is polluted by the knowledge in the brain, the starry sky above the head, and the black tide in the heart. Another rare item recognized by the diary. No, this is not just a precious item. According to the description in the diary, this is clearly one of the most terrifying things in the world. But where did this drop of black tide come from? Thor looked at the black tide in his left hand, and the diary in his right hand, thinking about the origin of this rare and dangerous material. He recalled what he had done during this period of time. Oh, it should be because I absorbed the pollution from those villagers and clawed. The extremely domineering killing rules of those villagers are probably caused by this pollution. I absorbed the pollution in the villagers' bodies according to my past experience, thinking that they would be absorbed by the diary and the starry sky in the consciousness space and would not affect myself. I didn't expect that the pollution would enter my body and turn into a drop of black tide, which almost drowned me. Soul closed the diary and reflected on his negligence this time. I saved people by absorbing pollution and exchanged information about the no man's land. Now it seems that I was too careless. The pollution here is much more serious and severe than that in the western region. If I continue to act recklessly with the diary, I will kill myself sooner or later. After summing up the experience, Thor summarized the gains. Let's not talk about the intelligence first. The dream bell is a good prop. Of course, the most important thing is this drop of black tide. Claude finally remembered that the reason why their village formed such a powerful must-kill rule was because this rule was recognized by the Borderlands. But now it seems that it should have been recognized by the black tide in essence. But why is the Borderlands equal to the black tide? Agu once told me that when you encounter danger in the borderless land, you must first observe the rules here, and then choose the subsequent action plan. In this case, are all the areas with strong rules affected by the black tide? Is the borderless land full of black tides? The diary said that pollution comes from the black tide in the heart. If there are black tides everywhere in the borderless land, it is no wonder why it is so dangerous. It seems that something extraordinary has been discovered. Soul looked at the bottom of the platform again. The black tide had retreated so far that the distance could not be seen clearly. More stars reappeared on all sides of the round platform. It's time to go back. Thor clenched a drop of black tide in his hand and was about to close his eyes to return to his body, but suddenly found something wrong. The time on the diary just now is the 21st? When I came here, it was clearly the 17th. How come there are 3 days missing in the middle? If he was really imprisoned in the conscious world for so long, then there was only Mash outside, and I don't know how anxious he must be. Thor calmed down, made the worst plan, and then officially closed his eyes. Consciousness returned. When Thor slowly opened his eyes, he saw a dark little room in front of him, with a row of wooden fences nearby. Under him was a cold stone slab, and behind him was a rough stone wall. He looked up and looked around, sighing silently. It's really a bad situation. Thor was actually locked in a half-man-high wooden cage. It should be that he met other people during the days when he was trapped in his consciousness. But he was just caught. Thor checked his body in the limited space, and there were no missing parts, and even his clothes had not been touched. It was a blessing in disguise. You really can't absorb pollution casually anymore. Are you awake? A hoarse old woman's voice sounded in the darkness. A terrifying human face suddenly appeared outside the cage, tightly squeezed between two bars. Her face was wrinkled as if it had shrunk, and her eyes and ears were surprisingly large. A head of sparse white long hair was tied high behind her head, and a lively finger was hanging from the end of her hair. When she spoke, the corners of her mouth were almost stretched to her ears. If you don't wake up, I will have to dismantle you and see if there is any use for you. Where's my driver? Soul couldn't sense the other party's strength, but it shouldn't be more than the second level. Heh. When the old woman spoke, a fishy smell came out of her mouth, as if a pickled fish was stuck in her throat. Your driver has been asking about your situation these days. When you woke up, you also asked about his situation. He is doing well. After a few days of watering, new mushrooms have grown. Soul's eyes widened. You planted him? The old woman stretched out her fingers with thick joints and rough skin and touched her chin. Your suggestion is good. It seems that he is still alive. Thor relaxed his shoulders and carefully rubbed the skin of his left wrist under the cover of his robe. There was an inconspicuous bulge there, and underneath, it was the storage device he'd bought from Archaeoster. Seeing that the old woman did not take away his storage device, Thor was relieved. Who are you? Why did you arrest me and my driver? Not catching, the old woman shook her finger with a playful smile. You are the garbage I picked up when I went out. But some of them can still be used, and some of them can only be disassembled to see if there are any valuable parts. As for me, You can just call me an old witch, and you don't need to know anything else. Thor's eyes moved to both sides, and found that there were more than a dozen cages next to the cage where he was imprisoned. 5 of the cages contained people or non-human creatures, and the others were empty. The other imprisoned people sat huddled together, and 2 of them clearly exuded the strength of a first-level wizard. It seemed that the old woman was a second-level wizard. Thor took a deep breath and almost choked again. Mr. Old Witch. No need to use a honorific. I don't like people who honor me on the surface but curse me in their hearts. Well, Old Witch, what do you have to do to let me go? Thor relaxed his shoulders. The old witch reached into the cage and her fingertips brushed across Thor's chin. What I pick up is mine, and I will never let it go. I will only tear you apart when you are no longer useful. Chapter 515. Useful people can still be locked up. Useless people can only become materials for dismemberment. What kind of people are useful to you? Thor looked at the old witch and asked calmly. Oh, it looks quite smart. The old witch withdrew her hand. I want to build the most perfect body. It must have the beauty of an elf, the toughness of a giant, the strength of a dwarf, the adaptability of a barbarian, and of course, the most important thing is to have the adaptability of genius elemental magic. The old witch looked at Thor, as if she was looking at a piece of meat on a chopping board, carefully weighing which piece was fat and which was thin. I will succeed soon. When the time comes, I will become the most talented wizard. What Dream Maker, Firefly Lord, and Wind Fairy, they are just my foils. Claude once told Thor that there are currently no 4th-level wizards in the Borderlands. The 3 most recognized 3rd-level wizards are Dream Maker Clark, Firefly Lord Herbert, and Wind Fairy Pearl. Thor suddenly realized, I understand. You need an assistant who can help with the research experiment. The old witch did not deny it. Soul smiled modestly. It just so happens that I am good at studying the witch body transformation formula. Huff, huff. The old witch laughed so hard that her little finger on the back of her head kept jumping. A 1st-level wizard dares to say he is good at it. Are young people nowadays so arrogant? Do you think the transformation formula I need is like the wizard apprentice, adding an eye and changing blood? No. It's always better to have evidence before speaking. Thor raised his hand, and his fingertips gradually became transparent. I have also undergone witch body transformation twice, so I naturally understand that transformation is not as simple as just replacing some body tissues. The old witch stared at Thor's fingers, watching his skin and the muscles, blood vessels, and other tissues underneath turn into transparent grayish-white little by little, revealing the white bones in the center. Transformation involves multiple tissues of the human body, and it also needs to consider allergies, immunity, self-repair, the fluency of magic power and mental power, and many other follow-up issues. Sometimes it seems to be a conflict between witchcraft materials, but in essence it may be that the smallest body tissue cannot survive in the transformation environment. Listening to Thor's words, and watching the changes in his fingers, the old witch's original disdainful expression faded, and her eyes narrowed slightly. She pursed her lips, but the corners of her blood-red mouth slowly rose. It's interesting. I ask you a question. If your answer satisfies me, at least you don't have to die before I complete the transformation experiment. Please go ahead. How to stop the body from aging? How to prolong the life of the body's microtissues? Soul lowered his eyes, forcing himself not to look at the old witch's wrinkled face. After thinking for a moment, he gave the answer. The aging of the body surface is due to the shrinkage of microtissues, which are not as plump as when they were born. Internal aging is the slowdown of the growth of microtissues. So we can start from 2 aspects. One is to supplement, and the other is to accelerate the division of microtissues. Soul deliberately left a hidden danger here. It was just a test, so he didn't need to say it so completely. And leaving hidden dangers for the old, which might be leaving a way for herself to survive. The old witch suddenly reached into the cage and grabbed Thor's arm. Her fingertips slowly retracted, and her sharp nails left several blood marks on Thor's slightly transparent skin. Red blood flowed out of the wound, mixed with some inconspicuous gray particles. The old witch retracted her hand, put her fingertips into her mouth, and licked them in turn, leaving several scarlet marks on the dark purple tip of her tongue. Hee, ha ha. She shook her shoulders and laughed, and the wrinkles on her face trembled. After laughing for about a minute, the old witch suddenly turned her head to the person in the wooden cage next to Soul, and said, Akalai, I have found someone to replace you. You have to be careful. Soul also looked over. To his left, in the same cage 4 or 5 meters away, a person was lying with his back to them. Because the area of the cage was limited, the person had to pull his head and knees into his chest when he laid down. After hearing what the old witch said, the man just moved his buttocks and did not respond. The old witch was not angry either. She grabbed the wooden fence of the cage and stood up little by little. Okay, I'm going to see my little baby. I see you tomorrow. You can think about my problem during this time. I don't want a few seemingly correct principles. The old witch turned and walked towards the gate. Thor approached the railing. Old witch, my driver. At present, his practical use is greater than yours. Think about how to keep yourself alive first. The old witch pushed the door open and went out. Thor noticed that the room outside the door was also dim. It seemed that Thor was the only one awake in the room now. The figures in the other cages were either sitting or lying in a curled-up position. It looked like they had been locked up for a long time. There should be a confinement magic array on the cage. When Thor sat here, his magic power and mental power fluctuations were strongly suppressed to an extremely low value range. There was no way to open the cage for the time being, so Thor looked around the room. The room was covered with rough stone bricks from top to bottom, left to right, front to back. The shape of the whole house was very irregular, and the ground was a polygon. The lighting device in the room was a plant with oval buds, and it looked like it was about to die. Several wooden cages were fixed near and far around the luminous plant. The one where Thor was the farthest, with a wall behind it. Looking carefully, in addition to Thor, there were people in 5 cages. 3 of them were of unusual size. In the cage facing Thor, sat a giant. Thor's cage was a little over 1 meter high, while the other's cage was nearly 2 meters high. But even so, when the giant sat down curled up, his scalp was against the cage. He looked extremely uncomfortable. Next to the giant was another short man with a huge contrast. It was roughly estimated that his height was less than 1 meter. Then, on Thor's left-hand side, there was a person lying on the ground with his upper body and his legs curled up on the wall. Thor saw the black lines on his body and judged that the other party should be a barbarian, and a barbarian priest who cast spells. On Thor's left hand was the man called O'Chili. On O'Chili's left hand should also be a formal wizard, but he looked weak. Perhaps he felt Thor's scrutiny, or because the old witch had left. O'Chili, who had just curled up on the ground, slowly got up and changed to a sitting position. He didn't look young anymore, his temples were already gray, and there were many large spots on his skin. I hope you are really good at witch body transformation. O'Chili lowered his head and looked at his toes. The 2 people who lied about being good at witch body transformation have now become witchcraft materials that can't move or speak. It's a good thing that someone is willing to communicate. Thor, relying on his not-so-tall stature, turned around flexibly in the cage. Did the old witch capture us just to help her conduct witch body transformation experiments? Of course not. O'Chili still didn't look at Thor, lowered his head and said listlessly, Outsider, there are many witchcraft materials in the borderlands that are not available in other places, but here, wizards are also a kind of material. Chapter 516. O'Chili didn't seem to think that Thor was good at witch body transformation. He probably talked to him, because he had been locked up for too long and had gone crazy. Thor was not eager to prove his strength. Anyway, the more dangerous the moment, the more the diary can play its warning function. Right, diary brother? How long have you been locked up? Has anyone left during this period? O'Chili was really crazy. Although he looked listless, he did not delay in answering the call. I've been locked up here for 3 years. I've never seen anyone leave intact, but I've seen many broken into pieces, or tens of thousands of pieces. It seems that the endings of those locked up here are not very good, but this O'Chili has been able to persist in this environment for 3 years. I think he has his own set of cards. Sol decided to take a good look at how this O'Chili survived in the next period of time. Of course, Sol's goal is not just to survive. But now he has to remember one thing. In the no man's land, before taking action, you must first understand the local rules. Thor has now revealed part of his trump card, and I think the old witch will at least give him some time to prove that he is useful. Thor faced O'Chili and acted like a curious baby. If we can help the old witch complete her perfect talent witch body transformation, do you think she will let us go? O'Chili finally raised his eyelids to look at Thor this time. Perfect talent, you are right. If the transformation can be completed, then this is really a perfect talent. But do you think it's possible? Perfection is impossible, but we must always try to be perfect. Or are we just going to die here? The other party is a second-level wizard. Unless one of us can advance in a short time under such circumstances, it will be easy for the old witch to kill us. Thor was very active. He reached out and grabbed the railing in front of him, trying to output magic power. It took a long time, but the output magic power could only ignite a small flame. He tried to break the railing with force, but the seemingly fragile wooden railing was made of unknown material and did not move at all. Thor continued to try to shake his mental power to soften and deform the skin, but at most, he could only make the skin slightly transparent. Any more would be suppressed by the cage, forcibly stabilizing the mental body. He let go of his hand and said to Ochili, "What a powerful cage. I have never seen such materials. There are too many materials you have never seen. From your appearance, you should be less than 30 years old. Nowadays, young wizards dare to dive in when they hear that there are rare materials everywhere in the borderlands without considering their own strength." Seeing that Thor's attempts were in vain, Ochili had a sneer on his face. But when he thought of his own situation, the smile turned bitter again. "Sir Ochili, you have broad knowledge and rich experience. Is there no other way to escape from here?" "No." This time Ochili answered quickly, and then he lay back with difficulty. "You don't have to waste your efforts. The old witch will not let you go easily just because of your one-sided words. You should think about how to survive tomorrow's test first." Seeing that Ochili was unwilling to communicate, Thor went to look at the others, but they either remained motionless and unresponsive, or seemed to not understand Thor at all. For example, the barbarian. Thor closed his eyes and pretended to rest, communicating with several consciousnesses in his mind. The lights were dim, and everyone could not tell the passage of time. The door of the room opened again, and the old witch walked in with a cart. Based on the changes in his body and the recovery of his spirit, Thor felt that about 3 hours had passed. "It's time to eat." "Really? I still have to cook for you. But remember to thank the new guy, he added mushrooms to your meal." Except for the barbarian, the old witch gave everyone a bowl of soup with a few white mushrooms floating on it. The soup bowl was small, just enough to fit through the gap in the railing. Sol was the last one to get the soup bowl. When he hesitated to pick up the bowl, everyone else had already started drinking it. The soup was clear, with a little bit of oil, and 2 thumb-sized mushrooms floating on it. When Thor looked at the mushrooms, he immediately found that the 2 white mushrooms were very similar to the mushrooms on the driver Marsh's head. This made him wonder again whether the old witch really planted the driver in the ground. Unfortunately, he had no way to deal with it now. However, the mushrooms on Marsh's head were in a symbiotic state with him. As long as the old witch did not kill Marsh at the beginning, she would not kill him again in order to get more mushrooms. The mushrooms looked like ordinary mushrooms, but this soup should not be ordinary. Thor squinted his eyes and saw that the originally transparent soup instantly turned dark green, with some yellow bubbles mixed in it. It looked weird and creepy. "I don't know if it's poisonous." Seeing that Thor didn't drink the soup, the old witch knocked on the railing with her fingers. "Dang dang. Drink it if you don't want to die, or I dissect you now." "Agu. This medicine is called Fletcher's Love Soup, a low-cost medicine to maintain life. The person who invented this medicine originally wanted to imprison lovers who wanted to escape. Anyone who drinks this bowl of soup will lose their sense of direction." Sol curled his lips and saw that the old witch's eyes had narrowed. He quickly raised his head and poured the love soup into his stomach. Seeing that Sol drank the soup clean, the old witch snorted coldly and took away the empty bowl. Others also failed to leave their bowls. The old witch would not let them put anything into the cage. After Ochili finished drinking the soup, he looked at Sol again. "From now on, you really can't get out again." He seemed disappointed that Thor was so well behaved, and he laid down with his back to Thor. This time, Thor did not take the initiative to talk to Ochili, but kept his mouth tightly closed, because the 2 mushrooms he had just put into his mouth were dancing on his tongue. After dancing for a while, the mushroom seemed to be tired and automatically slid down Thor's throat. Thor lowered his head and covered his face, recalling the picture the mushrooms had just drawn on his tongue. It seemed to be, "I'm fine, Air." "Air, what does that mean?" Thor wiped his face and raised his head again. "Huh?" He suddenly realized that the old witch had come back at some point and was pressing her face against the gap in the railing, staring at him for an unknown period of time. "Did you get dizzy? Haha, it's the first time. It will be fine after drinking it a few more times." When Thor heard this, he immediately understood that people who drank the love soup for the first time might get dizzy because they lost their sense of direction. But he didn't feel anything at all. Regardless of why, Thor started the show again. He recalled his previous half-drunk state, looking at the old witch in a daze, without saying a word. The old witch smiled, and her fingers reached into the cage and dragged Thor out. Thor followed the old witch lazily. "Where am I going?" He didn't know if he should have any other reaction, but he slowed down his speech and didn't dare to show it too much. The old witch smiled. "Go to my laboratory. If you perform well, you will have a chance to come back." Chapter 517. After leaving the room where everyone was imprisoned, there was an extremely primitive passage outside. There was soil all around, and traces of the magic circle reinforcement could be vaguely seen. The only lighting equipment was still the glowing plants at his feet. Thor followed the old witch closely, passing the first door, the second door, and then walked for about 5 minutes before seeing the third door. And the fourth door was half a meter away from the third door, and then there was another long and dim passage. I should be underground, or in the mountain. Thor silently estimated and tried to feel the direction of air flow to determine the direction of the exit. The old witch stopped in front of the third door and pushed it in first. Behind the door was a laboratory, but most of the equipment was relatively primitive. There were not many glass products here, most of them were made of wood. Considering the problem of liquid penetration, they were all coated with unknown ingredients. Since you said you are good at witch body transformation, then do a simple project for me first. The old witch pushed Thor in and asked him to sit down at a table. Then, the old witch took out a large basin from the cabinet against the wall and threw it heavily in front of Thor. In the basin were piles of parchment rolls. Thor took the initiative to pick up all the rolls, and saw something like dough hidden underneath. But if you look closely, the dough is actually squirming constantly. Thor poked it with his finger, and the dough immediately sank and did not rebound for a long time. But when Thor turned his head to look at the contents of the parchment, the dough regained its shape in an instant. Since you are so talented, I don't need to explain. I will come to see you at this time tomorrow. If you fail to perfect this transformation idea, I will knock you into the basin. The old witch did not explain to Thor, but let him review the questions by himself. Seeing that Thor had no questions, she went directly to the next room without even closing the door, making sure that Thor could not leave. Sol only had 1 day to review and solve the questions. But he was not in a hurry, and spread out all the parchments one by one. The table was not big enough, so he put it on the ground. Next, each person will have 10 pieces of parchment. It doesn't matter if you don't have any ideas for now. Let's sort out the questions first. Sol twisted his neck and turned his wrist, and suddenly he seemed to have returned to the time when he was in the wizard tower and only needed to study. A day passed. The old witch sighed and slowly stood up from the ground. Although she kept saying outside that her witch body transformation experiment was about to succeed. But only she knew that her experiment was stuck at a key step for more than a year. Ochili, who once made a new breakthrough in her experiment, has not been used for a long time. Every time he puts forward an idea, it is useless. I hope that boy can have some new ideas. No, even if he can only solve one of the small problems. If he spends a day and can't solve anything, I can't see it. No, forget it. The wind is a bit tense recently, and it's too dangerous to go out and catch people. Otherwise, give that boy a few more chances. After all, didn't Ochili, the master of potions, fail to solve my problem? The old witch shook her head. She was about to take a step, but her left foot didn't keep up with her right foot, and she almost fell. Suddenly, her expression twisted, as if she was suppressing her anger. She lowered her head and rolled up her pants near her left foot, and saw that her ankle was constantly deforming. It was as if someone was kneading her calf like dough. The old witch bared her teeth, and her huge chin almost covered the upper half of her face. She raised her hand and slapped her calf several times, and she could almost hear the sound of the bone breaking. But the next second, the old witch used witchcraft to heal her wound, and her legs did not deform again. She raised her head, adjusted her pants, and walked out of the room as if nothing had happened. She went out, turned left, and went in. She saw Thor sitting at the round table with his chin in his hand. All the parchments were unfolded and spread all over the floor. The scraps of paper on the table had piled up into a small mountain. Thor frowned, and there were a few drops of sweat on his forehead. The water-absorbing pen in his hand kept shaking in the air, and the ink was about to fall, but he never put the pen down. Seeing this, the old witch frowned and thought, doesn't he have any ideas at all? How dare he say he is good at witchcraft transformation? This made her feel angry, as if she was being fooled. When she took the first step, she was still thinking about dismantling the person for materials, but when she took the second step, she had changed her mind. Forget it, just find a reason to let him get away with it first, if it's 3 days, or 10 days, or even a month. If he still doesn't have any ideas for a month, then... Thinking of this, the old witch had already seen the paper in front of Thor. It was densely written, a long article. The old witch was stunned, and immediately quickened her pace and walked to Thor's side. At this time, Thor was still thinking with his head down, and seemed to have not noticed that the old witch had come to him. The old witch looked at the handwriting on the paper, and at first she examined it with the attitude of an examiner, but as she looked at it, she read it deeply. A novel and excellent solution is more attractive than the gossip between the Firefly Lord and the Wind Demon. The old witch read from the beginning to the end. When she saw a drop of ink falling on the paper, she was still wondering what kind of new rune it was. After thinking for a long time, she realized that it was just ink dripping from the tip of the pen. What's next? Why don't you write anymore? The old witch was so upset that she was scratching her heart and liver, and at the same time she was shocked by Thor's novel idea. She even wanted to take Thor's head off to see what was inside. Thor seemed to be startled, and the water-absorbing pen in his hand fell on the table. He looked up at the old witch's ugly face, then at the messy papers on the table, and said in a trembling voice, I have encountered a difficulty, and it may take some time. The old witch turned her head stiffly like a cassette, looking at Thor's childish face. And couldn't say you were almost done with this transformation theory? Yes. The old witch didn't give Thor any random transformation topic. What she gave Thor was exactly what she was studying now, the witch body transformation experiment that wanted to integrate the specialties of multiple races to achieve a perfect body. She has been trapped here for many years, and this transformation experiment is her only reliance to turn things around. How can she have the energy to study other transformation topics? In addition, not telling Soul the true situation of this transformation experiment is also to avoid Soul's psychological pressure from being too great when he knows that the question is too difficult, resulting in no ideas at all. This is also the lesson the old witch summed up after capturing more than a dozen captives. But she never thought that Soul would break through the obstacle that trapped her for a year in just one day, and even deduce the transformation formula to the last step. The old witch opened her mouth with difficulty, and she seemed to hear her upper and lower teeth fighting. How long will it take you to overcome the last difficulty? Soul opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, and carefully stretched out a finger. 1 month. Okay? The old witch opened her mouth, closed it, and opened it again. Okay. Okay. Chapter 518. The old witch finally gave Thor a month. Although she decided to give Thor a month to study at the beginning. It was 1 month before and after, and it seemed that there was no difference, but it seemed that everything was different. The old witch took Thor back to the cage with an expressionless face, and did not say a word during the whole process. And Thor followed her closely, looking a little nervous, as if he was afraid that the other party would change his mind halfway, and not give him another month. This time Thor was brought back, and several other cellmates. All looked over. When they saw Thor coming back alive, they finally stopped treating him like air. He actually did it. The wizard who had never spoken to Thor, imprisoned in the cage on the left side of Okili, muttered. The giants and dwarves also followed Thor. There was surprise, fear, and deep worry in their eyes. When Thor passed by, the barbarians suddenly sang an ugly tune loudly, and even hooked their feet on the railing above their heads, trying to hang themselves upside down. Quiet! Snap! The old witch unceremoniously pulled out a wooden stick, and slapped the barbarian's foot hooked on the railing. The barbarian fell to the ground with a bang, silently covering his foot and wailing. Soul noticed that the skin on the sole of the opponent's foot was torn off after only one slap. The wooden stick seemed to be able to bite people. The atmosphere in the room, which was originally boiling like boiling water, suddenly returned to dead silence. The old witch pushed Thor into a half-man-high cage, and continued to stare at him viciously. Remember, you only have, 1 month to either complete the task I assigned you, or have me for lunch next month. After saying that, the old witch turned and left, still looking so domineering from behind. But Thor, who had just been locked up, held the bars of the cage with both hands, looking at the old witch's back, with a hint of smile flashing across his eyes. When the old witch closed the door and left, the other people locked in the cage looked at Thor again. But this time it was Okili who spoke first. It seems that the old witch is quite satisfied with your performance. Okili looked at Thor, with a trace of inquiry in his eyes. Thor restrained his expression and smiled bitterly. Satisfied? Which eye of yours can show satisfaction? I didn't complete the task she assigned me at all. I don't know what will happen in a month. Okili was a little confused at first, and then he looked thoughtful. The wizard on the other side of Okili muttered in a low voice. The old witch actually softened her heart. He looked up at Thor for a few times, then lowered his head, and said in an ambiguous way, maybe our new companion has satisfied the old witch in some ways. Thor hadn't responded yet, but Okili's face clearly flashed with disgust. He glanced at the next door, but didn't say anything. As for the others, the barbarians didn't respond, but the giants and dwarves looked at Thor eagerly. It's just that they couldn't speak the same language, so Thor didn't know what they were mumbling. Gradually, the others also lost interest in Thor, and sat back hunched one by one. Until this time, Thor slowly buried his head in his arms and smiled happily. Just now, when he was studying the transformation of the witch body of the perfect body, he suddenly came up with a new idea. And the implementation of this idea requires time, materials, and props. Thor thought that he would have to wait until the soup time once a day to see the old witch. But after only about 10 minutes, the other party suddenly rushed in. She didn't push the cart or bring anything else, but rushed to Thor's cage, grabbed the railing, and looked Thor up and down for several times. However, just when Thor thought the other party would say something or give him a new task, the old witch left the room without saying a word. Until they drank soup again, the old witch took the soup bowl and O'Keelee away, and did not communicate with Thor again. After O'Keelee left, the other wizard looked at Thor and curled his lips. Sure enough, it was all for nothing. Thor still didn't say anything. He just glanced at the wizard who was buzzing like a fly, closed his eyes, and pretended to meditate. He communicated with several other consciousnesses in his mind. Is there anything wrong with our transformation plan? And this plan combines the flesh and blood witchcraft that Blood Rose has studied for hundreds of years, and the Master Soul-Eating Esther, plus the Master's high-speed deduction. The other party will definitely not be able to find any flaws. The perfect body transformation plan studied by the old witch is indeed difficult. It is impossible for an ordinary first-level wizard to study such a difficult topic. But Thor is not an ordinary first-level wizard. In the few years he was in the Wizard Tower, he spent a lot of energy on wizard body transformation. In the later period, he also studied the various container-making experiments conducted by Mentor Gorza to revive Mrs. Euler. His knowledge and experience in body transformation and body manufacturing are stronger than many second-level wizards. In addition, before entering the Borderlands, Thor had just received the ultimate transformation plan of the Blood Rose family from the flesh and blood combination of the soul. It can be said that his knowledge reserves and practical experience in this area are simply beyond the imagination of the old witch and O'Keelee. What's more, he also has a diary, a dead wizard's diary with a veto power, which can directly see whether the end of the idea is the correct answer. So in just one day, Thor pushed forward the experimental progress that the old witch, O'Keelee, and others had worked on for many years. It was not far from completion. Thor was reserved when analyzing the last step, leaving himself a trump card. In fact, he didn't need a month to complete this transformation formula. After an unknown amount of time, O'Keelee was pushed back by the old witch. After entering the cage, he sat facing Thor, staring blankly for a long time without saying a word. Until everyone else seemed to have fallen asleep, O'Keelee suddenly squeezed his face against the railing with great effort and stared at Thor. How did you come up with a solution to the problem of multiracial attribute conflicts? O'Keelee lowered his voice, as if he didn't want others to hear. Soul, who was meditating with his eyes closed, moved to the edge of the cage very kindly, close to O'Keelee's side. I have seen my mentor do similar experiments. Who is your mentor? You probably don't know him. Although the name of the Wizard Tower Master is also quite famous. But when thinking of the character of Mentor Gorza, Thor felt that the probability of meeting his enemies was much greater than the probability of meeting his friends. I think we can cooperate in the future. O'Keelee's voice became much lower. After a nap, Thor stretched himself. It was impossible to meditate deeply in the cage, but Thor had a good sleep. From this day on, every time the old witch started an experiment, she would take Thor and O'Keelee out together. They first spent 2 days to verify that Soul's theory was indeed feasible, and then continued to experiment along Soul's formula and reasoning. The old witch's temper obviously improved, and sometimes, when the barbarian went crazy again, she stopped beating him. Although O'Keelee did not contribute much when thinking about the solution, he was still rigorous and meticulous when doing the experiment, helping Soul save a lot of tedious basic work. Seeing the witch body transformation of the perfect body gradually get on the right track. But after a few days, the old witch suddenly found that she didn't have enough materials in stock. Why are they consumed so quickly? The old witch frowned and pinched her waist. Is it because I have made too many reference groups recently? I go out for a while. She walked in front of the 2 busy wizards and interrupted their work. Although the old witch didn't want to go out at this time, in order not to delay the progress of the experiment, she still had to take a risk. Okay then. Hearing this, Thor reluctantly put down the charcoal pencil in his hand. He disliked the water-absorbing pen for writing too few words at a time, so he made a charcoal pencil himself. But when he put down his pen and paper, held onto the table and prepared to follow the old witch, he found that she hadn't moved. What? This time, you don't need to go back to the cage. The old witch grinned, but her eyes were very cold. Continue your research here, but don't try to escape. No matter how far you run, I can catch you back. Is that so? Sol smiled happily. Don't worry, I won't run away. Chapter 519. When Thor was first imprisoned in the old witch's cage, he had thought about escaping. But the old witch was a second-level wizard after all, and she was mysterious and never showed her strength. She used various witchcraft props and potions to imprison several people. If it weren't for the fact that her magic power fluctuations could not deceive people, Thor would have doubted whether she was a real second-level wizard. But when he started to carry out the perfect body wizard transformation experiment with the old witch and Ochili, he temporarily forgot about escaping. Are you kidding me? After leaving the wizard tower on campus, where else can you use witchcraft materials and potions for free? What's more, Sol concealed his true research progress on this transformation. On the surface, he was still stuck on how to stably retain the optimal characteristics after the fusion of multiple bodies. For this reason, he kept changing parameters and opened multiple reference experimental groups at the same time. But in fact, half of these reference groups are secretly simulating the witch body transformation plan that Sol just got from him, the flesh and blood merged into the spirit. It just so happens that they are all transformations of one's own body, and many problems are connected. Thor designed a lot of experimental subjects based on how to feed back to one's own spirit before, during, and after the transformation. As a result, the witch's witchcraft materials, which were originally more than enough, ran out in a few days. So when the old witch said she was going out this time and warned Thor and Ochili not to think about running away, Thor agreed very sincerely. But when the old witch left, Thor did not return to the experimental table immediately. He held the wall and slowly walked out of the laboratory. Where are you going? Ochili was still standing there, asking loudly. Don't worry, I'm not running, I'm just turning around. Ochili was still worried, and staggered to follow. Because he had been taking the love soup given by the old witch, Ochili had to hold onto tables and chairs or walls when walking, otherwise he would turn around in the same place. It was like seeing a ghost and covering his eyes. Although Thor was not affected, in order to let the old witch relax her vigilance, he also imitated Ochili and walked with the wall. Thor followed the direction the old witch left. After turning 2 corners and passing through several similar rooms, he finally saw the sunlight in front of him. He actually walked to the exit so smoothly, and there was no door blocking the hole in front of him. It seemed that Thor could escape from this cage as long as he took a step out. Hey, don't test the old witch's temper. Ochili was chasing behind and doubting his life. He was also wondering, Thor was walking so fast, didn't he feel dizzy? Or does he have other ways to eliminate the toxicity of the love soup? Ochili's eyes flickered twice. Hey, do you believe it? If you dare to step out of the cave, the old witch will definitely peel off your skin and let you continue to do experiments for her naked. Can you still be naked like this? Sol was speechless. He turned back and said to Ochili, I won't go out. As he said that, he pushed open a door. There are also 2 rooms near the cave entrance. The door that Sol pushed open was the second room from the cave entrance. The door was not locked, but when Thor was about to enter, a burst of electric spark suddenly flashed across the cross-section of the door and the wall. Thor was touched, and the fingertips that he stretched out had turned black, but he did not panic, but observed the surroundings of the door. Sure enough, there were witchcraft circles engraved on the top of the door frame and the threshold. Thor squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while, and felt that this circle was not difficult. Even if the diary did not help, he was confident that he could solve it within half a day. Am I too ignorant or too inexperienced? Why do I feel that the wizards I met after entering the Borderlands have poor theoretical knowledge? Sol had noticed from the perfect body transformation experiment that whether it was the old witch or Ochili, or even Claude who met earlier, they all seemed to focus more on the practice of witchcraft, but lacked the basics, especially the precise theoretical knowledge. It was like a group of wild people who had fought their way out by fighting with real swords and guns. It's not that they are not strong, but if they were asked to conduct precise research, it would overload their brains. Despite this, Thor had no intention of looking down on the old witch. After being electrocuted, he did not really try to break the magic circle, but stood at the door and shouted inside. Mash, are you here? The white mushroom he drank had written 2 messages for him. One was to report safety. I'm fine. The other was 2. Thor did not know what the 2 stood for, nor did he know if the white mushroom had not finished writing. But today, when he saw the second room farthest from the cave entrance, he thought, 2. Does it mean that Mash is locked in the second room? The room is filled with ordinary sundries. Bottles and jars, shelves and cabinets, and a few wide-mouthed jars piled in the corner. Brother Thor, how about I go in and take a look? Penny, who was still tucked into the diary, volunteered. Forget it, although your existence is rather special, this is after all a base for a second-level wizard. Penny didn't dare to show up in front of Gorza, so it was better not to let her out to take risks. At this moment, a little echo finally sounded in the room. My lord? Is that you, my lord? Thor looked in the direction of the voice, and finally locked his eyes on the jar in the corner of the room. Clusters of thumb-thick white mushrooms suddenly grew out of the mouth of the jar. The mushroom caps twitched and spread a little bit of spores. Unfortunately, these spores did not leave the mouth of the jar for long before they were quickly ignited, as if they had touched a flame and turned into black and gray powder particles. Master, I can't get out. Sol didn't know how to open his mouth. Although the jar where the voice came from had a wide mouth, the jar itself was only half a meter high and had a small volume. Even if Mash curled up as hard as he couldn't fit into the jar. Unless there was a space magic array inside. But who would engrave a space magic just to eat mushrooms? It's better not to remind Mash of his current situation. It's me. Sol responded to Mash. Stay there for now, and don't move. When I leave, I will take you with me. Okay, sir. The jar shook and returned to calm. There was nothing else useful in this room. Thor took a final look, closed the door, and went to the room closest to the exit. But this room was locked. Although Thor had several ways to open the closed door spell, he gave up exploring for the time being out of respect for the old witch. If he wanted to explore the environment here, he would have a chance later. Chili had been following Thor, and finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw him finally come back. Don't worry, I'm just looking around. I don't have any intention of running away. The two began to walk back. When they were about to return to the laboratory, Chili suddenly whispered, It's not that you can't have the idea of running away, but you can't have it when you are not fully prepared. Thor turned around in silence, and Chili was staring at him with a serious face. Egu, it seems that this Chili doesn't want to run, but he is not ready yet. And, haha, the fox is about to show its tail. Although it seems that he is honestly imprisoned here and diligently helps the old witch complete the experiment, Thor has his own plan in his heart. Now, he was sure that Chili also had ideas, so he began to worry whether this guy's plan would hinder his own plan. Sol also lowered his voice and asked, So, when is it considered fully prepared? Do you know a term called approximate? Sol nodded. There is also this term in the wizard level, such as approximate second level. Chili said solemnly. Oh, I understand. Sol suddenly realized, first level perfection. Is it? Chapter 520. The two continued to walk back to the old witch's laboratory with the help of the wall. And because the master was not there, the communication continued. Do you know what a first level wizard needs to do to advance to the second level? Increase mental power and magic power, compress it after the amount reaches the upper limit, and complete the breakthrough from quantitative change to qualitative change. From the first level to the second level, the strength will at least double. If the amount accumulated in the first level is large enough, it can even directly increase to more than 4 times that of the first level. In addition, you can learn more powerful witchcraft and use more dangerous props. Ordinary first-level wizards combined are not the opponent of the second level. Yes, but this is only the most basic. Chili has walked to his original experimental area, but did not continue the experiment. It is a very long process to accumulate a large amount of magic power and mental power, and then compress it to complete the quantitative change to qualitative change. It is even difficult to judge whether you cannot complete the magic power compression because your magic power value is not up to standard, or there is a problem with the compression method. So many powerful first-level wizards have not completed the transformation to the second level until they die. You mean, there are other ways to advance to the second level? Of course. Chili picked up a non-human finger and held it in front of him. If you want to achieve qualitative change, you don't necessarily need quantitative change, you could also directly become perverted. Although Chili used the adjective perverted, Thor knew he didn't mean mentally perverted. Thor said doubtfully, but whether it is magic perversion or mental perversion, it is very likely to lead to alienation in the end, turning the wizard into a pollutant. Chili smiled slightly. I'm not talking about magic and mental power. That is the basic structure that has been with us since birth. Just like the cornerstone of a house, it cannot be used at will. Then you mean? Sol asked halfway, and suddenly thought of the answer, location device? Chili's smile gradually widened. Yes, that's right, it's the locator. Only a locator that belongs to me, and is not mine, can undergo a safer mutation. If you don't like the word perversion, you can also call it enhancement. Thor's thoughts could not help but fall on the diary. My locator is already abnormal and powerful enough. Instead of strengthening it, I might as well mutate myself. If I can combine the blood and flesh of the Blood Rose family with my own soul-devouring Esther to form a third-generation witch body transformation, then I can gain more magic and mental power on the basis of my original body. With such a foundation, if I use the most conventional means to advance in the future, then my strength may be increased 10 times, maybe even more. This depends on the final result of the transformation. Ochili gave Thor some time to think. But he couldn't wait too long. He didn't know when the old witch would come back, and he had to seize this rare opportunity to communicate. Here, I have a way to transform the locator, but it's a bit risky. Do you dare to try it? Finally getting to the point, Thor knew that the next words were what Ochili really wanted to communicate with him today. He hesitated, but our experiment has already seen the light of day, just a few months. Or a year or two. Ochili sneered. Do you really think that the old witch will let us go after we successfully complete the perfect body transformation experiment? You may not know that the old witch actually has many enemies outside. As far as I know, the subordinates of Firefly Lord Herbert and Wind Demon Pearl have been looking for her in secret. And those who found her trace were all killed by her. Ochili seemed to recall some horrible scene. His face became a little ferocious. Do you think we who know the old witch's hiding place can leave here alive? Of course not. Thor is not so naive. He couldn't help but lower his voice. So, you want to take the risk of strengthening the locator and upgrade to the second level? It's just close to the second level. Ochili also lowered his voice. With our current strength, it will make too much noise to upgrade to the second level. The old witch will definitely stop us. By then, the backlash of failure and promotion alone will be enough to kill us. So we just need to be close to the second level. But we can't beat her even if we are close to the second level. Do you really want to kill her? Don't dream, after we reach the second level, we will have a chance to escape. By then, as long as we successfully run to the territory of the Firefly Lord or the Wind Demon, the old witch will definitely not dare to chase us again. Ochili's eyes were burning, as if he had seen the day of regaining his freedom. We can even report the whereabouts of the old witch to the 2 third-level wizards. Let them hunt down the old witch. This is our revenge. Why did you tell me this plan? Thor frowned, feeling that something was wrong with the plan. It will be more covert if you complete the plan independently. Ochili regained consciousness and calmed down again. I need someone who is as good at transformation experiments as me to cover me. Otherwise, the old witch will soon find out that I am using the experiment to do other things. Herman, our master has already been doing other things. And, what are you proud of? Seeing that Thor was still hesitant, Ochili secretly hated the young man's indecision. But he had no choice. In order to wait for someone who was strong enough to cooperate with him in fake experiments, he had been waiting for 3 years. The little wizard in front of him was obviously from a theoretical wizard organization. His ability was beyond doubt, but he was too naive. But Ochili didn't want to wait for the next partner. He was afraid that before he could wait for the next one, the little wizard named Thor would complete the witch body transformation experiment with a perfect body. By then, the old witch would probably abandon this base where she had stayed for many years. And in order to hide, she would probably kill other survivors and take at most one person with her. In the past, that person was usually him. Now it might have become Thor. But he couldn't let Thor understand this. Thor must think that both of them will be killed by the old witch after completing the experiment, so that he will be willing to cheat with him. But, the enhanced locator is also dangerous. While thinking about Ochili's intention, Thor fiddled with the experimental materials in his hand, as if unconsciously, I need to think about it carefully. The other party did not agree, but Ochili was mentally prepared for this. He knew that no matter how naive Thor was, he would not agree immediately. But it doesn't matter. He has been here for so many years, so he must have a way to make this young boy realize that time is running out. Then think about it carefully. Don't think about telling the old witch what I said. First, I won't admit it. Second, even if the old witch will be on guard against me, she will also be on guard against you. Then you will have no way to escape from here, and you can only wait to die. I am still clear about this, Thor muttered, like a little boy who is unwilling to be looked down upon. Chapter 521. Ochili calculated the time and ended the conversation before the old witch came back. He also accelerated the progress of the experiment in his hands, so that the old witch would not find him slacking off when she came back. But when the old witch came back with an unhappy look on her face, she didn't care about the experiment that Ochili was in charge of it all. She shook her sparse ponytail, letting the finger tied to the end of her hair hit her back of the head again and again. You went to the cave entrance? The old witch walked behind Thor, as if she would immediately whip him with a wooden board in her hand if there was any problem with his answer. I didn't go to the cave entrance. I just went to look for my driver. Sol puffed out his chest. You locked him up. The old witch's eyes became complicated. What are you looking for him for? I brought him into the no man's land. After completing this experiment, I will also take him out. The old witch stood behind Thor, not knowing whether to scold him for being naive or to feel relieved that she had picked up an honest fool. Wait until you complete my experiment, then think about the driver's problem. In the end, the old witch did not punish Thor. In fact, she deliberately left the door open just to test whether the two would take the opportunity to escape. Just walking around here was already her tacit approval. In the next few days, the experiment was progressing in an orderly manner. Thor's private work in the reference experimental data also produced research results. However, these studies on the witchcraft of flesh and soul are not easy to record on paper, so as not to be discovered by the old witch and Chile. Thor had to let several consciousnesses act as his notebooks and forcibly write down several different experimental results. Another month passed like this. The old witch went out again for materials. Although she was dissatisfied with the rapid consumption of materials, the progress of the experiment was gratifying. Seeing that the experiment finally saw the light of day after many years, she could only suppress her temper temporarily. After the old witch left, Thor continued to do the experiment seriously. Just like when she was there. The flesh and blood part of the fusion of flesh and soul has been prepared. But the fusion of soul is more troublesome. The old witch's transformation experiment is biased towards the body, and does not require much from the soul. It is not convenient for me to use too many spirits for experiments. Sol put down a petri dish, and threw it casually into the failed products area, thinking about how to reasonably apply for more spirits. What have you thought about it? At this time, Chile took some new samples and came behind Sol. After a month, he has completely changed from a researcher to Sol's assistant. This also made him more anxious. Sol paused, but he held the experimental product steadily. I haven't thought about it yet. Although it's for the locator, it's also very dangerous. A wizard who is afraid of danger will eventually die in the unknown. Do I need to teach you such a simple truth? Chile was so angry. Seeing that he was about to drive Chile crazy, Thor finally relaxed a little. And I don't have a way to strengthen the locator in a short time. I have. Chile immediately interrupted Thor. Thor finally stopped what he was doing and looked at Chile with raised eyebrows. It can be seen that Chile is trying to suppress his emotions, but his cheeks are still slightly red. If you agree to start the similar plan, I will give you the method. But if you don't show me the method first, how can I agree to start it? Thor looked righteous. Anyway, he is not in a hurry. Chile's face turned red again, but he raised his hand and patted his cheeks to calm himself down. The locator can help us stabilize our spiritual body and resist pollution from inside and outside the body. Some people also interpret it as an anchor, which is the key to prevent us from getting lost in the ocean of knowledge. But no matter what the explanation is, it will not change at all. The locator will play a certain protective role when we encounter a cognitive crisis. This effect will not weaken with the increase in the number of uses. In fact, it is like our brain, the more we use it, the more flexible it becomes. So my method is to actively train the locator. Sol looked over coldly. He knew that the method to strengthen the locator would not be simple. But Chile's method is no longer a question of whether it is dangerous or not. It is a mad attempt to test the edge of death. Are all wizards in the borderlands so desperate? Well, for Chile, he may have no other way. This method is too dangerous. But only this method can keep us alive. Even if we suffer some irreversible trauma in the process, there is a chance to repair it in the future. But when people die, there is nothing left. Sol still didn't reply to Chile immediately. But in order to appease the other party, Sol gave a deadline. 3 days. However, within 3 days, something happened that made Sol change his mind. The old witch came back half a day later than expected. When she appeared at the door of the laboratory, she was covered with dust. The dust penetrated into every inch of her wrinkles, as if she had been buried in the soil for several hours. Sol saw the other party, was stunned for a moment, and decided not to ask more about the other party's experience. The other party might not be willing to recall those embarrassing experiences. Did you find a complete soul body? Chile couldn't help but look sideways, and sighed again that this kid really has no emotional intelligence at all. No. The old witch had a gloomy face, but it doesn't matter. The old witch didn't clean herself up, and walked out of the room directly, and came back again a few minutes later. And this time, she took the dwarf out of the cage. The dwarf hadn't left the cage for a long time. In the past, every time the old witch looked for him, she would take some body tissue from him. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Although he has a strong physique and good recovery ability, he is still extremely weak at this time. He never knew when this kind of life would end. But recently he saw the light of hope. The new boy, who seemed to have not grown all his hair, seemed to have pushed the experiment to the end. The characteristic is that the old witch has taken tissues from him more and more recently. Although his body was severely injured, hope rose in his heart. As long as he can survive, there may be hope of regaining freedom. Whether the old witch's experiment succeeds or fails, life will never be stagnant again. But today, the old witch brought the dwarf directly to the laboratory. O'Chili was helping Thor and recording data. When he saw the old witch half drag and half pull the dwarf over, he was a little surprised at first, but then he thought of something, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. He tapped Thor's shoulder. "Watch it." Thor stopped his work and threw one of the samples into the scrap area again. Next, he saw the old witch fixing the weak dwarf on the experimental table. "Don't you need a complete soul for the experiment?" The old witch looked up at Thor and said, "You shouldn't choose race, right?" Thor looked at him expressionlessly and said nothing. Next, the old witch dismembered the dwarf. The dismembered dwarf did not die for a while because of its strong vitality. Next, the old witch brought over her homemade soul extractor. It was like an inverted cauldron, with many jars crookedly connected underneath. This homemade instrument was quite crude, and the materials were everywhere. What was really valuable was the densely packed micro-magic arrays on it. These micro-magic arrays turned garbage into sophisticated instruments. The old witch used witchcraft to activate the instrument. The dwarf, who had just breathed a breath, lost consciousness in an instant. Thor squinted his eyes, and saw a highly transparent spirit between white and gray being sucked into the pipe above little by little. During this period, the old witch kept chanting spells carefully to ensure that the spirit would not break. After all this was done, she took down the cauldron on top and threw it to Thor. "Here you go, a complete spirit. Although it is deformed, I guarantee that there is not a single fragment missing." Chapter 522. Thor got the complete spirit he needed, and the old witch had new materials for her experiment. But death is not over yet. We need to speed up the process a little. The old witch put the remaining dwarves in a basin and put them on the experimental table. "Now, my perfect body transformation method only has the last fusion step left, right?" O'Chili no longer dared to speak. "Yes, but this step may take longer than before." "Then shorten the time." The old witch didn't know why, and suddenly seemed anxious. "I give you 3 chances. The first time, it's the useless wizard who's still in the cage. The second time, it's O'Chili." O'Chili raised his head suddenly, and looked at the old witch in disbelief, but the old witch didn't look at him. "The third time, it's you." Soul stared at the old witch's face, wondering what happened to her. "Okay." Soul looked down at the dwarf, who had turned from a living person into material in a short time, made his face look a little paler, and then silently took the basin. "I understand. I start the fusion experiment now." The old witch was not happy that her threat worked. She still frowned and sat in the corner of the laboratory. She didn't seem to want to clean herself up. She just stared at Thor while doing the experiment. O'Chili came over to help Thor deal with the materials, but when the two of them handed over, he deliberately paused for a moment, staring at Thor with his eyes. Soul knew what the other party meant. The old witch suddenly set an almost impossible experimental deadline. If Thor wanted to survive, he had to start cooperating with O'Chili now. Through continuous testing, the positioning devices of the two people were strengthened, and finally the strength was raised to the peak of the first level, close to the second level. This way, they would have a chance to create an accident and escape from the old witch's confinement. Immediately, Thor began to cooperate with O'Chili and tampered with the experimental materials in front of the old witch. The changes made by O'Chili were not big, and the old witch would not find any abnormalities for the time being. Then he suddenly asked the old witch for a prop on the grounds that the experimental reaction was not enough. "If this continues, the reaction will be too slow. I am afraid we will not have time to add all the materials before the fusion liquid cools down. I think we need the basic magic mirror." The old witch who was working on the construction nearby did not agree immediately, but turned to look at Thor. "Oh, is that so?" Thor held up a set of materials that had just been scrapped in his hand, "although I don't know what the basic mirror is. But as O'Chili said, when we combine the body tissues of the dwarves and giants, the fusion of the two is extremely slow, and the fusion fluid often evaporates before the third material is added. Thor naturally has other solutions to this problem, but now he needs to pretend that he hasn't thought of it yet to cooperate with O'Chili." "I get it." The old witch looked at Thor and O'Keelee again, then slowly stood up. O'Keelee deliberately explained to Thor loudly, "The bisect mirror is a very dangerous witchcraft prop. But it is also a very powerful prop. Its function is only to accelerate the reaction speed of elemental particles." At this time, the old witch had already walked into the next room. O'Keelee immediately whispered to Thor, "But its greater utility is distortion and replication. I will use its distortion function. Be careful not to let the old witch find out that the experiment is not accelerated." Sol nodded silently. "How long have you been in the first stage?" "Less than a year." O'Keelee didn't expect that the time it took for Sol to enter the first stage was shorter than he thought. In this case, it would be very dangerous to use his method to strengthen the locator. But he didn't need to tell Sol. "Although it's a little short, I believe your strength is no problem. Locators are different for different people." At this time, the two had heard the footsteps of the old witch coming back. O'Keelee's voice returned to normal. "I know you don't know how to use it. I show you first." Thor saw O'Keelee blink at him, knowing that his so-called demonstration was probably a demonstration of the enhanced locator. "Okay." When Thor said this, the old witch just walked in holding a mirror. "This mirror is very precious and dangerous. Don't try to explore its other uses rashly, or you may lose your life on it." The old witch warned coldly, "Don't delay my experiment because of curiosity." After that, she unsealed the mirror. The Basek magic mirror is a mirror of the same height as Thor, a little taller than Thor. The mirror is surrounded by gold rims, and inlaid with rare gems. At first glance, it looks like a dressing mirror in a noble lady's home. However, when the old witch unsealed the mirror, the faces of dozens of girls were instantly reflected in it. They slapped the mirror in fear, screamed silently with their mouths open, and wanted to escape, but they were trapped in the mirror forever. The old witch reached out and drew a symbol on the mirror. The girl inside instantly disappeared, replaced by her own shadow. The old witch in the mirror maintained the same movements as the real old witch at first, but soon her expressions and movements began to sluggish, and gradually moved spontaneously. The old witch in the mirror was not as frightened as the girl before, but instead angrily knocked on the mirror. Seeing this, the old witch moved the mirror away and turned to a deserted place. You can't take pictures of people for more than 1 minute. Even if you don't shine it on people, you have to completely change the direction of the mirror every 10 minutes. The old witch didn't say what would happen if you didn't do it. But even if she did, it would be useless. O'Keelee has made up his mind to strengthen it. After all, he will be the next one to lie on the experimental table. Sol poured out the original materials, and dug some new dwarves from the basin. The two of them quickly started a new round of experiments. But this time, because of the addition of the Basek magic mirror, the two had to stop from time to time to adjust the direction of the magic mirror. However, the old witch behind him stared at the two people's operation for a while, and found that they were very careful when operating. It was obvious that they took her warning to heart, so she stopped staring at them so intently. Her eyes would occasionally be blank, as if she was thinking about something important. It was at this time that O'Keelee's movements began to change. He would deliberately adjust the angle when moving the mirror, so that his arms or shoulders would stay within the range of the mirror. And Thor was responsible for using his body or other instruments to block O'Keelee's small movements. Soon, O'Keelee was exposed for more than a minute. Beads of sweat soon appeared on his head. If he had not been facing away from the old witch, she would have discovered the clue. When the time was almost 3 minutes, Sol suddenly moved the mirror to a different direction. O'Keelee immediately glared at him. Sol pointed at his throat covertly. O'Keelee touched it subconsciously, and his face changed immediately. There was a faint bulge on his neck, as if a fist-sized tumor was about to grow. If it is really allowed to grow, the old witch will soon find something strange. O'Keelee looked at Thor with a hint of gratitude. But Thor did not look at him. He looked at the mirror. Although the mirror was not facing him directly, he could still see the old witch sitting in the corner of the room through the reflection of the mirror. When he subconsciously squinted his eyes and looked at the old witch, the figure of this extremely ugly old witch flashed from time to time as if the signal was not good. Thor stared at the figure and finally seized an opportunity to see the most abnormal frame in the flashing picture. In that extremely short moment, he saw a young woman in the mirror who was in a mess, but had an extremely charming face. Chapter 523. Although O'Keelee's real purpose of using the Basek mirror was to strengthen his locator through a suicidal attempt. But in the experiment, Thor found that this magic mirror could indeed be of great use. At least in terms of improving reaction speed, this magic mirror gave Thor a lot of surprises. Of course, what made him more concerned was that he seemed to have accidentally discovered the problem of the old witch. Although many wizards do not change their appearance in order to explore the truth of knowledge and improve their strength, many female wizards will still try to avoid becoming too scary or ugly. Is the person in the mirror the old witch herself? Or is it a mirror image formed by other reasons? Unfortunately, this mirror image only appeared once. No matter how Thor secretly observed the old witch in the mirror, he never saw the young woman with the charming face and upturned eyes again. 5 days later, Thor completed the fusion of the 4 bodies, and through his experience in the resurrection experiment, he temporarily suppressed the rejection reaction of the bodies of different races. At the moment the experiment was completed, the old witch rushed to the front as if she had sensed it, and directly pushed Thor away. Is this the new body formed by the fusion of 4 races? Lying on the experimental table was a white dough. Small tumors kept growing on the dough, which were knocked out by the electric shock device next to the experimental table. To be precise, it is 3.5 races. Soul stepped aside and explained to the old witch, currently, it has the strength of a dwarf, the toughness of a giant, and the adaptability of a barbarian. But I am not sure whether it can have the beauty of an elf after its form solidifies. After all, the elf material you gave me is too little. I can't even tell which part of the elf's body it is. The old witch rolled her eyes at Thor. I don't want to disappear like an elf. I gave you a powder of the remains of a wind elf. Although the amount is small, it is rare and relatively safe. The remains of a wind elf? Before Thor could be shocked, he heard Ochili beside him say loudly, the powder of the remains of a wind elf? Old witch, you didn't steal the wind demon's laboratory, did you? The old witch was stunned at first, and then a little confused. And Ochili was still chattering, the remains of the wind elf are the most valued treasure of the wind fairy pay. You stole this thing, and dared to stay in the ownerless land. Pa! The old witch slapped Ochili, who was about to say something. When the latter got up from the ground, half of his face was slapped up. I can stay wherever I want. The confusion in the old witch's eyes faded, and the coldness regained the upper hand. She stared at Thor. Do you have any other questions? No. If it is the powder of the remains, then the potency is certainly sufficient. Soul answered immediately. Very good. Then we are ready to add the last ingredient now. The old witch left the laboratory expressionlessly. Soul immediately went over to help Ochili up. Are you okay? Ochili endured the pain and pressed half of his face back. He had no strength to speak, and could only shake his head at Soul. Soul took the materials from the laboratory table and prepared a treatment potion first, and applied it on Ochili's face. The latter soon felt his burning face go numb. No, I'm not dead. Ochili covered his face, and when he looked up, his eyes were full of resentment. How is your mirror? After Ochili looked at the mirror for 4 days, he gave the opportunity to look at the mirror to Thor. The positioning device is a little unstable. Instability means change. Because half of his face was paralyzed, Ochili's voice was very unclear, but Thor could still understand what he meant. Instability means change. But what Ochili didn't know was that Thor's locator hadn't changed at all. The diary of the dead wizard floated quietly in his spiritual body all year round. With Thor's current strength, even if the basic magic mirror transformed him, it would not affect the diary in the slightest. And when Thor tried to look in the mirror, the soul fragment stored in his skin became a little restless. It seemed to want to leave his skin and enter the magic mirror. It was just because he didn't look in the mirror for a long time, so this restlessness did not turn into actual action. Instead, Thor took this opportunity to roughly understand the operating principle of the basic magic mirror. The basic magic mirror can accelerate the reaction of elemental particles. But if it is exposed for a long time, it will distort the trajectory of the elemental particles. For a longer time, it may completely disrupt the movement of the elemental particles. But Thor has not yet found the characteristics of replication from these laws. Could it be that after disrupting the movement of particles, they can be directed to restore one-to-one according to the established target to achieve the effect of replication? Thor could only make such a guess at present. At the same time, he also understood why there were so many evil spirits in the mirror. Those were the sources of the mirror's operating energy. If this mirror flowed into the world of ordinary people, it would definitely leave behind one horror legend after another. You have to speed up the process. Without saying anything, I can run away by myself. Got it. Thor muttered reluctantly. At this time, the old witch also brought another wizard she had imprisoned. The wizard's eyes were filled with fear, but his back was still straight, as if he had foreseen his end, but he didn't want to lose his grace when he died, so he held on. But his strength didn't last long. When Ochili took a huge needle and prepared to insert it into his spine, the great fear of death and becoming an experimental subject still broke the wizard's defense. Since he left the cage that could suppress the fluctuations of magic and mental power, his control over witchcraft was recovering rapidly. He waited until Thor pressed him on the experimental table, and finally he could release his magic. A beam of light appeared silently, and went straight to Thor's face. Thor was motionless, as if he had been stunned by the sudden attack. However, before the light arrow touched Thor, it was suddenly stopped by a finger. It turned out to be the finger that the old witch had been holding in her braid. What a theoretical wizard! He didn't even dodge when facing an attack. The broken finger lightly touched, and the hastily condensed light arrow disappeared. The old witch retracted her broken finger, stood behind Sol and Okili, and said coldly, "Continue." The experiment had to continue. The wizard, whose name was unknown from beginning to end, died on the experimental table. However, his death did not end this experiment that piled up lives. When Sol extracted a part of the dough and injected it into the wizard's body along the spine, the latter had some benign physiological changes at first. For example, his muscle density was increasing, and his bone strength had a qualitative leap. Even the skin tissue that was cut open for observing the bones was regenerating rapidly. And his originally narrow facial features seemed to have stretched a little. But all these positive features had not yet reached the theoretical value calculated by Thor, and a dense layer of red spots suddenly appeared on the wizard's face. Thor and the old witch frowned at the same time, while Ochili secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ochili knew that he was different from Thor. Whether the experiment succeeded or failed, he would only die. So the experiment must be ongoing now, so that he has time to complete his escape plan. What's going on? The old witch was obviously unhappy, but she was still suppressing it. For a wizard, a failed experiment is nothing. If the old witch herself was not in danger, she would not take 1 or 2 failures seriously. I think. The person on the experimental table lost his life signs a few seconds after the red spots appeared. Thor picked up the knife and cut his arm again to observe the bones below. And there were large red spots on the other party's bones. I think he might be allergic. Chapter 524. When she heard that it was an allergy, the old witch's frown relaxed a lot. His body is too weak, it's normal that he can't withstand the transformation. The old witch touched her bright red mouth. I bring the giant and the barbarian here. I hope their inherently strong bodies can withstand the allergy. After the old witch left for the second time, Ochili came to help Thor move the dead wizard to the scrap area. As a result, he saw Thor collecting the skin, blood and part of the bones from the dead. What are you doing? I want to check for allergens. Ochili held Thor's wrist and whispered, Why, do you really want to help her complete the experiment? Sol broke away from Ochili. Since you want to perform, please do the whole set. Ochili was stunned. He suddenly felt that Thor in front of him did not seem as naive as he thought. He was just teaching him a lesson? Ochili's heart suddenly rose with anger. This anger was more because he was not as thoughtful as a child, but the object of venting was still the young wizard in front of him. You should pay more attention to your progress. Ochili snorted coldly and stepped away. Sol noticed that he took the initiative to deal with the materials in the waste area after he left. Recently, Ochili didn't pay much attention to his experiments, but he was proactive every time he dealt with the waste. Sol gently moved the magic mirror and observed Ochili's movements with the help of reflection. After a moment, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He smiled slightly, and then quickly restrained himself. Soon the old witch brought the giant and the barbarian over. When they came in, they saw the body on the laboratory table. The giant's first reaction was to turn around and run, but the old witch took out her stick and hit the giant's ankle. The old witch hit him very hard this time. The giant's ankle was completely broken, and there was a piece missing, as if it had been eaten by the stick. With one leg broken, the already weak giant fell to the ground and had no strength to run away. The old witch dragged the giant into the laboratory by the intact leg. The giant was more than 3 meters tall, but in the hands of the old witch, he was like a baby who couldn't struggle. The barbarian on the other side didn't run away. He was in a daze, as if he had gone insane. After the giant was thrown onto the experimental table with a wail, and died with a wail due to an allergic reaction, the barbarian suddenly began to dance. He raised his left and right legs high in turn, clapping his hands above his head, slapping his chest, and shouting woo woo woo. Only then did Thor realize that the barbarian had no tongue in his mouth. Barbarians usually believe in ancient gods. These gods are not the omnipotent beings in storybooks, but just powerful beings from the last century or even earlier. It is impossible to know how powerful they were, as they have disappeared in the long river of history. It is estimated that when the barbarian's tongue was caught by the old witch, he sacrificed it to the god he believed in. When the old witch walked towards the barbarian again, the latter finally finished his dance, and then tore off his right ear and threw it into the sky. However, before the bloody ear fell, the witch raised her finger and smashed it with witchcraft. The ritual failed to complete. Even if the barbarian completed it, it would be useless. The old witch threw the barbarian, who was like a deflated balloon, onto the experimental table. Thor looked at the lines on the barbarian's body and felt that they looked familiar. He wanted to remember them, but the old witch was already impatiently knocking on the experimental table with her fingers. "Hurry up, continue." Thor said nothing and began to put the dough into the barbarian's body. Soon the barbarian also had an allergic reaction, but unlike the previous two, he did not die quickly. It was only after the most intense erythema reaction that he fell into a coma. Such a change made the old witch and O'Chili come over. "Is this successful?" The old witch was a little excited. But Thor didn't think so. It seems that there is only a possibility of success at present. But it's not high. It depends on whether he can survive in the end. The old witch finally smiled. "Pay attention. If this barbarian dies, let O'Chili go up next." O'Chili's legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Because they had to observe and maintain the barbarian's life, after the experiment ended today, Thor and O'Chili were allowed to stay outside again. The old witch went to rest next door. O'Chili continued to process the waste. But halfway through, he suddenly looked at Thor with red eyes. "How long will it take you?" Thor was checking his other petri dishes. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He seemed to be immersed in his research and had completely forgotten that it was his turn to go to the lab table. 3 days. O'Chili lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. "You don't have 3 days. I don't have either." Thor took out the body tissue with the most serious allergies he collected from the barbarians. "No, we do." When the old witch had a good rest, it should be the next day. She still had a gloomy face, and the broken finger behind her head was trembling. As soon as she came in, the old witch pointed the stick in her hand at O'Chili without hesitation. "You go up." O'Chili trembled all over and looked at Thor. If Thor hadn't promised last night that he could buy 3 more days, he would have taken action last night. Fortunately, Thor stood up as agreed. "Old witch, in the experiments of the previous 3 people, I found that there is still room for improvement in the perfect body. Then improve it directly on O'Chili. I don't have time to wait for you to study it slowly." After a night, the other party seemed more anxious. Sol took out a test tube and held it in front of him. It is meaningless to repeat the failed steps. Multiple experiments are to help us correct mistakes, not to increase the success rate. Before the old witch was about to swing the stick at herself, Sol immediately said, "I only need 10 days to complete the improvement of the plan. Although it is O'Chili and I who are on the experimental table this time, you are the one who will eventually carry out the witch body transformation, right?" Seeing the old witch in hesitation, O'Chili also shrank his neck and begged, "We only need 3 days. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Thor. He is a genius in this area. He will definitely be able to increase the success rate to a level you can accept." The old witch looked gloomy and squinted at Thor. "What's in your hand?" "It is the body tissue that the barbarians are most allergic to. Through analysis, I have found a way to alleviate the allergy, but it will take several experiments. If possible, I also need to establish 10 data control groups to ensure the accuracy of the experiment." The room fell silent, and O'Chili felt like every second was a year. After 3 extremely difficult minutes, the old witch finally spoke. "You don't have 10 days. I will only give you 3 days, control group. At most 5 groups. I will go and catch people now." The old witch left in a flash. O'Chili breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly held onto the table, almost falling down. Thor turned around and patted O'Chili's shoulder. "Now is not the time to relax. Let's continue the final experiment." Chapter 525. There are only 3 days left. But O'Chili is not going to escape on the last day. This, and this. At night, O'Chili had to prepare an escape plan in advance. He told Sol several materials. "When you prepare the potion tomorrow, remember to keep a little more of these materials and give them to me secretly. I will prepare a new potion tomorrow night." "Tomorrow night?" Sol pretended to hesitate. "But I may not tomorrow night. We don't have time. If you can't complete the 2nd level tomorrow, I will have to take more risks when you escape," O'Chili said helplessly. Sol lowered his eyes, seeming a little frustrated. Then, "I leave it to you." The next day, the old witch still sat in a corner of the laboratory, supervising the 2 people's experiments. Because Sol was the main person in charge of the experiment, O'Chili could only help, so Sol was also responsible for preparing many potions. Sol took a little more of each material according to what O'Chili told him yesterday. But Ochili needed a lot of types, which made Soul's movements a little bigger, and he couldn't use the storage device, otherwise the sudden magic fluctuations would be immediately discovered by the old witch who was watching them closely. Fortunately, the old witch would not stand behind them anymore, so it was easier to do some tricks. Thor noticed that Ochili also took a little from the potion he had prepared. The two of them cooperated with each other, and covered each other, and finally hid some materials secretly. But in order to hand over the remaining potion materials to Ochili, Thor had to get together with him often and pretend to discuss. After so many times, it also aroused the suspicion of the old witch. "What are you two always doing together whispering?" The old witch raised the stick in her hand, thought for a moment, and finally dropped it on Ochili's calf. A piece of meat was instantly lost from Ochili's calf. He held back his cry, and his face turned red. Thor looked at the stick in the old witch's hand with fear, but still took the initiative to explain. "Ochili is too nervous, and he always does something wrong." Ochili's eyes widened, and he didn't say a word, but his face turned even redder. The old witch snorted coldly, and looked at both Thor and Ochili, but she didn't know where Ochili hid the materials, and the old witch didn't find it. "I don't care what you are doing. If you dare to play tricks, I will peel off your skin." Since they were being watched, they had to stop their little tricks. Fortunately, Thor had given Ochili all the potions he needed, so they could continue their experiments openly. The old witch had been standing beside Thor since then, but she hadn't noticed anything unusual about the two. It was time to rest again, and the old witch's suspicions from the day hadn't subsided. She didn't let the two stay overnight in the laboratory, but locked them back in the cage. Thor got into the wooden cage under the old witch's watch, and looked at Ochili in another cage with some uneasiness. Ochili seemed to have huddled up in fear. Soul turned around, and saw the old witch staring at him. Her eyes were like light bulbs, but they were still creepy even when they were half closed. "If you can complete the transformation experiment on Ochili tomorrow, I will make an exception, and accept you as my apprentice. If not, you will become my slave." Soul was not very interested in either of these identities, but now, he could only watch the old witch turn around and leave, and the broken limbs behind her drew a semicircle in the air. After the old witch left, Ochili sat up suddenly. "You don't really think the old witch will take you as an apprentice?" "No." "That's good." Ochili glanced at the direction where the old witch left, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. "I didn't expect that she would put us back in the cage tonight." Soul was puzzled. "We are locked in the cage, and cannot use witchcraft. Why are you so happy?" Ochili kept looking at the door, and grinned and said, "Because she locked us in the cage, it means that she has no time to watch over us now. Now she either left here, or fell into deep meditation. Either way means that no one will come to disturb us for a short time tonight." Ochili sat up, and immediately took out the potion hidden on his body, and began to prepare it. Because he couldn't bring back all kinds of experimental instruments in his clothes, he could only prepare the potion on the ground in the most primitive way. It was a kind of beauty of handheld rice. After a while, Thor smelled a strange smell on Ochili. "Okay." Ochili raised his hand, picked up the sticky, black potion that looked like mud on the ground, and carefully smeared it on the bars of the cage. The miniature magic circle drawn on the wooden railing was covered. Thor watched carefully from the side. The mud-like potion did not simply cover the magic circle, it suppressed the effect of the magic circle without destroying it. This made Thor feel a little bit novel. If you destroy the magic circle directly, you will be discovered by the old witch outside immediately. But this method can ensure that the warning will not be triggered. Soul nodded, and took note of Ochili's method. At this time, Ochili had covered all the micro-magic arrays, and easily opened the cage door and got out. At this time, he could actually just abandon Soul and run away. After all, it seems that Soul is no longer useful. But he did not hesitate at all, holding the remaining potion, and ran to Soul to help him leave the cage. This surprised Thor. "Herman, I thought he would run away by himself." "And oh, I don't think it's that simple." Ochili quickly opened the door of the cage, and Thor stretched out his hand. "Come out." Thor did not grab Ochili's hand, but lowered his head and got out of the cage. Halfway through, Ochili said impatiently, "Hurry up." He grabbed Thor's arm, and half helped and half pulled him out. "Now, the effect of the love soup on us should be almost gone. Do you still feel lost now?" Soul raised his hand, and looked at it cooperatively. "I'm fine now." Ochili nodded. "Then let's leave now." Soul frowned. "How to get there?" "The old witch should be in the outermost rooms." "The old witch has a habit. Every time she locks us up, she will definitely go into deep meditation. At this time, we can go out directly. As long as we hide a little, and gather our magic and mental power, we will not be noticed by her. And tomorrow is crucial, she will definitely take a good rest. The old witch has used this cage to imprison Ochili and others for many years, so she naturally trusts them. She probably didn't expect that Ochili had actually found a way to escape the cage a long time ago, but was just waiting for someone who could cooperate with him to appear. The worst plan is that the old witch didn't enter deep meditation. Ochili looked at Thor seriously. That's when we need to fight desperately. Raising the strength to a level close to the second level is for this moment. Remember, don't get entangled, run out immediately when you find a chance. Ochili raised his hand, letting Thor see that there was still a little potion left in his palm. The magic circle at the entrance of the cave can't stop us. Thor felt that Ochili's plan was not perfect, but now they had escaped from the cage. Even if the plan was not perfect, they had to fight. The most important thing was that Ochili had no time. Then let's go! Thor asked again, can you take my driver with you? Ochili waved his fist, and almost couldn't help swinging it out. You should take care of yourself now. Thor made an embarrassed look and nodded. Okay then. Chapter 526. The two tiptoed, trying not to make any noise, and hurried through the rugged corridor like a cave. Before passing the room where the old witch usually rested, both Ochili and Thor were so nervous that they even stopped breathing. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen, and the two passed the old witch's room smoothly. Until Ochili used potions to suppress the warning witchcraft circle at the entrance of the cave and escaped with Thor, the old witch still did not appear behind them. The two carefully passed through the cave without triggering the alarm, and finally left the old witch's base. It was late at night outside, and the starry sky above added a little brilliance to the dim world. In front of them were several gently sloping hills and barren wilderness. Seeing the scenery outside, and then looking at the cave behind him, Thor felt a little emotional. They had been locked in a cave for a long time. When they left the cave and looked back, they found that when they looked from the outside, the cave had turned into a fist-sized red hole, and there was no magical fluctuation inside. It seems that the old witch used this method to avoid the people chasing her. They ran all the way to the nearest hill, and hid behind a few lonely aloe trees. Okay, let's separate now. Ochili, whose chest kept rising and falling, suddenly said. Separate, but... Thor was interrupted before he finished speaking. Since we are out, we will naturally escape by our own ability. Now is not the time to relax. The old witch is very good at finding people. I asked you to improve your strength as soon as possible, not just to get out of the cage. The real fear is the subsequent pursuit. We are together, the target is too big, and it is easier to be caught. I want to run over there, remember to change the direction. Ochili's lips collided quickly, explaining a few words to Thor. Then his whole body disappeared into the black mist, and floated away in the direction he said. Thor looked at the afterimage of Ochili's witchcraft, but he stood there, and did not run away immediately. He put his hand on his right arm that Ochili had just grabbed, and said thoughtfully, So, which direction should I run? When escaping, Ochili acted very calm, but in fact his heart was about to jump out. After being imprisoned by the old witch for 3 years, he longed for freedom all the time, and was threatened by the shadow of death all the time. He had been planning this escape plan for more than a year. The witchcraft materials he asked Sol to steal were only a small part of them. He had started to secretly hide the materials a year ago in case of future needs. It was just that some important materials were difficult to get, and the old witch would always be watching him from behind. If it weren't for Sol and him cooperating with each other, he would not be able to get the last few materials. Now he finally managed to escape. After running for most of the night, Ochili stopped at a mountain valley, took out a plant root that could restore magic power from behind, and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Such unprocessed materials are actually toxic if swallowed directly, but Ochili doesn't want to waste time now. In the past 3 years, he has accumulated a lot of toxicity in his body, and he can only wait until he regains his freedom to slowly solve it. And now what he has to do is race against time. He must rush to the territory of the wind demon closest to here, before the old witch uses the magic mirror to find him. As long as he finds the subordinates of the wind demon and reports the whereabouts of the old witch, he will not only be safe from now on, but also get a considerable reward. It takes 3 days to get from here to the nearest territory of the wind demon. There are too many uncertainties during this period. Fortunately, there is someone who can help him delay time. Ochili waited for the recovery of magic power, turned his head, and looked into the distance, gradually revealing a twisted smile. Sol, run quickly, use all your strength, try all kinds of methods, the faster the better, the farther the better. This way, the old witch can spend more time searching for you by following your scent. When Ochili prepared the potion, he actually prepared another material. When this material is applied to the body, it can conceal the scent at first, but if it is not wiped off with a special potion within 12 hours, it will begin to emit a very obvious smell of fireworks. The old witch who always uses this material to avoid being hunted is naturally very familiar with this smell. When she wakes up, she will naturally catch Thor, who has left a small tail. This in turn prolonged O'Chili's escape time. O'Chili deliberately smeared this material on Razel's arm when he was out of the cage. As for the spot on his hand, it was naturally washed off when he escaped from Thor's sight. As long as Thor could survive for a day, O'Chili would be sure to run to the Wind Demon's territory. 3 days later, O'Chili hid in a bush, looking at a settlement in front of him. There were no houses made of bricks, stones, and wood in the settlement. Instead, there were huge tents. The tent in the center was the largest, and the other tents were built around it. Because the no man's land was a place where danger could occur at any time, all the subordinates of the Wind Demon would choose this kind of tent that was easy to disassemble and move as their base. This should be the territory of the Wind Demon. Looking at the size of the tent in the middle, there should be a second-level wizard stationed here. O'Chili was overjoyed. If there was only one wizard stationed here, it would at most make the old witch's pursuit of him more concealed, but it would not be able to stop her. But if there were second-level wizards stationed here, the old witch would definitely think twice before coming in to see if she would attract more enemies. Now there are only the last 300 meters left. O'Chili did not relax his vigilance. He moved forward carefully, while trying to cover his body with a gray-yellow robe covered with sand. He was coated with a material that could cover his breath, and he would wash it off immediately when the time came. Now he had just applied new material, and there was still plenty of time. As long as I wait until I see that second-level wizard. Suddenly, 2 people came out of the settlement, talking and laughing. O'Chili did not dare to show up immediately, but squatted aside and performed a concealment spell. The 2 people exuded the vibration of wizard apprentices. Perhaps because they were not far from the settlement, they did not maintain the necessary vigilance at this time, and were still talking about the latest news. It happened to be related to the old witch. I heard that someone found the trace of the old witch. Ha, Master Feng Yao has sent more people to catch her. When the old witch is caught, we won't have to worry about people around us disappearing without knowing it. At this time, the first person suddenly lowered his voice. Do you know, it is said that the old witch hurt the Wind Demon last time she appeared. The voices of the 2 people were getting lower and lower, and O'Chili couldn't hear clearly. But just from the news he just got, he could report the old witch's whereabouts here. Maybe the second-level wizard here will reward him for this. O'Chili's eyes were shining, and he was about to get up from the ground. Suddenly, his legs went numb, and he couldn't move at all. O'Chili's heart was pounding, and a bad thought came to his mind. He opened his mouth and wanted to shout, but when he really opened his mouth, he only made a sound not much louder than breathing. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way. The next second, the soil under O'Chili's feet loosened, and he fell down. Who is it? The 2 apprentices who were just whispering suddenly noticed something was wrong. Sometimes being too alert is not a good thing. A sinister voice sounded, and then the flesh and blood of the 2 apprentices began to roll down, as if an invisible knife was cutting their bodies quickly, not even sparing their skeletons. Soon, everything returned to peace. O'Chili lay in a deep pit, feeling a warm liquid dripping down from his head, slowly soaking his face. Are you running fast? The old witch pressed behind O'Chili. She lowered her head, and the little finger on her braid just touched O'Chili's nose. It's over. O'Chili gritted his teeth, feeling extremely desperate. He lost the bet. That bastard boy is really useless. He didn't even last a day. He couldn't help but hate Thor, who cooperated with him. He felt that the little wizard could only do research, and was useless in other aspects. The old witch heard O'Chili's mumbling and slowly grinned. What? Did you run away with Thor at that time? O'Chili was stunned. Why did the old witch ask that? The old witch's voice continued to ring in his ears. Then do you know, that boy didn't run away at all. Chapter 527. O'Chili never figured out why Thor didn't run away until he died. Of course, before he died, he had fought hard, but even though he had temporarily exploded and disregarded his life, he was still no match for the old witch. Or rather, he still died under the witch's witchcraft prop, the Bisek magic mirror. In the end, O'Chili was covered in blood and as thin as a bamboo pole. The old witch waved the soil and buried the bodies of the 3 people. She looked at the tents in the distance with fear, and quickly left here before anyone else came. When the old witch came out to track O'Chili, she had doubts in her heart. Although Thor came back on his own initiative, no one could be sure whether he would escape again when she was out tracking O'Keely. She once wanted to destroy Thor first before coming out. But before she did it, she hesitated. Now there was only a little progress left in her perfect body transformation. But she still had no confidence in completing this independently. There was no way. She could only use witchcraft to temporarily trap Thor, and trapped him in the laboratory according to his request. But after she found out that someone had escaped from the magic cage, she was no longer so confident in her way of imprisoning people. Therefore, after dealing with O'Keely, who might reveal her whereabouts, the old witch immediately set out to rush back. Without looking for anyone, she only needed to rush back to her hidden underground residence in just one day. When the old witch returned to her residence in a hurry, Thor was still staying in the laboratory honestly and concentrating on the experiment. The old witch felt relieved at first, but when she saw the messy laboratory, the heart that had just been put in her stomach almost came out of her mouth again. "What are you doing?" The old witch ran to Thor and pushed him away with her elbow. Before the opponent could attack, Thor took a step back and dodged the elbow. "I thought that O'Keely had already run away, and I would be the next one to go to the lab table, so I made some changes to the previous formula." The old witch looked at the dough on the lab table, which had turned into a gray, translucent, trembling spherical object, and suddenly remembered a kind of pudding she had eaten a long time ago. Food. But no matter how delicious it looks, it is completely different from the original modified substrate. You. The old witch was so angry that her little finger behind her was twitching. "Do you think you are going to die? So you want to waste my witchcraft materials to retaliate against me?" The old witch twitched the wooden stick in her hand, shaking it in front of Thor's eyes, as if she would slap his face off in the next second. Thor stretched out his index finger, gently pressed against the edge of the old witch's wooden stick, and slowly pushed it away from his face. "If that's the case, why don't I just run away? Even if you catch me, at least I have half a day of freedom, right?" The old witch could also tell from Thor's calmness that he was not hysterical, and wanted to destroy his experiment out of helplessness. She just felt too sorry for the rare materials in the laboratory. "So, are you ready to go to the lab?" Thor nodded, "Yes, although I'm not completely sure, but I'm willing to take the risk for my knowledge." In the eyes of the old witch, Thor has completely become a representative of people who have a bad brain due to reading too much. "Then you go up." "Please wait." Thor raised his hand and took out a piece of parchment from his side. "Since I have made a relatively large-scale transformation of the materials in the past few days, the experimental process is also different from the original." Thor handed the parchment to the old witch. "There are only 2 of us left in the laboratory, which means that only you can operate the experiment. I need to tell you the specific steps and precautions first, so as to avoid failure of the experiment due to operational errors. Then I died too unjustly. Well, here we can start from 2 places. Because the new dough, the base material of the perfect body has strong permeability and adhesion, we can apply it directly to the whole body here. But for better absorption, I suggest that you can remove the surface skin first, and then cover the whole body." The old witch listened, and her originally huge mouth could almost swallow a watermelon. She always felt that her dismemberment of living bodies and dissolving fats were cruel enough, but compared with the operating steps involved in Thor's experiment, at least it could make people die happily. She stared with eyes wide open, wanting to open the young man's head to see what was inside. Didn't he know that the operation of pulling out the muscles and breaking the skin on the parchment was to be applied to him? Looking at Thor, who was talking freely and fearlessly, the old witch suddenly felt humiliated and despised. "Enough." She snatched the parchment from Thor's hand. "I can understand this little thing. You lie down on the experimental table now." Thor looked at the parchment with only a piece of fragment left in his hand, shrugged his shoulders, let go of his hand, and let the parchment fall. "Okay." He took the initiative to lie on the experimental table. Looking at Thor's obedient appearance, the old witch felt very strange. She always felt a sense of dislocation, as if the person lying on the experimental table at this moment was herself. She took a deep breath, walked to the new dough, and read the contents on the parchment carefully again. She could understand most of the contents on it, only a small part of it was not clear. But from the old witch's cognition, it felt logical and smooth. To know whether it is the perfect body she pursues, she can only do it through experiments. The old witch decided to temporarily suppress the weirdness in her heart, and picked up the gray transparent dough. When she was about to peel off the boy's skin on the experimental table with a wooden stick, she suddenly thought of an extremely critical question that she almost ignored. "Wait, how many times can this base material be used?" Thor had been lying on the experimental table with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he tilted his head and opened his eyes, smiling. "Only 1 full body transformation." The old witch's hand trembled. "Then are there other base materials?" Sol raised his neck and looked around the mess. If you have a second laboratory and warehouse. The old witch's hand holding the wooden barrel trembled again, and she broke a corner of the barrel. Okay, I said, why are you so self-conscious? Are you sure that there is no problem with your formula, and you plan to seize my research results? Sol did not show the embarrassment of being caught, he just asked seriously. If you don't want to give up these materials, you can also lie on the laboratory table, and let me do the operation. Now, the problem was pushed to the old witch. Should she use the only materials at hand to conduct an experiment with a relatively high success rate, but in the end, she would get nothing, and have to risk collecting materials again? Or should she do it herself and bear the risk of failure? Seeing that the old witch could not make up her mind for a while, Thor simply lay down on the cold experimental table and closed his eyes to take a nap. In order to complete all his experimental designs before the old witch came back, he really didn't rest at all in the past 4 days. When the transparent, soft and elastic pudding-like perfect body base was completed, he knew that no matter what the old witch chose, he would win. Chapter 528. Come down. After about 5 minutes, when Thor was almost falling asleep, the old witch finally made a decision. Come down, and do the transformation experiment for me. Thor opened his eyes, and sat up with one hand on the experimental table. He was a little surprised. Although no matter what the old witch chose later, it would not be a loss for him. But Thor was still a little surprised that the other party had the courage to really choose to lie on the experimental table. At the same time, he also had a deeper understanding of the old witch's character. She was irritable, cruel, and a little arrogant. But she actually dared to lie on the experimental table and let others transform her body. But the old witch would not easily give her life to a stranger. She pulled Thor's sleeves, suddenly pulled off the little finger on the end of her hair, and then pressed it next to Thor's right little finger. The twitching broken limb grew several thin and long flesh wings at the cross-section of the broken limb. They first touched Thor's palm tentatively, then drilled into the pores of the palm carelessly, and then fixed the broken limb at the base of Thor's palm. It was as if he had grown a sixth finger. Thor moved his fingers curiously, and found that the amputated limb was not under his control. What is the chance of success of this transformation experiment? The old witch laid down on the experimental table, her voice still trembling. If you operate it, it's about 50%. If I do it myself, it's about 90%. The old witch felt that Thor was scolding her. She turned her head and stared at Thor gloomily. Since you are so confident, I will give you this chance. Remember, if I die, the amputation will kill you soon. And I promise that you will definitely die more painfully than me. 100 times more painful. Sol smiled and stopped paying attention to the extra finger on his hand. Don't worry, I'm very familiar with this experiment. The old witch closed her eyes. From her trembling eyelids, it can be seen that she was actually very nervous. But for some urgent reason, she gave up collecting witchcraft materials again and chose to risk her life. Maybe it has something to do with the pursuit of the wind demon and the firefly master that Ochili mentioned. Does the old witch think she will be caught soon? Sol quickened his movements. He didn't want someone to interrupt him in the middle of the experiment. However, just as Sol put the knife against the old witch's forehead, something unexpected happened. The old witch, who was lying on the experimental table with her eyes closed waiting for the judgment of fate, suddenly opened her eyes. She grabbed Sol's wrist. Crack! Sol heard the sound of his wrist being crushed. The sharp knife slipped out of Thor's hand weakly, and slid down the old witch's skin, leaving a red mark. Then the red mark gradually oozes out brighter red blood. Thor held his soft wrist and restrained all his expressions. If you regret it, just say it. But the old witch just glanced at him. In an instant, Thor felt that the air around him had all solidified. He seemed to be frozen into a huge block of ice. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. Even turning his eyeballs was difficult. He was trapped in a ball of air, but the old witch's next move shocked him even more. The old witch lifted her sparse braids with one hand, and picked up the knife that fell on the laboratory table with the other hand. Then she chanted an inexplicable spell, and used the knife to cut her own neck little by little, left and right, like sharing a steak in a Western restaurant. A large amount of blood erupted like a volcano. The old witch's head was instantly dyed red. But her eyes were still calm. The left hand holding the head even began to move slowly. She slowly moved the head above the base material of the perfect body, and then, as if she was slow to react, she slowly loosened her 5 fingers. Boom! The bloody head fell into the barrel. Thor was shocked beyond words at this time. While conducting experiments and preparing materials day and night, he imagined many possibilities, but none of them was that the old witch took the initiative to cut off her head and threw it directly into the experimental materials. What happened? Sol moved his eyes with difficulty, trying to see what happened to the head that fell into the barrel. But he couldn't move at all, and from the current angle, he couldn't see the scene in the barrel at all. After the old witch's head fell into the barrel, her raised left hand slowly fell down, and finally the whole headless body fell backwards powerlessly. This is the proper reaction of a body without a head. Sol saw the headless body fall down with his peripheral vision, but he didn't move his eyes away. He still tried hard to look at the barrel. His intuition told him that something must have happened there. Could it be that the old witch has been able to survive for a short time with only her head? Although some second-level wizards have special bodies, and some even have no human form, they still cannot survive with only a head, as they have not yet escaped the shackles of life and death. Therefore, after seeing the old witch's actions, Thor even doubted whether she had entered the third level, but if so, she didn't need to take the risk of transformation. There was no need to avoid being hunted by the Firefly Lord and the Wind Demon, both third-level wizards. Gradually, Thor began to feel suffocated. The old witch solidified the air around him, making it impossible for him to even breathe. If the old witch died, Thor, who could not solve the witchcraft, might really suffocate to death. But the diary had not given any hints. Finally, the barrel that Thor was staring at began to shake. It was as if a violent witchcraft reaction was taking place inside. The reaction in the barrel became more and more intense, and the bottom of the shaking barrel kept hitting the metal test bench, making a clanging sound. Finally, when Thor's face was blue and purple, a delicate little hand suddenly appeared on the edge of the barrel. The hand was so small that it seemed like a baby less than 1 year old. The newborn skin was still slightly red. After one hand appeared, another hand was placed on the wooden barrel opposite. Then the two hands exerted force together, and several high protruding blue veins suddenly appeared on the baby-like hand. She is coming out. Thor narrowed his eyes, and began to calculate silently in his heart. As the short and delicate arm, like a baby, began to exert force, the forearm connected to the wrist, elbow, upper arm, appeared in front of Thor little by little. Then came the head. No change, still the old witch's scary and weird face. But this was the scariest thing. An ugly old woman's face, growing on a baby's body. The old witch looked at her hands and body, and finally showed a satisfied smile on her expressionless face. Then she said to Thor, who was trapped in the air, "Your improved plan is better than what I originally thought." She put her arm on the edge of the barrel, and the huge head that didn't match her arm was placed on it. Looks very leisurely. Or maybe the head is too heavy. To thank you for your efforts, I can let you choose the way to die. She waved her baby-like arms, and untied the air around Thor's head. Thor took a deep breath, but because the air in his chest was still solidified, he couldn't breathe normally, and could only slightly relieve the pain of lack of oxygen. If you don't say it, I choose to suffocate you to death. This way you can die more completely. Thor took a careful breath, and looked up at the old witch in the bucket. So what you want is not a witch body transformation, but a direct body replacement. Thor looked at the excited and agitated old witch, and tried to calm himself down. But the old witch did not intend to discuss this new body with Thor. It seems that you gave up this opportunity. Thor shook his head before the other party took action again. No, not giving up. Maybe before executing me, you can confirm again this body. Is there really no problem? The old witch immediately became alert. But when he checked the body again, he still didn't find any problems. Are you trying to protect yourself by assuming a hidden danger? Do you think I can't find the methods of a first-level wizard? Thor was not in a hurry. It's not the methods of a first-level wizard, it's the unclaimed land. Or you can listen to the sound of water flowing in your body yourself. Chapter 529. Water Flow. The old witch was startled, but then she found it ridiculous. This guy actually dared to mention the ownerless land. She has been here for so many years, and she has always kept a distance from the sound of water flow. Even a third-level wizard would not take the initiative to approach. He actually dared to say that he would use the black tide as a hidden danger, but she clearly felt it was extremely absurd. So why couldn't she help shaking her head? The desire to know the answer finally defeated the old witch's pride. She shook her head gently. Splash. The clear sound of water flow was heard. The old witch's face changed immediately. How did you do it? She asked in disbelief. It has always been the wizards, who were unfortunately contaminated by the black tide. Who has ever heard of someone using the black tide to contaminate other wizards? Before that, wouldn't the people who use the black tide have to be corroded by it first? Trade secrets? Sol casually said a word that the old witch didn't understand. Can you let me go? If you kill me, I will let you die with me. Are you dead now? Thor tilted his head. The old witch hesitated for a moment, and glared at Thor fiercely. But after this glance, the air that imprisoned Thor was also released. As if she felt that it was a bit embarrassing to compromise and let Thor go, the old witch tried hard to get back on her feet. Don't forget that my fingers are still on you. If I die, I guarantee that you will be in so much pain that you don't want to live anymore. Thor did not respond. He was taking a deep breath and adjusting his body that was about to suffocate. He walked over and finally saw the old witch's new body. Her belly was big, her hands and feet were thin and soft, and she looked very deformed. You completely gave up your original body and used the modified materials as your new body. The price is that the new materials are not enough to build an adult's body, so now you can only use this body that is similar to a baby but deformed. The old witch was not interested in listening to Thor's theory. Ever since she heard the sound of water flowing in her mind, even if she didn't move, she could still hear the sound of water flowing in her ears. Along with the strange sound of water, she gradually felt that something in her body seemed to be out of control. The most terrifying thing was that she didn't know where she was out of control. Thor knew what the old witch was nervous about, and didn't waste any more time. He casually took out a robe from the storage device, used the magic trick, a zero-level witchcraft, to shrink the clothes, and then threw it to the old witch. Put it on. You don't care, but I still think it's eye-catching. The old witch still didn't understand what the word eye-catching meant, but she could feel the full of malice in it. Besides, she was not used to running naked. At the same time, she couldn't help but explain herself. This is only temporary. The perfect body will grow into the shape I need as needed. Thor touched his chin. Oh, is it the powder of the elf's remains that played a role in this? Thor was more interested in this body material. It's a pity that the old witch didn't want to use the material on him in the end. Forget it, just treat it as an experimental group. The formula of flesh and soul has not been completely transformed into a shape suitable for me. Flesh and soul fusion is a transformation magic used exclusively by high-level wizards of the Blood Rose family wherein is. Only a second-level wizard can perform the transformation. And there was only one second-level wizard in the entire Blood Rose family at that time. And that second-level wizard failed to successfully complete the transformation of flesh and soul fusion, and finally died in Chueshu Valley. Thor took the ready-made transformation formula from others, and naturally had to revise it again. This was destined to be a big project. But thanks to the large amount of materials friendly provided by the old witch, Thor finally completed the flesh and blood of the flesh and soul fusion. Part of the improvement is complete. But if he wants to merge with the spirit, he still needs a lot of souls as materials. At this time, the old witch has put on the shrunken wizard robe with difficulty. The belly is as big as the head, and it looks like a snowman in winter. How are you going to solve the pollution I have suffered? Slowly solve it. You? The old witch narrowed her eyes, with murderous intent in her eyes. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Thor shook his left hand that had become 6 fingers, signaling the old witch to relax. You misunderstood. After all, I am not as strong as you. This is just to allow us to communicate on an equal plane. Humph! The old witch snorted coldly. So how do you want to communicate next? Of course, it's still a perfect body. But judging from your current state, I think this transformation formula still has room for improvement. In addition, I also want to combine it with my own transformation formula. The old witch was still puzzled. I can't help you with research. The old witch had discovered it long ago. Although Thor was only a first-level wizard, he was far superior to her in terms of witchcraft knowledge and witch body transformation research. She could not help at all in this regard. I know. I have other helpers. Thor was referring to his several consciousness bodies. In addition, the diary also has a veto power. Although the No Man's Land is called No Man's Land, most of the area here is actually nominally occupied by 3 third-level wizards. As an outsider wizard with only first-level strength, it will definitely be very difficult for me to obtain enough witchcraft materials. But you are different. Not only have you lived here for many years, but you have also collected so many witchcraft materials. I think you must have a way to collect them again. So you want to control me as your slave, your experiment? I dare not. How about an equal exchange? I will also help you improve this body at the same time. Besides, you are so anxious to change your body, you probably need a place to hide. The old witch hesitated for a long time this time. The sound of running water could be heard from time to time. This voice made her irritable and uneasy. What she feared even more was that she would get used to this voice one day. At that time, she would probably be close to complete alienation. Okay. But the premise is that you must remove the pollution from me. Otherwise, all cooperation is empty talk. You and I will both die. Okay, but before that, let's sign a contract. After all, We don't trust each other. Thor raised his hand, and a secret contract appeared in his palm. Fairy contract? The old witch immediately called out the alias of the secret contract, and then suddenly realized something. Wait, you actually have a space storage item hidden on your body? Impossible, I have searched your body. The latest product of Bidong College. You can check it out. Soul naturally would not tell the old witch where his storage device was hidden, but smiled and spread the secret contract flat on the experimental table. Please. After signing the cooperation contract, Thor also had a local guide in the borderless land. Although the identity of this guide is also shady, she can provide Thor with much more information than Claude, who has been contaminated by the black tide. Because the old witch was being hunted by 2 of the 3 leaders of the borderlands, they immediately left the old witch's rat hole after signing the contract. Thor also successfully rescued the coachman Mash. It's just a pity that when the old witch tied him and the coachman back, she thought the carriage was too big and too conspicuous, so she destroyed it on the spot, causing Thor to lose his means of transportation when he moved. As compensation, Thor confiscated the witch's basic magic mirror and the magical and fierce skinning stick. At the same time, in order to appease the witch and prevent her from getting angry immediately, he used his transparent tentacles, soul fishing, to absorb half of the black tide in the witch's body. In this way, the sound of water flowing in the witch's ears immediately became smaller. She also felt that the vague uneasiness in her body faded a lot. Seeing that Thor could absorb the black tide pollution from her body so easily, the old witch looked at Thor with a different look. From that kind of dissatisfaction and resentment to shock with some thoughts. Even her attitude has improved a lot. The old witch is willing to cooperate well, so Thor naturally doesn't have to rush around like a headless fly when he first entered the borderless land. When Thor said that he wanted to go to a place with a large number of spirits to start subsequent experiments, the old witch immediately provided an option. If you are not afraid of evil spirits, then Rhine Lake is the most suitable place for you to conduct long-term experiments. The old witch pointed in a direction. As far as I know, the owner there is only a first-level wizard. You can directly snatch Rhine Lake, or you can use the method you like. Equivalent exchange. Chapter 530. There is no concept of a country in the no man's land. There are not even large gathering places. The denser the population, the more likely it is that large-scale chaos will break out. The most common power structure here is a high-level wizard or apprentice ruling lower-level wizards or apprentices. Some forces will also support a group of ordinary people to do the simplest and most inefficient chores. Those with strong strength and abundant resources will also drive some puppets, spirits, low-intelligence monsters, etc. At the same time, the leaders of these places usually nominally pledge allegiance to higher-level wizards, pay tribute to some resources on weekdays, and complete some orders in exchange for limited resources and protection in times of crisis. Of course, there are also those who claim to be strong and will not surrender to anyone. They are generally strong lone rangers who rely on themselves to survive in the land of no man and seek opportunities for promotion. There lives such a first-level wizard named Dodge on the island in the middle of the Rhine Lake. First-level wizards are not strong in the land of no man. But the rules of the land of no man are chaotic. If a first-level wizard can fully adapt to the power of the local rules, he may be stronger than a second-level wizard here. On this day, Thor, wearing a cloak that has been dyed gray by the wind and sand, stood on a small hill and looked ahead. In the distance, a fairly wide lake can be vaguely seen, but most of it is covered by thick gray fog. The coachman, Marsh, who had lost his car, followed him with a huge suitcase on his back. Because they lost their means of transportation and the difficult roads in the borderless land, they walked for 2 months from the old witch's rat hole to their destination, the Rhine Lake. The Rhine Lake is also called the Dead Soul Lake here, and it is said to be the only large lake in the borderless land. There is an island in the middle of the lake, which is rich in resources, but because of the special rules of this area, only one first-level wizard who specializes in dark attributes has settled here. Thor communicated with several consciousnesses in the diary in his mind. Agu, this wizard is very powerful. He has a high status here and his strength can be greatly increased. If so, will he be willing to give this place to the owner? And, if you don't agree, just kill him. Soul shook his head. If possible, I would rather use knowledge and resources to solve the problem. Soul does not reject killing, but he is unwilling to regard killing as the first choice to solve the problem. Although it should be difficult to convince this Dodge wizard, Thor felt that he had a strong capital in the dark attribute field, especially in the soul, and might be able to pay the price that the other party was interested in. But before entering the island in the middle of the Rhine Lake, Thor still needed to wait for a message. After a while, a little person wearing a pocket cloak and only 3 heads of body flew out of the mist and landed in front of him. She was surrounded by a lot of clouds and mist, looking like a dark cloud. The Rhine lake was shrouded in thick fog all year round, and it was very concealed to move with this dark cloud. I checked it out. You're lucky. He didn't open the ceiling circle. The person who looks only 2 years old is the old witch. After 2 months of growth, the old witch has changed from a deformed baby to a little girl. The body is no longer so deformed. But her face is still the face of the old witch, and her mouth can still stretch to her ears. Sol nodded and gathered his cloak. Then let's go visit this Dodge wizard. The old witch pouted. When you get enough souls, remember to absorb the remaining black tide from me as soon as possible. This thing is on me. I dare not meditate. The old witch was helpless. These days, whenever she meditated, she would hear the sound of water drops. The sound of water drops became louder and louder, and sometimes she felt that she was about to turn into a water drop. Sol did not speak. He slowly walked to the edge of the Rhine lake, feeling the cool air by the lake. The temperature here is very low. The closer to the lake, the lower the temperature. Sol squatted down. A corner of his robe fell into the shallow water, and immediately formed a layer of white frost. He lifted the corner of his clothes, and shook it to make the thin ice fall off. At this moment, he suddenly saw something in his peripheral vision. Looking forward, he saw ripples in the dark lake water. After the ripples, some vague white shadows appeared under the water. Those white shadows were slowly approaching the water surface, and their appearance gradually became clear. They were confused faces with white eyes, only whites of the eyes, no pupils. There were not only people here, but also faces of other races. Some were human-like, and some were more like beasts. They looked at Thor across the water, just as Thor looked at them across the water. Herman, so many people. Thor stood up slowly. His sight gradually expanded, penetrating the fog and seeing a wider world. Above was a gray sky, and below was a bottomless lake. Under the lake, all he could see were numb faces. They were separated from Thor by a lake, and it seemed like they were separated by a world. Suddenly, a wave of water rippled from the center of the lake. After the ripples, all the faces disappeared, and everything seemed like an illusion. Today is not the day for Rhine Lake to trade with foreign countries. However, I will not let my friends, who have come from afar, return empty-handed. A figure broke through the mist, and appeared in front of Thor. The man was a middle-aged man with gray sideburns and beard. He looked kind, not like a wizard, but a simple scholar. He stood on a huge pure white feather with his hands behind his back, floating slowly, emitting stable magic fluctuations. He is a first-level wizard. Are you the Dodge wizard? Thor bowed slightly and nodded. The man smiled, picked up the monocle on his collar, and looked at Thor, a little surprised. It's a completely unfamiliar new face. The bones look very fresh. You are less than 18 years old, right? Although the wizard looked kind, he completely ignored Thor's greeting and asked new questions on his own. He is not as easy to get along with as he looks. Thor blinked, understood in his heart, and didn't care. Yes, my name is Thor, just 16. I'm here to visit you, and want to make a deal with you. Thor acquiesced that the other party was Dodge Wizard. Everyone who comes here wants to make a deal with me. Dodge did not deny it. I like to make deals with everyone. But many people can't afford enough. I can only give them some small gifts with regret, and then ask them to leave helplessly. Thor smiled. That's great. I like to make deals too. He raised his right hand, palm facing up. After a few seconds, a subcutaneous bulge moved from the wrist of the cuff to the palm. Then the skin cracked, and a transparent irregular stone with a trace of bright red blood squeezed out of his palm. The expression on Dodge's face froze instantly. He stared at the transparent stone in Thor's hand through the monocle. After 3 breaths, he slowly said, "Crystal." Thor nodded. He ignored the equally burning gaze from the old witch beside him, and Penny's crazy screaming in his ears. No, brother Thor, don't give the crypto crystalline to others." Seeing that Thor was indifferent, the nightmare butterfly, which had been hiding in the pages of the diary since entering the borderless land, finally couldn't help but come out and stood in front of Thor, trying to make him take back the crypto crystalline. Ding-ling. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang in everyone's ears. Penny flew back to the diary again. Oh, what's that sound? So harsh. The nightmare butterfly immediately hid in the diary, trembling, and even Thor could feel its uneasiness. Thor was puzzled and looked at the source of the sound. He saw that Dodge on the opposite side also took out a dream bell from his sleeve in a strange way. Strange, why did it ring by itself? Chapter 531. Penny was frightened by the sound of the dream bell, and retreated into the diary without daring to come out. Thor immediately remembered that he also had a dream bell. It was obtained from the dream maker's apprentice Claude. But he didn't see the use of the dream bell. Later, because of the old witch's imprisonment and busy travel, he had no time to study it, so he never took it out. Now thinking back on the past 2 months, Penny has indeed never left the diary. Therefore, he never realized that Penny actually hated the dream bell so much. Could it be that because both of their names contain the word dream, like repels like? What is this? Thor asked calmly. Dream bell. Since seeing the cryptocrystalline substance, Wizard Dodge's attitude has also changed slightly. This is the reward paid by the dream maker. It can make my dream safer. You know, you have to be careful when sleeping in the no man's land. Especially be careful of the sound of flowing water. But although it is very precious, if you want this dream bell, I can also use it in exchange for your cryptocrystalline substance. You idiot! Thor pursed his lips and smiled. Sorry, although this dream bell is magical, it is not the purpose of my transaction this time. Oh, what do you want to exchange? Dodge showed a patient look. Although the lake water is not stable recently, if you are interested in the ghosts at the bottom of the lake, I am also willing to help you open the channel. Ghosts? Actually, what I want is all the ghosts at the bottom of the lake. The smile on Dodge's face gradually faded. That is not something that can be exchanged for a cryptocrystalline. For wizards who major in other attributes, or wizards who major in dark attributes, but study flesh and blood witchcraft, cryptocrystalline is indeed not that valuable. But for wizards like you and me who study the soul, it is worth a lake of vengeful spirits. Crystalline is between the world of consciousness and the material world. It has extremely high research value for wizards, who major in light attributes and dark attributes in the direction of soul. But Thor has a consciousness platform, so cryptocrystalline is a bit useless to him. At most, it can help Penny grow faster. But Penny's growth is less important to the establishment of Thor's own wizard tower. Yes, Thor wanted to find a place with a large number of vengeful spirits, not to strengthen himself, nor to improve the witch's body transformation and remove pollution. His real purpose was to find a suitable place to build a wizard tower that belongs to him. When Thor stood by the Rhine Lake, his intuition told him, this is it. So he took out the heavyweight cryptocrystalline first. Dodge's face was twitching. He seemed to want to scold Thor, but he couldn't bear to give up the cryptocrystalline. This thing is rare even in the land of no man, and Dodge, who has been stagnant at the first level for a long time, is also eager for similar witchcraft materials. His eyes flickered twice, and he let the feather land. Come up, we can't let guests from afar stand at the door. Let's go back to the room and sit down and talk. Although I can't give you this lake of resentful spirits, I can give you dozens more resentful spirits for your sincerity. Thor looked at the white feathers that were not wet by the lake water at all, but shook his head. No, let's trade here. Otherwise, if we step into the rules of Rhine Lake, my cryptocrystalline may be given to you for free. Dodge's smile was a little stiff. Trust is the premise of cooperation in trading. You can go ask around. I have been here for more than 20 years, and have always kept my word. Soul still disagreed. In fact, I want to exchange more than all the resentful spirits in this lake. The smile on Dodge's face completely disappeared. He felt that Thor was teasing him. Then you think too highly of this cryptocrystalline. What else do you want? Just a little more. Thor stretched out his left index finger and pointed to the sky, representing one. I want the entire Rhine Lake. He slowly turned his wrist and finally pointed to the island in the middle of the lake behind Dodge, which was hidden in the gray fog. Dodge Wizard was completely angry, and he hit Thor with a palm. 5 black ghost faces emerged from his 5 fingertips. They whirled and rushed towards Thor and his right hand. Thor did not move. But someone did. The old witch took a step forward and blocked Thor in front of her 1 second before the black ghost face arrived. Then the 5 ghost faces slammed into the transparent air wall and bounced back directly. The anger on Dodge's face turned into shock again. Second-level wizard. He looked at Thor in doubt. Who are you? You can even ask a second-level wizard to protect you. Out of caution, the white feathers under Dodge instantly floated back 5 meters, away from the lake again. His expression changed, and he finally said, It's useless even if you invite a second-level wizard. As long as I don't leave this lake, you can't force me to hand over the Rhine Lake. Looking at the wizard Dodge, who was about to retreat into the thick fog, Thor stepped forward and walked side by side with the old witch. Sir Dodge, if I heard it right, you have been here for more than 20 years, right? It seems that because he returned to the lake and returned to his familiar place, Dodge seemed much calmer. He raised his chin and squinted at Thor. Yes, no one knows the rules here better than me. I am the rule here. Soul held back his laughter and looked down at the lake under Dodge's feet. Although the light was dim, he could still see a little reflection of the lake. You mean, you are the rule here, so you don't have to care about the pollution on your body, right? In the reflection of the lake, Dodge's shadows seemed to have entered the world under the lake. And the faces that were staring at Soul just now were now all wrapped around Dodge's shadow. They opened their mouths wide and breathed. Just like a dog seeing a bone. Dodge noticed Thor's gaze, but did not follow his gaze to the lake. A thought that even he himself found ridiculous came to his mind. How come this guy named Thor seems to know everything? Thor turned his gaze back to Dodge. If you think that helping you improve your strength and breaking through the second-level cryptocrystalline is not enough to exchange for the entire Rhine Lake, then I will add another condition of saving your life and helping you remove most of the pollution on your body. How about it? I don't need to remove the pollution. I know my own body. I am the rule of Rhine Lake, and the evil spirits here cannot pollute me. Oh, really? Thor pointed his chin at the lake surface under Dodge's feet. Then why don't you look at the mirror under your feet? It may help you see your true state. Is it the rule, or the slave of the rule? But Dodge didn't seem to have any intention of bowing his head. He just retreated another meter, as if ready to leave. I don't need to. Oh, it seems that one of the rules here is that when you are above the lake, you can't look down at the lake. Seeing Dodge's sudden change of expression, Thor knew that he had guessed right. He smiled happily and continued, You can't look down, it's okay. I can describe it to you. Enough. Dodge suddenly shouted, but after he interrupted Thor's words, he lowered his voice again. Am I really about to be polluted in your eyes? Not about to, but already. Thor tilted his head. You have stayed at the first level for too long, Mr. Dodge. Haven't you heard of a saying? When you can't catch up with the pace of knowledge, knowledge will bite you back? Dodge's face turned pale, and he suddenly lowered his posture. I haven't heard of it, but I understand what you mean. But can you really solve the pollution in my body? If you can, I am willing to exchange. Obviously, he is actually very clear about his physical condition. And, wow, Master is so awesome. Egu, I haven't heard this sentence either, but I have heard something with a similar meaning. Of course you haven't heard it. Soul waited for Dodge's decision, and took the time to communicate with several consciousnesses in his heart. I made up this sentence. And, Egu, Morton, Herman, absolutely. Penny, oh. Brother Soul is the worst. Chapter 532. In order to prove that he was indeed capable of helping Dodge remove the pollution, Thor first demonstrated how to use soul fishing to absorb the pollution from the evil spirit. However, he kept a trick and did not remove the pollution completely. He did not want to expose all his strength, especially with the old witch still around. Seeing Thor help remove the pollution from the evil spirit, Dodge believed that he could indeed remove the pollution. This time he did not hesitate, and even took out the contract scroll on his own initiative. In Dodge's opinion, although Thor could not remove all the pollution from him, which was in line with his cognition, as long as the pollution was reduced to half of the original, he could buy him another 20 years. As long as he could be promoted to the second level in these 20 years, he could rely on himself to suppress his own pollution. What's more, the conditions of the exchange also include cryptocrystalline. With cryptocrystalline, Dodge's chance of being promoted to the second level is even greater. After signing the contract, Dodge went back to pack up without any nonsense. 3 days later, they met at the same place. This time, Thor helped Dodge absorb about 4/5 of the pollution. The remaining pollution was faint, and not very evenly distributed in Dodge's spirit body. After completing the transaction, Thor handed the cryptocrystalline to Dodge. Dodge suppressed the excitement on his face, took the cryptocrystalline, and carefully stuffed it into his eye socket. Obviously, he also knew how to preserve the cryptocrystalline. Dodge didn't care that half of his face was bleeding. Finally, he looked at Thor, the short second level who didn't know his appearance beside him, and the ordinary person with mushrooms on his face behind him, and smiled softly. Thank you for abiding by the contract and completing the transaction. Next, I will leave the Rhine Lake. As for the rules of the lake, you can only rely on yourself to explore. Soul did not speak, just glanced at the diary in his mind that was as quiet as sleeping and nodded. No problem. Such a straightforward answer made the old witch on the side a little dissatisfied. But she suddenly remembered that when they signed the contract 3 days ago, the other party only agreed to give up the Rhine Lake, and did not add the matter of informing the rules of the lake. No matter how dissatisfied she was, she could only give up. Isn't this Thor very smart? Why didn't you find the loophole in the contract this time? Thinking that he had been cheated by the other party, he had to cooperate with him temporarily, and now Thor seemed to be cheated by Dodge. This made the old witch feel complicated. Satisfied, but not happy. Dodge returned to the lake, and put away the white feather. After leaving the lake, the feather immediately shrank to the size of a normal feather pen. I take this away. Although it's useless, I still can't bear to part with it after carrying me for so many years. Thor had no objection. Well, good luck to you. Dodge was relaxed and refreshed. He waved the feather in his hand and said goodbye. Then he turned and flew into the air and left quickly. Sol found that when this person left, a layer of witchcraft shield suddenly popped up on his body. It was obviously worried that Sol would attack him after the transaction was completed. Sol touched his chin and thought. Seeing that Sol had not moved for a long time, the old witch said impatiently, "Aren't you going in yet? What are you dawdling about?" Sol turned around slowly and said, "You have to go in." "But I just found a problem." "What?" "We agreed in the contract that we cannot deliberately leave traps on the island in the middle of the lake, and we also agreed on many rules to prevent the other party from playing tricks in the transaction. But we didn't say what to do after the transaction is completed." The old witch didn't think it was a big deal. The time period after the transaction is completed is infinite. How could he agree with you on behavior for such a long time? But we can definitely add a time agreement. For example, you cannot regret it within 1 year after completing the transaction. The old witch sneered. "Huh, you remember it now? What were you thinking before signing the contract? And you forgot to let the other party tell you the rules, which is so important. Where did the wisdom you used to plot against me go?" Sol looked at the old witch helplessly. The rules were not made by him. If I accept other people's answers directly, I may lose the opportunity to get in touch with the essence. The old witch rolled her eyes, thinking that Sol was just being stubborn. "Let's not talk about this for now. Did you notice that he put on a shield when he left?" Thor asked. "It seems that he is just like you." After signing the contract, he remembered that there was no guarantee when the transaction was completed. Thor was still rubbing his chin. "But why do I feel that he has already thought of making an agreement after the transaction is completed that they should not attack each other within the time limit? After all, he guards the Rhine Lake, but he has already regarded it as a market for trading ghosts. Such a person who often needs to sign contracts, but forgets the final guarantee. I always feel that it is intentional." "Intentional what?" The old witch actually thought of something, but she was too lazy to continue thinking, so she asked casually. "Intentionally waiting for the transaction to be completed and then regret it." The old witch smiled and put her hands on her hips. With her stature, if you don't look at her face, putting her hands on her hips is a very cute gesture. "Then don't be afraid. If he dares to regret it, I will make him never come back." The old witch has become more and more accustomed to her guard work. Thor decided not to remind her of this, lest she get angry. "Let's go in first. At least before she comes back, we need to roughly understand the rules here." The old witch flew up immediately. "What are you waiting for?" Sol said helplessly, "Actually, I guess that if you want to enter the island in the middle of the lake, you can't fly, you must take a carrier and paddle across the lake." The old witch rolled her eyes, and this time she didn't show off. Sol raised his hand and tapped his neck, and a black vine flew out and quickly wove a raft. The raft floated steadily on the lake. When Thor, the old witch and Marsh stepped onto the raft, several tentacles emerged from the four corners of the raft and began to paddle like oars. "Your boat is so ugly," the old witch muttered. She still remembered the rules Thor had just discovered and kept looking forward. Thor tapped the raft with his toes. Although it is not as elegant as the feathers of the Dodge Wizard, it is fully automatic and does not waste magic power. Fully automatic? The old witch pouted. "You always come up with some strange words. Don't worry about those details." Thor looked forward. Xiao Zhao rode very fast, and he could vaguely see the island in the middle of the lake in the gray fog. Although he was about to have a place of his own in the borderlands, he couldn't let his guard down before all the troubles were solved. After landing on the island, we must build a wizard tower as soon as possible. After leaving the Rhine Lake, Dodge flew carefully in the borderlands for 3 days, avoiding danger all the way and arriving at a withered forest. In the middle of this withered forest, there is a towering tree, and a gorgeous wooden house is built on the tree. Whether it is the ridge or the eaves, there are strings of milky white wind chimes hanging. It's just strange that when the breeze blows, the wind chimes sway with the wind, but no sound is made. Dodge walked carefully to the bottom of the tree house, took out the same dream bell given by the dream maker from his arms, and said loudly, "Respected dream maker, I found a new nightmare butterfly for you." Dingling, 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 dingling. All the milky white wind chimes rang instantly. The crisp and pleasant sound suddenly resounded through the world. Chapter 533. Dodge heard the sound of wind chimes ringing together, and immediately realized that the dream maker was very interested in the news he brought. This made him unconsciously straighten his chest. Soon, A man with brown hair poked his head out of the window of the wooden house. He looked like he hadn't woken up yet, and yawned and said, "Are you sure it's a nightmare butterfly?" Dodge was about to confirm, but hesitated. "The dream bell you gave me did ring. And I can feel an invisible spiritual force affecting my consciousness." He still didn't dare to say too much, of course. You need to confirm it yourself. After all, you are the only one in this world who has studied nightmare butterflies most thoroughly. Are you sure you saw the nightmare butterfly? Dream Maker Clark asked again. Dodge Wizard opened his mouth, and he suddenly regretted that he didn't confirm the matter clearly before rushing over. Now the Dream Maker asked him twice if he was sure he had seen the nightmare butterfly, but he couldn't give an accurate answer. He didn't know if the other party would be angry. The pressure from a third-level wizard is much stronger than that from a second-level wizard. But Dodge knew he couldn't delay too long and had to answer the other party's question. But just as he opened his mouth and prepared to take risks for his discovery, Clark suddenly appeared in front of Dodge, less than a meter away from him. Not only Clark, but also the house he was in, suddenly closed the distance with Dodge. Dodge looked down and realized that it was not the house that was approaching him, but his legs that were suddenly stretched by more than 10 meters. He was startled, but his body did not feel any discomfort at all. Clark, who looked confused, reached out from the window and grabbed the hair on the top of Dodge's head. "Forget it, I take a look myself." As soon as the voice fell, before Dodge could react and show a look of horror, Clark's mouth suddenly opened into a square of 1 meter wide and 1 meter long, and raised his hand to stuff Dodge, who was about to escape, into his stomach. After eating a formal wizard, Clark's mouth returned to its original size, and he just kept chewing. He chewed and rolled his eyes, as if thinking. In his lifeless eyes, distorted images gradually appeared. A minute later, his mouth stopped, but his eyes gradually shone. "Ha! It's really a nightmare butterfly." Clark retreated back to the window with satisfaction. "I haven't seen a new nightmare butterfly for a long time. It seems worth a good sleep." The wind blew again, and the milky white bells fluttered in the wind. No more sound. The withered trees grew green branches in the blink of an eye, and after a few breaths, the crowns were full of green. The entire dead woods turned into a dense forest in a short time. In the forest, under the exquisite tree house, a corpse was rotting at a high speed, turning into new nutrients for this green shade. Not long after, a colorful butterfly the size of a thumb tip flew out of the tree house, quickly sank into the blue sky, and disappeared. Time went back to 3 days ago. Thor took the old witch and Mash on a raft woven from algae, and paddled through the cold lake water, gradually approaching the island in the middle of the lake. After seeing the whole picture of the island, Thor was still a little surprised even though he had prepared himself mentally. It was because the island in front of him was too small. Turning left and right, it seemed that it was less than 500 square meters. It was more like a small earthen slope that was higher than the lake surface than an island. The earthen slope was higher in the north and lower in the south. A big pit was dug on the flat land in the south. It seemed that there was a building there before, but it has been demolished now. In addition to the south, the land in the north was also not flat. There should have been something built on it before, but now there is only a pile of loess, and not even a plank can be seen. It seems that this Dodge Wizard cleaned up very well. He didn't want to leave you anything valuable. The old witch gloated on the side. But before she could be happy for a few seconds, she saw that Thor suddenly had more materials in his hands, and placed them on the land in front. Finally, Thor took out a half-person-sized iron box from the storage device. Your space prop is really able to hold a lot of things. It's the space storage prop of Baidong College, but it has not been mass-produced yet. Only a few people can buy it. Baidong, is it the Baidong I know? Sol used the magician's hand to pick up the iron box, calculated the appropriate direction, and answered the old witch. By the way, it was the Baidong who left the borderless land 100 years ago. Aha, that's it. The old witch smiled with some gloating. Back then, their third-level wizard Bellweiss was beaten half to death by the Dream Maker Clark, and had to hand over the reincarnation forest and escape from the borderless land. The old witch couldn't help but look at Thor's arm, where magic fluctuations had just been sent. It seems that they are doing well outside. The news in the borderlands is quite closed. After Baidong Academy buried a large number of wizards from the Kami Empire alive, it almost established its own empire in the western continent. If it weren't for the third-level wizards from other continents, who intervened later, and Baidong's third-level wizards died early, a new Baidong Empire would have been established in the west of state. Despite this, Baidong Academy should never be underestimated. Especially the upside-down tree underground. It definitely has the strength of a third-level wizard. I don't know what conspiracy they are planning. But as a mere first-level official wizard, Thor really doesn't want to participate. But the old witch doesn't seem to think highly of Bidong Academy. Humph, it's nothing more than that. They can only delve into this kind of small path. The Weiss really doesn't care about the face of a high-level wizard. After being defeated, he actually ran to such a barren place and started a business. The old witch is really arrogant. Thor shook his head and chuckled silently. Perhaps she was hunted by both the Firefly Lord and the Wind Demon because of this mouth. Anyway, Thor did not intend to let the old witch leave the Rhine Lake before the cooperation with the old witch was terminated, lest he accidentally attract a powerful new enemy. The old witch was unhappy when she saw the smile on Thor's face, but before she could say anything, she saw Thor suddenly holding his iron box and walking forward quickly. He walked about 10 meters and stopped at the halfway up the mountain of the northern slope. Then the black tentacles that had just carried them across the river reappeared and began to dig a pit on the spot. Seeing that many tentacles had shark mouths split open at the front, the old witch squinted her eyes and looked carefully. Why do those tentacles seem to be digging and eating at the same time? The old witch's legs moved quickly, and she ran to Thor's side. Your magic pet is quite interesting. Do you want to sell it? Thor smiled. You can't afford it. Soon, a large pit with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of 3 meters appeared in front of the two. The bottom of the pit was very wet, and water was already dripping. Thor frowned. If there is water, is it okay? Agu. Of course. Don't underestimate the wizard tower. Thor immediately thought of the powerful and crazy Mentor Gorza and shook his head. You are right, I am ignorant. Agu, that's not what I meant, master. Thor did not blame Agu for his idea. He just took the iron box back from the wizard's hand and finally guided his mental power to the witchcraft circle outside the box. This circle was also drawn by Mentor Gorza, and he personally transferred the control to Thor. Feeling the iron box start to tremble slightly, Thor let go of it and let it fall to the bottom of the pit. Then, without looking at the situation at the bottom of the pit, he immediately stepped back. The old witch wanted to look down, but was suddenly blown away by a violent shock wave. She flew into the air and was about to use the flying spell to stabilize her body, but suddenly found that the magic power above the island in the middle of the lake was scattered, and the witchcraft she had just formed could not be maintained at all. In just 1 second, she fell from the sky. Ah, catch me! Bang! The old witch in the shape of a baby was caught by a pair of strong arms. She thought it was Thor who caught her, but when she looked up, she saw a face with several clusters of thin mushrooms. As soon as Mash caught the old witch, he immediately put her down. It was as if there were bugs on her. Chapter 534. The coachman Marsh definitely doesn't like the old witch. Although he is an ordinary person, and has no right to express his likes and dislikes. But the master he has recognized has always been very good to him. Unfortunately, he can do nothing but drive a carriage. And now the only carriage he can drive for Thor has also been destroyed by the old witch. This made him more angry than the old witch planting him in a jar to pick mushrooms. The reason why he took the old witch was because she seemed to be of some use to the master. Leaving the old witch behind, Marsh hurried to see Thor. At this time, Thor did not notice the movement behind him. Anyway, the old witch's new body would not die if she fell to the ground. He stepped back 10 meters, just avoiding the area of magic disorder, and observed the changes on the ground in front. However, the first changes were the surrounding lakes and gray fog. First, the fog became thicker and kept shrinking. Soon the scene 5 meters away was no longer visible. Then came the lake. Although Thor could no longer see the lake hidden behind the fog, he could hear gurgle gurgle, the sound of the lake. It was as if the entire Rhine Lake was boiling. Then the air became even colder, and white ice crystals condensed on the hems of the three people's clothes. Between breaths, the white mist was quickly swallowed up by the gray fog. Faintly, Thor heard a rumbling sound in the boiling sound of the lake, as if a train was past his ears, and gradually drove away. When the magic power fluctuations in front gradually stabilized, Thor took a step forward. As the distance got closer, the huge monster submerged in the gray fog gradually became clear. What is this? The old witch followed Thor. She was small at this time, and in order to see the big guy behind the thick fog, her neck was almost tilted back 90 degrees. Is this a wizard tower? What appeared in front of Thor and his companions was a pure white wizard tower. It was not the same as the Gorza wizard tower at all. It was completely different. The Gorza wizard tower was grayish-white, and the overall tone was dark and lonely, isolated from the world. But the style of the wizard tower in front of them was completely different. Even in the thick fog, it still glowed white, like warm white jade. Even the four walls were smooth, with unclear brick and stone patterns. And it seemed that because the foundation was too small, the wizard tower did not occupy a large area, occupying about 2/3 of the 500 square meter lake island. It was more like a bell tower without a bell. When she saw all this clearly, the old witch's eyes were even more shocked. Is this the wizard tower of the glowing family? Well, this wizard tower was given to me by my mentor. Who is your mentor? Thor opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. It's not convenient to say. Although she didn't get an answer, the old witch looked at Thor with fear. Several names that gave her a headache flashed through her mind. For a moment, she was actually a little glad that she was tricked by Thor, instead of turning Thor into her experimental material. Because the glowing family is known in all continents for its crazy behavior. Looking at the young wizard in front of her, the old witch's eyes flickered, and the thought hidden in her heart, solve the pollution and solve Thor. The idea was completely forgotten. Although Thor did not look at the old witch, he was sensitive and naturally noticed her gaze. In this way, this temporary ally may be able to stay in the wizard tower for a while longer. Well, but we have to keep it confidential. He thought to himself. But if she is really discovered by those 2 third-level wizards, I will just hand her over. Putting the matter of the old witch aside for the time being, Thor asked Aegu in his heart, why is my wizard tower completely different from my mentor's wizard tower? Aegu, the body of the wizard tower is made of rock giants. And the rock giants have a variety of appearances, even more colorful than the rainbow in the sky. That is why the glowing family uses the body of a rock giant as the body of the wizard tower. Because it can change into different appearances according to the spiritual power and magic power of the tower owner. So, I remember the mentor once said that this wizard tower was originally built by a wizard named Camus. Wasn't the appearance of the wizard tower different from the Gorza wizard tower at that time? Aegu, who has served 3 generations of tower masters. Yes, but the difference is not as obvious as yours and Gorza's. Sol nodded. It seems that the characteristics of mental power and magic power caused the black iron coffin to choose different growth methods. He flew into the air and chased the top of the new wizard tower. This newly appeared wizard tower is not as high as Gorza, and there are no windows on the walls. The tower is 15 or 16 meters high. According to Sol's habitual cognition, it should be divided into 5 floors. There may also be a basement underground. However, the top floor of the wizard tower is not a narrow spire, but a huge disc. This disc is 1 meter thick, and through mental exploration, the inside should be solid. Thor landed on the disc, and suddenly had the illusion of returning to the consciousness space. But there is no magic circle engraved on the disc, and there is no dark red hardcover book floating above his head. Thor reached out and touched the tower. The rock that looks as smooth as jade feels a little sluggish. Does the surface of the mirror have a frosted texture? How did you do this? Just as Thor was considering whether to scrape off some of the rock surface and take it back for research, the old witch's voice suddenly came from below. Hey, there's a door down here. Do you want to go in and take a look? Thor flew down immediately and saw Marsh and the old witch standing in front of a dark cave door. The old witch barely crossed her short upper limbs in front of her chest. This is your wizard tower. No one else can enter without your permission. Go and take a look. Aegu, since the gate has appeared, the wizard tower has temporarily grown. If you want to continue to expand the wizard tower, you need energy materials such as soul fragments. Thinking of the lake water on all sides, and the large number of resentful spirits under the water, Thor nodded. We don't lack this. He followed the old witch to such a far place, naturally for the large number of resentful spirits here. I go in, you wait outside first. Thor stepped into the black doorway. His figure disappeared the moment he entered. It was not like walking into a dark room, but more like passing through an opaque barrier. Seeing Thor enter the wizard tower, the mushrooms on Mash's face moved. He ran to the other side of the wizard tower, close to the lake, and then pulled off the mushrooms on his face one by one, and started to grow mushrooms on the spot. The old witch originally didn't want to pay attention to this ordinary person, but the other party's behavior was so strange that she couldn't help asking. What are you doing? Mash pursed his lips, and answered reluctantly, building a house. Use mushrooms? The old witch thought she was asking out of boredom. She sat down facing the doorway of the white wizard tower, not daring to meditate, so she could only stare blankly. Although the wizard tower has been built, will that dodge bring people to attack? The old witch grabbed her wrinkled cheeks and twisted her neck uncomfortably. Dodge has Clark's dream bell in his hand. He won't ask the dream maker to help him rob the Rhine Lake, right? She was a little worried, but she thought it was ridiculous. Heh, why would a level 3 wizard get involved in such trivial matters? He should be concentrating on preparing to advance to level 4 now. She thought about other possibilities. If another level 2 wizard comes, this glowing family wizard tower should be able to stop him. If it doesn't work out, I still have you. But I'd better not do anything now. If it doesn't work out, I run away first and come back when he wins. Chapter 535. The interior of the wizard tower was still dim, and no light was turned on because of the arrival of its owner. Thor raised his hand, and an orange fireball appeared in his palm. Although there was no light, he could also perceive the structure of the tower through mental fluctuations. But visual cognition is also indispensable. Especially in the former Gorza Wizard Tower, fire once meant safety. The first floor of the White Wizard Tower. Nothing. It doesn't even have a staircase leading to the second floor. But when Thor realized this, an arched doorway appeared right in front of him. Behind the doorway, where the flames barely illuminated, he could see several stairs that went up. Thor held the fireball and came to the archway, and found that the staircase had an upward passage and a downward passage. The upward passage could be easily illuminated by the fireball, but the downward passage was immersed in thick darkness a few meters away. The light seemed to be beyond reach. Thor immediately thought of the dark corridor between the second and first floors of the wizard tower that made people lose their sense of space. Go to the bedroom first, or go to the storeroom first. Thor stopped at the stairs. He didn't know where the black iron coffin that gave birth to the entire wizard tower was. Only by finding the black iron coffin could he truly control the wizard tower. Just when Thor was about to take the next step. Tap, tap, tap! A steady sound of footsteps came from below. Thor looked sideways, and saw a face with sunken cheeks emerging in the darkness. After the thin face appeared, there was a slender neck, and an equally slender tall but slender torso. When he first appeared, he was nearly 2 meters tall, with extremely unbalanced body proportions. But when his eyes fell on Thor, and continued to go up, his height began to shrink a little bit. This shrinkage was very strange. Thor clearly saw his arms and legs folded inward like a machine. There was also a slight click sound. And when the man walked to the 5 steps below Thor, his height had shrunk to only a little taller than Thor. Thor is not very tall now. Perhaps the premature witchcraft transformation overdraws his bones, and he is only 1.7 meters tall at present. The man in front of him was about 1.74 meters tall. When his height began to shrink from 2 meters, Thor finally recognized him. Butler? He was a little surprised, and then he understood. It turned out that the butler of the wizard tower, like the librarian and the gardener outside, were not real people. When the Gorza Wizard Tower collapsed, the gardener was taken away by Mentor Kaz. After all, Thor was on his own, and didn't need someone to clean up the garden for him. And the butler of the wizard tower never showed up. Thor thought he had left in the chaos, or died in a corner. Unexpectedly, the other party had been staying in the black iron coffin. Long time no see, Lord Thor. Please allow me to call you Lord Tower Master. The butler performed an elegant chest-touching ceremony, and only after getting Thor's consent did he stand up again. There are no other butlers in the wizard tower at present. You can call me Hope directly, or give me a new name. Asking the master to give me a new name means that Thor has absolute control over him. Hope is nominally the butler of the wizard tower, but in fact, he is still a servant of the wizard tower. Thor laughed lightly. So your name is Hope. I have always called you the butler before, and I didn't know your name. This name is good. I think you are used to it. He has no interest in naming people. After confirming Hope's identity, he looked at the darkness leading to the lower level again. It seems that the black iron coffin is downstairs. There should be other people in it? Yes, Lord Tower Master. Butler Hope slightly moved aside to make way for the not-so-wide staircase. Hope's action was like opening a passage. 2 more faces appeared in the darkness. These 2 faces were very familiar to Thor. They were the middle-aged librarian and the elderly librarian, master of the tower. The middle-aged one was still timid and didn't dare to look up at Thor, master of the tower. The elderly one had a complex look in his eyes and a respectful attitude. At the same time, Thor's mind also rang. A third voice started. Agu, master of the tower. Thor sighed. Now that the wizard tower has reappeared, it's time to make you whole again. He stretched out his hands, and 2 translucent gray tentacles extended from each of his left and right palms. The old man accepted it calmly, and although the middle-aged man was very scared, he did not dodge at all. As the other 2 parts of Agu's soul were sucked into the diary, the black page belonging to him changed again. The originally rough edges became neat and smooth, and the rough paper became as soft as silk cloth. Agu, or the faceless man Gustav, who had refused his split soul, did not speak again, and even closed the pages of the diary, staying quietly in the diary. It seems that Aegu still needs some time to complete the fusion of souls. While after a long separation, it may take some time to merge again to complete the integration of consciousness and memory. Thor ignored the diary and continued to look into the darkness. Ahem. Hope, the butler, coughed twice. What's left are some scattered soul fragments. You are also familiar with it, Lord Tower Master. Soul fragments? Thor crossed his arms. I know. Then don't let them out for now. What else could the soul fragments in the wizard tower be? Aren't they just the eyes, mouths, and noodle arms? These guys are really not suitable to come out. Let him go in and take a look. Thor put down his arms and walked into the darkness. Hope, the butler, lagged behind him by one step and followed closely behind him. While Thor was exploring the new wizard tower, the old witch waiting outside was already impatient. What is this guy doing in there? Did he go into sleep and leave me outside? Marsh was still growing mushrooms next to him. He was about to pull out all the mushrooms growing on his body. Only the most cheerful mushroom swaying above his head did not move. The old witch, who had nothing to do and nowhere to move, wanted to go out for a walk, but when she walked to the lake, she found that the vine raft that was originally parked on the water had disappeared without a trace. Thor said that you need to take a boat to get to the island, but he didn't say that you have to take a boat to leave the island. I can try it. I can't just listen to him. What if his judgment is wrong? In short, the old witch did not completely believe in Thor, and she was more confident in her own strength. She believed that even if she encountered a rule-based danger, there was a way to avoid it. Tell your master that I will go to the lake to take a look. Without waiting for Marsh to answer, the old witch got up and flew into the thick fog. Another hour passed, and the sky above the gray fog also dimmed. It was almost night, and Thor finally came out of the wizard tower. After he came out, he only vaguely saw Marsh through the fog, but did not feel the old witch's mental fluctuations. He walked to Marsh, who immediately stood up and bowed. Where's the old witch? My lord, she said, she was going out to take a look. Thor was not very happy to hear that the old witch went out without permission. He walked to the lake, but the fog was too thick, and he could not see where the old witch was. Thor narrowed his eyes, and started semi-immersive meditation. The world in front of him immediately became much clearer. Thor saw a pocket-sized figure circling in the sky not far from the island in the middle of the lake. It seems that my initial speculation was correct. 2 rules have been discovered so far. One is that you cannot look directly at things in the water when you are on the lake, and the other is that you need to take a boat to enter and exit the island in the middle of the lake. Looking at the old witch who couldn't fly out of the fog like a headless fly, Thor curled his lips. Xiao Zhao, you reassemble the raft and go over there to bring back the trouble. Don't be too anxious. Wait until she calls for help before setting off. Thor took a last look at the old witch, turned around and took Mash back to the wizard tower. Chapter 536. Rhine Lake is not a particularly dangerous place in the land of no man. It may have several rules, but at the same time, these rules are not that dangerous. It is not as good as the small village where Claude is. Despite this, the old witch who wanted to rely on the second-level strength could not break the most basic rules here. To enter and exit the island in the middle of the lake, you must take a boat. Although she would not die with her talent and strength, it was embarrassing to get lost in the fog for 2 hours. The old witch who was brought back by Shiza after dark finally calmed down. She locked herself in the room that Thor left for her on the 2nd floor of the wizard tower, and didn't want to go out for a while. Thor arranged the 3rd floor as a laboratory, the 4th floor as his residence, and the 5th floor as a warehouse. Above the 5th floor is the circular platform that is similar to his battlefield of consciousness. According to Thor's understanding, the wizard tower is only temporarily formed now. In the future, it will continue to be transformed according to Thor's ideas. Thor stayed on the 4th floor, which was still empty without any furniture. Thor didn't bring these space-consuming daily necessities in his storage device. But when they settled down, they could slowly make or buy these. Now he sat on the bare brick floor and communicated with several consciousnesses. Herman, this will be the Master's wizard tower from now on. And give the new wizard tower a name, Master. Herman, a wizard tower is a wizard tower. What else does it need a name? Wasn't it called a wizard tower before? And it used to be called Gorza Wizard Tower. How about it be called Thor Wizard Tower now? Morton, it used to be called Gorza Wizard Tower because he didn't have a name. Later, in order to distinguish it from other wizard organizations, we took the initiative to add his name in front. Penny got excited. Why not call it the Death Wizard Tower? How impressive. Several consciousnesses, and Penny suddenly began to struggle with names. Thor originally wanted to learn from his mentor, and not come up with a name. But he thought that a name could sometimes affect other people's initial impression of the Wizard Tower. In this case, he could actually guide them a little. The word death is actually very appropriate, but since I came to the Borderlands, I want to leave a different impression on others. Different impression? Penny thought for a while. Brother Thor, do you want to be a good person? When did I say I wanted to be a good person? No, am I a bad person? Thor said unhappily. No Man's Land is a very dangerous place. Today we can exchange for the Rhine Lake from Dodge, and tomorrow there may be others who want to fight for the Rhine Lake. Morden, indeed, Dodge Wizard has been able to control the Rhine Lake for so long, but we, a group of outsiders, have no background, no backing, and no place that people can be afraid of. And then come a few, kill a few. Since leaving Archaeoster, Anne's personality has become a little irritable and murderous. This may be the sequelae of her devouring the soul of her enemy. But Thor has not yet mastered the method of splitting the soul. We can only wait and study it later. If it is in Kima, killing can indeed threaten others, but this is a no man's land, and killing alone may not be able to scare the truly cruel people. Thor expressed his thoughts. I think the reason why Dodge Wizard can gain a foothold here is not only because he has mastered the rules here and has a backer, but also because he can create value. We can also learn from this. After listening to Thor's words, Morden immediately proposed. The Master can also sell the ghosts in the lake like Dodge. Although we also have the means to capture ghosts, I would rather use these ghosts in our research and the expansion of the Wizard Tower. Thor has a great demand for spirits. Whether it is his witchcraft or his Wizard Tower, a large number of spirits are needed to continue to become stronger. This is also the reason why Thor chose Rhine Lake and traveled through mountains and rivers for 3 months to come here. He naturally didn't want to divide up a large amount of resources just to gain a foothold. So I planned to give myself a new identity. Several consciousnesses and nightmare butterflies didn't speak, but Thor could feel their surprise and expectation. He cleared his throat. I planned to become a doctor, specializing in treating various pollution diseases. So the name of the Wizard Tower, I want to call it the Pure Spirit Wizard Tower. It doesn't sound good, it's not grand, and it's hard to remember. It's better to call it the Death Wizard Tower. Penny objected boldly, but no one responded. Only after a moment, Herman reminded him hesitantly. Master, you absorbed Claude's pollution last time, which caused you to be in a coma for 3 days, and your consciousness space was also invaded by the black tide. If you continue to do this, will you be in danger again? I know, so I deliberately made a change when I absorbed the pollution from Dodge. Thor stretched out his right hand, and his little finger began to deform. The first knuckle continued to swell, and finally swelled into a ball. This is the contaminant extracted from the Wizard Dodge. He pulled off the knuckle without changing his expression, and put it into a bottle with a cork. And I thought you had already absorbed the contaminant from Dodge into the diary. Thor stared at the bottle in his hand. I tried not to pass the contaminant I absorbed to the diary, but to temporarily keep it at the end of my limbs. This way, the contaminant will not enter the spiritual body. He raised his right hand again, and this time a drop of black liquid slowly precipitated from the tip of his index finger. Thor changed another test tube and sealed the black tide. This black tide was the one from Claude. It invaded his consciousness platform, but later retreated because of the diary or the starry sky in the consciousness world, and finally became a pollution source controlled by Thor. If it weren't for this black tide, Thor really had no way to counter the old witch for the time being. Unless he took the risk of forcibly pulling the old witch into the consciousness battlefield. But that would really be a life and death struggle. If the old witch had a trump card in the soul, he might even end up perishing together. There is still some residual black tide on the old witch. I will go and check it out in 2 days. Soul put the test tube and bottle into the storage device. By the way, we can observe whether the black tide entering the human body will undergo other changes. Since you have decided to pretend to be a doctor, you must be prepared. And, well, if you spread your reputation of being able to purify pollution, many people will ask you for help in the future. Morden, but be careful, if you are too famous, you may be imprisoned and used. Soul nodded in agreement with the two, yes, so be careful to grasp this degree. He actually had this idea after helping Claude absorb the pollution. But he never had the time to realize it. Now he is an old witch with the 2nd level strength and a pure spirit wizard tower that can provide him with amplification. He thinks the time is ripe. The name of the wizard tower was decided. No matter if it is handsome or not, it has already made the intention clear, just like a trademark. Let's discuss this now. He took out a milky white shell bell from the storage device. Penny, can you come out now? Yes, master, but I don't really want to go out, Penny said aggrievedly. Last time Dodge's dream bell rang, Penny hid back in the diary in fear. It seems that it was not a coincidence. What secrets does the dream bell that can make nightmare butterflies afraid hide? You can sleep peacefully if you have a dream bell. Does this mean that there are other nightmare butterflies in the Borderlands, and the dream bell is the regular defense method of the wizards here? Chapter 537. Thor wrapped his spiritual power around the dream bell, but the dream bell did not change. He closed his eyes, practiced meditation, and then opened his eyes slightly. This time, he finally saw something different. The new meditation method has increased the ability to observe other non-spiritual bodies compared to the erosion map. It is just that we have not yet analyzed whether the ability corresponding to the monster or the ability corresponding to the distorted light is used when observing the dream bell. Morton, from Penny's reaction, I am more inclined to distorted light. Thor nodded. Through meditation, he saw some tiny flashes on the shell. At first, he thought it was a kind of pearlescent light, but after careful identification, he concluded that it should be scale powder. Is it the phosphorus powder of the butterfly? Morton also agreed with this, but he still had doubts. Morton, but your nightmare butterfly does not have phosphorus powder. Penny finally said, actually, there is phosphorus powder, but after entering the diary, my form has changed a little. Penny was a little shy. I seem to have become a bookmark of the diary. Bookmark? That's true. Ever since Penny tried to peek at Soul's lost memory, and was taken away by the diary and saved, her form has been completely different from that of ordinary nightmare butterflies. Penny, why are you afraid of this dream bell? I can't explain it. I just feel upset when I see it and panic when I hear it ring. Herman, do you have a heart? Penny said angrily, I have a heart. Soul put the dream bell into the storage device. What about this? This time, Penny finally flew out of the diary. I feel better now, but I feel a little uneasy. At this time, Thor also felt that the dream bell in the storage device was a little unstable, as if it sensed Penny's existence. Will the Dodge Wizard also discover Penny's existence? He didn't say anything at the time, but just left in a hurry. However, this reaction is problematic. Penny, you should go back to the diary. Don't come out until I figure out the secret of the dream bell. Hey! Penny went back without any hesitation. Usually, it likes to fly out, but now it is so scared that it shrinks back directly, which further highlights the specialness of the dream bell. And the owner of the dream bell is Clark, a third-level wizard. His title here is Dream Maker. Maybe the word dream is also the dream of the nightmare butterfly. Herman, this is difficult to deal with. Could the rescuer that Dodge asked for be Clark? For a moment, Thor and the consciousness in the diary all became quiet. If it was really a third-level wizard who came. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, someone knocked on the door outside. Soul knew it was the butler Hope without having to guess the rhythmic and steady voice. Come in. With Thor's permission, Hope walked in with a tray in his hand. Master Tower Master, it's time for you to eat. This is the dinner I prepared according to your physical condition. The tableware on the tray was very exquisite, but the food on it didn't look delicious. Or it was more like dark cuisine. Seeing that Thor was staring at the dinner but didn't pick up the tableware, Hope smiled and said, Sorry, Master, I'm not very good at cooking, but I will pick a qualified chef for you as soon as possible. Forget it. Thor picked up the bowl and plate, and poured the food into his mouth in 2 gulps. The taste was indeed strange. He put the empty plate back on the tray, and moved his throat to let the food go directly into his stomach. No need to bother with making a fire, just extract the nutrients and energy directly. I'm not picky. Seeing Thor's somewhat reluctant expression, the butler bowed. I'm very sorry, if it's made into a nutritional potion, what flavor do you like? Thor opened his mouth and paused for 2 seconds before saying, It's better to be like water. Hope looked serious, nodded and touched his chest as if he had taken on a difficult and important task. I will do my best. I brought the food, but where did you get these tableware? Soul looked at the bowls and trays in front of him with interest. He had walked around the wizard tower before, but didn't find such debris. Hope bowed again. These are excess materials produced during the growth of the wizard tower. I processed them simply. After saying that, he glanced at the empty room. If you don't mind, Master Tower Master, please let me help you clean up the room. Soul stood up. There was nothing in his room. How to clean it? Before Soul could ask, he suddenly felt a mental wave coming from the distant fog. Someone outside the Rhine Lake sent him a signal to request a meeting? Could it be that Dodge was back? No, the mental wave was very stable, and it should be deliberately transmitted by witchcraft. I can't sense any malice from this spirit. Could it be that Dodge's customers are visiting? It has been less than a day since Thor took over Rhine Lake. Even if Dodge deliberately spread the news after leaving, not many people would know about the changes here. It was already dark. The originally gray fog was set off by the night sky and became much whiter. Thor put on a large cloak, stepped on the black raft, and moved forward in silence. The deep lake water occasionally covered the surface of the bamboo raft, bringing a chill that penetrated into the bone marrow. The lake gradually came into view, and a short man, perhaps less than 1.2 meters tall, stood by the lake. He carried a huge piece of luggage on his back. The luggage was twice as tall as the man and 3 meters wide. The luggage consisted of several packages and wooden boxes, tied together tightly with hemp ropes as thick as forearms. It looked precarious and seemed to fall apart at any time. The other party was originally looking at the lake with a smile on his face, but his expression changed when he saw that the person who came had changed from Dodge to another person. But this change of expression only took a blink of an eye. The next second, he put on a warm smile again. Although I don't know your name yet, I think we will become good friends in the future. The short man tightened the ropes on his shoulders, causing the huge luggage behind him to shake. My name is Thor, and I just bought the entire Rhine Lake from the Dodge Wizard. If you want to find the Dodge Wizard, you may have made a wasted trip. The short man clenched the straps on his shoulders with both hands, and said with a smile, I will find whoever owns the Rhine Lake. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Jia Jiagu, and I am the most famous traveling merchant in the Borderlands. I came to Rhine Lake to buy a few complete spirits. I wonder if Lord Thor is willing to sell the vengeful spirits in the lake to the outside world like Wizard Dodge. Although Jia Jiagu asked this, he felt that Thor would not disagree. The wizards, who occupied Rhine Lake, were all for the vengeful spirits in the lake and other materials that could be exchanged for the vengeful spirits. Otherwise, how could Rhine Lake, which lacks other resources and is located in a remote area, continue to attract wizards? However, Thor's answer stunned Gagagu. Sorry, I'm afraid you have to make a wasted trip. I don't plan to sell the ghosts in the Rhine Lake. Gagagu smiled reluctantly. Are you really not going to sell them? But what else can you do if you don't sell them? Even if you are a wizard who specializes in dark attributes, you can't use so many ghosts, right? The accumulated pollution caused by using a large number of ghosts is not easy to solve. If a wizard is about to reach the end of his life, he has to use a large number of ghosts to quickly improve his mental strength and magic power, praying for a temporary breakthrough and prolonging his life. In that case, Gagaga could understand the other party's behavior a little. But the wizard Thor in front of him was obviously a young wizard with strong vitality and few pollution characteristics. What's the point of him guarding such a treasure mountain? Can he enhance his strength by looking at the ghosts every day? Although Gagaga still had a smile on his face, he had already started to think in his heart, should he encourage other dark attribute wizards to seize the Rhine Lake and reopen this closed market? Just when Gagaga decided to sentence Thor to death, he suddenly heard the person on the other side speak again. Although I can't sell ghosts, since you have come to the Pure Spirit Wizard Tower, do you need me to check your body pollution? Soul smiled and started the first marketing of the new store opening. Chapter 538. What the hell? This was Gagaga's first reaction when he heard that Thor wanted to check his body for pollution. Wizard apprentices need to enter the 3rd level before the age of 30 to prevent mutation due to their own mental and magical radiation pollution. Formal wizards are more afraid of temptation and corruption from the knowledge level. Wizards and other demonic creatures wandering in the Borderlands must always resist the pollution that is constantly generated by the Borderlands itself. Every year, a large number of wizards and demonic creatures die from the pollution of the Borderlands. But there are also a small number of people who withstand the pollution and use the unique resources and rules of the Borderlands to strengthen themselves and successfully advance. This is also the fundamental reason why there are always outsiders pouring into the Borderlands. Dangerous, but full of opportunities. It gives those desperate people in the barren land the possibility to move forward. Seeing Gagaga's doubts, Thor also knew that the stranger's proposal would be more likely to arouse vigilance. Thor tilted his head and thought about it, and threw out a more tempting condition. You are the first person to visit the Pure Spirit Wizard Tower since its establishment. This is the first business. I can provide free diagnosis and treatment for free. Oh, young wizard, my years of traveling around the continent have taught me that free is the most expensive. I would rather you make a condition and then consider whether to complete this transaction. If you need a condition in exchange, how about establishing a stable supply channel? Soul let the raft dock, jumped onto the lake, squinted his eyes, and looked up and down at Gaga. Of course, if you are really scared, you can also choose to give up the transaction. Who knows that Gaga puffed out his chest? The person who can replace Dodge Wizard must not be an ordinary wizard. I believe in your ability. So what if it takes a risk? the greater the risk, the greater the reward. I agreed to this deal. Thor was not surprised. How could someone who dared to be a peddler in a no-man's land be a person who only wanted to save his life? Then please put down your luggage first, and let me see your back. Jiagu first tightened the shoulder straps, then let go. He bent his knees slightly, and let the bottom of the luggage behind him fall to the ground. I can't put down this pile of luggage. If you want to see my back, come to the gap between me and the luggage and look at it. Gagagu's voice became steady. Soul's words made him realize that the other party was indeed capable. Capable people need to be respected. Soul had a blank expression on his face, and breathed a sigh of relief. He had just used meditation to observe Gagagu's body. He saw some disturbing shadows behind him. If the other party was contaminated, it was probably behind the shadows. Gagagu's reaction also made Soul realize that his guess was right. If I continue to strengthen my meditation method, I have hope of achieving the word Wang in Wang Wen Xian Xie. He walked behind Gagagu, followed his slightly lowered neck, and observed the connection between his body and the luggage. As expected, there was a pool of black mucus on Gagagu's back connected to the luggage behind him. It was not clear whether it grew from him or from the luggage. Thor turned his newly grown little finger on his right hand into a slender tentacle and slowly approached the black mucus. When the tentacle was less than 10 centimeters away from the mucus, the black mucus suddenly reacted violently. It kept shrinking, expanding, and deforming, and it made a gurgle sounds voice. A thin layer of sweat immediately broke out on the back of Jiajia's head. He endured the pain and did not cry out, nor did he speak to stop Thor's actions. But Thor saw that his whole body was tense, as if he would jump up and attack him in the next second. Although you are willing to take risks, are you always ready to flip the table? Thor was not nervous, he was even a little excited. It was as if he had just become an apprentice, and was assigned to the morgue to dissect corpses. Through continuous practice and exploration, his cognition has undergone earth-shaking changes. Thor pulled himself out of his memories, restrained the mental fluctuations on the tentacles, and at the same time secretly sent a trace of pollution from the black tide to the tip of the tentacles. The violently reactive black mucus became docile in an instant. This made Gagagu, who was almost at the limit of his endurance, startled suddenly, and a huge joy and strong uneasiness suddenly rose in his heart. It was the unreal feeling of hope for possible rescue after being tortured for a long time. He gritted his teeth, still did not move, nor did he speak. Thor didn't pay attention to Gagagu's psychological activities. He just let the tentacles and the black mucus come into close contact while carefully guarding against the opponent's counterattack, and expand the contact surface as much as possible. The black mucus still did not resist, and even turned around and intimately wrapped around Thor's tentacles, like a loving caress between lovers. However, the next side, the dagger was revealed, and the murderous intention was exposed. The tentacles that were still entangled with the mucus suddenly opened all the suction cups. The sharp teeth on the suction cups, and the forked tongue inside sucked the pollution inside the black mucus together. For a moment, the black slime also wanted to escape and resist. But because it was bound by the tentacles, it was unable to break free in the first place. The next second, its volume quickly decreased, and it gradually lost its ability to resist. As the translucent gray tentacles gradually became stained with black threads as thin and forked as nerves, Thor felt pollution and a familiar spiritual force gradually filling the soul-fishing tentacles. Although he still had some strength left, and although he could completely absorb all the pollution, he still stopped absorbing the pollution before the black thread spread to his palms. Then he cut off the newly grown little finger again. He brought the tentacle covered with black lines to Gagagu. Gagagu was stunned by the thin black tentacle that was less than half a meter long. He finally realized what kind of wizard he had met, and what kind of crazy but correct decision he had made. You cleared all the pollution in my body? Thor shrugged his shoulders. Although I would like to admit it, it's a pity that it was not completely cleared. Pollution has invaded your body for a long time, and has become deeply entangled with your magic and mental problems. With my ability, I cannot completely eradicate it for the time being. I can only remove most of the polluted bodies that have mutated, and then treat you to enhance your resistance and repair ability. But it may take a long time to completely eradicate the pathogen, the source of pollution. But the cunning businessman did not completely believe Thor's words. He still maintained a respectful attitude and carefully tested. If you think my reward is not enough, then I am willing to offer all my goods and my treasures in exchange for a chance to be completely healthy. Gagagu kept rubbing his hands, pleading, "Please have mercy on me, a crypt dweller who has been suffering from pollution for more than 10 years. Crypt dwellers are one of the common races in the Nephrite continent. It's just that I didn't expect someone to come to the state continent and become a wandering merchant in the no man's land. Sol has his own principles. No matter what treasures or wealth the god could provide, or how pitiful he acted, he could not completely cure the caveman. The ability he showed was completely beyond his control, and it was very likely that he would become a rare material on the laboratory table of other powerful wizards, and be kept in captivity forever. Thor remained calm and stretched out his right hand, which had been prepared long ago. There were strands of black mucus on it that were constantly corroding his skin. It seemed to want to drill into his body to complete a new parasitism. It's not that I don't want to treat you, but if I continue, before I can completely cure you, I will become a new breeding ground for this pollution source. When the pollution source backfires, we will all die. Jagada looked at Thor's palm, wanting to find the flaws in his words, but he knew too well the power of this black slime. Finally, he smiled sadly. Yes, if an outside wizard can easily solve the pollution that the borderless land has imposed on us, then you will definitely become the new owner of the borderless land and become the god here. The cavemen have their own beliefs. They believe in the Mother Earth and believe that she is the will of the world. Sol retracted his palm, bowed his head, and said in a calm tone, I will not become a god, I don't believe in gods. Chapter 539. After Thor temporarily absorbed the pollution from the merchant Jia Gu, in order to continue studying the characteristics of the remaining pollution sources on him, and find other ways to remove the pollution, Thor invited Jia Gu to go to the Rhine Lake. But Jia Gu refused, saying that he still had goods to sell, and could not stay for too long. However, in order to express his sincere gratitude, Jia Gu showed Thor his shelves and said that he would give Thor the opportunity to buy at half price. Of course, you could only listen to the merchant's discounts, but you still have to measure the value yourself. It happened that Thor had just built a wizard tower, and many infrastructure and daily necessities were scarce. After looking at the list of goods provided by Jia Gu, he found that the price was indeed much cheaper than outside, so he immediately ordered a few goods. Jia Gu kept the goods that were in stock, and promised to deliver them to him within a month. At the same time, Jia Gu would also introduce suitable patients to Thor, open up sales channels for him, and spread his fame. After Jia Gu left, Thor returned to the jingling wizard tower with the newly acquired pollution and the goods he had just purchased. The old witch appeared at this time. She barely hugged her arms and leaned against the door. Why be so polite to a traveling merchant? He must have a lot of valuable goods hidden on him. Just grab it. A merchant's value is not the goods he has on him now, but the network and channels behind him. Thor shook his clothes. After crossing the water twice, a layer of ice formed on the hem of his wizard robe. Maybe I should change the style of wizard robe. He recalled the clothes of the wizard Akalai, who should have been skinned by the old witch, and thought that his wizard robe, which was similar to the adventurer's suit, was not bad. Anyway, you are right. Next time you go out, remember to call me. I don't want you to die inexplicably in the hands of others. The old witch snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Please wait a moment. Thor suddenly spoke. The old witch stopped and looked back at him impatiently. What's wrong? Thor stepped forward and cast a small level 0 magic. You are 3 centimeters taller than yesterday. You only grew less than 40 centimeters in the previous 3 months, but you have grown 3 centimeters in less than a day after entering the Rhine Lake. Did you do something? The old witch said impatiently. You don't think that everyone who comes to the Rhine Lake will be as polite as that stupid caveman, right? Since I have decided to settle here for a long time, I naturally have to recover my strength as soon as possible. Don't you hear the sound of water flowing when you meditate? You don't hear it now? Of course you still hear it. The old witch spread her hands. Isn't that a problem you should solve? But it won't delay my recovery of strength. What's more, the perfect body itself will continue to adapt to my strength and complete the transformation. She glanced at the black tentacles in Thor's hand. You are so kind to help others purify the pollution. I think you came to the no man's land to make a contribution, right? Hearing the real meaning of the old witch, Thor calmly put away the black tentacles in his hand. When absorbing the pollution in your body, I found that the pollution in your body is not only the one I threw in. The old witch rolled her eyes fiercely. Her eyes almost fell out of her sockets. In fact, before I designed you, you had at least 2 kinds of pollution in your body, but it will not affect your strength for the time being. But if we continue to let it develop, it will eventually become a serious pollution that endangers life. The old witch didn't care. Who living in the borderlands doesn't have some pollution? Which wizard is not fighting against death? You don't think this is the barren and self-righteous place outside, do you? Thor shook his head. I'm not surprised by this. It's just that the pollution on you has some similar characteristics to the pollution I got from other people. So I wonder if other people have the same situation. He told the old witch about his identity and subsequent research plan. Dodge makes a living by relying on others and selling the ghosts in the lake. I don't want to find a mountain, nor do I want to sell the ghosts in the lake, so I can only think of other ways. And through this method, I can also collect different sources of pollution, and maybe I can find out where the original source of these pollutions comes from. Do I need to check this? The original pollution naturally comes from this land. The old witch didn't care. Then why did this land have such a strong pollution? Thor asked. The old witch was about to open her mouth, but she froze. She seemed to be lost in memories, but was very confused. Finally, she couldn't explain anything and snorted stubbornly, "Humph, can we research these things? Let those fourth-level wizards, who are bored to death, but can't die all day, deal with it." She glanced at Thor. "You don't think that you, a first-level wizard, can solve these problems that no one has solved for hundreds of years, right?" Thor shrugged and said nothing. The old witch completely ignored Thor, left him behind, and walked into the wizard tower alone. It was late at night. After a busy day of trekking through March, Thor had no intention of resting immediately. He walked slowly to the edge of the island, looked at the gray-white mushrooms planted by Mash at his feet, which had turned from wilted to full of energy, and smiled silently. The lake shrouded in mist was rippling. Under the water, dozens of pale faces were surging. They stared at Thor, their faces confused and eager, as if they knew that the person on the shore was their future new master. The old witch was right in one point. Not everyone who came to the Rhine Lake was as easy to talk to as Gododrum. In fact, within 2 days, someone came again to buy the ghost. But when they found out that the person was not Dodge, but an unknown young wizard, the greed in their eyes never stopped. So Thor, who solved the two people without the old witch's help, was very suspicious. How did they survive in the no man's land until now? Just as Thor was staring at the bodies of the two people, wondering whether to throw them directly into the Rhine Lake to cultivate a new generation of vengeful spirits, or to drag them back to the wizard tower, and put them in the underground corpse room to collect human materials. A man flew over from the air, with a decent smile on his face when he landed. He looked only in his 20s, handsome, and extraordinary. "Hello, Wizard Thor, or should I call him Dr. Thor? I was introduced by the traveling merchant Jayajayagu, and I came here to ask you for a favor." Thor immediately asked Xiaozhou to throw the two bodies into the Rhine Lake. He thought, should I build a house here to entertain guests? I state in advance that my ability is still limited, and I may not be able to help you with this. The man was dressed in a straight suit, looking more like a nobleman than a wizard. But Thor noticed that his clothes were a little strange. The pattern on the hem seemed to be constantly changing. Sol narrowed his eyes slightly, and observed the man in front of him from the perspective of meditation. But this sight made his heart jump. The skin of the handsome young man in front of him actually showed an extremely unnatural paleness, as if he was covered with a layer of plaster, or it was plaster itself. And the clothes on his body were like liquid, constantly wriggling on the surface of the man's body, like a mud monster draped over his body. Chapter 540. The man moved his arms uncomfortably when he found Thor staring at the clothes on his chest. "Heh, it seems you've already noticed." The other party was not angry, but pulled the collar, and the pattern on the clothes on his chest suddenly changed, forming a wolf head pattern. Then, the wolf head spoke in a hoarse and low voice. "You are more powerful than I thought. It seems you can definitely help me with this. I'm sorry, I don't see any serious pollution on you. Do you mind if I take a closer look?" Thor didn't say anything final. "No, you misunderstood." Although it was the wolf head on the clothes that was speaking, the man in the clothes was still moving. He reached out and opened his collar. There was a big hole under the collar. There was no flesh and blood in the hole, only a golden pearl bracelet. "This is an ancient item I got from my recent adventure. It's just that it has some bad pollution. I can't remove the pollution without destroying this witchcraft item. But if the pollution is not removed, it will be completely corroded by the pollution at any time. Just happened to hear Gagaga talking about you. I thought since you can absorb pollution from the human body, can you also remove the pollution attached to the props?" Before Thor spoke, he heard Penny talking. "Brother Thor, don't go over there. The witchcraft prop is not polluted, but cursed." "Curse?" "Yes, although I don't understand it very well, but I have seen this golden pearl bracelet. It is called Halima's love letter. But it actually has a very powerful curse. Anyone who receives this love letter will eventually die. A pearl bracelet, but called Halima's love letter? I think there must be a tortuous and strange love story behind this bracelet. The communication in the spirit body is fast and accurate. It only takes a blink of an eye for the other party." Thor smiled and shook his head. The contamination of witchcraft props is not within my ability. I am a wizard majoring in dark attributes. It may be more reliable to find a wizard with corresponding attributes for props like this. Thor refused so straightforwardly that the wolf head on the man's clothes closed its eyes, as if unhappy. Without giving the other party a chance to bargain again, Thor continued, "If I reluctantly offer it, there is a greater possibility that I will not be able to remove the pollution and destroy countless rare props." Thor changed the subject again. "Of course, if you can bear the consequences of taking risks, then I can also try it. It just so happens that I haven't studied how to clean the contaminated props." After saying that, Thor snapped his fingers and conjured up a simple operating table between the two of them. Then he signaled to the wizard opposite him that if he was willing to take the risk, he could put the bracelet on the operating table. But not everyone has the courage to gamble his life like Jiajiagu, not to mention that this risk might result in a loss of all the money. The man hesitated for a while, but he didn't dare to take out the pearl bracelet. He fastened the top button of his collar to cover the big hole in his throat, and shook his head apologetically. "You make sense. Since you are a wizard majoring in dark attributes, you should be more confident about corpses and souls. I rashly sent this item to you, which is actually asking too much. So, I think of a way myself." After the wolf head finished speaking, the stripes that made up him spread out, and turned into a beautiful pattern on his clothes again. The man wearing this clothes made a wizard's etiquette of touching his chest with both hands to Thor, then flew back into the sky, and soon disappeared behind the distant hillside. So he just looked at the other person quietly, and did not stop him from leaving. "That witchcraft item looks good. It should be passed down from ancient times. If you insist on your idea and don't want to do it, then I will go and snatch him away." The old witch's voice came from the fog, and soon she boarded another algae brand raft and stepped onto the lakeside. Seeing Thor turn his head to look at her, the old witch waved her hand. "Don't worry, I waited until now to let him stay away from us, and then snatch the treasure, so that no one will suspect you." Sol hesitated for a moment, and asked when the old witch was about to take off, "Old witch, have you heard of Halima's love letter?" The old witch's short legs trembled just as she was about to take off, and she almost fell flat on her face. She stared at Thor with her big round eyes, her chin almost dropping to her chest. "You said that bracelet is Halima's love letter, but the rumor is that Halima's love letter is clearly a woven metal bracelet." The old witch frowned again, shrank her neck, and looked at Thor suspiciously. "You are not trying to stop me from making up a random excuse, are you?" Thor smiled and raised his hand to point the way. "Then please." The wizard in the blue dress flew over a small hill before landing. He looked back at the direction of the Rhine Lake, with a bit of calculation in his eyes. His strength is okay, and the temptation sent to the door was quickly resolved. But his personality is a bit unclear. Is he really cautious, or is he pretending to be cautious? His clothes began to change shape, from an exquisite blue dress to a set of black half-body armor. There is a relief wolf head on the chest armor of this half-body armor, which is vivid and lifelike, with a half-open mouth, as if it can swallow people into its stomach at any time. He carefully arranged his armor, and was about to continue flying. However, as soon as he took a step, he suddenly fell forward. Bang! He fell to the ground, raising a small amount of dust. The armor on his chest just shook, and then he was motionless like the others. After a while, a thumb-sized colorful butterfly flew over in the sky. Wherever it passed, there was silence. It was as if the sky and the earth had fallen into a deep sleep. The butterfly just flew over the man on the ground, and suddenly seemed to find something and landed on the man. After a moment, it flew away from the man and continued to the east. After the butterfly flew away, a gust of wind blew, and the man turned into white powder and floated away with the wind. The black half-body armor was left in place, but the light was dim and no longer as beautiful as before. Inside the half-body armor, there was a string of golden pearl bracelets that still emitted a warm light. It seemed to be waiting for its next owner. The old witch naturally did not chase after it. She was used to the way Thor spoke. Whenever he asked her to do something with a sly smile on his face, he was definitely saying something in a sarcastic way. Just as the two of them were paddling the algae raft back onto the island in the middle of the lake, they both felt dizzy at the same time. It was more like sleepiness than dizziness. That kind of extreme sleepiness was almost irresistible. The old witch knelt down on the ground with her hands on the ground. Fear flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Thor with a complicated expression. But Thor, who was also fighting against sleepiness, did not notice her eyes. Then, the old witch closed her eyes, succumbed to the irresistible sleepiness, and fell to the ground. Thor realized that the witch's resistance was shorter than his own. He hadn't fallen yet. He wanted to return to the wizard tower as soon as possible. But in his extreme sleepiness, he couldn't even tell which foot to take the next step. The water of the Rhine lake was rolling, and even the mist was rolling like clouds. Someone was outside, using his powerful strength to directly suppress the rules of the entire Rhine lake. Only a third-level wizard could do this. Third level. Sleepiness. Dream Maker Clark is here. Thor tried his best to make his spirit body vibrate, and then stimulate his brain in turn, so as to barely stay awake. Thor's mental power is strong. If the Dream Maker Clark was only at the second level, he would definitely be able to withstand the sleepiness, and even show weakness to the enemy, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. But the Dream Maker is at the third level. As long as Thor relaxes a little, he will fall into a deep sleep, like the old witch. He doesn't want to fight in someone else's home field. Thor's outstretched hand finally touched the door of the wizard tower. The door opened, and a hand stretched out, holding Thor's unstable body. Chapter 541. The person who caught Thor was the butler Hope. He helped Thor into the gate, and then looked at the sky outside. Because of the fog just now, he could already see a small piece of sky above his head. And in that small piece of sky, there was a colorful butterfly flying around. After Thor entered the wizard tower, he immediately felt much less sleepy. He went from being able to fall asleep, while standing to yawning constantly. He looked up following the butler's gaze, and saw the butterfly as well. But in the sky behind the butterfly, there was a thin layer of cloud gauze forming a vague human face. Dream Maker? Thor murmured. But even such a small voice was responded to. Yes. The voice sounded from inside the brain, making people wonder if they had fallen asleep without knowing it. I want your nightmare butterfly. Thor was about to speak, but was interrupted by the other party. Don't lie to me. I saw it. The words that were about to be said were interrupted, and Thor pursed his lips and thought about countermeasures. The worst happened so quickly. It seems that I still underestimated the ability of a third-level wizard. Hand over the nightmare butterfly, and I will allow you to occupy the Rhine lake. If you don't hand over the nightmare butterfly, I will make you the Rhine lake. There was no intense emotion in the voice, and it sounded like a yawn. It didn't sound like a threat, but more like a dream. Thor frowned. He could actually hand over Penny. After Clark left, he would use the diary to bring the nightmare butterfly back. At that time, he just pretended that he knew nothing and attributed Penny's disappearance to Clark's negligence. But he couldn't be sure whether Clark would cast some kind of imprisonment magic after getting Penny, or even destroy Penny directly. The other party was more likely to use some kind of magic instead of raising her. If there is really no other way, I'm afraid I will have to use another golden page. I know almost nothing about Clark, and I may need to die dozens of times before I can find a way to survive. Just when Thor was struggling over which card to play first, Hope, the butler, who was supporting him, suddenly spoke. This is the wizard tower of the glowing family. May I ask what is the purpose of the Dream Maker coming here? As soon as Glow's name came out, the face in the sky immediately looked at the butler. This time, no sound rang in Thor's mind, but the butler's expression changed, as if he heard something. After 2 seconds, the butler calmly replied, My current master is indeed not of the glowing family's bloodline. But his mentor, my former master, is currently at the Wall of Sighs. If the black tide occurs, maybe you will be able to see him and fight with him. The face in the sky stopped there, and no longer floated. After a while, Thor heard the voice in his mind again. Is your mentor Gorza? It seems that the other party has guessed Gorza's identity from Hope's description. Although I don't know how the other party thought of Gorza, it is not the time to continue hiding it. Yes, Thor responded. The face made of clouds and mist slowly blinked. Tell your mentor that he owes me now. The butterfly suddenly flapped its wings and flew away. The clouds also dispersed and lost their shape. The gray mist enveloped the island in the middle of the lake again. Thor's sleepiness disappeared, and he stepped out of the wizard tower. Does Clark have any grudges with my mentor? Hope shook his head behind him and said, I don't know, Lord Tower Master. I just thought that I should reveal my identity first. If the other party insists on making an enemy, then you, the Tower Master, will need to take action. Hope might be taking care of Thor's face. However, with the actual benefits, Thor doesn't care much about face. I didn't expect that Mentor Gorza knew the Dream Maker, but I haven't heard him say that. Because Mentor Gorza didn't mention anyone when he suggested Thor to enter the borderless land. This made Thor think that his mentor either had no connections here, or his popularity was as bad as when he was in the West. I didn't expect that this big banner could be waved when facing a third-level wizard. As for the favors owed. Anyway, the Dream Maker said that it was owed by Mentor Gorza. It had nothing to do with Thor. Feeling at ease, Thor walked to the old witch lying on the ground. Old witch, wake up. the enemies have gone far away. The old witch opened her eyes, her expression clear, not like someone who had just woken up. She got up from the ground, looked at the sky, and then looked at Thor beside her, but there was not much surprise in her eyes. I knew you must have a backer. The old witch was very proud, as if she had driven Clark away. But what did you say? Who is your mentor? Why did you scare Clark away? Thor did not answer the old witch's question. Clark was probably not scared away. He may have just weighed the cost and benefits, and left because he felt it was inappropriate. Go into the tower. Don't take it lightly. Clark left this time, but it is not impossible for him to come back. After all, my mentor is not here. Perhaps it was because Clark's visit to the Pure Spirit Wizard Tower made too much noise, and this matter quickly turned from a secret among a few people into a new rumor in the Borderlands. Many old customers of the Dodge Wizard heard that Ryan Lake had a new owner, and was recognized by the dream maker Clark. After all, the person was still alive after Clark left, which meant that he was recognized by outsiders. And Thor's ability to treat pollution was also spread in a small range. Kagago obviously didn't want to lose this magical doctor easily, so he only spread the news of Thor to people he thought were reliable. Kagago is not the only one who is being polluted and eroded in the Borderlands, and may even die at any time. Unless they have to, wizards do not want to expose their fragile bodies and spirits to other wizards. With the title of mentor, Thor got another month of free time to develop and transform his wizard tower. Butler Hope added new furniture to each floor of the wizard tower. In addition, after being protected by the wizard tower once, Thor finally felt that he was closely connected with the wizard tower. He took out most of his experimental equipment and potions from the storage, and put them in the third floor of the Pure Spirit Wizard Tower. Adding a drop of Black Tide, and 2 bottles of pollution source from the Borderlands, Thor started his research again. 1 month later, Agu finally woke up. The diary was opened. Agu, Master. Thor, who was tinkering in the basement, stopped and stood up to focus on this particularly complete black page in the diary. What new feelings? He asked casually, and put the carving knife in his hand that was engraving the magic circle on the shelf beside him. Agu, I can't really say. But why did it take you so long to merge the other 2 parts of your soul? Soul picked up a detector from the bottom shelf and walked around the room. Agu, I have been separated for too long. When merging, I almost thought they were 2 other people, so it took a long time to accept their experiences and concepts. It didn't take that long to secretly absorb a strange soul. Did you encounter any difficulties? And, crying Master, I was wrong. That was not called absorption, but devouring. I only devoured Dumo's energy and his specific memories, and vomited out the rest. So that's how it is. Soul stopped and looked at his other black pages, none of which were as complete and smooth as Agu's. That is to say, even the soul of Herman that I extracted directly from the corpse was not very complete. Is it because of my poor technical skills, or has Herman's soul been extracted by someone else? However, it is also possible that when the consciousness platform was fighting with the evil spirit Morton, Herman was accidentally broken up. Anyway, it's good to wake up. Thor took 2 steps forward and came to the corner of the basement of the wizard tower. At this time, the detector pointed to a value that was highly similar to the value he just calculated. It's here. After making several fine adjustments, Thor determined the most accurate location. Then he raised his hand and called the butler over. You said that the wizard tower can continue to extend, so I want to continue to go down and dig out a space with a floor height of no less than 5 meters. Hope smiled respectfully. You have the heart of the wizard tower and can communicate with it directly. Hope means the black iron coffin? Chapter 542. Thor marked the position he needed, and then returned to the center of the room. There was a dark blue circular arch column, covered with dark patterns. Thor placed his hand on the column, then closed his eyes, and passed his spirit body into it through his arm. Soon, some familiar mental fluctuations were fed back to his mind. There were hundreds of soul fragments. There were mouths, eyes, and unpleasant arms. Maybe the space was too small. They were all tangled together, like a ball of yarn that couldn't be circumvented. Thor's spirit body continued to explore the inside along the gaps. Finally, in a colorful halo, he found a black iron box. The black iron coffin was lying quietly in the center of the pillar of the wizard tower. Every change of the colorful halo around it was like the heart of the black iron coffin beating. Thor observed the black iron coffin for a minute before he probed his spirit body into it. 5 minutes later, just as Hope took a step forward to remind Thor, the wizard tower suddenly trembled slightly. Thor opened his eyes, and saw a square hole suddenly appeared in the corner of the room where he marked the position. Thor walked to the hole and looked down. It was pitch black, and even his meditation method could not penetrate it. But this was his wizard tower after all. Thor did not hesitate and jumped directly from the hole. During the landing, Thor found that the air was very dense and humid, and even breathing became difficult. When Thor's feet stepped on the flat ground again, his clothes were so damp that they stuck to his skin. Is it because this place is deep underground and soaked by the Rhine Lake, so the humidity is particularly heavy? Thor summoned a small light ball, and its light source could only illuminate the area less than 2 meters nearby. Thor simply summoned a few more small light balls and let them circle around him, thus expanding the visible range. The newly opened space in the wizard tower is indeed 5 meters high, but the area is only a few square meters. However, Thor opened this place to grow algae. With the current size of the algae, these places are enough. When Xiaozhao grows up, the wizard tower should have accumulated enough energy to continue to expand the space of the second underground floor. Come out, Xiaozhao, take a look at your new home. The black tentacles emerged from the back of Thor's neck. In order to follow Thor, it gave up its already formed body under the Gorza wizard tower without hesitation. Willingly shrank into a small bean and huddled behind Thor's neck. This stay lasted for 4 years. Now, Thor finally has his own territory and can finally give Xiaozhao a new home. This 5-meter-high underground second floor is entirely given to Xiaozhao. Play as you like. Anyway, the wizard tower is not an ordinary building and will not collapse. As long as there is no wizard war inside, it will not collapse. Xiaozhao fell to the ground and quickly figured out the environment here. Both the humidity and the brightness are very much to its liking. Xiaozhao jumped in front of Thor, opened his shark-toothed mouth, and stretched out a black tongue as if to lick Thor. Thor immediately leaned back and pinched Xiaozhao's upper and lower jaws with one hand. Squeak! The tongue that was bitten by himself instantly shook into a wave shape. Thor couldn't help laughing. Sorry, the position is too good, I can't help but pinch it. Faced with Thor's prank, Xiaozhao was not angry. He turned around and jumped to the center of the room, then knocked his head on the ground. Here? Thor walked over and drew a simple witchcraft circle on the ground with one hand. This circle can turn the soil into a swamp, but the range will not be as large as the swamp spell. When the magic circle began to emit a faint black light, Thor placed his palm on the magic circle, then exerted a little force and pressed his hand into the swamp. According to Thor's original plan, he should transfer magic power into his palm, and then control the magic circle to accurately expand the scope of the swamp. However, this plan was interrupted by an accident just as it was being implemented. Because a hand suddenly appeared from the invisible ground and grabbed Thor's palm. The cold 5 fingers passed through Thor's open fingers and tightly grasped his palm, like a drowning person trying to grab the last straw. Thor was startled at first, then suspected that a vengeful spirit at the bottom of the Rhine Lake had taken advantage of the situation and ran to the island in the middle of the lake. He was not afraid of vengeful spirits. The resources of this Rhine Lake were not that good, and it could not produce vengeful spirits and evil spirits comparable to the second level. If an ordinary vengeful spirit came in, Xiaozhao could deal with it alone. Thor was startled when he was grabbed by the cold hand just now, but now he has regained his composure, and he also grabbed the other party with his backhand, and then pulled it out with force. He wanted to see what kind of vengeful spirit dared to come under the wizard tower. Following Thor's force, a hand was pulled out of the swamp. The arm was pale and unreal. Thor continued to pull up, the arm, the shoulder, and then the head that was tilted to one side. Herman, it's still a female ghost. It's really a female ghost. Her skin was rough grayish-white as if it was smeared with lime powder. The same grayish-white long hair was lifeless and scattered behind her head. Thor stood up completely and raised his fingers, but he didn't pull the ghost out completely from the ground. This vengeful spirit was at least 2 meters tall. Xiaozhao also ran over to help, and directly wrapped around Thor's waist, lifting him up into the air. Ahem. Thor was a little embarrassed, and quickly asked Xiaozhao to let her go. Then, he threw the vengeful spirit on the ground. This vengeful spirit is very tall, and judging from its body proportions, it should have been this tall originally, not elongated after becoming a vengeful spirit. Thor looked at his grabbed hand again. The other party was very strong, and the back of his hand was already purple. But Thor just shook his hand, and his arm returned to its original state without casting any healing spells. Then he stopped caring about his arm, squatted down, and looked at the unconscious ghost on the ground with great excitement. Interesting. If it wasn't for the lack of vitality, it would look like a living person. Thor turned his index finger into an octopus tentacle and gently wrapped it around the ghost's neck. The latter did not react at all. It was as if it was really unconscious. Strange, the feedback from the tentacle doesn't seem like a spirit. Thor checked the other parts of the ghost again. Strange, she has a sense of reality that other ghosts don't have. Is it because of this grayish-white skin? How did she become like this? Thor turned his eyes to the swamp, and suddenly wanted to go down and take a look. However, just when he had this thought, the diary in his mind suddenly opened. March 3rd, 318 of the new moon calendar. Curiosity makes people progress, and curiosity also makes people go to the tomb. Just because you are curious about its cause, do you have to experience its world? You may mistakenly believe that the fastest way to study a new thing is to become it. It's a death warning? Sol didn't expect that he would encounter a death warning even though he was staying in the wizard tower to plant algae. It's totally unreasonable. How can you spawn monsters in a safe zone? Sol casually complained. He himself knew that there was no real safe zone in the Borderlands. However, just as Thor turned around and was about to give up this quagmire and study this strange ghost first, Agu's words made him completely dumbfounded. Agu, this. Isn't this the Lord of Camus Tower? Chapter 543. If you don't consider that her appearance has been adjusted, she is exactly the same as the previous generation of Wizard Tower, Camus. Hope, the housekeeper, also jumped down and observed the unconscious ghost. Hope's eyes were a little complicated. Although he now recognized Thor as his master, he still felt complicated when facing the appearance of the previous generation of Tower Master. After all, Camus was the original founder of this wizard tower. He quickly restrained his emotions, stood up and suggested, Master, before leaving the wizard tower, Camus had erased all traces of her in the tower. Even the characteristics of her mental fluctuations in our memory have been eliminated, so I have no way to judge accurately. Sol crossed his arms, and was a little embarrassed. If this vengeful spirit is the former Tower Master Camus, then we must be more cautious in dealing with it. If not, the problem is even bigger. A soul that looks like the former Tower Master appears, and there is no guarantee that there will be no conspiracy behind it. He looked at the small swamp that was originally Shiaza's new home, but now the diary has issued a death warning. When the wizard tower was built, the diary did not prompt, and when I planned to continue living here, the diary did not move. Then it is basically certain that the danger under the swamp will not erupt in a short time. But Thor couldn't sleep well with such a time bomb under his feet. We should go and see what's there. But who to send down is a problem. He is absolutely reluctant to give up the 4 consciousnesses. Even the most useless Herman can occasionally provide valuable suggestions. Oh, I almost forgot. I still have the 5th page to use. The 5th chapter page is Kent, a first-level wizard majoring in fire attribute, who he captured from Biden College. Because Kent knows more about fire witchcraft, Thor has been using it as a reference, so there is not much soul energy left. If you want to call him out, you must open the consciousness platform and inject energy into him. Before, when I took the consciousness away from the diary, I injected it into the container and let it act with the body. But in fact, the process of injecting into the container is also the process of extracting the consciousness from my spiritual body. So can I not inject the container and let it exist directly in the form of a soul? Thor glanced at Hope, the butler standing next to him, and continued to think. Just like the butler, he exists in a strange way. It is obviously a soul, but he looks like a real person, and even the touch feels similar. If he hadn't walked out of the black iron coffin on his own initiative, I might not have realized that he was not a living person, but a soul controlled by the wizard tower. Hope, Thor spoke. Master of the tower. The butler immediately bowed and saluted, looking like he was ready to obey orders at any time. I have some relatively complete soul bodies, but they cannot exist stably in the outside world for a long time. Is there any way to make them become similar to living people like you, move outside for a long time, and transform at any time and return to the container where I raise souls? Hope did not disappoint Thor. There is a way, and it is not difficult for you. As long as a thin film made of light attribute witchcraft is covered on the outer layer of the soul body, the soul can have an appearance similar to that of a real body. But this film is just a disguise. It can't make us have a body like a real living person, but it can't withstand strong attacks. It can only provide you with the simplest service. Light attribute witchcraft? This witchcraft is engraved on the surface of the black iron coffin. I can help you point it out. Sol didn't expect that there was a witchcraft hidden in the runes outside the black iron coffin. He nodded and said to the butler, "Let's go up." Sol asked Shiozao to roll up Camus on the ground, he temporarily called her that, and leave with them. The algae failed to take root successfully, and seemed a little impatient, but it still listened to Thor, and left the second underground floor. Camus was motionless at this time, like a corpse. But Thor would never forget how hard she grabbed his hand just now. In fact, Camus' existence form is somewhat similar to that of the housekeeper, but the composition of the outer skin seems to be different, which is worth studying. Back to the laboratory on the first underground floor, Thor immediately drew a witchcraft circle on the ground to imprison spirits, and put Camus in it to prevent her from waking up suddenly and making trouble. Then, under the guidance of the butler, he copied down the witchcraft structure hidden on the surface of the black iron coffin. This witchcraft is called Element Body, which is not very difficult. At least for Thor now, he can learn and master it by himself. At the same time, with the guidance of the butler and Agu, Thor can perform this witchcraft in just 2 days. But the effect is not as good as the light attribute's skin on the butler's body. Then Thor entered the consciousness platform, pulled out the weak Kent, and replenished him with a little soul energy, just for movement. Anyway, he is likely to be destroyed by unknown dangers in the swamp. Kent, who had been in the Black Book for half a year, no longer had the arrogance and hostility he had in the past when he faced Thor again. Perhaps it was because after jumping out of the platform, he was affected by the stars in the consciousness space, and Kent, who returned to this world again, looked a little mentally challenged. There was no problem in communicating witchcraft knowledge, but he was more like a robot that only knew how to execute simple commands and feedback information. The stars in the consciousness body are very problematic and dangerous, but unfortunately I don't dare to attack them now. Self-study is the most dangerous. If you are not careful, you will not have the chance to experiment again. Therefore, although Thor knows that the stars in his consciousness may be a hidden danger, he has no way to deal with it at present. But fortunately, the diary did not warn about the existence of those stars. Thor can still sleep well at night. Go under the swamp and see what is inside. Kent, who put on the body, moved stiffly, but still approached the swamp in the second underground floor step by step. Thor kept paying attention to the diary. If the diary said that Kent would be killed if he went down, he would immediately stop the attempt. The diary did not respond until Kent was completely swallowed by the mud. 5 minutes later, the head of the trembling man emerged from the ground again, followed by a complete body and legs. He walked in front of Thor, and looked at Thor, with a little fear in his eyes. "No, it's dangerous." His voice was flat. "Is there nothing special that is different from the natural environment?" "No." Sol was a little confused. He looked at the swamp and thought again, should he go down and check it out himself? This time, the thought that flashed through his mind quickly did not trigger the diary's warning. What's going on? Now can I go down and check it out again? Is it because the danger has gone away, and the power that sent Camus up has left? Several question marks turned in his mind. But thinking alone will not lead to any results. Thor decided to go down and check it out himself. Just when he was about to leave his body, Xiaozo suddenly tapped his shoulder, and pointed at the swamp on the ground with his little head. "Do you want to go down and take a look for me?" Xiaozo nodded. "It may be dangerous." A place that is not fatally dangerous to Thor may not be fatal to Xiaozo. Xiaozo grew a branch in front of Thor. "Let the clone go." "All right, pay attention to safety, and cut it off immediately if there is any danger. Don't hesitate." Xiaozo nodded, and let a black vine-like tentacle turn underground. After 10 minutes, the tentacle came out from the ground and swayed happily from side to side. The danger was really over. At the same time, the tip of the tentacle came to Thor, and split open, and a little brown-black soil came out of its mouth. Thor took out an empty petri dish from the storage container, and caught the small pinch of soil. "What is this? Do you think there is a problem?" Xiaozo nodded. Thor gently stirred the small handful of soil with a glass rod. Soon, a little black powder that was insoluble in other soil was found in the soil. This is probably the trace left by the danger that caused the diary to issue a crisis warning. Thor's eyes lit up, and he scratched Xiaozo's chin. Xiaozo is awesome. Chapter 544. As soon as he got the powder that left traces of the crisis, Thor immediately began to study it. After studying it for a long time, he was unable to analyze its specific composition. It seemed to be neither soil nor some kind of crystal. He had no idea what it was. It was like a completely new substance. Sol decided to ask the local witch if she knew anything. So, for days after entering the basement, Thor finally came out. "I thought you died in there." The old witch stood at the exit of the basement, looking unhappy. After living in the wizard tower for more than a month, she has grown from 2 heads to 4 heads. From a baby to a little girl. Oh, the face is not. The experiment encountered some problems, and took longer than expected. By the way, old witch, you are knowledgeable, and an old man in the borderlands. Have you seen this kind of material? Sol put the petri dish in front of the old witch. Where did you get this thing? The old witch glanced at it casually, and then her face suddenly changed. You really know it. It's okay for me to tell you. Anyway, you will encounter it sooner or later if you stay in the borderless land for a long time. The old witch looked complicated. This is the remnant of the pollution source in the borderless land. We all call it strange sand. Strange sand? Someone once discovered that all places where strange sand appeared had new rules. Haha, congratulations, the Rhine Lake rules just analyzed are no longer applicable. Next, we have to take risks to study the new rules that will appear here. The old witch's face was not good. Every exploration of the rules would bring a lot of deaths. Even so, people might not find all the rules, so that occasionally wizards would suddenly die inexplicably in the place where they lived for many years. Thor thought, but the diary does not indicate danger, and the soul suspected to be Camus is not conscious yet. He asked the old witch again, is this strange sand dangerous, or what is its use? No use. It was like the residue of exhausted energy. Of course, there was still some radiation pollution on it, which would be fatal to ordinary people. There was indeed some radiation on this strange sand, but it had no effect on apprentices above level 2. Just then Mash, who lived outside the tower, ran in, panting, and said nervously, My lord, Rhine Lake is frozen. Thor and the old witch looked at each other, and stood up and walked out at the same time. When the two came outside, they found that the thick fog that was less than 10 meters visible had dissipated a lot, leaving only the misty, dreamy, fairy-like white fog covering the Rhine Lake and the island in the middle of the lake. Even though they were dozens of meters away, Thor could see that there was a thick layer of ice on the surface of the Rhine Lake. This made the temperature of the island in the middle of the lake drop a little bit. It was obviously March, when the flowers were blooming and spring was about to begin, but it was as cold as February, freezing the skin. Thor walked quickly to the lake and stared at the ice. The ghosts who had looked at him confusedly at the bottom of the lake were also covered up. I wonder what their situation is now. It just so happened that his experimental body had not been consumed yet. Thor called the dull Kent. The old witch narrowed her eyes. She recognized at a glance that this Kent was not a living person, and he should be of the same nature as the butler. It was just that she didn't know the specific structural principle. Of course, he was too lazy to figure it out. There is too much unknown knowledge in this world, and she is too lazy to figure it out one by one. However, she is willing to use her brain for things related to herself, such as the rules of the Rhine Lake. The old witch also walked to Thor, raised her hand, and pinched a ball of air, turning it into a bird with whirlwind wings. Go! The old witch shouted softly, and let go of her hand. The bird rushed straight towards the ice layer, with a heroic atmosphere of facing death. However, the bird constructed by witchcraft just crossed the interface between the lakeside and the ice surface, and suddenly disappeared. The wings of the whirlwind spread out, and turned into a breeze, but it didn't even blow the thin mist around. Forbidden magic space? The old witch's face became heavier. At this time, Kent had obeyed the order and walked to Thor's side. Although the old witch's air bird had dissipated, Thor still asked Kent to step onto the ice. Kent had no sense of crisis. Thor gave the order and walked forward. The moment he stepped into the ice, he disappeared. Thor had been staring at Kent, and this time he finally discovered that when Kent crossed the boundary between the lakeshore and the lake, the elemental witchcraft around his body disintegrated in an instant. Kent's soul was pulled under the ice by the inexplicable force of rules at a speed that the naked eye could hardly follow. Thor thought for a moment and walked to the edge of the lake. Hey, don't try to kill yourself. The old witch called him. I know. While paying attention to the diary, Thor tried to use the diary to extract Kent's soul that was sucked into the Rhine Lake. Then, he easily sent Kent's soul back to the diary. It seemed that the rules of the Rhine Lake did not prevent the soul from leaving. But it is more likely that the power of the diary is stronger than the rules of this area. Thor went back and replaced a separate experimental spirit, and set a coordinate for summoning witchcraft in the spirit. But this time, after the spirit entered under the ice, Thor failed to summon it back. The coordinates also disappeared after the soul entered the lake. Witchcraft will disappear when it enters the range of Rhine Lake, and the soul will be sucked under the ice. Then can physical methods be used to bring the soul back? Thor asked the algae to split a slender tentacle, and threw one end onto the lake like fishing. The new tentacle could not split again on the ice, but it could use its pointed mouth to eat ice. It gnawed for 10 minutes before it made a small hole in the ice. Then it went in and took out the spirit that fell in with its mouth, and sent it back to Thor bit by bit. Shuza had swallowed a cryptocrystalline substance in the Elf Valley and mutated. Therefore, Unlike other soul-devouring swamps, it can touch real objects, spirits, and even conscious bodies, like nightmare butterflies. It was only when Shiuza's clone crawled back to the shore and opened its mouth to Thor that Thor and the old witch realized that it did not bring back the spirit that Thor had thrown in before. Well, it's a little difficult for your clone to distinguish which spirit is which. Soul touched Shiuza's head. Your pet is really unique. The old witch looked at Shiuza with envy. It has powerful functions, and is well-behaved and obedient. Soul did not respond, and he would not sell it anyway. He came to the lake again. The spirit will be pulled to the bottom of the lake, and the magic will dissipate. But Shiuza can move on the ice, and even bite through the ice. It seems that the rules here are not very strong. At least there will be no extreme situation of instant death. But Shiuza is a demonic creature, so he can go up. What about us? Thor took a tentative step. The old witch's eyes widened immediately, and before she could stop him, she saw Thor had already taken the second step. She stood completely on the ice. She opened her mouth wide, and her head was about to fall back. You lunatic. Chapter 545. Thor stood on the ice, feeling the cool air under his feet. But apart from the cold, there was no other danger. The diary didn't warn me, but I didn't expect there was no danger. Thor took 2 more steps forward, and nothing happened. He just couldn't cast a spell. The magic power that had just been activated disappeared as soon as it left his body. Thor released his spirit body and tracked the direction of the elemental particles. He found that the elemental particles were also running under the ice. It's just that I can't cast spells. So I need to walk out from the lake island in the future. It's a bit far. How about buying a car? Soul walked directly to the center of the lake, and then walked back slowly. The old witch looked at the side in amazement, and finally couldn't help but walk up herself. In the end, even Mash and Shiuza ran to the ice with great interest. Only the butler still stood in the wizard tower, looking at everyone with a smile. After playing for a few minutes, Soul left everyone and returned to the wizard tower. The changes in Rhine Lake are likely caused by Camus, who he just picked up. Apart from her, there were no other abnormalities today. Soul returned to the basement and prepared to study Camus. The butler was a spirit, but he had a layer of witchcraft. Element body, which allowed him to move like a normal person and take objects. And Camus also showed this feature. It was caused by the plaster-like surface on her body. During the time when she was not awake, the only thing that interested Soul was this coating on her body. He was going to study the witchcraft. Element body. And the coating on Camus' body, to see if they can be combined to develop a new witchcraft for the 4 consciousnesses in the diary. At first, he wanted to use the corpse as a container to carry the consciousnesses, so that they could temporarily leave the diary and act independently. But as time went by, coupled with the performance of the consciousnesses in several adventures, Thor realized that the originally flexible soul body, forcibly stuffed into the bulky corpse, did not bring much bonus. Today, seeing the butler and Camus of the same texture, Thor thought that he could actually let the consciousness put on a layer of protective shield and then act outside. Although they have no body, no magic power, and their souls cannot cast witchcraft, they can fight completely relying on their spirit bodies, just like the mouth and hands in the black iron coffin. Especially the soul weapons he had researched before, and the spider legs that were also made of spirit fragments that were equipped to can be used as her weapons. Without the burden of a heavy body, she can still retain the concealment of her spirit body. The battle is mainly based on sneak attacks. Although it sounds dishonorable, it is enough to save lives. Several consciousnesses watched Thor conduct experiments, and several smart ones quickly realized what he was doing. Like Agu and Morton, they immediately began to give Thor advice. Don't move, good. Gorza straightened up with a happy smile on his face. It was rare for him not to wear a wizard robe today, nor a cloak that could cover the whole body. He wore a lace white shirt, long pants and long boots, which are the more popular clothes in Nephrite in recent years. Gorgeous and conservative. The reason for dressing like this is that he wants to leave the wizard tower and go out quietly. Half a month ago, the Wall of Sighs ushered in another round of black tide outbreak. The black tide, as tall as a hill, slammed fiercely on the Wall of Sighs, which was taller than the hill, with overwhelming force. The already extremely solid wall still had some damage. The bricks and stones were taken away by the receding tide, leaving behind the devastated wall and the frightened wizards. But the slapping of the tide was only the prelude to the black tide crisis. The Wall of Sighs, which gathered most of the world's outstanding third-level wizards, then ushered in an outbreak of pollution. A large number of weird, creeping, and twisted monsters were born on the wall after being hit by the tide. Then, colorful or silent deadly witchcraft fell on him. Some monsters were killed by a single blow, crushed into powder, and then carried away by the subsequent black tide. Others were tenacious and agile, and could still threaten the patrolling wizards on the Wall of Sighs. On the sea surface outside the Wall of Sighs, there were also sea wizard towers, like star clusters at night. These wizard towers were mainly provided by the glowing family, which also established their transcendent status in the wizard world. The wizards appointed to guard the towers were generally third-level wizards with strong combat power and strong life-saving ability. The tower guard wizards usually do not participate in the battle on the Wall of Sighs, because they have a more important task, to kill or stop the huge monsters coming out of the deep sea. Of course, there are not many such monsters, otherwise there would not be enough tower guard wizards to bury them. Gorza is one of the tower guard wizards closest to the deep sea, and he was brave and fearless in the last battle, bravely killing monsters. In the end, he unfortunately fell into the deep sea that had been soaked by the black tide. Although he teleported out at the fastest speed, he was still corroded all over his body, and could only return to the Wall of Sighs to recuperate for a while. But anyway, the most dangerous moment of the black tide had passed, so the fourth-level wizard in charge of the Wall of Sighs naturally agreed. With official permission, Gorza stayed in the sphere of influence of the glorious family, and did not go out. On the surface, he said he was in seclusion for recuperation, but in fact, he secretly brought his apprentice Haywood in. On this day, he wrapped Haywood's whole body with pink bandages, and put on a brown-red cloak with a healing magic circle. Even if someone could see through the bandages, there was no need to worry. Haywood's skin inside was really ulcerated all over his body, and there were only 5 holes left on his facial features except for his eyes. A real wounded person. Take a look. Golsa took out a palm-sized mirror, and asked Haywood to look at the person in the mirror. Do you like pink? Haywood wanted to say yes, but he couldn't say it. At this time, Golsa missed his apprentice. But the appearance doesn't matter. The real purpose of the pink bandage is to help Haywood conceal the aura of a third-level apprentice. Haywood failed to become a formal wizard a while ago. It has completely lost its value. But Golsa gave him a chance to stay by his side. That is to become Golsa's substitute. At this time, a black shadow broke away from Golsa's back and quickly transformed into a beautiful young woman. Haywood had just been skinned and was seriously injured. He could only lie on the recliner and barely greeted Mrs. Eula. Looking at Haywood in this state, Eula's eyes flashed as if she remembered something, but the scene in her mind was quickly covered by a mist. She did not respond to Haywood's greeting, but turned to look at Golsa, who was like a domineering noble. Are you okay with your injuries? Do you have to leave now? Didn't the great wizard Mofe give you half a year to recuperate? Gorza moved his fingers and let the mirror spin on his fingertips. I have a lot of places to go. Just cooperate with Haywood's disguise and try not to be exposed. By the way, teach Heidi how to maintain her state. An identical black shadow emerged from behind Haywood's head, but its shape was always unstable, shaking like a reflection in the water. Heidi was also transformed into the current appearance of Eula, but the materials used for the transformation were not as good as those used by Eula now, so her state was always unstable. So this time, Eula couldn't lead with Golsa. But Eula didn't care. Where are you going? Her expression was indifferent, neither happy nor sad. First, go to the southern islands of Nephrite. Golsa didn't mind telling them, there is a material that I'm interested in there. He stopped the rotating mirror, and the mirror was facing his face, reflecting a pair of eyes full of expectation. Then go to the borderlands again, there is a little guy there that I'm more interested in. Chapter 546. The change in the Rhine Lake did not have much impact on its owner. But the rumor of the change was quickly spread by the wizards, who passed by. Half a month later, the first patient that Thor received since he called himself a doctor, Gagagu, came again. This time he also brought a lot of goods. Long time no see, Wizard Thor. Maybe you would like me to call you Dr. Thor. Thor didn't care. I am a doctor who studies pollution, but I am also a wizard. You can call me whatever you want. Then I call you Wizard Thor. I think this name best expresses my respect. Jagaga put down the huge bag on his back, but still did not take off the straps, because the adhesion between his back and the bag had not been completely removed. This time I brought you some of the goods on the list, would you like to see? Jagaga took out a crumpled paper ball from his arms, carefully flattened it, and handed it to Thor. This list was given to him by Thor, listing a large number of materials that he needed and might need, and some rare items were also mixed in. Thor looked at the list, frowning more and more. After all, Jaijagu was just a traveling merchant, and he had all the basic witchcraft materials. But the more expensive ones were rare. The rare items that Thor wanted the most were missing. But just like a home must have both a refrigerator and a trash can. Although Jaya-Jayagu brought Thor mostly the most common items, it could also improve the infrastructure of the wizard tower and make Thor's life here more convenient. Thor took out a large number of magic crystals and materials that he had more in stock to exchange with Jaya-Jayagu. But after delivering the goods, Kagaga did not collect the money immediately. He rubbed his hands and tried to please carefully. Wizard Thor, do you think the pollution behind me can be completely removed this time? He suspected that Thor did not completely help him remove the pollution behind him. Was he trying to use this as a handle to control him? Thor said seriously, the pollution on you is not too serious. If it is just surface pollution, I can clean it up. The key is that the source of this pollution has been parasitic on you for a long time. If you force the separation, it may harm your life. So if you want to completely and safely clean up the pollution on you, you must develop a targeted plan to paralyze the source of pollution on you and prevent it from causing backlash damage due to separation. Thor said 9 truths and 1 lie, and Kagaga was stunned. Of course, if you are willing to take the risk now, I can also try to help you completely remove the source of pollution now. In fact, I haven't done this before, but it's a rare opportunity. Thor's eyes lit up. Jia-Jayagu quickly shut up and waved his hands tremblingly. No, I'm not in a hurry. Please help me find a way to safely remove the pollution source, Master Thor. Sol nodded, looking a little regretful. If he couldn't help Jia-Jayagu completely remove the pollution, he could only pay for the things. After completing the transaction, Jia-Jayagu enthusiastically shared with Thor some recent news that might interest him. One of them was that the Dream Maker Clark admitted that Thor was the new owner of Rhine Lake. But the Firefly Lord and the Wind Demon have not yet expressed their opinions. Some people are ready to make a move, and may come here to investigate. Kagaga told Thor to be careful. Speaking of being careful, Thor thought of someone. By the way, Kagaga, a wolf monster wearing a human body came to me some time ago to remove the pollution on the items. Did you introduce this person? Did you meet the dire wolf? Kagaga was shocked. I didn't introduce it. I was introducing you to a first-level wizard friend, and later found a dire wolf hiding nearby. I didn't expect it to actually overhear our conversation. Thor took a deep look at the terrified Jia-Jayagu, without trying to find out whether it was true or false. After completing the transaction of goods and information, Jia-Jayagu set off again. He promised to continue to collect the information Thor wanted. In exchange, Thor collected the latest pollution samples from Jia-Jayagu and continued to study them. Let's see when the pollution can be completely removed. Thor can not only buy some basic necessities from Jia-Jayagu, but also get some latest news. After agreeing with Kagaga about the goods he would need next time, Thor walked back to the wizard tower. As soon as he came back, Mash rushed up again. My lord, that white woman is awake. White woman? Camus? Sol immediately rushed into the wizard tower. Ever since he dug out the soul of the former owner of the wizard tower from the ground, Thor has been waiting for her to wake up. At the same time, in order to prevent counterattacks, he and the old witch studied a witchcraft array to imprison spirits. But if this person, who looks like Camus, is really the Camus he knows, the other party should be at least a third-level wizard. If Thor didn't have the diary, and had a natural advantage over souls, he might have tried to destroy the soul first, and if he couldn't destroy it, he would just throw it away. The farther the better. But he still wanted to make the best use of it. After all, not everyone can pick up a nearly complete soul of a third-level wizard for no reason. It's just that Thor's first research project, the witchcraft that combines the element body witchcraft with the white substance on the outer layer of Camus' spirit body, has not made any substantial progress. Now that Camus has woken up, it may be a good thing. Thor came to the underground floor with both expectation and caution. There was a witchcraft cell specially built for Camus. When Thor arrived, Camus and the old witch were staring at each other. The housekeeper was not here at the moment. He must be busy with chores. How is it? Is she conscious? Thor asked the old witch hurriedly. The old witch curled her lips. She looked stupid. Even though he was described like this, Camus still sat on the ground expressionlessly. His legs were folded to one side, crossed elegantly. She clasped her hands together, and gently placed them on the crotch of her thighs. She looked good, but she looked like a sculpture. Thor squatted down and made himself look at the spirit at eye level. Excuse me, are you the wizard Camus? The other party did not respond, and still looked forward. Hello, I am Thor. This is my wizard tower. It's useless. The old witch was tired of playing, more wooden than wood. She could only look, and Thor did not allow her to touch. The old witch did not study the soul much. so she was not very interested in Camus. Just now, she ran in happily when she learned that she was awake or moved, but the other party did not respond. She stayed for a while, and then went back. Recently, Thor has not paid much attention to her, and has not studied the remaining pollution on her body. But the old witch did not intend to leave. Thor's wizard tower originally had a fog barrier, and now it has a forbidden magic field, which is very suitable for her to hide here. After all, she is still wanted by 2 third-level wizards, the Firefly Lord and the Wind Demon. After the old witch left, Thor tried several more times, and even mentioned Gorza's name and the glowing family, but still failed to wake up the sculpture in front of him. Maybe it hasn't woken up yet. Thor was not discouraged. Anyway, just keep waiting. He has no shortage of time now. So Thor continued his research and took a little bit of the grayish-white surface from Camus again. The other party didn't react at all. Thor's observation was fruitless, so he had to really start the experiment. He currently wanted to analyze this layer of white matter. It's not that there is no result, but the result is very strange, which makes him feel that he has calculated wrong. There's something wrong with your experimental environment. The air needs to be pumped out. Sol paused and looked back. Camus turned his head towards him without knowing when. But his face was still expressionless. Ahem. Sol pointed at the other person's neck. Why don't you turn your head away first? I'm not used to looking at someone's back when I'm face to face with him. Chapter 547. Camus was silent again. It seemed that all her actions were just to point out the shortcomings of Thor's experiment. But when Thor came to her again, with the materials, and squatted down, she was silent again. She just twisted her neck to look at the back. It was quite creepy at first glance. Seeing that Camus didn't move, Thor lowered his head to look at the beaker in his hand, raised his hand, and threw a magic crystal into it. As a result, Camus' head swoosh. Turn around. The magic power in the magic crystal is mixed. It is not suitable to be added directly to the materials. Thor immediately responded, but if you want to separate and purify this layer of energy shield on your body, you can only rely on magic power. Using mental power will cause pollution. Camus was silent again. His Sol's teeth were sore. He thought about it, and threw another magic crystal in. This material is basically useless, but it doesn't matter. The source of the material is right in front of you, and it's still there for you to do with it. The magic power in the magic crystal is mixed, and it is not suitable to be added directly to the material. The second magic crystal fell into the beaker, and only Camus said the same thing. Thor curled his lips and stood up again. Little algae. Black vine-like tentacles emerged. Since the last task of planting little algae failed due to Camus' interference, Thor temporarily did not let the little algae go underground, to prevent other dangers from happening underground. So it is still parasitic on the back of Thor's neck. Not in a hurry to rebuild the foundation, he has a lot of fun playing with Penny, who occasionally comes out every day. Little algae, I have a task for you. Here is a beaker, and a plate of magic crystals. Thor was halfway through his instructions when he felt it was a bit of a waste, so he crushed the thumb-sized magic crystal into millet-sized pieces. Your task is to drop a magic crystal into this beaker for every few dozen counts. Xiao Zhao nodded happily, splitting out a thin tentacle, carefully picking up a small magic crystal fragment at the tip, and then, pop, dropped it into the beaker. The magic power in the magic crystal is mixed, so it is not suitable to be added directly to the material. Sure enough, I heard Camus' mechanical reminder again. Thor was not angry this time. He turned around and went back to do the experiment. He was not annoyed by the series of voices behind him. He just treated them as background music. Don't you like pretending to be a robot? He thought distractedly. Then it depends on whether you have the patience of a machine. 10 minutes later. Xiao Zhao's magic crystal particles have not been thrown away yet. When it counts from 1 to 10, it occasionally counts wrong, and the duration is very different each time. Thor heard another voice. There is no point in you doing this. The voice was very light, almost a sigh. Sol didn't even turn his head. Why is it meaningless? This is called obsessive-compulsive disorder treatment. The other party stopped talking again. Sol didn't stop. Xiaozhao continued to throw. Pa! I don't know what to say except this. Very good, finally not a repeater. Sol put away the smile on his face, then turned around. Communication naturally depends on the situation, the object and the above. For example, I ask you, who are you? Where are you from? Why did you get out of the ground? Camus was silent for a moment, and finally tried to answer, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Amnesia? Sol had also thought of this possibility. After all, she was in a soul state now, and Sol didn't know what she had experienced from birth to death. Then what do you remember before you woke up this time? Try to recall. Don't say I don't know right away. Camus seemed to be stuck in a stagnation. This time Sol waited patiently for 5 minutes. There is water everywhere. I am disappearing. His voice trembled slightly, but his face was expressionless. Water? Is it the Rhine lake? Thor thought it was unlikely. The gravity from under the lake that could absorb spirits and magic should not be able to completely trap a third level. Maybe he was trapped in some powerful rules, or was killed by others and deprived of his power. Thor made a guess. He then asked Camus, you said you were disappearing. Did you create this layer of protection around your spirit to prevent it from disappearing? Camus was recalling again, but this time it took a shorter time. It should be. Sol asked a few more questions, and asked the previous questions over and over again, and finally came to a conclusion. Camus lost his memory. There is still one black page left. Should I put her in the diary? Relying on the diary's ability to drain waste, Camus might be able to restore his memory. Sol wanted to try it, but something went wrong when he implemented it. He couldn't suck Camus away, even if he just wanted to suck a finger. The other party seemed to be no longer a pure soul body due to some kind of power or pollution. There must be other secrets hidden under her gray-white skin. If it is impossible to absorb Camus' soul through the diary, then the threat of this third-level wizard will be much greater. But Soul Thor was reluctant to throw away or destroy a third-level wizard who had lost his memory but had instinctive knowledge reserves. It's better to keep it and observe its changes at any time. Thor didn't hesitate for too long. He once again strengthened the restrictions on Camus by the magic circle, and even discussed with Camus directly how to restrict herself. Camus didn't seem to realize that there was anything wrong with this question, and still answered Thor with a blank expression. It seemed that being bound was not a problem, but watching Xiaozi rubbing the materials was. Just as Thor was happily watching Camus. Trapped in his own cocoon, Xiaozi, who was standing by and didn't know whether she was in a daze or just counting the messed up numbers, finally counted to 10 again. Pop! It threw a magic crystal into the beaker. The magic power in the magic crystal is mixed, and it is not suitable to be added directly to the material. Camus couldn't help but blurt it out. Xiao Zhao grinned and staggered. Soul, You can stop, Xiao Zhao. Camus was trapped in the basement of the wizard tower willingly. Not only did she have to cooperate with Thor to do experiments, but she also had to cooperate with Thor to continue to imprison herself. But from her appearance, she seemed to like studying knowledge very much, and didn't care at all whether she was trapped in a small space of less than 4 square meters. When the old witch heard that the wooden soul was talking, she couldn't help but come over to see what was going on. At this time, the old witch had grown from a 3-headed body to a 5-headed body. From a little lowly to a big lowly. Only the body was visible. The head was still so ugly. Sol found that Camus was staring at the old witch's exposed arms, but didn't say anything, so he took the initiative to ask her, "What do you think of the old witch's object transformation?" Camus retracted his gaze. "Don't comment on failed creations." "Who do you say is a failed creation?" The old witch tolerated Thor, but that didn't mean she would tolerate Camus, especially since the old witch didn't know Camus' possible identity. She directly imprisoned the air around Camus, and then squeezed it inwards. But Camus didn't move at all, his body's shape didn't change, and he was not affected at all. The old witch's eyes flickered, and then suddenly changed to spell, directly draining the energy around Camus. But the latter still didn't show any discomfort. Thor stepped forward at this time. "Can't you see that there is something wrong with her consciousness? Why are you angry with her?" He is now more interested in the protective shield on Camus. One of the reasons for keeping Camus is that he wants to put this protective shield on himself and several consciousness bodies. Of course, the premise is that this gray-white protective shield does not harm his own soul body. So let the consciousness body be the experiment first. Chapter 548. Camus said that the witch's transformation was a failure. Although Thor was the second designer of this transformation, Thor was not angry about Camus' evaluation. His transformation was based on the old witch's design, and was processed and designed, and mixed with a little flesh and blood witchcraft as an experiment. Although he had planned that if the old witch insisted on letting him go to the experimental table for transformation, he would accept it, but he would definitely make improvements later, and even start over with the formula of the perfect body. After all, when he was deriving the formula for the perfect body, he was in a hurry and had limited materials. Next, Sol will continue to study the formation and maintenance principles of Camus' protective shield, and the perfect plan for the transformation of the perfect body and flesh and blood witchcraft. Most of the experimental materials that Sol asked Gagaga to collect were to be used in this witch body transformation. After rigorous demonstration and practical verification, he will finally use it on himself. Camus also did a good job as a theoretical instructor without any complaints. The opinions and suggestions she made were not malicious. The diary is the evidence. The only one who was not happy was the old witch, because she was always pulled out as a negative example. After a long time, she was unwilling to come to see Soul and Camus experiments, and she herself did not like theoretical experiments. After leaving a part of her body tissue, she returned to the second floor of the wizard tower and concentrated on adapting to her perfect body. For a while, she grew taller. Spring went and summer came. The pure spirit wizard tower has always maintained the coldness of early winter. Kagaga comes almost once a month. Last month, Thor cleaned up the pollution behind him again. The result is that he can separate the backpack from his back. However, after thinking for 3 seconds, Kagaga still carried the backpack on his back. There is no way. The life of adults is so helpless. Even though they know it is bad for their health, they still have to continue to work for a living. However, in return, Kagaga gave Thor an ice wolf for free. Coupled with the open-top single-person carriage made by the coachman Mash, Thor finally didn't have to walk in and out of the wizard tower anymore. After several months of waiting, Thor confirmed that there was no danger under the wizard tower. Finally, he planted the algae on the second underground floor. The algae is a demonic creature with earth attribute. If it is separated from the earth, it will have no room to grow. It can only become stronger by mutation. There are too many uncertainties. This time, the algae was successfully buried. It was very happy. The next day, it let the black tentacles crawl all over the walls of the second underground floor, like creepers. However, in order to grow, the algae still needs corpses and souls to nourish it. Thor also needed flesh and blood to transform his witch body, so he added another item to the products of Gadadrum. On this day, Thor and Camus were commenting on it in front of him, and stood up straight, not embarrassed at all. It is stronger than the original body, but it has less toughness and ductility after adding gray matter, Thor said with his arms folded. There is a conflict between the two runes. Camus stood in the binding circle, standing like a piece of wood. Maybe there was a reaction, Thor thought, and was not as perfect as them. She could leave the diary as a spirit, which was much more comfortable than crawling into other people's bodies. And she was very flexible. Anne's mind moved, and her lower limbs immediately changed from slender legs to 8 spider legs. The tips of the legs were as sharp as knives, leaving several scratches on the ground. Put it away first, and I let you go out and try the blade when I have a chance. Thor immediately felt sorry for his wizard tower. This was an emotion he had never had before. If you don't manage a household, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Shiaza went to open the door. The housekeeper appeared and stepped forward and said, Master, someone appeared outside the lake. Please help clean up the pollution. Oh, is there finally business? Soul smiled and shook his head. Jia Gu has been promoting it for several months. Fortunately, I don't make a living from it. He walked halfway, came back to take it back, and then left. When Soul left, the housekeeper also stepped back a few steps and prepared to leave. When he looked up, he saw Camus looking at him. The butler closed the door slowly for a moment. Whether it is true or not, I still want to say that I am glad to see you again, Lord Camus. Also, this is Lord Thor's wizard tower. I welcome you as much as the tower master does. Camus did not speak, and it was unknown whether he understood what the butler said. Thor took a car to the lakeside and saw 2 wizards, a man and a woman, looking at the frozen lake in doubt. Because the fog was thin, the 2 sides saw each other quickly. Thor pulled the reins and stopped the car on the ice, but did not get out. The wizard tower was still some distance away from the lake. Now the lake was frozen, and the entire Rhine Lake, except for the island in the middle of the lake, had become a forbidden magic area. It was particularly difficult to communicate with people inside and outside the lake. However, witchcraft could not communicate, so people still had many primitive methods. The old witch's suggestion was to put up a sign by the lake, and anyone who wanted to see a doctor would release 3 small fireballs into the sky. However, this kind of thing requires someone to keep an eye on it. The housekeeper suggested setting up a bell there. However, Thor used local materials and asked Shiaza to set up a clone there. If someone came to visit, the clone could even perform preliminary identity verification. Then it could split into smaller clones and briefly describe the purpose of the visitor. Demonic creatures are also living creatures and can move on the ice, but they cannot split again. Moreover, when there are no guests, Shiaza can hide underground. In case of a sneak attack, It can also give an alarm or simply counterattack. So the housekeeper came to inform Thor just now after receiving the message from Xiao Zhao. Since Xiao Zhao had already conveyed the purpose of the visitor, Thor asked directly while sitting in the car. "Good morning, who wants to clean up the pollution?" A male and female wizards looked at each other, a little surprised at Thor's youth. "Are you Dr. Thor?" The female wizard looked a little pale. "You called me a doctor right away, which means you are eager to seek medical treatment." Thor thought about it and nodded with a smile. "I have to state in advance that although I have helped several wizards who were troubled by pollution, I am not sure that I can clear all the pollution sources." He leaned forward slightly and looked at the pale witch. "Can you let me see where you are contaminated?" Then another muscular wizard frowned and said, "I am the one who asked for medical treatment." He glanced at the witch with displeasure and moved his lips twice, as if he was using the teleportation technique. The pale witch turned even paler. "It was Gagagu who said you saved his life, and since the Dream Maker recognized you, we are willing to come and give it a try." Soul remained calm and turned to ask the muscular wizard, "Can you let me see where you are contaminated? Since you are so powerful, why can't you see where I am contaminated?" The wizard muttered. However, although he seemed to no longer trust Thor, he still cooperated and took off his coat. The man's arms turned reddish-brown, but there was nothing abnormal other than that. The bulging muscles gave people a stronger visual impact. Thor, who was thin and not tall, was really a little envious. "Are you sure this is contaminated, not harmed by witchcraft?" The muscular wizard was completely angry. "Are you a doctor? Can't you even tell whether it is contaminated or injured?" He turned his head and said to the woman, "Let's go, don't waste time here." Gagagu must have taken his money or been cursed by him. Chapter 549. Thor was not angry after hearing what the muscular wizard said, and turned to talk to the female wizard who could talk well. "Why do you think it was contamination, not injury?" The female wizard was a little flustered. She was incoherently trying to comfort the irritable male wizard who wanted to leave, and she took the time to explain to Thor pitifully. "Half a year ago, we entered an underground river to chase a water-attributed demonic creature, but we got separated soon. Later, I finally found him, and we escaped together. When I got home, I suddenly found that he had returned home a long time ago, and—" The witch paused for a moment, recalling the scene at that time, and her face became even paler. "And there was another me beside him. I realized then that the person beside me might be a disguise, and the me beside him was also a disguise. Will it change into someone else's appearance?" Soul thought thoughtfully. "I have heard of at least 3 people with this ability. How did you later distinguish who was real and who was fake?" The witch raised her head, her neck slender and white. "We often go out on adventures together, and we are very familiar with each other's mental power. I was too nervous to notice it before, but I found out who was fake and who was real after careful identification. As a result, the 2 dummies attacked us immediately after they were discovered. In order to help me, his arms were entangled by the 2 dummies." The witch gave the wizard a grateful glance, which slightly calmed him down. "Later, we finally killed the 2 dummies, but he was left with these 2 red marks on his arms, and the healing witchcraft was completely ineffective, and the red marks were getting bigger and bigger, and his temper is getting more and more irritable. I can only suspect that it is contamination, not injury." Hearing this, Thor already had an idea in his mind. "I know. In other words, you have tried many ways and failed to solve it, so you want to ask me to try?" "Yes." The witch nodded, and there seemed to be unresolved sorrow in her eyes. Thor leaned back and put his hands on the armrests on both sides. "Then are you ready for the reward? You ask for the reward if you can cure it?" The wizard glared at Thor. Thor rested his chin on his hand. "I may not be able to cure it. You? If you want me to help, you must prepare the reward first. I won't give you a chance to escape." Escape? The 2 didn't understand, but they barely guessed what it meant. "We failed in our last adventure, and we cleaned up the pollution for him, so we don't have many magic crystals on us," Thor said coldly. "Other rare materials can also be exchanged. Then we also. If you don't have 3,000 magic crystals, please go back." The wizard was about to explode when he heard the number, but Thor didn't give them a chance to bargain and told the ice wolf to turn back. He left only one sentence. "Come back to me when you have enough equivalents." Back at the wizard tower, the old witch and the housekeeper were on the first floor. Thor briefly explained what happened, and the old witch immediately leaned back. 3,000? Are you robbing money?" Thor paused, suddenly changed direction, and walked in front of the old witch who was already 1.4 meters tall. The old witch looked up at Thor. "Why are you so close? I want you to do me a favor." "I'm busy." 300 magic crystals. Oh, you're so brave. Do you really think I don't dare to beat you? On the third day, Xiao Shuzhao came to report that the irritable muscle wizard and crying witch were back again. Have they prepared the magic crystals? Xiao Shuzhao tilted his head. I don't understand. Soul smiled, bent down, and put Xiao Shuzhao in his pocket, and took the wolf cart to the lake again. It was the same place as last time, and the same people as last time. The muscular wizard's eyes were red, and he looked even more irritable. The pale witch held a small bag in her hand. We don't have 3,000 magic crystals, but... The witch looked down at the bag in her hand, her face full of reluctance. We got this witchcraft prop 3 years ago. It should definitely be worth 3,000 magic crystals. Let me see. The witch held the small bag to her chest. Don't worry, just open the bag and show it to me. I can wait until I finish cleaning before I get paid. The witch quickly showed a grateful look, untied the drawstring of the small bag, and shook the tight bag mouth to let Thor see what was inside. Because the bag was small, Thor initially thought there was a space compression array inside. But when he saw what was inside the bag, he realized that it was because the witchcraft prop itself was small. Inside the bag was a red spinning top, the size of an index finger. It is indeed a witchcraft prop, but what is it for? The witch patiently explained, I don't know the name of this prop, but I call it a thunderstorm spinning top. As long as you attach your mental power to it and turn it clockwise, you can release lightning. If you turn it counterclockwise, you can release a strong wind. Shouldn't it be called a wind thunder top? Soul's sudden complaint startled the witch, who forgot her words for a moment and recalled what she was going to say. Well, it is said that if you can turn it clockwise and counterclockwise at the same time, you can bring about a catastrophic rainstorm. Originally, Thor felt that the first two functions of this red top were average, but the last rumor the witch said made him curious. If it can really bring about a catastrophic rainstorm, then this item must be extraordinary. 3,000 magic crystals, absolutely worth it. Thor jumped off the carriage and walked towards the wizard. Perhaps the witch had advised him the day before yesterday, so he remained silent today. Just looking at his eyes, he was obviously suppressing his patience. Now, I'm going to clean up the pollution for you, don't move. The veins on the muscular wizard's face were twitching, but he still held back and just nodded. But when Thor got off the wolf carriage and walked towards him little by little, the muscular wizard's impatient eyes gradually began to become solemn. When Thor came to the wizard, he took off his robe and revealed a pair of arms with large red spots. On the surface, there was nothing unusual, but when you look closely, the shape of the two red marks is like the silhouettes of two people lying on the arms. Staring at it intently for a while, the two figures seemed to be moving. They were originally hugging the wizard's arms tightly, as if gnawing at his skin. But little by little, the heads of the two figures changed, from facing away from Thor to side faces, and then turning back little by little. It gradually turned to look at Thor. However, just as Thor was concentrating on studying the red mark on the wizard's arm, the face of the neglected wizard was gradually deforming. His facial features gradually stretched, as if someone was desperately pulling his face. His eyes became longer and bigger, his nose became flatter, and his mouth. His mouth became a huge hole, that it bit Thor's skull fiercely, but at this moment, a shadow suddenly emerged from behind Thor. The shadow was originally very small and thin, but it turned into a normal-sized human figure the next second after it rushed out, and at the same time, 8 spider legs stretched out from the bottom, each of which was like a short spear, fiercely stabbing at the wizard's deformed head. The wizard was about to attack Thor, but he was attacked instead. Fortunately, he was not completely unprepared. 2 red figures on his arm were lifted up from the skin with a sizzle. The lower part was still bloody, and the upper part had completely turned around and opened its mouth to bite Thor. At the same time, the witch standing behind Thor took out the spinning top that was originally a reward, put it in her palm, and turned it clockwise. Just as the spinning top was about to turn, a silver shadow suddenly rushed out of Thor's body, rushed to the woman in the blink of an eye, and knocked her out with a headbutt. The spinning top fell to the ground, with only 2 tiny flashes of lightning. The witch didn't react at all. It seemed that everyone was a spellcaster, but you insisted on using a physical collision. You're playing a trick. When she covered her almost concave chest, coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and struggled to raise her head, she saw that the silver figure had picked up her spinning top from the ground. At the same time, Thor, who was not far away, had just struck the black blade and split the sneak-attacking wizard in half. The 2 halves of the body were skewered on 2 spider legs, like barbecue. As for the 2 red marks, they had disappeared. Chapter 550. Thor gave the wizard's body to Anne to play with. He had promised her before that he would take her out to play when he had time, and had never had the chance to use her 8 spider legs since they were refurbished, so she was reluctant to destroy the wizard's body immediately. Just like Thor in the morgue, she happily selected useful materials. Herman handed the spitting top to Thor. Thor took it, and found the spiritual mark left by the witch on it. With his powerful spiritual power, he directly swept it away. But he didn't rush to attach his spiritual power, but threw it into the storage device first. Then he walked step by step to the witch who was not 5 meters away, watching the little blood on her face disappear. "Since I have received your reward, let me see the pollution on your body." He said this without any context, but it made the witch open her eyes wide. "So you really saw it?" The witch's mouth was still bleeding, and she said in a daze. Thor squatted down, grabbed the witch's collar, and let her face close to him. "Although I haven't been working part-time for long, I have more experience." He raised his other hand, and moved along the witch's face, slowly touching her left eye. "Your eye is polluted," Thor said, and his thumb suddenly turned into a small tentacle, and drilled into the gap between the eyeball and the eyelid. The witch widened her eyes in horror, and wanted to escape, but found that she couldn't move at all. After a while, the witch's left eye suddenly shrank like a dead tadpole. As soon as she lowered her head, the eyeball with nerves attached fell out of the eye socket. Only then did Thor retract his tentacles, and turn them back into thumbs. The witch raised her hand and touched her eye sockets in confusion, but suddenly showed a surprised smile. "Really? No more?" She looked at Thor, grateful and annoyed. "I'm sorry, Dr. Thor. In fact, someone ordered us to test you. In order to treat the pollution, I had to agree to the other party's request. I'm really sorry. I hope you can forgive me." The witch's other eye was already full of tears, and it seemed that as long as her eyelashes trembled slightly, the tears would slide down her cheeks. If you ignore the shrunken eyeball, this witch is actually pretty. She has a kind of well-behaved and fragile feeling. Thor looked at the witch's other eye, pale. Beautiful. The witch's pupils slightly dilated, and her small but bloodless lips opened a little bit. Fragile. Crack. After Thor said the last word, he suddenly exerted force on the palm of his hand that was holding the woman's neck. He broke her neck. The witch twitched, and tears and blood flowed down together. Thor let go of the body, and let it fall to the ground. Then he waited for a while to make sure there was no possibility of resurrection. Then he asked him to string up the witch, and take her back to the wizard tower without any waste. Herman felt a little sorry. "Master, don't you ask who asked them to come and test you? Such minions. Most of the information they know is false." And hung the body behind the wolf cart. In order to carry the materials provided by Gagagu, Thor added a bucket behind the wolf cart. Now is the perfect place to put the enemy's body. The 2 consciousnesses must return to the diary, otherwise they will be sucked to the bottom of the frozen Rhine lake by the powerful force. Thor also needs to use the algae to lift it out and thaw it. Before going back, and smiled mischievously, "Just now I thought the master would take that witch in." Herman laughed. Although she was forced to come here to test the master, her subordinates did not show mercy. If someone else was tested like this, they might have died. Thor put away the 2 consciousnesses, turned around and got on the wolf cart. Before shaking the reins, he suddenly muttered to himself. "Yes, although it is a test, it is merciless. If I die, it means I am weak, worthless, and no threat. If I survive, I will most likely kill both of them. So, there will be a third party to verify the results of the test. Who wants to test me in such a roundabout way, and even sacrifice a powerful witchcraft prop?" As the wolf cart moved, Thor spread his hands, and a red gyroscope appeared in his palm. Thunderstorm gyroscope. Too straightforward, it's better to call it a red alert. Someone was standing on a small hill far away from the Rhine lake, and had just put away the telescope in his hand. This telescope is different from the telescope used by ordinary navigators. It has no lens, only an eyeball at the front of the cylinder. The eyeball is full of bloodshot, as if it will explode at any time. Very vigilant, very ruthless, and not holding back at all. The man turned the telescope in his hand, but he can tell who is contaminated at a glance, which is really a bit of a skill. But there is Gorza behind him, so he is in trouble. He still has to take him away secretly. The man decided to go back first, and then launched the second action. During this period, to prevent him from becoming stronger in this way, it is better to spread the news that he will kill those who come to ask for help at will. In this way, ordinary people will not dare to go to him immediately. That won't work. A hoarse female voice suddenly appeared behind the man. The man's heart tightened, and he didn't even look back, and immediately shot into the air like a rocket. Then he released a huge burning net backwards. But before he could look back to check the result, the air around him suddenly solidified, and the man who was about to fly away was fixed in midair like a specimen. At this time, a short wizard with a huge mask on his face appeared in front of him. Thor said that cutting off money is like killing a person. "How dare you, a mere first-level wizard, kill me?" the old witch said viciously, covering her face. The man was dumbfounded. Why didn't he hear that there was a second-level wizard in the Pure Spirit Wizard Tower? "Who asked you to come and test song air?" The man felt the air that was confining his head loosen a little. It was obviously the old witch who asked him to answer. But the man said nothing. "Humph, what's there to hide? Your master asked you to test a first-level wizard who is not famous. It is obvious that you are contaminated and dying. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible, so as not to work in vain." But the man was unmoved. Looking at his slightly trembling eyes, he seemed to be still looking for a way to escape. "Humph, trouble." The old witch was going to take the man back and hand him over to Thor for disposal. Anyway, she was not good at interrogation except skinning people. But when the old witch was about to pack the man up and take him away, the man's brain suddenly exploded with a bang. The old witch quickly stepped back to avoid the impact of the explosion. She immediately looked around vigilantly, but could not feel any fluctuations in magic or mental power. There doesn't seem to be anyone else around. Could it be some kind of witchcraft that can kill people at a fixed time? No matter what, the old witch still felt a little embarrassed when the original captive was blown into corpses in front of her. Thor asked her to look for observers and followers nearby while they were being treated. If there were any, she should leave them alive and bring them back to the wizard tower. If she brought back only a corpse, she would only be able to take half of the reward of 300 magic crystals. What bad luck. At this point, the old witch could only walk back with the corpse, cursing.